Recently, influenza has been rampant. Please pay attention to personal protection, reduce outings in public places, avoid gatherings unless necessary, and keep yourselves warm. Han Qingxia, did you even hear what I said? Startled Han Qingxia snapped out of her trance as she stared at the news on the television, looking in disbelief at everything before her. The old 30-square-meter living room was crudely furnished, and the worn redwood sofa was packed with a crowd of middle-aged men and women. In the center sat a plump old lady in her 60s or 70s, her hair shot through with white. At this moment, the old lady was glaring angrily at Han Qingxia, the sagging flesh of her plump face quivering up and down. Han Qingxia watched the scene before her. Was this not the very scene from half a month before the apocalypse, when her so-called good grandmother, good father, and good stepmother had come to force her to vacate the apartment? Yet just a moment ago, she had clearly been trapped in the zombie siege at the eastern base. Han Qingxia, ever since your mother passed away, your stepmother has treated you like her very own child. Everyone says she's wonderful. Now that your brother is getting married and wants to borrow your apartment, what are you being so stingy about? You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch who can't be raised properly. Mom Qingxia isn't ungrateful. She will definitely be thankful. The plump woman sitting beside the old lady pretended to smooth things over with a show of concern. The plump old lady snorted coldly. Hurry up and vacate the apartment. Your brother said you've rented that place out for too long. Everything inside is too shabby. If he doesn't replace the furniture, he can't get married. When the time comes, you can reimburse the cost. He's your brother. He's getting married, and as his younger sister, you ought to contribute something. Standing amidst the crowd, Han Qingxia suddenly burst out laughing when she heard this. They wanted her apartment, and even expected her to pay for new furniture. How utterly absurd. What was even more ridiculous was that in her previous life, she had actually done exactly as they asked. In her previous life, her mother had died in a car accident when she was 14. Not long after, her stepmother moved in with a son in tow. On the surface, the stepmother was impeccable, showering Han Qingxia with supposedly meticulous care. At that time, Han Qingxia was in her rebellious phase, bristling like a hedgehog and ready to prick anyone who approached, yet deep down she longed desperately for the warmth of family. Li Lin's gentle, understanding demeanor thoroughly beguiled her. Whatever happened, Li Lin appeared supportive and unconcerned, making Han Qingxia eventually treat her as a true mother. She was willing to give them anything good she had. Later on, even when it came to the only apartment her mother had left to her, she merely hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Yet after the apocalypse descended, they abandoned her more than once. Later, when they were scrambling to board a rescue truck, they even kicked her aside to buy themselves more time to escape. Only then did Han Qingxia truly understand what false affection meant. So this was what they called family. From beginning to end, she had been nothing but the meat on their plates, the blood in their cups. Once she lost her value, they kicked her away without hesitation. Not a single one of them had ever treated her as a true relative. She wished she could slap her foolish former self across the face. Bang! Right in front of them, Han Qingxia swept several bags of cheap fruit off the old coffee table and tossed them into the trash, then dropped onto the seat opposite them with a thud. Han Qingxia, what do you think you're doing? Those are imported apples my mom bought especially for you. She said you love apples the most. How can you throw them away? The young man, who had been playing on his phone on the short sofa, immediately put it down and shouted in anger. Han Qingxia gave a contemptuous laugh. She loved apples the most. Since when? Why had she never known that herself? She cast a cold glance at her so-called good brother. You think you have the right to talk to me about this apartment? At that moment, Han Qingxia's eyes were frozen over with ice as she stared at him. For some reason, Han Ying's heart trembled. He couldn't even bring himself to meet her gaze. Those were eyes brimming with killing intent, tempered through 10 years of struggling alone in the apocalypse after being abandoned by them. Han Ying immediately backed down. At this point, her stepmother Li Lin hurried to smooth things over. Qingxia, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we can come another day. Mom knows you feel wronged, but after all, Han Ying is your brother, isn't he? The bride's family insists on an apartment in the city center. Right now, you can't even buy a place downtown. Even if you have money, you have to win a lottery. Just take it as Mom begging you. Help your only brother this once. In the future, when you get married, we'll find a way to get you another place and return it to you.
一顿好吃好喝的伺候，修倩倩的心情又变得愉悦，江汉这才松了口气。江汉，我能问你个问题吗？
What does a girl need an apartment for anyway? Give that apartment to your brother. When you get married, your husband can buy you one. What are you doing fighting with your brother? Hearing her father's words, Han Qingxia could not even be bothered to be angry anymore. In her previous life, she had puzzled over why Father Han treated his own daughter so poorly yet doted so much on his stepson. It was because Han Ying had been his biological son all along, his son by blood. Before he married her mother, he had already married Li Lin back in their hometown. They already had a son. In his eyes, she was nothing but a fart. And after the apocalypse, his face grew even uglier in its selfishness. She raised 2 fingers. 2 million. Everyone present froze at her words, utterly baffled. Han Qingxia, what are you talking about? That apartment was my mother's premarital property. Later it was notarized and gifted to me. The property deed is in my name. If you want it, bring money. I'll give you a discount, 2 million. You want to sell the apartment to us? Are you joking? Besides, where would we get that kind of money? Han Qingxia raised her electronic watch. I'll give you 5 seconds to think it over. If you don't agree, I'll sell it to someone else. 5. Han Qingxia, we're your elders and you're talking money with us. Han Ying's grandmother shouted angrily. 4. You ungrateful wretch, I'll beat you to death. Han Qingxia cast a cold glance at the old lady and sped up her count. 3, 2. Let's see if you dare. Han Ying's father stood up to hit her. Han Qingxia kicked the chair out from under him, watching indifferently as Father Han landed hard in an undignified squat. She spat out a single word, cold as ice. 1. Han Qingxia, you're really getting bold. You even dare to hit your father. Faced with the group's collective outrage, Han Qingxia could no longer be bothered with them. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Manager Lee, I want to sell an apartment. 2 million. Previously, this apartment had always been entrusted to an agency for rental. She could not take possession of the keys until she was 18. That was the only reason the place had remained in her name. So you were planning to take it right from under my nose. Han Qingxia glanced over at them with a smile. Fine then, I'll just. Don't say another word, we agree. Seeing that Han Qingxia was about to sell it to someone else, Li Lin hurriedly agreed. Qingxia, sell it to us. Of course she would. The market price of this apartment was 3 million. Selling at 2 million meant it would be snapped up in no time. On top of that, new apartments in the city were heavily restricted, requiring local registration and lottery draws. Han Qingxia's apartment was incredibly sought after. Though she didn't know why things hadn't gone according to their original plan, the main point was that they could not let such a bargain fall into an outsider's hands. If she bought it for 2 million, she could easily resell it for an extra million. They had to buy it quickly. Watching Li Lin agree, the corners of Han Qingxia's lips curved slightly as she hung up the phone. Very well, she would sell it to them. At a price of 2 million, Han Qingxia would indeed be taking a loss, but it was impossible to find a buyer. That time was money. She needed both time and cash. Most importantly, after they bought the apartment, they would have no money left. She had calculated that they had only about 2 million on hand. It had to be remembered that 3 days before the apocalypse, the government would issue a warning to stockpile supplies. She would like to see what they could possibly stockpile then. Beep, 2 million yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, an extra 2 million appeared in Han Qingxia's account. Though Li Lin and the others looked reluctant, they still handed over the money. On Han Qingxia's side, Manager Li's phone calls came incessantly. Li Lin dared not protest despite her displeasure, afraid that Han Qingxia would simply sell to the agency instead. The housing authority is on holiday these few days. When they resume work, I'll go and transfer the title with you, Han Qingxia said to them. It's fine, Qingxia. Don't we trust you? Li Lin narrowed her fox-like eyes and beamed at her. There's no rush about the transfer. We'll let you know later. She looked generous and unconcerned, but Han Qingxia knew better. Li Lin wasn't trusting her. She was guarding against her future daughter-in-law. She was afraid the daughter-in-law's name would end up on the deed. As long as the deed remained in Han Qingxia's name, Li Lin could still stall and make excuses. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Han Qingxia's lips deepened. This was perfect. Just then Han Ying said, Han Qingxia, since our family has bought the apartment, hurry up and get out. Throw out all that junk of yours. I don't fancy a single piece. I'm bringing my wife over later to buy all new furniture. The moment he saw money leave their pockets, his attitude flipped completely. Yingzi, where is your sister supposed to move on such short notice? Let her stay a few more days. She's so sensible, she'll definitely give you a storage fee and help you replace some furniture. As her brother, you should give way a little, Li Lin said. Mom, why are you still feeling sorry for her? With that money-grubbing face of hers, does she deserve it? Get out of here now. And that mangy dog in your room. Get it out of here. If I see it when I get back, I'll slaughter it and eat it. Mangy dog. The moment she thought of dealing with this bunch, Han Qingxia jolted. Dog, her Xia Tian was still alive. She stopped wasting another second on them and immediately ran back to her own place. The moment she opened her bedroom door, a German shepherd pacing back and forth in the room, trying its best to stay quiet, leapt straight into her arms. Woof woof. Xia Tian. Han Qingxia was on the verge of tears as she hugged Xia Tian. Her Xia Tian was still alive. Xia Tian was a retired military dog, a gift from her mother on her 10th birthday. Exceptionally intelligent, he had accompanied her through the hardest times after her mother's death. Her stepmother's family disliked him. Several times they tried to get rid of him, yet Xia Tian always managed to find his way back. Later they even tried to give him away. Determined to protect him, Han Qingxia fell out with everyone more than once. For the sake of her good reputation, Li Lin reluctantly let him stay, but he was always locked in Han Qingxia's room. Only when Han Qingxia moved back into the apartment her mother had left her did Xia Tian finally have more space to move around. Yet now that Han Ning and the others had arrived, he had once again been shut in. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse began, Xia Tian had grown old. While she was out searching for food, Han Ying's family took the opportunity to eat him. Han Qingxia had always blamed herself for failing to protect him. Xia Tian. Whine woof. Xia Tian licked Han Qingxia's hand. Xia Tian, don't worry. In this life, I will never let you be hurt again. Woof woof woof. Xia Tian barked in a human-like way. After settling him down, Han Qingxia began to pack. This apartment had been rented out for many years and had grown quite old, but the tables and chairs were all things her mother had bought while she was alive. They had been expensive back then. When her mother was still around, Han Qingxia had lived here with her. Though the items were not particularly useful now, they were saturated with memories. Returning here, Han Qingxia's gaze lingered with reluctant affection. Just then a voice sounded in her mind. Ding, Superlord system activated. Within 1 hour for each batch of supplies you carry worth over 1,000 yuan, you will be rewarded with 1 cubic meter of space. Han Qingxia started. Her golden cheat had arrived. Countdown 59 minutes 59 seconds. She could hardly believe the words echoing in her mind. She grabbed the phone on the table to test it. Beep, phone detected, value 4999 yuan. Reward 4 cubic meters. In her mind, an empty space 4 cubic meters in size suddenly appeared. The phone in her hand vanished in the blink of an eye and appeared in that empty space in her mind. A spatial ability, she had it now. She silently recited the word phone in her mind, and at once the phone reappeared from the spatial realm into her hand. Han Qingxia's delight flared in an instant. It was exactly as she had imagined. She had read countless novels in the past. This was the so-called legendary system. Han Qingxia quickly accepted this golden cheat and began frantically absorbing items. At the same time, she discovered the pricing rule within the system assessed each object according to its original purchase price at the time it was bought. Even if something was worn or detached from where it was installed, it still counted. She immediately threw herself into a frenzy of hauling and dismantling. D. Detected gold jewelry, value 58,000 yuan, reward 58 cubic units. D. Detected water cup, value 39 yuan. D. Detected calendar, value 10 yuan. D. Detected small study desk, value 369 yuan. Reward 4 cubic units. D. Detected rosewood table and chair 4-piece set, value 25,000 yuan, reward 25 cubic units. D. Detected trash bin, value 15 yuan. In roughly 10 minutes, everything that could be moved in the house, shoes, hats, clothing, pots and pans, paper and pens, cups, trash bins, storage jars, collectible albums, nail clippers, and even larger items like tables, chairs, stools, beds, and cabinets, was swept away. Anything that could be moved was taken by Han Qingxia. Even the rotten apples Han Ying's family had brought over that very day were picked up and tossed into the space. D. Detected 5 gene of rotten apples, value 2.5 yuan. Hearing the price, Han Qingxia spat in disgust. What vile bad luck! They had sold her rotten apples at 50 cents a gene while claiming they were imported, yet dared demand a 3 million yuan apartment from her. That family was truly the pinnacle of shamelessness. Still, she did not turn her nose up at it. Even a mosquito is meat after all. She would take whatever she could get. Soon everything movable in the home was gone and her gaze shifted to what could not ordinarily be moved. D. Detected 1 toilet, value 1,999 yuan. With a single powerful effort, Han Qingxia wrenched the toilet free. She had never been weak in the past, yet compared with the body that had struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse in her previous life, this physique was still far more fragile. It seemed she would have to train her body over the coming period. After removing the toilet, the system chimed again. D. Detected wash basin counter, value 699 yuan. D. Detected range hood, value 2,599 yuan. D. Detected stovetop, value 489 yuan. D. Detected security door, value 1,589 yuan. D. Detected glass window, value 400 yuan. D. Detected flooring, value 150 yuan. In the span of an hour, Han Qingxia stripped her home completely bare. Apart from the walls that could not be moved, everything that could be touched was removed. All the flooring was lifted, windows and the main door were taken down, and even the tiles that could not be carried whole were smashed and taken away. D. Countdown 3 seconds remaining. Hearing the countdown, Han Qingxia suddenly thought of something, sprinted to the entrance, stepped onto the railing, and hooked the small light bulb in the corridor.
牛郎，老子跟你拼了！哮天犬缓过劲来， 起身就朝拐角扑来。李靖打他第一下，他就知道因为啥了，反抗。
Only then did Han Qingxia feel truly satisfied. She turned to Xia Tian and said, Xia Tian, let's go. Not long after she left, Han Ying's family arrived, bringing the newly pregnant bride to see their new home. Honey, this is our new apartment, city center in the school district, over 100 square meters. One staircase for 2 units, no one is living next door, so the entire corridor is practically ours. The lighting is great, it's the best layout in this complex. Your workplace is only 100 meters away. If you want to move in right away, we can do that now. All the furniture and appliances are already here. The group grandly made their way up to the 3rd floor. When they reached the eastern unit, however, everyone was struck dumb. This. The place was not merely bare, it didn't even have a main door or windows. Even the light bulb at the entrance to the corridor had not been left for them. Seeing this, Han Ying's new bride turned on her heel to leave. With a bare concrete shell like this, you expect my family to pay for the renovation. Let me tell you, if this place is not fully finished, there will be no wedding. And my name must be added to the deed. Han Ying's grandmother was so furious she felt as if she could cough blood. She wanted to call Han Qingxia to demand what on earth she had done. They had never thought much of the things inside and had intended to buy new furniture and redo the decor, but turning it into a raw concrete shell was another matter entirely. Buying a few new pieces would have been enough. The flooring Han Qingxia's mother had originally laid and so on had all been quite good. How had it ended up like this? Yet they could no longer reach Han Qingxia. At that moment, Han Qingxia herself was standing before an air raid shelter in a tunnel on the outskirts of An City. The shelter had been built inside the tunnel. Originally, this place was meant to become a road cutting through the mountain, but later, due to lack of funding and a change in government planning, the tunnel project was abandoned. After work stopped, the government repurposed it into an air raid shelter. What are you renting an air raid shelter for? The agent who had brought her over asked as a matter of routine. For a startup, to grow mushrooms, Han Qingxia replied offhandedly. In her previous life, she had only later learned that air raid shelters came in 3 distinct categories. The first category comprised ordinary shelters in city centers, shopping malls, underground parking garages beneath residential buildings, subterranean hospitals, and similar structures. Such locations were convenient, well-equipped, and capable of rapidly dispersing crowds, yet, in a zombie apocalypse, they were utterly useless. On the contrary, because they gathered large numbers of people, they became the quickest places to fall. Beyond those were tunnel-style shelters and specialized national defense installations. Specialized national defense works played a tremendous role in the later stages of the apocalypse. Many stable large bases were built upon them. But such facilities were far beyond anything Han Qingxia could dream of renting. This tunnel-style shelter, however, was perfectly suited to her needs. Secluded in its location far from crowds, spacious, equipped with a complete ventilation system and a heavy iron gate, this was precisely what Han Qingxia required. Moreover, such shelters were easy to rent and remarkably cheap. The one Han Qingxia was leasing cost only 2,000 yuan per year, with a minimum term of 20 years. She only needed to pay 3 years' rent in a single lump sum. 6,000 yuan was enough to secure an air raid shelter as large as 5 basketball courts combined. When the agent heard that Han Qingxia wanted to start a business, he looked at her as though she were the ultimate sucker and almost burst with glee. Truly, fools were plentiful. She only saw the cheap price without considering how remote the location was. It would be a hassle for her to transport anything in the future. In his mind, 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs were idiots. But he had no intention of warning Han Qingxia. Having someone take over was a boon. After collecting the money, signing the contract, and pocketing a 500 yuan service fee, he left at once. Han Qingxia watched the beaming agent depart without saying a single extra word. Her gaze remained cool as she observed him go. She would never reveal even a fragment of her true purpose to him. After 10 years of scrambling through the apocalypse, the first lesson she had learned was never to forewarn fools of coming catastrophe, because fools themselves are a disaster. Once she had seen the agent off, Han Qingxia led Xia Tian into the air raid shelter. She examined the place inside and out. In addition to the original ventilation system, she was pleasantly surprised to find a well dug by the previous tenant and an electrical cable left behind. Han Qingxia tested the water from the well. It was mountain spring water from the surface, disconnected from the city's pipeline network. In the later stages, once the water treatment plants were contaminated, tap water would become entirely unusable. This well could provide her with a usable water source. As for the cable, though it was not live, it proved that wiring had already been installed here. As long as she purchased power generation equipment, she would be able to bring this place fully into operation. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that a large section of the tunnel outside was covered with barbed wire, albeit much of it was abandoned and collapsed. Considering this, it would be entirely possible to repair the barbed wire and restore power to it. This would significantly enhance the defense capability of her air raid shelter. This task could be accomplished. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. The Super Lord system has been activated. Please reinforce the original base and the system will reward you based on the level of reinforcement. Countdown 15 days. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened. As she was momentarily stunned by the new task, she heard the system notification. Ding, detected 1 base battle dog reward battle power enhancement by 100 times. Physical fitness enhanced 100-fold. Han Qingxia looked in astonishment as the body of Xia Tian began to transform before her. Its physique grew larger, its claws elongated and sharpened, and the signs of age that had been visible due to its seniority completely vanished, replaced by the imposing aura of a fierce beast. Woof woof. Han Qingxia exclaimed. Building materials market. Han Qingxia had a small car left by her mother, ensuring her mobility. She was about to begin reinforcing her base like crazy. She found a barbed wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This type of steel barbed wire could simply be wrapped around the existing barbed wire, requiring little labor while achieving excellent results. The price was 7 yuan per meter, and Han Qingxia spent a total of 14,000. With a considerable quantity, the boss sent a large truck to follow Han Qingxia for delivery. She directed them to unload at a vacant lot on the outskirts. I'll call a car to pick it up later. Okay. She didn't want to expose the location of her base. Luckily, it was dark now. After unloading the items in a vacant lot, Han Qingxia had Xia Tian keep watch while she quickly stored everything in her space, as no one was around in the remote outskirts. Today, the space had acquired 289 cubic meters. The furniture from her home only occupied a few cubic meters, leaving plenty of room to store these barbed wires, and the space was more than sufficient. After clearing everything out, she drove back to the base with Xia Tian. On the way, she thought about how she still needed to rent another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned to the air raid shelter. Upon her return, she began reinforcing a section of the old barbed wire. 1 meter at a time, she wrapped and reinforced it by herself, while Xia Tian occasionally brought her some tools. They worked tirelessly from dusk until dawn. Finally, they managed to reinforce the entire 2,000 meters of old barbed wire. She was eager to hear about the rewards for this reinforcement. As she completed the final reinforcement, a voice echoed in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected reward. Defense effectiveness increased by 100 times. With the reward granted, Han Qingxia looked in astonishment at the entire line of barbed wire she had just reinforced, visibly thicker, denser, and sharper. The razor wire she purchased had each blade gleaming with a chilling light, and the small steel spikes had elongated significantly. The previously flimsy barbed wire gate had now transformed into a robust steel lift gate. She walked up to the wire mesh and pushed hard against it. It didn't budge an inch. It should be noted that when she reinforced it earlier, she discovered that the barbed wire could effectively block intruders, but if someone drove in forcefully or if zombies flooded in, it would still be inadequate. However, now even if thousands of zombies were to attack simultaneously, they would not be able to tear apart her barbed wire. Han Qingxia felt extremely satisfied. She couldn't wait to buy more items for further reinforcement. But at that moment, a more pressing matter reminded her. Grr, woof woof. She was hungry, and Xia Tian was circling around her looking as if it was starving. You must be hungry too. Woof. Xia Tian whimpered twice. The two of them had only eaten a little yesterday, spent the entire day busy, and hadn't even begun the procurement of supplies. At this moment, Han Qingxia remembered that there were still some food items in her space. She recalled the buns she cleared out from the house yesterday, and with a thought, a pack of steaming soup dumplings appeared in her hand. Still warm. Han Qingxia couldn't help but take out the refrigerator. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find that it was indeed cold inside, even without power. Even without electricity, it remains unchanged. This meant that the space rewarded to her by the system was a sealed space with no heat loss. Whatever was placed inside would come out just the same. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. This also meant she could store supplies indefinitely without worrying about expiration. When she stocked up on food later, she could do so with complete confidence. This place rents for 300 a month with a 1-month deposit and payment in advance. At an idle vacant house in the suburbs, Han Qingxia stood with Xia Tian in front of a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. There were many idle vacant houses along the suburban roads which were once their farming houses. Now most people had moved to the city, leaving large areas of empty farmland, with some of the better located ones having rental signs posted. Han Qingxia found a relatively larger and conveniently located farmhouse on the main road outside her area. She planned to use this as a transit station, storing supplies here that she could then transfer using the system space, keeping it out of sight, while also making it convenient for her to come and go for procurement. This was to avoid drawing attention as she did yesterday when unloading goods on the roadside. For 100, I won't pay a deposit, just rent it for a month as a warehouse. Han Qingxia negotiated with the landlord. That's not acceptable. If not, I'll go to another place. The landlord immediately halted her. Fine, 400 it is. But you mustn't damage it. I'll leave on time when the lease is up. No problem. Han Qingxia paid 400 and received the keys. When the lease was up, she would definitely move out because she wouldn't even wait for the expiration day. Similarly, if she had given a deposit, she wouldn't be able to get it back. Spending an extra 100 saved her 200. The air raid shelter was hard to negotiate. This one had to be saved. After successfully renting the warehouse, she began procuring supplies. The first item was food. She decided to split her purchases among 10 stores, buying 400 bags of 50-kilogram rice from each. She aimed to stockpile 100 tons of rice first. 100 tons of rice actually doesn't take up much space. A normal grain wholesale station can supply it. 100 tons of rice would only occupy a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height. Her space could accommodate it. It would be transported over. Han Qingxia spent over 400,000 on this rice, enough for her to eat for several lifetimes. In addition, she planned to stockpile 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, including Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, and dry noodles. She decided to try every flavor available on the market. After the apocalypse began, instant noodles became a luxury. They are convenient to prepare, taste good, and provide rich oil and salt supplementation, making them the best food in the apocalypse without the need to search for seasonings. The price of instant noodles ranges from 50 to over 100 per box. The most common box of 24 packs of braised beef noodles costs 54 yuan, while the more expensive Japanese tonkatsu is about 100 yuan for 30 packs. On average, they cost over 70 yuan per box, and she spent a total of 70,000 on 1,000 boxes of instant noodles. How could she not buy some sausages with the instant noodles? Han Qingxia purchased 200 boxes of her favorite spicy and crispy corn sausages and placed an order for 100 boxes of Wujang pickled vegetables. These two items cost less than 30,000. After ordering the basic food items, her gaze shifted to self-heating meals and prepackaged meal kits. These were very convenient as they only needed to be heated up when she wanted to eat. She visited various brand stores and bought 1 box of every dish they had. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of homemade tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 1 box of shiitake chicken, 1 box of minced eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, and 1 box of curry chicken. The average price for meal kits is around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. Han Qingxia purchased over 20,000 bags from more than 10 stores, spending around 15,000. This amount is basically enough for her to eat 1 bag per meal for the rest of her life. After stocking up on these basic food items, Han Qingxia finally felt a bit of security, knowing she wouldn't face food shortages. A full granary was necessary to prepare for other things. In just one day, she had unknowingly spent nearly 70,000. Previously, she had savings of over 300,000, half of which came from years of rental income from her property. Now, having sold the house for 2 million, she still had 170,000 left. And this was before she even started preparing other items. Money spent quickly, and it wasn't easy to save. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she opened her hand, revealing a bright red property deed in front of her. Calmly, she looked up a local private loan company's phone number online and called them. Hello, I would like to mortgage my property and borrow some money. Sure, come to my office tomorrow at 10 for an in-person discussion. Han Qingxia hung up the phone as she planned to mortgage her property deed again. There are some grudges that must be settled, and they must be repaid double. Prepare for her grand gift. That afternoon, Han Qingxia emerged from an old office building in the city center. Upon exiting, her account had gained an additional 1.5 million. These small loan companies are worse than vampires. She sold her house to Han Ying's family for 2 million, but to the predatory loan company, she could only get 1.5 million. Moreover, the interest is extremely high. Han Qingxia signed a 7-day repayment note with them, or within 7 days, she must return 2 million to the lending company, or they would seize her house. This is simply a bottomless pit designed to drain her of her property. But it doesn't matter because she never intended to repay the money. Furthermore, she no longer even has a house. This 12-day loan cycle is perfectly timed. Just before the apocalypse arrives, the lending company will come after Han Ying's family. At that time, it will be a fierce dogfight between the two sides. Neither of them is easy to deal with. It's just a question of who will come out on top. However, regardless of who wins, this house will soon turn into a pile of bubbles. Han Qingxia now has 1.5 million watching the money deposited by the loan company in her account. With a thought, she borrowed from all the lending platforms available on the market. She drained them all dry. After a series of operations, she added another 500,000 to her funds. This is purely for plot purposes. Please do not engage in online lending. Stay away from online loans for a happy life. Now Han Qingxia has 3,700,000. She can now stock up on supplies again. With money in hand, she first visited a building materials factory to continue reinforcing her fortress. She initially bought 40 to 50 surveillance cameras and then sought out a seller of generators. She needed a power generation device. Generators come in wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel types. The first three are not suitable. Installation is troublesome and time-consuming, and there is virtually no stock available. One has to customize through specialized manufacturers, while diesel is much more practical. What wattage generator do you want? The seller asked. What options do you have? There are 30, 50, 200 to 800, and over 1,000 are quite expensive. Han Qingxia gained a general understanding of the attributes of diesel generators. The smallest at 30 kilowatts is priced between 10,000 and 20,000. A mid-range 200 kilowatt generator costs between 50,000 and 100,000. For a 300 kilowatt generator, it costs over 100,000, with prices for larger units doubling. Generators above 1,000 kilowatts start at $1 million. Moreover, imported ones are also 20 to 30% more expensive than domestic ones. Just buy a domestic one. Our domestic products are not inferior to imports, and they are more durable and practical. Imports are also picky about diesel. What are you planning to use it for? A restaurant? The boss continued his pitch. That's right. She needed electricity to power the grid for everyday lighting in her shelter. A restaurant-grade generator would suffice. However, she still opted for the most expensive and powerful one. This is because her system rewards will increase with the level. If she's going to do it, she wants the best. I want the best all at once. Money is no object. Han Qingxia looked like a wealthy tycoon as she purchased the most cost-effective generator priced at 120,000. The boss couldn't help but smile broadly at Han Qingxia's show of wealth. Han Qingxia asked him to throw in some extras. She wanted all the small miscellaneous items from a shop, such as soundproof mats, toolkits, and other inexpensive items, all as added bonuses. Without any hesitation, the boss even gave her the remaining 10 or so liters of diesel from the shop. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up upon seeing the oil. Do you know anyone who can sell oil cheaper? Diesel is not easy to buy. One has to present an ID at gas stations where each purchase must be registered and is limited to a few liters. Furthermore, many gas stations do not sell loose oil, only refuel vehicles. However, someone selling generators is likely to have some connections. There is indeed a black market for oil. Some clandestine oil workshops steal oil from large oil fields and process oil of dubious origin from the sea for secret sale. This is what is known as black oil. Sure enough, after she asked, the boss revealed a mysterious expression. He pulled Han Qingxia aside and handed her a business card. If you need oil, call this number and mention that I referred you. You can get a discount 20% cheaper than market price. Thanks. Han Qingxia accepted the card. Indeed, those in related industries often have connections. As she was about to leave, the boss murmured, "The flu has been rampant lately. The market is really bad." Yes, indeed, Han Qingxia casually replied, striding away without saying more. This flu is actually a precursor to the apocalypse. Half a month after the flu virus outbreak, people infected with the virus began to drop dead, and before everyone had recovered from the pain of losing loved ones, they found that those deceased had all come back to life. Of course, this coming back to life meant they had transformed into another kind of being, zombies. In her past life, during this period, Han Qingxia was busy with Han Ying's wedding. Han Ying's new wife had recently discovered she was pregnant, and besides providing them money for new furniture and renovations, she was also accompanying her to the hospital. On the day the apocalypse struck, she happened to be at the hospital with her new sister-in-law for test results when she heard horrific screams erupt from within. She witnessed a patient who had already been declared dead and was being wheeled out suddenly sit up and bite at the relatives beside them. A crowd rushed to intervene, and Han Qingxia saw that the relative who had been bitten earlier began to mutate within 5 minutes. He convulsed and crawled up from the ground. Once he stood rigidly. His body was devoid of color, and his eyes had turned a leaden gray like a movie zombie. There were no pupils, no signs of life, only a terrifying, greedy, bloodthirsty glow. He opened his gaping mouth and lunged at those around him, trying to stop him. The entire hospital erupted into chaos. Such incidents were occurring in every corner of the hospital. Anyone bitten would mutate within 5 minutes and join in the frenzy, attacking others. Although Han Qingxia was scared, she remained remarkably calm to protect her pregnant sister-in-law, bravely wielding a weapon to fight off the approaching zombies and leading her out of the chaos. It was precisely because she performed excellently from the start that the Han family believed she was extremely capable, assigning her all responsibilities. Searching for supplies and protecting everyone was all in Han Qingxia's hands. In her past life, she always felt that being needed by them and being able to protect her family was her fulfillment. But that depended on whether she was protecting family or a bunch of livestock. In this life, she would never be a fool again. Han Qingxia instructed the boss to deliver the items to the warehouse while she called to inquire about the diesel. And they could deliver it could be brought to her tomorrow. Han Qingxia told him to send as much as he had as she wanted all of the stock there. She directly bought out 1 million worth of goods. The seller gave her a 75% discount and Han Qingxia spent nearly 2 million in one outing. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia placed the large generator into her space. The space was ample. Soon Han Qingxia returned to her base. She first installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the air raid shelter. Beep, detected a 1000 kilowatt generator. Reward, a permanently indestructible low-energy generator. Han Qingxia. She looked at her generator in surprise as its surface seemed coated with a layer of silver light, the strength and quality instantly different from before. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was permanently indestructible. It was known that the generator required maintenance later on and Han Qingxia could only try to make it last as long as possible. Unexpectedly, the system had directly enhanced it to be permanently indestructible. This is amazing. Let's keep going. Han Qingxia then proceeded to install the camera on the barbed wire she had set up yesterday. The location of her tunnel air raid shelter was excellent, surrounded by a large circle of trees with the main road a kilometer away and the side road extending here for 500 meters before disappearing into the forest. People outside could hardly notice there was a tunnel enclosed by barbed wire here. It was not conspicuous. The internal cameras monitored her surroundings without any blind spots. After Han Qingxia installed the cameras and connected them to the circuit powered by the generator, she could monitor all life forms that might intrude. Immediately, all the cameras and electrified barbed wire began to operate. Her computer displayed a dense array of monitoring screens in all the grids. At the same time, Beep detected the monitoring system and power grid system. Reward, monitoring system upgrade. Electronic eye monitoring range increased tenfold, automatically detecting all living and non-living entities. Power grid system upgrade. Maximum grid attack is 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia. She looked at the clearer monitoring images appearing on her computer screen, and adjusting any one of them revealed a resolution 10 times higher than before. Zooming in on the image, Han Qingxia had bought the best monitoring range of 100 meters, and now she could stretch it to 1,000 meters. She could see the road clearly through the gaps in the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to land on Han Qingxia's barbed wire. It circled for a while, finding a landing spot. In an instant, beep and sparks flashed. The bird fell straight down. Han Qingxia's eyes revealed an even more satisfied light. The defensive capability had improved significantly. Very good. She was eager to see who would dare to intrude on her base in the future. Touching it means death. Xiatian, don't go near the barbed wire in the future, understand? Woof. The upgraded Xiatian had grown in size and intelligence, becoming even more human-like. Han Qingxia patted his head and took food from the refrigerator in her space to have a meal with Xiatian. After the meal, she continued to tidy up her base. She discovered that cleaning the air raid shelter also provided rewards. For example, clearing the well and weeds inside the shelter. Beep, detected well upgrade. Reward, independent mountain clean water source. Beep, detected reduction in weed area. Reward, high-quality soil. Crop yield increased 100-fold. Crop growth rate increased 10-fold. Han Qingxia saw this and was filled with determination. Clean water source, high-quality soil. Her base was getting better and stronger. This fundamental resource guarantee could allow her to plant some fresh fruits and vegetables in the future, enabling her to produce her own food and achieve self-sufficiency. She planned to buy various seeds soon. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there were less than 3 days until the apocalypse. During these 7 days, Han Qingxia would run 10,000 meters around the air raid shelter every morning upon waking, significantly improving her stamina while also getting familiar with the terrain. She was now thoroughly familiar with the surrounding terrain. Her tunnel air raid shelter was located within a mountain with the shelter at the center and a circular barbed wire protection zone built on both sides of the mountain from a midway point. The connection between the barbed wire and the mountain was a steep cliff. It would be very difficult to bypass the barbed wire, and coming around from the opposite mountain was even more challenging. The terrain at the back was much steeper than the front, with shrubs and trees lining the way. Even professional climbers would find it difficult to get in. The only potential hazard was a fire. Forest fire prevention had always been a major concern and was extremely difficult to prevent unless Han Qingxia cleared a large area of trees in advance to create a fire break. However, clearing the trees would expose her base to others. After careful consideration, she lowered her head to start clearing away the surrounding dead branches and leaves. Trees definitely couldn't be cut down once they would be easily discovered. In the apocalypse, humans were the most dangerous, and avoiding human intrusion was much more reliable than preventing the disasters humans could cause. One must not lose sight of the main issue. Also, forest fires are actually difficult to ignite as forests are moist, and clearing the ground of leaves and dead branches can effectively prevent forest fires. Han Qingxia cleared a clean area centered on her base's protection zone. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep, detected reduction in fire hazards. Reward, area within the clearing is forever unburnable. Han Qingxia. The golden finger was powerful at a critical moment. The safety of her air raid shelter would be further enhanced. With her greatest concern eliminated, Han Qingxia immediately focused on other tasks. Every inch of space she cleared brought her a reward, and every reinforcement she made improved the base's defenses. Her base was rapidly strengthening. During these days, her deliveries also arrived one after another. After finishing her work in the air raid shelter during the day, Han Qingxia would go to the warehouse at night to collect her items. She had the delivery personnel place the items in her warehouse, and she installed a super large camera at the entrance of her warehouse with Xia Tian inside keeping watch. Now it was a time of peace. Even if no one was watching, people would not act maliciously, not to mention there was a super fierce dog inside. The delivery personnel would unload the goods one truckload at a time and leave. Han Qingxia would go at night to retrieve the items using her space to take them back to her base. Beep, detected that the warehouse is full. Han Qingxia had ordered 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 meal kits, all neatly stacked in the innermost large warehouse of her air raid shelter. Reward, super warehouse. Food storage is permanently sealed for freshness. The door of the large warehouse in front of Han Qingxia instantly transformed into one of those bank vault doors she had seen on television. The sturdy metal door was impervious even to professional blasting tools and could only be opened by her own iris recognition. Upon opening the warehouse door, the items stored inside were already categorized and organized, and most importantly, it had the function permanently sealed for freshness. No worries about expiration. Moreover, a batch of seeds purchased by Han Qingxia has also arrived. She ordered common crop seeds and saplings. Almost all vegetable seeds can be sown and grown, while sweet potatoes require purchasing seedlings. All the seeds are very inexpensive, especially the sweet potato seedlings. After placing a large order at the biggest seed store, Han Qingxia asked the store owner a question, and the owner directly gifted her a few seedlings. As for fruit trees, it is best to buy mature saplings with a longer age. The early stages of fruit tree cultivation are time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the yield is slow. Buying a 10-year-old sapling is also very cheap. A top-quality 10-year-old sugar heart Fuji apple sapling costs only 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxia bought a large batch of 10-year-old saplings all at once. Apple saplings, fig saplings, jujube saplings, pear saplings, mulberry saplings, cherry saplings, orange saplings, plum saplings, pomegranate saplings, persimmon saplings. 3 of each type. This ensures survival while having fruit to eat in rotation throughout the 4 seasons. She bought over 100 saplings for just over 6,000 yuan. The area occupies less than half an acre. It is simply the vacant area on the right side of her air raid shelter. On the left, she built a top-notch plastic greenhouse and racks into which she scattered various vegetable seeds. Greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, green onions, cabbages, beans. Many types of vegetables can be easily planted using seedlings, but considering that buying seedlings only yields 1 crop, and she won't have well-cultivated seedlings for next year, Han Qingxia decided to start cultivating seeds herself. For crops like potatoes, planting tubers is sufficient. Fortunately, her land is high-quality farmland. Once the seeds are sown, they will definitely grow vigorously without requiring much effort on her part. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia's air raid shelter has transformed dramatically. Inside and out, everything looks completely new. With time passing, only 3 days remain before the apocalypse. After planting the last tree, Han Qingxia wondered what else she might need. She thought about living a self-sufficient life in seclusion here, raising some chickens, ducks, and fish. Even if she has an endless supply of meal packs, nothing beats fresh food. These past few days eating meal packs daily has left her feeling like something is missing. Raising some chickens, ducks, and fish means she can have fresh meat anytime. With this thought, Han Qingxia immediately drove to the farmer's market. As usual, she left Summer in the warehouse for convenience when supplies arrive. Han Qingxia hadn't entered the city for several days, and upon entering today, she distinctly felt that the atmosphere was off. Everyone was wearing masks, their faces filled with anxiety. Young lady, hurry up and choose what you wanna. Once I sell these, I'm closing up early to head home. Han Qingxia was at a stall selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks before her, both male and female, looking well cared for. Then give me a discount and sell them all to me. You want all of them? The stall owner's eyes lit up at this. Okay. Then I'll sell them to you at 10 yuan per jean. Normally I sell chickens at 15 yuan per jean and ducks at 11. Alright. There were 26 chickens and ducks in total, averaging 6 to 7 jean each. Han Qingxia spent over 1,900 yuan. After having the stall owner deliver the chickens and ducks to her warehouse, she continued to shop for other items. While wandering the farmer's market, she spotted plenty of fresh fish. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Her air raid shelter has a water source, and she could easily dig a small pond. She bought over 30 fish from the fish stall. The catch included carp, crucian carp, blue catfish, grass carp, and over 40 jean of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxia loves shrimp, whether in oil-fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, or shrimp with scrambled eggs. She paid a little extra to have them deliver a large plastic barrel and an oxygenator, providing her warehouse address for delivery. The fish and shrimp cost her over 3,000 yuan. She continued shopping. Although she couldn't buy live pigs or cows, Han Qingxia had a refrigerated warehouse and space. She found a pork stall on site and ordered 1,000 jean of pork and 500 jean of beef. This was a considerable amount, and Han Qingxia urged them to hurry, adding some more money. The store owner decided to place an order at the slaughterhouse on the spot, ensuring delivery to her warehouse that same day. These meats were slightly more expensive. Han Qingxia spent over 40,000 yuan, leaving her with over 160,000 yuan. After a thorough tour of the farmer's market, intending to acquire fresh items, she found that many stalls had already closed up. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a stall in the corner that was closing up. Surprisingly, someone was selling live goats. Han Qingxia immediately made a purchase, buying 2 kids for 1,500 yuan. It is said that these goats were bred by the seller for goat milk. Due to poor market conditions, they sold the goats, and after selling the larger ones, only a few kids remained. Coincidentally, Han Qingxia managed to buy the last 2 today. Young lady, hurry home after buying your things. The stall owner said after collecting the money, there's been an outbreak of influenza, try not to go out too much. Han Qingxia nodded in response. She certainly knew this. She always wore a professional-grade mask when going out. However, the flu is not the root of the zombie virus. It was merely that the widespread flu weakened human resistance, and when the zombie virus arrived, those with weak immunity were directly infected and turned into zombies, leading everyone to mistakenly believe the flu was the real culprit. Han Qingxia also learned these things after 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, but she had no way of knowing the true origin of the zombie virus. At one point it was said the zombie virus was a game created by deities in a hunting ground, as this virus brought about different changes in humanity. Han Qingxia had the vendor deliver the goats to her warehouse and did not linger in the farmer's market. With less than 3 days remaining before the apocalyptic virus outbreak, she planned not to go out during this time. Before heading back, she wanted to spend all her remaining money. She couldn't just leave so much money unspent. Han Qingxia found a place without anyone around or surveillance, stored the 2 kids in her space, and drove away from the farmer's market. On the way, she stopped at a tool store and bought a set of commonly used farming tools in addition to 20 shovels. Many people don't realize that shovels are among the most powerful weapons in cold weapons. In combat times, families without weapons would grab their own shovels. If someone picked up a shovel in rural fights, it was no joke. Currently among military weapons, the highly functional military shovel has also evolved directly from the original shovel. Especially in the apocalypse, cold weapons are more useful than firearms. Han Qingxia stockpiled a bunch of shovels sufficient for the current phase of weaponry. Additionally, baseball bats, which also possess considerable striking power. Han Qingxia entered a sporting goods store. After purchasing a few of the sturdiest and best baseball bats, she also procured a batch of adventure gear. She arranged for all the outdoor equipment, including flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, and tactical jackets. These cost over 20,000. Additionally, the store had emergency kit accessories like tweezers, pliers, bandages, and thermometers, reminding Han Qingxia that she needed to make a trip to the pharmacy. After leaving the outdoor equipment store, she went to the pharmacy to replenish common medicines such as cold medicine, hemostatic drugs, fever reducers, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine. Han Qingxia had no interest in any prescription drugs, because they were truly unnecessary. After 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, those who needed to take various medications daily had long been eliminated. A little preparation of emergency medicine was sufficient, and she didn't even need much. In the apocalypse, poor health is a sin. By the time she left the pharmacy, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The neon lights of the city dazzled. At this moment, Han Qingxia had gathered everything she could. She ensured the essentials of food, drink, shelter, and daily necessities were secured, and now she could supplement her supplies of daily goods for upgrades. She still had 1.57 million left. Time to go shopping. Splurge. Buy whatever catches her eye. Before the apocalypse, she wanted to enjoy a feast in this prosperous world again. Han Qingxia began with a meal at a Michelin-starred hotel she previously couldn't afford. She ordered a lavish feast including mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp, indulging in everything she couldn't afford before. Having enjoyed the garlic shrimp and filet mignon, Han Qingxia directly instructed the kitchen to prepare 10 portions for her to take away. She also needed to bring some for the summer. After checking into a suite at the hotel, she continued shopping at the downstairs mall. The mall was filled with an array of goods, and the tempting food options were plentiful. Having grown accustomed to hard times, Han Qingxia first headed to the food area. There were delicious egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cakes, meat floss pastries, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork chop, soda ice cream, milk tea, and Cantonese desserts. Everything imaginable. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of items she wanted to buy. However, time was limited and money was tight, so these items couldn't be included in her essential purchase list. These were all luxurious additions in times of peace, but after the apocalypse they were merely frivolous items. Yet at this moment she could indulge in shopping. She indulged in food and drink. Han Qingxia went from store to store, discreetly yet extravagantly telling the staff that she wanted all the snacks paid for them and had them delivered to her hotel room upstairs. Every shop assistant's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this, and they hurriedly packed for Han Qingxia. For example, at the first bakery, every freshly baked bread, cheesecake, ice cream, puff cream squares, mochi cream rolls, durian millefeuille, egg yolk pastries, waffles, and butterfly cookies were all packed and sent to Han Qingxia. And so on, everything was packed and sent up. At the Korean fried chicken place, Han Qingxia ordered various flavors including sweet and spicy sauce, amber sauce, garlic, soy sauce, honey mustard, and all types of fried chicken including boneless chicken pieces, chicken legs, wings, and whole chickens. At the milk tea shop, she ordered one of every flavor including milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream, tea, milk foam, tea, and slush. After paying and leaving her address, Han Qingxia moved on without attracting any attention. By the end of her shopping spree, she had spent over 200,000 just on these snacks. Each store had stock worth about 10,000, and for some places like the cold noodle shop and egg waffle shop, she simply requested one of each flavor, spending only a few hundred to a few thousand at those. With the over 200,000, she swept through the small snack shops on the second and third floors of the mall. After finishing with the snacks, she moved on to the supermarket at the very bottom. As for the supermarket, it was a must-visit. She first pushed 2 large shopping carts and went around the enormous warehouse-style supermarket. At checkout, her shopping carts were filled with various items, each only one piece. For example, 1 bag of each flavor of chips, 1 item of each type of cookies and candies, 1 bottle of each drink and juice, and all kinds of ready-to-eat items like grilled sausages, roast chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, and bento boxes were essential. Semi-finished products like marinated chicken, pork chops, and fish for hot pot also had to be included. Daily necessities like toiletries, face cream, and the essential items she almost forgot such as sanitary pads, disposable towels, and wet wipes were also a must. Of course, since this time her spending was based on improving her living conditions, she also ordered essential appliances like a washing machine, a robot vacuum, and a refrigerator. In the past, she would never have considered these, and now that she had money she had to spend. After pushing out 2 huge carts of items, Han Qingxia went directly to find the manager. She instructed him to provide her with the entire stock of everything in her shopping carts except for the appliance. However, Han Qingxia underestimated the stock and prices of these items. Before she could complete her order for both shopping carts, her wallet was empty. 130,000, and Han Qingxia had only bought a third of these items. How embarrassing. Previously, when stocking up on basic food, the prices were low, but these processed goods were several times more expensive. Looking at the empty number in her account, Han Qingxia ultimately decided to settle for these items. It would be fine, she could always make related delicacies with raw ingredients later. She left her address with the manager and asked if the goods could be delivered today. The manager assured her it was completely fine. She looked regretfully at the supermarket filled with such abundant supplies, it felt like a pity. After exiting the supermarket, she decided to stroll around. So far, she had only visited the food areas and the large supermarket on floors B1 and B2. She had no money left to shop in the clothing areas above. She probably had about 70 yuan left in her account. 70 yuan could still buy something. You can still go shopping without money. She first bought a 14 yuan iced cocoa at a convenience store and browsed through clothing stores one by one. By the time she finished browsing the 3 floors of clothing stores, her iced cocoa was also finished. During her shopping, she did spot a few items she liked. How much is this baseball jacket? Miss, we're having a promotion, half price, 2,000 yuan. Han Qingxia didn't say much after hearing the price. 2,000 yuan even after the discount. This was the best mall in the area, selling only high-end brand clothing. It was truly too expensive for her to afford. After leaving empty-handed, manager Wang nudged the sales assistant who had just quoted Han Qingxia. Why are you even paying attention to her? She clearly looks like a poor person who can't afford anything. Didn't you see her empty-handed after browsing several floors? How could she afford our products? Be more astute in the future, learn to read people. The chastised sales assistant pouted but did not speak. Han Qingxia heard their words, but pretended not to and continued walking forward. Having struggled in the apocalypse for so long, she was no fool who would rush in to argue or impulsively spend money just because someone said a few words wanting to embarrass them. In the apocalypse there was no need for embarrassment, only the need to eliminate. As Han Qingxia continued to stroll forward, she suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures. A young man was accompanying a pregnant woman walking in front of her. Isn't that Haning and his wife who had just been tricked by Han Qingxia? Wife, calm down, buy whatever you want today. Just forgive me, don't get angry, be careful not to harm the baby. Haning, you've been lying to me all along. Your family doesn't have that house at all. You deliberately deceived me. That house truly belongs to my family. Then what was all that commotion today? The debt collectors were at your doorstep. They said that the house was theirs. You even made your grandmother so angry she ended up in the hospital. Wife, I really don't know what happened to my mom. Indeed spent 2 million to buy that house from Han Qingxia. We can transfer it as soon as we find her. Wait. Didn't your mom say that house still belonged to Han Qingxia? She gifted it to you so my name couldn't be added. How is it now that it's bought by your family and can be transferred? Wife, anyway, that house will be ours in the future. I'm the only son in my family, so everything will belong to me. My things are your things. Just trust me. Haning, how can I trust you? You previously said it was renovated and ready to move in, but now it's just an empty shell. You claimed it was your family's property and now debt collectors are here. I've seen through it, your family is just tricking me. I absolutely cannot keep this child. I'm calling right now. Wife. Han Qingxia stood at a corner overhearing their conversation and couldn't help but smile. How exciting. In just 10 days the Han family had become this dramatic and her grandmother had even been hospitalized. But it could be even more exciting. She watched Haning, who was struggling to catch up with his wife on the escalator, and mischievously whistled towards him. Panicked Haning turned at the sound of the whistle and caught sight of a girl leaning against the glass railing, leisurely looking over at them. Is that Han Qingxia? Upon seeing her, Haning immediately stopped wanting to turn back and chase her, but by that time his wife had already reached the next floor. Wife. On one side was his wife who wanted to abort, and on the other was Han Qingxia. Haning wished he could split himself in two at that moment. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to chase after Han Qingxia. Damn it. Just capture this schemer and present her to his wife for an explanation, it would work. He turned and raced up the descending escalator to pursue Han Qingxia. She was walking leisurely, and after he caught up she had already circled around to the opposite escalator, leading Haning to chase her around the entire mall. He chased her all the way to the underground parking lot. Damn it. You schemer, where do you think you're running? Haning, panting heavily, cornered Han Qingxia in the parking lot. You tricked me behind my back, just wait until I catch you today. Perfect. Han Qingxia smiled cheekily at Haning, casually closing the trunk of a car. I feel the same way. She pulled out a baseball bat. Upon seeing the bat in her hand, Han Ying's alarm bells rang. You dare. Before he could finish speaking, with a crack, Han Qingxia swung the bat at him. She immediately subdued Haning, dislocating his jaw, rendering him speechless, and dragged him to the corner of the parking lot for a good beating. Having fought through the apocalypse for 10 years, she had learned various combat techniques. She could send an adult man to the afterlife in just 3 moves. However, she was very merciful towards Haning. She dragged him to the corner and beat him for half an hour, breaking his arms and legs, targeting the most painful spots without risking his life. Half an hour later, Haning lay on the ground, barely breathing. Han Qingxia leaned against the car door, kicked his limp form like a piece of meat, bent down to pick up his phone from his pocket, and stepped on his head to call 120 using his phone. Look how nice I am calling 120 for you, thank me. Haning nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Damn it. If only she would move her foot off his head a little, he would accept her kindness. I curse your mother. Tisk tsk tisk, so ungrateful, you should be just like your grandmother, and stay in the hospital to recover. Han Qingxia put a little more force into her foot, knocking him out for 7 days. She cleaned up the scene, completely removing Han Ying's identification information to ensure that the hospital couldn't determine his identity immediately. She also transferred all the money from his WeChat and Alipay into her phone. His phone had a fingerprint lock, and she used his fingerprint to pay. After doing all this, she took him to the bar street outside the parking lot. The place where she called 120 was also on the bar street. Before long 120 arrived, and she stood calmly under a lamppost using Han Ying's phone to message his parents. She told them he had been beaten and asked them to go to the hospital to find him. After doing all this, Han Qingxia sold his phone to a small cell phone store by the roadside. Even if they reported to the police, they definitely wouldn't trace it back to Han Qingxia within 3 days, and by the time they investigated Han Ying's whereabouts and found him related to her, the apocalypse would have already begun. After beating Han Ying, Han Qingxia had an extra 30,000 yuan in her account. With that money, she replenished her supplies and emptied several shelves in a convenience store outside the mall, stuffing the items into her cart. Just as she was preparing to drive away, her car door suddenly swung open with a bang, and a man slumped onto her car. Han Qingxia's eyes darkened at that moment. Several stylishly dressed men and women approached and helped the man up. "Sorry, beautiful, my friend is drunk." One of the tattooed men waved at Han Qingxia to explain. After propping up the unconscious man, the group chatted and laughed as they left. "Damn it, Lao San went down after just 2 drinks. He said he could drink 1,000. I remember Lao San used to drink a lot. Maybe getting married has weakened him." Ha ha, ha ha. Laughter echoed. Han Qingxia leaned against the car window watching the group leave. Her gaze fell on the young man being held up in the middle. He hung his head, his body rigid, and the hands of his companions hanging by his side appeared an unnatural pale. However, soon the young man woke up. "What just happened to me?" "What happened?" "You got drunk. You've really become useless." "How much did I even drink?" "Stress from work, I need to go back." "What do you mean go back?" "Keep drinking. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." The group laughed and chatted as they left. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia's eyes deepened. She lowered her head to check the time on her phone. Today is the 9th. The zombie virus outbreak in my past life was on the 11th. The apocalypse began on 8/11. She returned to the hotel where she was staying. Her room was already piled high with things. She had greeted the front desk and asked someone to deliver the items, then opened the door to let them in. At this moment, the table, floor, and bed inside were all filled with items. There were also quite a few pieces of fried chicken that were still warm. With a wave of her hand, Han Qingxia stored all these into her space. She would spend the night here first and leave the next day. She couldn't waste the money she had spent. Before falling asleep, Han Qingxia first did 3 hours of physical training, exhausting herself to the limit. After breaking through her physical limits, she took a shower and then checked the surveillance of her shelter and the warehouse before preparing to sleep. Both sides were very peaceful. She spoke a few words to her video robot, asking it to keep an eye on her things, and she would return early the next morning. The robot, very human-like, responded and obediently watched over the items in the warehouse. Han Qingxia slept soundly in the hotel until 6 o'clock the next morning. She was awakened by the blaring sirens of police cars and ambulances. She was staying in a hotel in the city center, which had excellent soundproofing, but she was quite sensitive and would wake up at the slightest sound. The moment she heard the sirens, she rushed to the window. Pulling back the curtains to look down, she indeed saw countless police cars and ambulances on the street. Not far from the hotel she was staying at were crowded bars and entertainment venues. These police cars and ambulances were coming from there. She saw an ambulance parked in front of the bar she had seen yesterday, and several bloodied individuals were carried out from inside. A bad thought formed in her mind. Just then she heard the sound of hurried footsteps and urgent knocking out. Han Qingxia grabbed a shovel and walked to the door. First she looked through the peephole and saw hotel staff. She was anxious, but there were no wounds or blood on her and her complexion was normal. "What is it?" "Miss, I am from housekeeping. We've received multiple reports from guests who have fainted and need assistance. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Han Qingxia replied through the door. "Please remain patient in your room for a while. The hotel will extend your rest time for free. Sorry for the disturbance." The housekeeping staff moved on to the next room. At that moment, Han Qingxia's nerves jolted. The apocalypse had likely arrived early. "I must leave." Han Qingxia immediately grabbed her car keys, left the hotel, and didn't forget to take all the free water, drinks, and toiletries from her room. When she pushed open the door, she saw the housekeeping staff walking to the farthest room. After knocking several times, she took out a room key and opened the door. Han Qingxia saw her walk in. Soon she heard a hurried voice. Sir, what happened?" "Room 809, a guest has fainted, hurry." The staff called for help using her earpiece. Han Qingxia strode toward the elevator. As she entered an empty elevator, going down, the adjacent elevator going up opened simultaneously. A group of staff members emerged from the elevator, rushing toward the innermost guest room. As the elevator doors closed in front of Han Qingxia, she heard a piercing scream. This familiar sound. The zombie virus had broken out early. Han Qingxia decisively pressed for the 5th floor. She did not go to the reception area on the 1st floor. This was a hotel building connected to a shopping mall. The basement level 2 up to the 5th floor was a large shopping mall, the very one Han Qingxia had visited yesterday. The time was now 6 o'clock and the mall was closed. The earliest batch of employees wouldn't arrive until 8. Thus the mall area was truly a no man's land. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing was the crowd. She had to escape the crowd. Han Qingxia decisively headed down to the 5th floor. As expected, the mall on the 5th floor was dark. The lights were completely off. However, as she entered the 5th floor hall, she could clearly hear screaming outside. She glanced out the window and indeed saw chaos erupting on the streets. She witnessed a bloodied man burst out of a bar onto the street, pouncing on a woman who was out for a morning jog. He lunged at the woman's abdomen, knocking her down and tearing into her stomach. The woman screamed in agony, but nothing could stop the man from devouring her intestines. Blood splattered across his face as he savagely swallowed her heart and lungs. At 7 o'clock in the morning, there weren't many people in the city, only police cars and ambulances at work. A police car, seeing the incident, immediately stopped to drag the man away. The rescued woman lay in a pool of blood, and when no one was watching, her limbs began to convulse. After a few rapid spasms, she suddenly went still. Miss, are you still? The woman suddenly opened her gray, lifeless eyes and lunged at the person who had come to rescue her. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Han Qingxia watched the scene from the 5th floor window. This was the apocalypse. The apocalypse she was most familiar with. It had indeed come early. A whole day early. Welcome to the era of the apocalypse. Han Qingxia turned and dashed toward the 5th floor. She needed to leave via the escalator down to the B2 parking lot, avoiding all the elevators. As she ran into the empty shopping mall, the array of items before her caught her attention. Supplies. How could she leave empty-handed after passing through a treasure trove? She was determined to take everything here. Just then a voice echoed in her mind. Ding, Superlord system activated. You have 2 hours, and for every 1,000 yuan worth of supplies you carry away, you will receive a cubic meter of personal space. Han Qingxia, holding a baseball bat, exclaimed, yes. The divine assist is just what you need. With a crash, the glass in front of Han Qingxia shattered. She rushed in, arms outstretched, and anything she touched vanished into thin air. It directly entered her space. At this moment, Han Qingxia didn't care at all whether the surveillance cameras would catch her, because it was truly unnecessary. It was the apocalypse. Would anyone really check surveillance for stolen goods? Ding, detected 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing valued at 650,000, reward 65 cubic meters. Ding, detected 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing valued at 580,000, reward 58 cubic meters. Ding, detected 489 pieces of branded wedding dresses valued at 189,000, reward 189 cubic meters. Regardless of men's or women's clothing, children's clothing, underwear, shoes, bags, wedding dresses, and formal wear, Han Qingxia wanted them all. Moreover, this time the plundering of supplies was much more enjoyable than the first move. Even if her home was cleaned out, it was just a little, but this time the rewards were astronomical. Every store was worth hundreds of thousands to millions. She looted one store after another. Wherever she went, it was as clean as could be. About an hour later, Han Qingxia had completely looted all the luxury stores on these floors. She spared nothing. Various brands of women's wear, men's wear, children's wear, sportswear, shoes, bags, watches, and cosmetics, including the large jewelry and diamond store below. The latest models of pineapple phones and pineapple computers were being snatched up. SKI, the small light bulb cream la mer. All were being grabbed with fervor. The luxury bags she could only look at before and other high-end goods were all being snatched up. The sparkling and beautiful large diamond rings, gemstones, and gold in the display cases were all being taken. Her own space had already expanded to over 10,000 cubic meters. Items in high-end stores are expensive, with a single bag costing tens of thousands, but the inventory is low. Many luxury shops only have a surface layer of products. Customers must request items because the unit prices are so high that there is really no stock. And there were no ultra-high-end luxury goods priced over $1 million in this mall. Otherwise, Han Qingxia's space. Luxury goods are truly valuable. Han Qingxia arrived at the underground food area. She had already swept through the food area yesterday. Although she felt a bit wasteful spending money yesterday, it actually saved her a lot of time. Right now, time is of the essence. The zombie virus has just broken out and everyone is in a daze. She must finish looting in these 2 hours and escape quickly before the transportation system fails. If she hadn't spent money yesterday looking at these scattered and cheap stores, now she could only have hurried past them. However, Han Qingxia also took a few items with her as she ran through the food area. An oven, an ice cream maker, a coffee machine. These are items she can use to make food at home in the future. She sped past these places and arrived at the large supermarket she visited yesterday. Yesterday, she spent over $1 million here only buying a fragment of what was available. The supplies here are abundant. Han Qingxia jumped over the isolation barrier and leapt into the supermarket where she could loot even faster. She directly began grabbing from the shelves. She absorbed items from one shelf after another. One shelf of chocolates. One shelf of biscuits. One shelf of potato chips. One shelf of cooked sausages. Han Qingxia dashed into the back kitchen of both the fresh and cooked sections, grabbing frozen ham from the freezer. A freezer of rotisserie chicken. Everything she didn't buy yesterday was now hers. In less than half an hour, the entire large storage supermarket was looted clean by Han Qingxia. She was skating around the back, skating swiftly while looting. By the time she finished looting the supermarket, she still had 20 minutes left. At this moment, Han Qingxia noticed their internal elevator. Such large supermarkets have their own warehouses. Han Qingxia entered the staff elevator. When the elevator doors slowly opened in front of her, what greeted her eyes was row upon row of box supplies. Hundreds of boxes of premium rice and hundreds of boxes of imported snacks. Han Qingxia finally realized that the goods she took worth over $1 million yesterday were merely a fraction of what was here. There are indeed so many more. Han Qingxia finally realized that the goods she took worth over $1 million yesterday were merely a fraction of what was here. There are indeed so many more. Skating through the boxes of supplies, Han Qingxia moved swiftly. Everywhere she passed, shelves were left empty. When the system's 2-hour countdown ended, Han Qingxia, sweating, opened a bottle of ice cola and drank it down as the warehouse in front of her had been completely cleared. This time she harvested over 14800 cubic meters of space. Though it may seem small, 14800 cubic meters is roughly a space of 25 meters by 25 meters by 25 meters high. Though it is large, nearly the size of a 10-story building. The materials she swept away only accounted for 1%, not even filling one floor. And this largest mall in the city has been completely looted by her. All supplies are now in her space. Han Qingxia revealed a satisfied smile. She changed into running shoes, tossed the emptied cola bottle into the empty warehouse, took the internal elevator back to the supermarket, and returned via the staff stairs. Time's up. Heading home. She didn't take the elevator, but sent it to her floor before pressing down to the underground B2 parking lot. She went down together with its rhythm. Since there were sounds from the elevator going up and down, if there were any dangers in the parking lot, zombies would be attracted by the elevator. Safety first. Han Qingxia quickly hopped down the staff stairs. When she reached B2, the elevator she had arranged also arrived just in time. Ding! At the sound, Han Qingxia saw a woman who had intended to rush into the staff elevator turn towards the elevator, running while shouting, "Help! Help!" 2 blood-soaked individuals wearing employee uniforms followed closely behind her. "Don't come. Don't come. There are people inside. You eat her." The woman, seeing the open elevator doors, tried to dash inside to push the person out to face the monsters outside. But when the elevator doors opened, it was utterly empty inside. In her moment of shock, she was pounced upon by the monsters chasing her from behind. "Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Recognize who I am. I am Manager Wang. Don't bite me." The woman screamed loudly, and in that moment she suddenly noticed the staff stairs door she was about to exit had been opened. A young girl dressed in simple sportswear stepped out. The woman was taken aback upon seeing her. This person looked somewhat familiar. "Isn't that the girl she called poor yesterday? Help me. Help me." She excitedly waved at Han. "You save me. I will give you our store's gold card." "No. I will give you a piece of clothing. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. Help me." Han Qingxia, holding a baseball bat in one hand, could only do one thing in the situation, and that was to quickly leave while the woman shouted louder, "Thank you for being somewhat useful before your death." Boom. She pressed down on the accelerator. Han Qingxia sped out of the garage. It was now just past 8 o'clock. The city was gradually waking up. Because the zombie virus broke out in the morning, these 2 hours plunged everyone into confusion and terror. The first to suffer were the breakfast shops that opened early, sanitation workers, the bus system, and 24-hour operating places. These open locations with congregated populations would descend into chaos as soon as one case of mutation occurred. This morning, emergency services were overwhelmed. Those trying to call for help couldn't get through. The city's functional departments were paralyzed. Next were the office workers, like those in the mall where Han Qingxia worked, as this was working hours. Fortunately, employees who needed to take public transport were mostly stuck on the road with no vehicles left. Unfortunately for those who had already boarded the vehicles, getting on the bus was like stepping into hell. Numerous elderly people fainted on the crowded buses, and once they stood up, the people on the entire bus had nowhere to escape. Some fortunate individuals like manager Wang managed to arrive at their workplace. They either had their own cars or rode electric bikes, arriving lucky only to find that the main entrance was closed today. Gathering in small groups, everyone felt strange only to see someone covered in blood staggering towards them. It was the beginning of the apocalypse. Everyone who saw the scene could only think it was a fight or that danger was imminent. Kind-hearted individuals rushed to help only to receive a zombie card in return. Such situations were occurring all over the city. Everything was falling apart. Han Qingxia knew this was just the beginning. There were still many people trapped in their homes. Now was the best time to leave while everyone was still in shock. In a moment, a wave of collective fleeing would erupt, paralyzing all traffic. Help! At that moment, a young woman with outstretched arms appeared in front of Han Qingxia. Her boyfriend was currently helping an elderly person who had fallen on the roadside. Stop the car. Someone has fainted here. Please stop and take her to the hospital. The woman stood in the middle of the road, her arms wide open to flag down the vehicle. At this moment, Han Qingxia was the only car on the entire street. Who knew why there were so few vehicles today? The emergency lines were unreachable. Finally, she spotted a car ahead. She had to stop it. Standing right in the middle of the road, Han Qingxia looked at the woman before her, her gaze slightly cold, her right foot pressed down fully on the accelerator. Whoosh! The woman attempting to block the road was startled by Han Qingxia's full throttle acceleration, not even swerving. Fortunately, she managed to dodge just in time, otherwise she would have been directly hit. What kind of person are you? Not only do you refuse to help, but you also want to run me over. Crazy. Cold-blooded. Selfish. Heartless. Pervert. Honey, are you okay? I have never seen someone like that before. Not helping and not slowing down, almost crashing into me. Watch out when you stand on the roadside to flag cars. There are so many selfish people in this world. How many are as kind as us? You should take a picture and expose her online. Just as he was speaking, the man suddenly shouted loudly. His neck was bitten hard by someone. The one biting him was the elderly woman he was trying to assist. At this moment, the old lady woke up from her fainting state, opened her dull gray eyes, and bit down hard on his neck. Fresh blood sprayed out instantly. Honey. The woman quickly took a few steps back and then rushed forward, hitting the old lady with her bag. Let go of my husband. Let go of my husband. She kicked and struck the zombie old lady. Seizing the moment, she loosened her grip to pull her husband up. Honey, let's hurry to the hospital. Are you okay? The woman supported her husband with one hand while trying to fend off the zombie old lady, who was getting back up. She realized that no matter how much she hit, the opponent was unharmed. Even more terrifying, the old lady's arms and legs were bending in ways that defied human logic. Her pale face was gray to the point of having no color, her lifeless eyes fixed on them, her mouth wide open, revealing crimson-stained teeth. She looked just like zombies on television. Fear finally began to grip the woman. Could this really be a zombie? Just then, she was suddenly tackled to the ground by someone beside her, her zombie husband biting down on her neck. Husband. Husband. It's me. The old lady zombie pounced on her, tearing open her abdomen, greedily biting into her. In the moment her intestines were violently pulled out, the last image she saw was the exhaust of a speeding car. The car that had just passed without stopping. Han Qingxia caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the woman being tackled and bitten, immediately looking away. Kindness. Warmth. Sorry, those were things only found in paradise. And here was hell. Han Qingxia floored the accelerator. Whoosh. Boom. Bang. As she sprinted forward, she noticed the road ahead was becoming increasingly chaotic. Countless vehicles and crowds were fleeing against Han Qingxia's direction. Ahead at the intersection, several cars were overturned, blocking most of the lane. As Han Qingxia maneuvered around these vehicles, she saw that beside the open car doors were groups of zombies pouncing on the cars, emitting black smoke, tearing into the drivers and passengers inside. Screams rose and fell, blood gushed out. Sensing Han Qingxia pass by, the zombies seemed to have caught the scent of fresh prey and began to chase after her car. All moving creatures were their targets. The entire street intersection was in chaos. Han Qingxia's brows furrowed. This road was wrong. How could there be so many zombies? Suddenly, Han Qingxia spotted a huge red cross up ahead. Damn it. A hospital. She had just been wondering why this road was so violently erupting. It turned out there was a hospital. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingxia directly barreled through the swarm of over a dozen zombies rushing past this intersection. The hospital was a disaster zone, but breaking through its perimeter would bring safety. Zombies pouring from several entrances on the left of the intersection saw Han Qingxia's vehicle approaching against the flow, and they surged toward her car in droves. A female zombie in a nurse's uniform covered in blood was the fastest, crashing through the barricade on the left and lunging at Han Qingxia's car. Bang! A bloody handprint smashed against Han Qingxia's windshield. The female zombie opened her bloody mouth wide, smashing against the windshield, trying to bite through. At such close range, Han Qingxia could clearly see her mangled face. Her nose was completely chewed off, leaving only a bloody black hole. The skin of her right eyelid was entirely gone and her eye bulged out of its socket, as if it could fall at any moment. One side of her mouth was torn open to reveal bone, while the other still faintly showed the shiny lip gloss she had applied that morning. R. Having failed to bite through Han Qingxia after several attempts, the nurse zombie grew anxious, widening her bloody mangled mouth muscles, straining as she ripped her half-exposed face open wider, lunging to smash through Han Qingxia's window. Screech. With a sharp break, Han Qingxia executed a beautiful drift, spinning 360 degrees in place, sending the zombie flying off while simultaneously shaking off the wave of zombies trying to pounce on her. Zombies. There was nothing to fear. She had killed too many. Her foot pressed the accelerator again, and with a roar she continued to charge forward, breaking free from the hospital's perimeter. As Han Qingxia sped through an intersection just as she was about to escape the hospital's range, there was a loud crash. A massive truck with 22 wheels lost control and crashed into a small car directly in front of Han Qingxia, blocking the intersection she needed to pass through. There was no way to avoid it. Boom. Crash. A thunderous sound of vehicles overturning erupted. Han Qingxia's head was jolted violently. It was the airbags that caused the jolt. At this moment in the large intersection, a huge truck was crushing 7 or 8 small cars sideways, completely blocking the path. Han Qingxia's car was safely positioned just 10 centimeters beneath the massive tire that had flipped over. After narrowly avoiding disaster with her head ringing from the airbag, she punched the airbag in front of her, attempting to restart the car. Damn it. The car was broken. Han Qingxia hadn't considered fixing it earlier. First time was tight. Second, she didn't have much money, and third, in the later stages of the apocalypse, she rarely used a car. Because while she had a car, there was no fuel. Fuel was an incredibly scarce resource in the later stages. It was needed for everything, and using it for vehicles was far too extravagant. Han Qingxia had become accustomed to close range, walking mid-range, using modified bicycles or other vehicles, and for long distances, she wouldn't go. Why would she go that far? In the apocalypse, recklessness would only lead to death. Therefore, as a consumable, Han Qingxia hadn't considered a fuel vehicle as one of her essential investments. Damn it, now the car was out of commission, and it had set her back. R. The rustling sounds from outside grew closer. Inside the car, Han Qingxia rubbed her head, and once her consciousness cleared, she calmly surveyed her surroundings, unbuckled her seatbelt, and pushed open the car door. As the door opened, a shovel appeared in her hand. A knife was useless against zombies. The blade was thin, the area narrow, and once it went into the flesh, it couldn't be pulled out. But a shovel. Bang! Han Qingxia slammed it down, directly flattening the nearest old zombie that lunged at her. Following up with a kick. Clang! Her shovel head had already embedded into the zombie elder's skull, severing its brainstem. At this point, this zombie was completely dead. She twirled the shovel in her hand, slightly disappointed as she pulled it out. It was still early. The zombie's brains didn't have any crystal cores. Since it was like this, she became even more brutal and straightforward in her killings. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Han Qingxia found a spot with fewer zombies, and using 1 shovel per person, charged through, clearing the back end of the accident scene. At this point, the zombies were mainly gathered at the front of the accident, where the smell of blood was the strongest. Han Qingxia moved quickly and efficiently, making little noise. Seizing the opportunity while there weren't many zombies, she rushed out from the accident scene. Just as she was about to burst through the intersection, she heard screams from a nearby vehicle that had also been hit, but the people inside were still alive. It was a very valuable sports car. She's killing people. The girl in the passenger seat screamed, trembling as she clutched her boyfriend's hand, terrified at the sight of Han Qingxia killing without mercy. Han Qingxia shot a cold glance at their car. The airbags had deployed in that vehicle as well. She looked away. It was a useless car. Just like the people inside, equally useless. Han Qingxia continued to retreat, needing to find another vehicle to leave, and if she couldn't, she would have to run out of the city. At that moment, the door of the vehicle behind her opened. "Can you take us with you?" A young man in the driver's seat opened the door and urgently sought Han Qingxia's help. "If you take us to a safe place, I'll pay you. My dad is the chairman of Dongping Group. We have plenty of money. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Han Qingxia couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, continuing to run forward. "Honey, what are you saying to her? She's a killer. There are so many people. We need to call the police and have her arrested." "Shut up." The man saw Han Qingxia not even turning back as she dove down a small path, and he pulled the woman next to him to follow quickly. Bang, bang, bang. After clearing 5 zombies, Han Qingxia finally left the hospital area. This was a small alley in a residential area. At this time, the residential area had not erupted into a large-scale zombie outbreak, since the vast majority of people were trapped at home. Han Qingxia walked along the green belt, an area devoid of people, occasionally encountering a few sanitation worker zombies or morning jogger zombies, which were easily dealt with. While she walked, she was on the lookout for vehicles. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen a single one. Meanwhile, 2 little tails were following her behind. "Honey, this road is too hard to walk on. I can't move in high heels. If you can't move, then get lost." The man was losing patience. After being scolded, the woman's face instantly filled with grievance. She tried to act cute to win her boyfriend's sympathy. Honey, to her surprise, her usual tactic got her only a single response. "How did I end up with such a useless and brainless woman? You can't do anything and you're just dragging me down. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Get lost." Hearing this, the woman's charming face froze. She bit her lip, looking at Han Qingxia up ahead, who was wielding a shovel, and her boyfriend, who had run ahead, and she didn't say another word, limping along in her high heels to follow. Han Qingxia made her way through the green belt when she finally spotted an open delivery truck in front of a convenience store. A vehicle. If she couldn't find a car, she would have to sneak into a dealership to steal one. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia sprinted toward the delivery truck, and the couple behind quickly chased after her. When Han Qingxia reached the truck, she was delighted to find the keys still in the ignition and the doors wide open. There was no one inside. She casually glanced back at the convenience store. At this moment, the convenience store was also empty, with not a single person inside, only a pool of blood on the counter. It seemed that this place had also not escaped, likely because someone had turned and scared everyone away. After retrieving the car keys, adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, she dashed back inside to scavenge a wave of supplies. You should know that spending an extra half a minute to clear out the store now would save her 100-fold in time and difficulty trying to scavenge the same supplies later. The zombie era isn't just about a few seconds now, but a forever harsh future. After escaping, the circumstances would only grow more dire. No one ever complains about having too many supplies. Han Qingxia made a quick decision with her heel and dove in for another haul. By the time the little tails following her rushed and the convenience store was almost entirely cleared out. Han Qingxia didn't bother with the shelves this time. The convenience store was small, and with quick runs back and forth, she absorbed all the supplies. Various snacks, daily necessities, and the handheld rice balls, sushi, boxed meals, bread, cakes, and ice creams that Han Qingxia used to love. In addition, drinks were basically all gone. "Is this a newly opened convenience store?" the woman panted as she entered, only to find that there was hardly anything left. Han Qingxia knew she had little tails following her, so as she was about to leave, she pretended to carry 2 buckets of water and headed towards the truck in front of them. "Hey, you didn't pay. Plus you took the stuff. What are we going to eat later?" The woman loudly questioned Han Qingxia, refusing to back down. Her words earned her a response from the man beside her. "Are you out of your mind?" After cursing at her, he tried to catch up with Han Qingxia. "Miss, can you take me away? Take me to Wanjia Mansion in the west of the city. Once there, I'll pay you $1 million. Han Qingxia climbed into the truck and slammed the door shut. Feeling a bit interested, she replied, "Do you really think money is useful at a time like this?" The man's face instantly darkened. Money was useless now, not even a little bit. He watched helplessly as Han Qingxia drove the delivery truck away. "Honey, look. She's not giving you any face, and no matter what you say, she won't pay attention to you. We should call the police." "Idiot. Do you think the police and money are still useful right now?" the man shouted angrily. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully broke out of the city and made it to the suburban roads. As she drove away from the big city, the number of zombies and mutations on the road decreased significantly. The outskirts appeared to be unaffected for now. Screech. Han Qingxia parked the truck in front of her warehouse. Woof woof. Summer immediately sensed Han Qingxia's arrival and barked excitedly. Han Qingxia went over and rubbed its head. "You've worked hard." After bringing Summer along, she also took a large pile of supplies from the warehouse. These were the supplies Han Qingxia had procured yesterday from the farmer's market and supermarket. With a wave of her hand, all the dense supplies entered her space. Her space could hold the chickens, ducks, and lambs she had bought yesterday. Remembering this, she tried to bring Summer inside. However, woof woof woof. She couldn't put him in. She gathered that the system could only store low intelligence living beings with food attributes. Dogs wouldn't do. So living humans definitely wouldn't work either. Han Qingxia wasn't too disappointed at having this feature. Was great, but if it didn't exist, it was no big deal. She always believed her own strength was the real strength. Such a powerful system should not be overly relied upon. It could only be a means to enhance her own abilities, completely integrating that power into her own. Otherwise, if the system disappeared or something unexpected happened, she would surely be doomed. After sweeping the warehouse clean of supplies, Han Qingxia closed the door and left. Straight to her bomb shelter. Back to her crafted doomsday refuge. An hour later. Han Qingxia collapsed onto her super soft cloud sofa, opened a bottle of cola, and heated up the steak and shrimp she had packed from the Michelin restaurant yesterday in the microwave, watching the current news with Summer. Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. This morning, a significant number of bloody assaults occurred. Let's join our reporter on the scene to understand the situation. In the live news broadcast, a reporter followed the camera into an area cordoned off by police tape. In his footage, it was indeed the hotel near where Han Qingxia had escaped this morning. A large police cordon had been erected along the bar street. Inside the cordon, police were desperately using smoke bombs and other dispersal weapons to push back the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, but their efforts yielded little effect. Amidst the thick smoke, there were heads bobbing and screams echoing intermittently. Vehicles around were overturned or damaged, and the ambulance was trapped in the center with medical personnel unsure of where to go. Clearly, after the incident, a group of people tried to flee, but were unable to escape. "Leave. Get away," shouted a police officer at the edge of the cordon, pushing back those attempting to come closer. "The scene is really bloody," a reporter said with a serious and anxious look. "We don't know the cause for now. Let's interview someone in the know." At that moment, the reporter saw an injured person emerging from the smoke and immediately rushed towards him with, "Sir, hello, do you know?" A dreadful scream followed, causing the camera to shake violently as if the cameraman behind had also been attacked. When the camera fell heavily to the ground, everyone saw the reporter being knocked down hard by the person who had run out, and a splash of blood erupted onto the lens. Beep! The screen went completely dark and the interview was abruptly interrupted. Citizens watching the live news at home were left in shock by the scene. Han Qingxia watched the halted city broadcast with a slight lift of her brow. She had withdrawn in a timely manner. Had she been any later, it would not have gone so smoothly. She switched channels with the remote to the next station. The provincial television station was currently broadcasting content for a news segment that had already been prepared. The latest news from the local station had a delay. While the city station could broadcast live news, the provincial station had yet to catch up. After reporting an economic news item, the host continued with a flu warning with a smile. "Recently, the flu has been ongoing, and we urge everyone to reduce outings to avoid cross-infection." At that moment, a bloodied staff member suddenly rushed onto the program set. Director cut. Before he could finish his words into the earpiece, the man who had just collapsed on his desk lunged forward. Immediately afterward, a beep, and the television station displayed no signal. He attempted to glance towards the director, and in an instant it seemed as if he had seen something horrifying, panic flooding his eyes. Director cut. Before he could finish his words into the earpiece, the man who had just collapsed on his desk lunged forward. Immediately afterward, a beep, and the television station displayed no signal. Such incidents were occurring across numerous television stations. Some had erupted early while others had done so later. Those that erupted early had already lost their broadcast signals, leaving only a screen of static, while those that erupted later were seen live by viewers. On this day, all institutions were falling one after another. Beep beep beep. Han Qingxia switched through several channels, discovering that apart from a few stations with fixed animations and dramas, all others had gone dark. Soon, all interrupted signals were switched to the national channel. A line of text on a pure black background appeared on the big screen. Emergency notice. A nationwide phenomenon of attacks has emerged. We urge all citizens not to go out. All schools are suspended, all commercial institutions are closed, and please secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national channel cut off all signals and uniformly broadcast the notice, repeating await rescue 3 times. Han Qingxia was all too familiar with the scene. In her past life during the outbreak of the apocalypse, the television station also released such announcements. Initially, everyone believed the content of the announcement, thinking the crisis would soon be resolved. But little did they know it was a catastrophic blow. The zombie virus had no solution. Other than sealing everything at the first moment and eliminating all infected individuals, including those with even minor injuries, there was no other way. By the time the higher-ups responded, the zombie virus had already fully erupted. They ultimately gave up on comprehensive rescue, resorting to local self-help. Later on, they completely stopped issuing any notifications. Everyone was left to fend for themselves. The national machinery had disintegrated. By the time the grassroots citizens realized the food supplies at home had already been nearly depleted, no one would actively deliver supplies to them. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the true apocalypse had begun. They had to find ways to gather supplies. Han Qingxia had been quite lucky in her past life. She witnessed the mutations at the first hospital where the outbreak occurred. Knowing the horror of the zombie virus, after returning with her sister-in-law, she immediately instructed the Han family to close all doors and windows and not open any doors. This way she avoided the initial crisis of the zombie outbreak. At that time her community had been screaming for 3 days and nights. Every household that had opened their doors was completely wiped out. Later, everyone gradually discovered the pattern that making no noise and keeping doors and windows shut could temporarily avoid the zombies. While everyone was hiding, Han Qingxia decisively ventured out to gather supplies. At that time, the zombies had relatively low attack power. Moreover, the vast majority of people had not reacted. Everyone shrank back in their homes, afraid to move. Fully armed, wrapped tightly, Han Qingxia cautiously went out to the community supermarket to gather supplies. She returned safely without incident. However, when she returned, the Han family was initially reluctant to open the door. They were worried that Han Qingxia had been infected. It was Xia who kept calling from inside, attracting more and more zombies. They feared that the zombies would surround their home, which was why they finally let Han Qingxia in. After confirming that Han Qingxia had not been injured and had brought back a large quantity of supplies, their expressions changed completely, and they surrounded her with flattering smiles. At that time, Han Qingxia regarded them as true family, and after a few soothing words from them and some self-reprimanding, she divided the supplies among them and even provided them with many strategies for dealing with zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that others had not yet dared to act, she took Han Ying and her father several times to haul supplies back home. Other households had long run out of supplies. Seeing Han Qingxia's actions, they gradually began to learn, and the apocalypse entered its second phase once again. Seizing supplies. Soon their community store was cleaned out of supplies. During this process, a significant number of residents perished. Throughout, Han Qingxia remained cautious and even forcefully repelled several waves of neighbors coming to demand supplies, protecting the Han family until the rescue vehicle arrived. The third phase of the apocalypse began. There was rescue. Han Qingxia learned from the radio that the rescue vehicle was coming and decisively took her whole family to the rescue point. At that time, the Han family was reluctant to go. They felt that with Han Qingxia around, it was quite safe. After all, the rescue convoy reported on the radio does not imply where you are, they drive over to save you. Rather, there is only one rescue route. They announced several relatively safe areas for residents to gather, and the rescue convoy would take them when passing by. How dangerous could that be? Especially when the Han family realized that the rescue point was quite far from them, they were even more resistant. What if something happened along the way? The elderly and pregnant among them, what would they do? Han Qingxia tried to persuade them with reason not to seek temporary comfort. Only by going to the rescue point could they be truly safe, where the state would provide food and Han Ying's wife could give birth, and the elderly like Han Laodai would have a safe place to live. Most importantly, Han Qingxia speculated that this wave of rescue would definitely not last. They needed to seize this opportunity to leave quickly, or else later no one would want them. After much discussion, the Han family decided to heed Han Qingxia's advice and leave with all their supplies. In fact, all of Han Qingxia's predictions turned out to be correct. They caught the last and only wave of rescue. Later, urban rescue would be completely abandoned. There were too many zombies and the area could not be contained, so they could only rescue one wave of people and then designate a safe zone as a base. A base as a gathering place for humanity to resist zombies was the inevitable trend in the later stages. This was the fourth stage of the apocalypse, the era of base civilization. Moreover, joining the base early was an extreme stroke of luck. Not only was there free supply of goods in the early phase, but also free housing. Of those who entered the base later would have to offer everything they had. And they could only find a place to build their own shelter. The later they entered, the worse it was. It can be said that Han Qingxia was always on the right path. However, the only mistake she made was treating the Han family as her own. She selflessly planned for the Han family only to be kicked out to fend off zombies. Han Qingxia awoke completely after being kicked away by them. One must learn to truly love oneself and grow up. One should never desire things that do not belong to her. The so-called family was merely her delusion. After narrowly escaping from a sea of corpses, Han Qingxia found herself in another base, and her mindset changed completely. She no longer needed love or to be loved, as she became absolutely cold-blooded and rebellious to her core. This was the fifth stage of the apocalypse, an era of awakened abilities. Becoming the only self-defense team leader without any abilities. She stood her ground among a group of ability users as an ordinary person, and her small team consistently ranked first. Everyone knew that if Han Qingxia had even a bit of ability, not to mention the self-defense team, the entire base could have been hers. Her strength lay within herself. However, as time went on, the opposition between humans and zombies became increasingly difficult. The bases ruled by different factions turned into a chaotic mess, and Han Qingxia perished in the siege of zombies surrounding her base. I won't think about it anymore. I will never go to someone else's base. Han Qingxia rubbed her forehead. She pulled herself back from the memories of her past life. The divided bases were not a place for humanity to breathe. Without rules and regulations in the early stages, everything grew wildly. It wasn't a paradise for ordinary people, it was better described as a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. There were very few truly good bases where people could live relatively peacefully. Han Qingxia had also gained infamy in the base for her ruthlessness, gradually reaching a point where others dared not provoke her. One could not survive there without being ruthless. This is my base. She looked at the air raid shelter she had built, her eyes lighting up. She wanted to make her base stronger and stronger. To turn it into her true fortress of steel. After casually checking other stations and confirming that all signals were cut off with no useful information, she stood up to further reinforce her base. She remembered that the reinforcement reward period for her base hadn't ended yet. Han Qingxia had eaten her fill and brought Xia Tian to the edge of her vegetable garden. She marked out an area and used a pile of branches and dead wood she had collected earlier to build a simple chicken and duck pen. Once the pen was set up, she waved her hand. The 20 or so chickens and ducks she had bought earlier all went in. She also set up a sheep pen and placed 2 lambs inside. Ding! Detected farm animals, chickens, ducks, sheep. Reward: farm animals reproduction and health reach maximum. Never suffer from disease. Han Qingxia. She had already seen a hen cluck and lay a steaming egg right before her eyes. What a great boon. Keep going. Han Qingxia searched for a piece of land near the orchard, primarily looking for a water source close to her well and in a low-lying area, and began digging a pond. Digging a pond was physical labor. She dug alone for an entire day and finally excavated a pond of a decent size. When the pond was dug out, she opened a waterway from her well, and once the waterway was cleared, water rushed in immediately. Once the pond was full, she waved her hand and released fish and shrimp into it. To prevent her shrimp from being eaten by the fish, the middle of her pond was partitioned. Fish and shrimp were raised separately. Ding! Detected fish pond and shrimp pond. Reward: fish and shrimp reproduction and health reach maximum. Never suffer from disease. Initially, Han Qingxia was quite worried. Raising fish and shrimp required certain skills. She was concerned that she wouldn't do well. Unexpectedly, the system directly arranged everything for her. A powerful system is truly beneficial. She could just forge ahead while the system took care of the rest. After arranging her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, Han Qingxia seized the time to further reinforce her base. She had been a small team leader in the self-defense team in her previous life and had solid knowledge in construction and security. Her basic defensive structures were already built, including high-voltage barbed wire razor blades, large iron gates, and basic air raid shelter defenses. Now she needed some offensive facilities. She couldn't get large offensive facilities, but digging simple traps was no problem. She asked Xia Tian to watch the house while she began setting traps 500 meters outside the barbed wire. If someone comes falling into the trap first is a warning. They should leave quickly. Han Qingxia spent a day digging 10 trap pits. She considered the vast majority of paths that outsiders could take to enter. They were set along their only route. Once she finished digging the traps, a sound rang in her mind. Ding! Detected traps 10. Reward: trap attack power increased. Han Qingxia hadn't even had time to rejoice when another voice came. Ding! Basic defense complete. Starting rating. Basic security completed. Basic storage completed. Basic energy completed. Basic agricultural and livestock sustainable productivity completed. Basic combat power configuration 1. Base war dog completion rate 50%. Reward: a class big gift package. Congratulations on achieving 100% safety increase for the entire base. 1 precision crossbow tower. 100 short arrows. 1 advanced multifunction armored vehicle. 1,000 tons of fuel. As the system rewards were announced, Han Qingxia's base was once again revitalized. The electrified barbed wire and gates underwent a transformation, growing taller and thicker by double. It instilled an overwhelming sense of security. A tower-like arrow tower suddenly rose directly above her air defense cave. She now had an additional 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a very beautiful luxury armored vehicle. Han Qingxia immediately took out her armored vehicle. The oversized armored car with camouflage patterns radiated a cold, hard dominance under the sunlight. Han Qingxia quickly got inside the vehicle to test it out. She had driven military vehicles before, and she could drive armored ones. However, she had never driven such a high-quality armored vehicle. With super off-road capability and protection, the armored vehicle was equipped with a small-caliber flamethrower turret, and both the engine and the turret utilized fuel directly. The tires enhanced by the system were sturdier than tracked steel plates. They also maintained agility and speed. The body strength was 100 times that of ordinary armored vehicles. The vehicle's body was covered with hidden panels ready to activate with a single button in the driver's cabin, fully enclosing the armored vehicle. Han Qingxia could charge through hordes of zombies with this vehicle without any issues. This was indeed the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle. It was incomparable on the market. After taking a round and familiarizing herself with all the functions of the armored vehicle, Han Qingxia reluctantly got out of her battle vehicle. After getting out of the vehicle, she rushed to her tower. Inside her air defense cave, a 2-story staircase had already been expanded. Han Qingxia climbed the staircase and entered the newly rewarded precision crossbow tower. 8 long narrow windows formed perfect sniper openings covering a radius of 1,000 meters around Han Qingxia's air defense cave. A 360-degree rotating precision crossbow was positioned in the center of the tower with 10 barrels of short arrows neatly stacked beside it, each barrel containing 100 steel-tipped barbed wooden arrows. Han Qingxia took an arrow and placed it on the crossbow, aiming at a bird within her territory. Whoosh! The short arrow pierced the air. Thud! A bird that had been perched at the edge of her air defense cave fell to the ground in response. Han Qingxia immediately ran with Xia Tian to the spot where she had just killed the bird. The bird lay still on the ground, devoid of breath, with the short arrow penetrating its entire body. Hardly any sound, with immense penetrating power. This is simply the perfect weapon for the apocalypse. Han Qingxia exerted some effort to retrieve the barbed short arrow. These were sustainable resources, so of course she had to reclaim them to save for later. Han Qingxia, satisfied, walked back with Xia Tian. Looking at her increasingly powerful base, she couldn't help but think about when the system had just announced the rewards that she had only received and a class reward. If she were to achieve a higher completion rate, would the rewards be more plentiful? At this moment she thought of the part she was missing. The combat power configuration of the base was only 50. Because she only had Xia Tian as a dog. Did this mean she didn't have enough dogs? It seemed she would have to find more opportunities to adopt several dogs later. Let's go. Xia Tian, time to eat. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia returned to her upgraded air defense cave with Xia Tian. After a hearty meal, Han Qingxia began to go online. It was now the 3rd day since the apocalypse began. The internet was still available. After the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply was quickly affected. Countless zombie corpses floated on the surface of the water purification pool at the water treatment plant, and the water source was infected instantly. Electricity, on the other hand, lasted a bit longer. In some smaller cities, the power supply system was inadequate. After the zombie crisis erupted, power was cut off immediately, while well-equipped power systems could last 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia remembered that in her last life, a city had power for 3 months. After the electricity was cut off, the internet followed suit. Of course, in the later stages, hardly anyone was online anymore. In the early days, survivors still had some supplies with water and food hiding at home. They didn't know what else to do but go online. A week later, when the water and food ran out, who still had the mood to go online? Help! I'm trapped in my bedroom. My parents are banging on my door desperately. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I've finished my last bottle of Coke. Who will come to save me? Does anyone know the owner of A101 in Shishir Garden? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I really want to know how she is doing. Woo-woo. I've run out of water at home. I still have some snacks, but no water. What should I do without water? Didn't they say there would be rescue? How come I've been waiting for 3 days and still no rescue? Recording the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The corridors are filled with whales. The food in the fridge is almost gone. My dad wants me to go out to find food for my little brother and sister. He said if I don't go, he'll throw me out. Now that I'm older, I have to contribute to the family. The old are old and the young are young. Everyone wish me good luck. Go for it. Ching ching. Han Qingxia looked at the overwhelming variety of posts and noticed a record post from a girl called Desire for Eternal Sunny Days. She opened the record page she published. She had been sharing her life even before the apocalypse. Han Qingxia noticed that she also lost her mother early. Her father remarried and her stepmother soon gave birth to a younger brother and sister. She had directly become invisible in this family. Fortunately, they managed to hide at home during the early days of the apocalypse, but soon their food supply was insufficient. At such times, was there any need for further thought? She would definitely be pushed out. It's a wonder she remained so optimistic after being sold off. She really went out foolishly. Han Qingxia saw that the girl's latest post was 5 minutes ago. She typed a line of text on the screen. First, arm your body, wear the thickest and sturdiest clothes at home, wrap your hands and feet with tape 3 times, wear a helmet and carry a bag. Designate a route aiming for the nearest convenience store from home, and don't go anywhere else. If you have a shovel or a baseball bat at home, use these as weapons. Don't use a bedboard or a kitchen knife. Kitchen knives can't cut through zombies, and even if you stab them, you can't pull them out. If you encounter zombies outside, aim for their heads. Their weakness is the head. Don't be afraid of them. It's early on. If you overcome your fear, you can defeat them. After finishing the last sentence, Han Qingxia pressed the send button. Perhaps she saw a glimpse of her past self in this little girl. Han Qingxia generously gifted her a set of experience. However, whether she listens or can see it depends on her fate. After sending the message, she began her physical training at the base. She aimed to elevate her physical fitness to the peak levels of her past. As she started her workouts, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding, Superlord system activated. Limited time of 10 days. The host's combat power enhancement will yield rewards. The final reward will be rated based on completion. Han Qingxia. Her training was infused with renewed vigor. This time she aimed for 100% completion reward. Roar. Han Qingxia commenced an intense, militarized physical training in her air raid shelter. 354. 355. 356. 360. Han Qingxia, drenched in sweat, finished her 360 sets of physical training. By the end of the last plank, she felt as if her body was about to fall apart. She was utterly drained of energy. Her body felt completely exhausted. Yet as she pushed herself, she could distinctly feel her limits being shattered time and again. She was improving, growing stronger. This set of training was taught to her by her most loyal little brother Su Xiaoyang back at the base. He was once a soldier. After the apocalypse broke out, he came to a city for rescue, but was abandoned during the mission. Su Xiaoyang's companions perished, leaving him as the sole survivor, who fled to the Earth base, where Han Qingxia was, and she saved him. He had always been taciturn, preferring to act rather than speak, and was Han Qingxia's most crucial weapon. Many teams tried to poach him, but he remained loyal, as soldiers often had a high degree of loyalty. Once he recognized Han Qingxia, he would not easily betray her. Later, he sacrificed himself in front of Han Qingxia during the zombie siege. After finishing her physical training, Han Qingxia reflected on her past life, realizing that her trajectory had changed. To the people and events from her previous life should no longer intersect with her. One should be content in this life. She had summer just like before. Dragging her weary body, she took a shower and steamed a pot of rice with an electric rice cooker while heating 10 self-heating meals in the microwave. She also fried 5 fragrant crispy fried eggs. After showering, Han Qingxia covered all the dishes over the rice, opened a bottle of cola, and sat in front of the computer to eat. With high consumption, one must eat more. She had an abundance of supplies, including sustainably produced eggs, duck eggs, chicken, and fish. She could eat however she pleased. As she opened her computer to find a movie to watch, she noticed several messages flooding in from the reply page she had just sent. I took your advice and crossed over from the least populated back garden in our community. Indeed, I didn't see any zombies. I have successfully rushed to the convenience store. I just filmed 3 people and I was terrified. Fortunately, it was all safe. There was no one in the convenience store. I filled a bag with supplies. Now I'm heading back. Thank you, Brother Qingxia. Han Qingxia looked at the words Brother Qingxia and chuckled softly. Her online name was Qingxia, which seemed to imply that she was being regarded as a man. She thought for a moment, found her private message entry, and replied to her. Don't go home. Block the convenience store door and stay in the staff storage room. There was water and food, and convenience stores usually had good locations. The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the morning and the zombies on the streets appeared numerous, but in reality they were not. Blocking the convenience store's main entrance and hiding in a narrow storage room with food and water, she could be among the first to evacuate when rescue vehicles arrive. It was the residential areas filled with people that were truly dangerous. A large number of lurking zombies hid in every corner of the residential area, and as people came out in search of supplies, the community would face a massive zombie crisis. Being able to escape and avoid the crowds was the safe place. However, Han Qingxia received no further replies to her warnings. Perhaps she returned home lucky to reach her house, or unfortunately perished on the road. She didn't look anymore. She found a relaxing movie to watch while eating. Meanwhile, she downloaded all the movies, TV shows, and novels she could. These were all side dishes for her meal. After finishing her meal, Han Qingxia took a stroll outside with Summer to check on the surroundings of her base, tending to the chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep she raised. After returning, she continued her training. The training lasted until late at night, and she finally exhaustedly went to rest. The next morning, after getting up and starting her physical training, she clearly felt her strength and endurance increasing. Her muscles ached all over, but she gritted her teeth and completed her training before starting to shower and cook. Another large bowl of rice, but today's dishes were roasted chicken and military hot pot. These were all food she had scavenged from the big supermarket. Stored in her space, none had spoiled. Adding some water and turning on the power, the military hot pot steamed a large pot of food. There were slices of beef, shrimp, various beef balls, chicken balls, fish balls, and all kinds of mushrooms, including enoki mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. Various vegetables abundant in variety and quantity. This was a pot meant for 4 people. Han Qingxia devoured it all by herself. Plus a few fragrant fried eggs. These were fresh eggs laid by her chickens. She checked this morning and now her chicken coop produced about 20 eggs daily. She couldn't eat all the eggs, so she left some in the coop to hatch chicks. Once her supplies increased, she would store more in the warehouse. After a hearty meal, she leisurely sipped a cup of charcoal-grilled yogurt while digesting. Later, she still had to train to digest it all. At this moment, who could be as carefree as Han Qingxia? Everyone else was struggling to fill their stomachs, while she had to exercise to burn it off. She turned off the half-watched movie, finding it uninteresting, and browsed the forum again, only to discover that her comments from yesterday had gone viral. In just a day's time, the likes had exceeded 10,000, with a crowd below calling her big boss and asking her to share more experience. Han Qingxia paid no heed to this. She only noticed that the original poster, a girl named Qingqing, had replied to her. Brother Qingxia, I arrived home safely, a thank you. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at this. This person went back after all. Han Qingxia chose not to reply and saw that she had just posted a brand new update. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. This morning at 6:55, grateful for the guidance from Brother Qingxia yesterday, I successfully fetched food from outside. I brought back a total of 20 packets of instant noodles and a 4.5 bucket of water, 10 packets of bread, 5 packets of ham sausage, and 7 chocolate bars. My dad and stepmom praised my efforts. My younger brother said if he went out he would definitely bring back more, but he would grab some cheap stuff. This morning at 7:30, oh no, my brother is insisting on going out now, and my dad wants me to accompany him. I really don't know what to say. It's truly dangerous outside, and I don't want to go again. Today at 7:42, I have to set out again. My dad said to take advantage of the fewer people out there to gather more supplies and asked me to bring my brother along. I'm heading out now, everyone wish me luck. Han Qingxia scrolled through her 3 latest posts and her comments section was flooded. A group praised her, another group criticized her brother, and yet another group sought her for advice. She casually glanced through and the girl in her private messages had sent her quite a few messages, but she didn't reply and simply saved the post. It was like watching a live stream. After finishing the show, she went to work out again. The 10-day enhancement period required her to seize every minute. She continued her routine of long distance running around the perimeter of the base, warming up while surveying her territory, checking for any anomalies, and ensuring that the trap setup had not been disturbed. After confirming there were no irregularities, she returned to the base to continue her physical training. Every movement was trained to its utmost limit. Within 3 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. 5 minutes later, she was soaked, feeling the pain in her muscles, constantly aware of the edge of her limit. Breakthrough. 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 Han Qingxia pushed herself to hold on for an extra second with each set of training. Fortunately, her training was based on the most scientific and effective methods, with appropriate rest intervals arranged between sets, ensuring she didn't overexert herself. During this almost ascetic and intense training process, her physical capacity grew most effectively. She trained for 5 hours. As usual, after finishing her workout, she took a hot shower and devoured the rice cooker filled with 10 bags of meal packs. With consumption comes input, eat more, digest more. This was the process of her body wildly converting energy. All of this had to become part of her strong physique. When Han Qingxia opened her computer, she saw that there was a new update on the post she had saved. And it was posted just a minute ago. I'm going crazy. I brought my brother back with great difficulty and several times almost got him killed on the way. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies on that road. We made it back, but upon returning I discovered he had a wound. He wouldn't admit it at first, but when his sister found his finger was blackened, he confessed it was from being scratched by a zombie. What should I do now? Below this post was an image showing her brother's finger with the skin torn and a dark purple hue. Netizens quickly advised her to expel him. Han Qingxia also left a comment. Kill him. After she sent this comment, she quickly received a reply. Brother Qingxia, you finally came online. I just showed my dad and stepmom the suggestions from the netizens. My dad and stepmom chopped off his finger, saying the wound area was small and he would be fine. Han Qingxia almost wanted to curse them out, thinking, get out quickly. Hurry. After she sent this message, there was no further reply. Han Qingxia stared at the screen with a spoon for a good 15 minutes, waiting until her spoonful of rice had cooled down, still receiving no response. The mutation time for zombies is between 1 to 10 minutes. Those with weak bodies mutate in about a minute, while those with stronger bodies and willpower can last slightly longer, about 10 minutes. And just chopping off the bitten part is a joke. The zombie virus will immediately merge into the bloodstream, rapidly contaminating the entire body, leaving no chance for survival. Han Qingxia could almost predict the outcome for that girl. Her brother would first show signs of rapid breathing, then his entire body would turn black, become cold, and stiffen for several seconds. If they killed him at that moment, they might still survive. However, her biased dad and doting stepmom would definitely not allow her to act. If they hesitated for those few seconds, they could all descend into hell together. Han Qingxia shook her head, completely closing the forum in front of her, and found a light-hearted family series to watch while eating. She had tried to help that girl, and if she had listened to her hiding in the convenience store from the start, completely cutting off ties with those people, or if she had decisively killed her brother, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. But 99% of people in this world are like that. They cannot break free from the webs of oppression. Even when feeling strong reluctance, they still jump into their own pits of fire without hesitation. Foolish, just like in her previous life. Fortunately, in this life, she would never repeat the same mistakes. Whoever dares to oppress her, she would eliminate them. Doing as she pleases, doing whatever she wants, living out her true self in the apocalypse. Han Qingxia stopped looking at the posts and began training again after finishing her meal. She started with some digestion exercises, and when her stomach gradually settled without burden, she began high-intensity physical training. 7 days passed in a flash. Han Qingxia's routine in the past few days was training, showering, eating, training. Out of the 24 hours a day, Han Qingxia spent 18 hours training. Her training was highly scientific, and with professional assurance, the more she exercised, the more energetic she felt. Her physical fitness visibly improved, as she used to be out of breath after running 10 kilometers, but now she could do it without breaking a sweat. Her strength had doubled compared to before. She could lift 100 jean of rice, and now she could do it with... In terms of combat skills, she had reached her previous peak. Unarmed, she could take down 5 burly men simultaneously. If she had a weapon, she could deliver a fatal blow with a single strike. After finishing her training for the day, Han Qingxia grabbed a piece of braised beef to munch on. She used the 500 jean of fresh beef she had stored before the apocalypse, adding various spices, cooking it in a pressure cooker. Once flavored, she took it out, sliced it thin, and served it with dipping sauce. The braised beef was simply delicious. During this time, her appetite had become increasingly picky. She didn't want to eat the meal packs and instant noodles she had bought before. After all, who would want to eat those emergency rations when there were fresh and delicious options? Anyway, Han Qingxia had more than enough supplies. Eating alone was completely no problem. She ate braised beef while also simmering a pot of broth with plenty of beef, adding only a little salt for her summer meal. Whatever she ate, Summer would eat too. She and Summer, one person and one dog, enjoyed their meals happily in the base. Meanwhile, outside, the world had already changed. It is now the 10th day since the apocalypse began. This is different from the early days of the apocalypse. The radio's rescue announcements have ceased and national bulletins have been suspended. The people's anxiety and the near depletion of food at home have reached a nadir. In recent days, residents have been rushing out to find food. Whether they die of starvation or are bitten in a desperate situation, the zombies have become less fearsome. However, since this wave began, the number of zombies in the city has surged. Very few can escape unscathed from a horde of zombies. Out of 10 who venture out for food, 9 are destined to die. No joke. The initial fear of zombies and lack of experience prevented people from facing them head-on. Zombies are everywhere, and they can suddenly pounce on you. During the search for food, encountering a horde of zombies means instant doom. The number of new zombies in the city is skyrocketing, and those inside have been starving for a long time, just as the zombies outside have been starving for ages. In a state of hunger, zombies have begun to frantically invade human dwellings. For example, damn. My door really can't hold out any longer. The zombies outside have been getting louder every day, pounding on my door. I've blocked it with everything I can find. Why can the zombies still find me while I'm locked in the innermost room? My home still has a lot of food. Is there anyone who can save me? I'm willing to trade my supplies. Han Qingxia saw a handsome young man in a live stream attempting a rescue. His profession is a food. No wonder he has a large supply of food sent by advertisers, as well as food he usually buys for reviews. His stock is quite substantial. Moreover, he usually stays indoors and seldom goes out, making him one of the lucky few during this zombie crisis. The only unfortunate part is that he lives in a youth apartment. Almost everyone on his floor has transformed. Zombies roam outside his apartment all day. After panicking for several days, the blogger followed the advice of netizens and reinforced his front door, hiding in the innermost suite to minimize his scent. But now he can only hear the increasingly loud banging on his door. It seems like the zombies in the whole building are surrounding him. After sending out a call for help, the blogger quickly receives a reply from a fitness coach living in the same building. I can come to rescue you, but you must share half of your food with me. No problem. The blogger quickly responds, how do you plan to come over? I live directly above you. I'll drop a rope from your window. You can grab the rope and I'll pull you up. The blogger immediately starts packing his things, fastening the camera to his head to stream live to everyone. Instant noodles, jerky, self-heating pot water. He lays everything out. The person above him instructs him to first hoist the food up to make it easier for him to climb later. The blogger complains to the camera, "I'm not foolish. If I hoist the food up without me, how would that work?" He ties all the supplies he can carry onto himself. At that moment, he hears the sound of his door being broken down. Crash. Hurry. Coming. The blogger glances back and sees that his door has indeed been smashed open with countless zombies surging inside. Every zombie is covered in grayish-black, many with their abdomens gaping open, dragging out black rotting intestines like thick black ropes. Their dark brown skin clings tightly to their faces, with some having lost their facial features, leaving behind only a bloody mess and gaping black holes. These zombies who have not eaten for days are clawing and lunging toward him. Who wouldn't feel weak at the sight of such? He pulls the thin door of his bedroom shut and jumps onto the balcony. I must be saved. He grabs hold of the rope hanging above. However, as he grabs the rope, he realizes that he might really be carrying too much. You are too heavy. The fitness coach upstairs is nearly pulled down by his weight. There's still time. Just drop the food separately. Get the food up first. No. Together. The blogger firmly disagrees. At such a dangerous time, if he gives all the food to him, he certainly won't save himself. Then just throw a bit of food out. Hearing this, the blogger immediately tosses the water he is on him out without hesitation. Not enough. I haven't eaten in days and am too weak. Throw out some more. The blogger complains in front of the camera. So much for a fitness coach. If I throw everything out, what will I eat later? He tosses a few more food items out, and just as his weight becomes manageable for the person above to hold, the door to his room is broken down. Hurry and pull me up. Hurry and pull me up. He is stuck in midair. Hang the food in the frame beside me. I'll pull you and the food separately to get you up. Pull up the food. No. No. The food must come with me. God knows if you will let go of him once he puts the food inside. In these times, food is life. You must trust me. Otherwise you won't get up. The blogger hesitates for a moment, but before he can think further, a bony hand grabs his ankle. The blogger struggles violently, kicking and pulling. A pain and fear compel him to climb upward. I really can't pull you up. I'll give you food. I will give you food. At this moment, he finally decides to let go of the food, but it's already too late. Sensing the scent of living flesh, the zombies howl as they climb toward the windowsill, frantically reaching out from the window. Some zombies fall while others successfully grab onto the climbing ones, and the surging horde of zombies steps over their companions like a flood of zombies reaching for the blogger in midair. Sharp claws pierce his skin. A nimble zombie grabs his leg, and with a powerful tug it tears off his entire leg despite his kicking. After one leg of the blogger is torn off, the other is soon grabbed as well, forcefully ripped away, leaving behind only two bloody bare leg bones. The sharp sounds and surging blood stimulate the frenzied zombies below. The zombies gathered at the base of the apartment rapidly converge in this direction, attempting to climb up. They want to eat. They want to eat. They want to eat. The fitness coach above sees the scene and can no longer care about the food. He loosens his grip and directly drops the blogger hanging in midair. As the blogger lands, the zombies clinging to the walls and windowsills chase him like hungry dogs, after food following him as he jumps down. The moment he hits the ground, he is engulfed in a surging tide of zombies, quickly torn apart and devoured. After watching the live broadcast, Han Qingxia heard a beep from her computer screen and the signal was lost. Of course, this was not due to any bloody content that had been banned. Rather, the website's server had crashed. The city still had power, the internet was still functioning, but the scattered servers across the country did not shut down at the same time. Some small servers located in the homes or offices of managers had already failed days before the apocalypse. Larger companies could sustain themselves for a while without management. However, it was clear that this major video platform had already gone offline. This also meant that the online frenzy was gradually coming to an end. For a while, no one would be online to vent their emotions. They had to face the era of the apocalypse heat-in. After Han Qingxia closed the website, she opened her downloaded film library. Fortunately, she had already downloaded all the resources she could find, so living alone and watching the films in her inventory would pose no problem. Just as she finished her meal and planned to pause the movie halfway through, her monitor emitted a series of beeping alarm sounds. Han Qingxia immediately rushed to her monitoring control panel. All her surveillance equipment was connected to this large computer in front of her. On the multitude of screens, a small inconspicuous screen in the corner lit up. Han Qingxia was slightly taken aback when she saw the surveillance footage. That was the monitor from the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, she had taken her summer supplies from the warehouse, but forgot to dismantle the surveillance. At this moment, the monitor was showing the situation of her warehouse store being invaded. Since she had purchased high-quality surveillance with audio, the conversations outside the monitor could also be heard. This woman rented a warehouse from me over half a month ago, and I saw delivery trucks coming in and out here frequently recently. She must have supplies. But you rented it to her. Going in is illegal. What time is it now? Who cares about legality? Quick, let's grab it. Exactly. If she has something, she should share it with us. With a loud bang, the door of Han Qingxia's previous warehouse was broken open. The landlord charged in with a large group of people, but when they rushed inside and took a look, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? How is it so empty? Is this what you said was packed with supplies, with things everywhere? The landlord stared at the empty warehouse, not even a piece of cardboard in sight, repeatedly exclaiming, impossible. I clearly saw delivery trucks coming in and out every day during that time. How could she have moved everything out? You must have seen it wrong. Just because a truck came in to deliver goods doesn't mean everything was for her. A few packages and a few boxes, and she took everything away. What a nuisance. It's a waste that we nervously came here with you for nothing. A group of people cursed as they left. Before leaving, the angry landlord caught sight of the surveillance camera that Han Qingxia had left behind and smashed it down with a stick. Beep, one of Han Qingxia's cameras was gone. Seeing this scene, she leaned back in her chair with great satisfaction. She knew that the increased number of people would target her, so she had prepared the rented warehouse in advance. Otherwise, now that the apocalypse had erupted and human nature's ugliness had fully awakened, if she let many people know about her base, there would definitely be people coming over. Better safe than sorry. Seeing these people leave in defeat, she felt both fortunate and amused. However, she had always been somewhat petty. She remembered this old guy who smashed her camera. The next day, Han Qingxia supported herself on the ground with her elbows, legs together, toes touching the floor, her abdomen tightened, muscles all over her body tense, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans dripped down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her entire body felt as if it had been soaked in water, drenched in sweat. In just 10 short days, under the condition of consuming 3 vats of rice daily, Han Qingxia had slimmed down considerably. However, this weight loss was not in terms of pounds, but in her physique. Her entire body had thinned out significantly, with muscle lines tight and clear, body fat drastically reduced, and abs starting to form. The soft, loose muscles had disappeared, replaced by an explosive sense of strength. At the same time, her mental state had undergone a tremendous transformation. Regular exercise kept her spirit high at all times. And Han Qingxia, being a violent and unruly character, had bright, sharp eyes that starkly contrasted with the fearful and listless ordinary people outside. Just her gaze could suppress a crowd. This was the difference between a fierce beast and a flock of sheep. She gritted her teeth and made her final stand on the mat. The muscles in her body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the aching pain caused beads of sweat to fall like rain from her forehead. Pain to the point that her muscles began to tremble. But she couldn't give up. Hold on. Every second she endured was a breakthrough for her physical capabilities, and more importantly, the reward time was about to end. Just as her jaw felt numb and she was on the verge of reaching her limit, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding, physical enhancement time has ended. Han Qingxia thudded down onto the yoga mat, gasping for air. It was over. Finally, she could take a break. At this moment, not a single finger of hers could move. The excruciating effort had brought her rewards. Rating begins. Host's physical enhancement, 100 complete. Speed enhancement, 100 complete. Endurance enhancement, 100 complete. Strength enhancement, 100 complete. Congratulations, you have received an rank reward. Congratulations, you have doubled your physical abilities. Speed doubled. Endurance doubled. Healing speed after injury doubled. Reward Super Era Combat Technique 1. Live a long life without major injuries. Han Qingxia. After the reward was granted, she immediately felt a drastic change in her body. Her body, which had just been drained, felt as if it had been replenished in the blink of an eye. She was filled with an endless source of strength. Han Qingxia leaped up from the ground, discovering that her agility had also increased significantly. She walked outside the base, looking at her precious armored vehicle. A surge of impulse to lift it welled up inside her. In fact, she really did it. Han Qingxia grabbed one side of the vehicle frame, set her feet in a horse stance, and exerted force. She actually lifted one corner of this advanced 88 armored vehicle 1 centimeter off the ground. Damn it, don't underestimate that 1 centimeter. This armored vehicle weighs over 20 tons. Han Qingxia tried her speed again, and in an explosive state, she could effortlessly run at a world champion level. The limits of physical abilities mean that every little improvement brings about a chasm-like barrier. The system's rewards had doubled her capabilities directly. Her strength and speed had reached the absolute ceiling of human physicality. Han Qingxia even felt that with the rise of extraordinary abilities in the future, her current state could directly rival those ordinary speed and power enhancers. This reward was truly impressive. Han Qingxia, having tested her physical capabilities, entered her own space. At this moment, a book on combat techniques was still lying in her space. Han Qingxia immediately opened it. After browsing through a few moves, her eyes lit up. All the techniques were precise and ruthless, all targeting the human body and zombies, featuring numerous surprising techniques. No wonder it was said to be far superior to the combat techniques of the current era. Every move was a compilation by decades of old martial artists. Han Qingxia felt as if she had found a treasure and immediately began to study. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qingxia had been training tirelessly in the base during these days. Every morning she would go for a mountain run as usual warm-up and then start practicing combat techniques. During the process, while the rice cooker boiled rice, she and Xia Tian would finish their meal, then feed the chickens, ducks, and sheep, and tend to the vegetables and fruits. Her chickens and ducks were producing so many eggs daily that she couldn't eat them all, generating about 20 eggs each. Han Qingxia only took a few for her own daily consumption, leaving the rest in the coop for the hens to incubate. The vegetables in her garden were also growing exceptionally well. Han Qingxia estimated that in another 10 days, short maturing crops like chives and bok choy could be harvested. The base was flourishing and developing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, the outside city had undergone earth-shattering changes once again. Yesterday evening, Han Qingxia stood atop her tower, surveying the surroundings and gazing toward City A. Just past 8 o'clock, she saw sporadic lights in the city suddenly flicker out in large patches. Power had been cut off in advance. In her previous life, electricity lasted a long time. This time it only lasted about half a month. After all, the zombie virus had already erupted and all uncontrollable factors were changing, and the power plant should have completely collapsed. What are you doing killing zombies? Zombies are not a threat. Moreover, having zombies wandering around her territory is like having natural guards. Who dares to approach her territory? Upon realizing this, Han Qingxia immediately abandoned her intention to shoot the zombies. Looking through the telescope, she even regretted that there were too few zombies at the entrance of her base. If there were more, it would be perfect. Ideally, they should block her road. With this thought, Han Qingxia immediately came up with an idea. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia arrived at the outskirts of her territory in her armored vehicle. Parking the car in the woods, she got out with Xia Tian and walked towards the road. The further she walked out, the stronger the smell of blood became. Standing on a ridge, she looked down at the road beneath her feet. Seeing the scene up close was far more thrilling than through the telescope. Especially the stretch of road just outside the city. A large number of vehicles were fleeing from the city, and each car that burst out was inevitably followed by a horde of zombies. These zombies seemed to have no concept of exhaustion, rushing towards the vehicles in front with outstretched claws. Some unfortunate ones encountering accidents would be instantly engulfed by the zombies if their speed slowed even a little. They crawled over the vehicles like leeches, frantically banging against the windows. The drivers had their view completely obstructed, and with a loud bang they crashed into other cars. Once a vehicle toppled, the zombies became even more excited, climbing aboard and devouring. Some lucky vehicles with good quality had to dodge and sprint through the accident-laden road, screaming as they... The stretch of road beneath Han Qingxia's feet had relatively few accidents and zombies. A glance revealed only scattered accident sites and about 10 wandering zombies. They roamed along both sides of the road, and whenever a vehicle passed, they would follow. As the road situation calmed down after 3 cars sped by, drawing away most of the zombies, Han Qingxia climbed down from a 100-meter-high cliff. Xia Tian was walking much more steadily than she was. The place she landed was an accident site. Roar! A middle-aged female zombie trapped inside a flipped car struggled violently to get out upon seeing Han Qingxia. She looked extremely disheveled, her hair unwashed for a long time, her face gaunt with no muscle left, but her face was relatively intact. A bony ring-adorned hand reached out from the gap in the car, trying to grab Han Qingxia. However, hindered by the seatbelt still fastened across her chest, she could do nothing. Han Qingxia glanced inside the car, finding it empty. It seemed that when the disaster struck, her husband had abandoned her and fled. This unfortunate fellow had even been bitten without unfastening his seatbelt. You need to be a zombie with dignity. With a swift motion, Han Qingxia swung her shovel. Go to heaven to find your husband. After dealing with the hidden danger in the car, she moved to the back, grabbing the crossbar. With a strong pull, crack, she dragged the abandoned vehicle to the entrance of her road. A few zombies were rushing towards her. There was no need for Han Qingxia to intervene, as Xia Tian leaped forward with a howl and killed the approaching zombie. One good thing about this zombie crisis is it only infects humans, not animals. This is a calamity for humanity. As a German shepherd with exceptional combat power, Xia Tian, enhanced by the system, could take down those zombies with a single paw. The kills were all too easy. Don't kill Tian, just injure them. Hearing Han Qingxia's command, Xia Tian responded with a bark showing mercy to the zombie that was about to smash its head, tearing off just its upper body. The kills were all too easy. Don't kill Tian, just injure them. Hearing Han Qingxia's command, Xia Tian responded with a bark showing She and Xia Tian worked in tandem, with Xia Tian handling the zombies while she dragged vehicles, successively moving all the other accident vehicles to the entrance of her small road, blocking it solidly. Yes! Looking at this massive accident scene at the junction, anyone with eyes wouldn't dare to barge in. Additionally, she instructed Xia Tian to gather the remaining zombies towards this side. Han Qingxia had them act as her guards, keeping watch. While doing this, several passing vehicles saw her. However, not a single vehicle stopped to inquire. Because this is the apocalypse. Everyone is focused on escaping as fast as possible. Who has the energy to care about others? Han Qingxia paid no mind to the vehicles that brushed past her. These were merely one-time spectators. For 99 of the vehicles leaving this road, it was a permanent one-way street, and they could never turn back. Han Qingxia demonstrated her extraordinary strength in front of them, and they merely observed before moving on. There was no time for curiosity, no time to ask, as their lives were about to face their own crisis. After securing her small road and allocating the remaining upper body zombies, she left the area. When she returned to the base with Xia Tian and took a shower together, she heard the alarm sound from the surveillance system of her base. She immediately went up to the tower. Her surveillance computer had been moved to the tower for easier observation of defenses in the future. At this moment, in dozens of small surveillance squares, one camera monitoring the furthest view of the road was ringing. Han Qingxia zoomed in on the surveillance footage. A pickup truck loaded with goods was rushing towards her blocked road from the city, coming to a sudden stop. The occupants of the truck appeared somewhat at a loss upon seeing the road completely blocked by a group of cars. They lingered in place for about 10 seconds, attracting all the half-zombies. Then the people inside reversed a little to avoid the approaching half-zombies and stepped on the gas again, preparing to force their way through. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia's gaze instantly turned cold. Good grief, they were clearly coming for her. She grabbed the crossbow beside her, aiming the crosshairs at the tires of the approaching vehicle. Whoosh! With a sound of air being pierced. In Han Qingxia's vision, the tire of the moving vehicle exploded with a loud bang. The occupants, realizing the tire had burst, lurched forward due to inertia before coming to a stop. Before long, 4 or 5 burly men emerged from the vehicle. Among them, Han Qingxia spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that the agent who rented the bomb shelter to her? Are you sure it's safe inside? Of course. It's a bomb shelter, and there are no people for dozens of miles. Almost no one knows about this place. I rented it to a girl for mushroom cultivation a month ago. Maybe we can even have mushrooms to eat if we go in. Brothers, let's get to work. Clear the zombies, change the tires, and we charge in. In Han Qingxia's field of vision, a group of strong men quickly divided into 2 teams. One team cleared the surrounding zombies, while the other team lifted the vehicle to change the tire. Brother Who? Why do the zombies around here seem to have been cleaned up? Yeah. Why are they all half destroyed? And these vehicles, were they dragged here by someone? At that moment, the person preparing to change the tire shouted, Brother Who? No. Our tires. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound cut through the air. Boom. Another tire exploded. At this point, anyone with a brain would realize something was off. They had stepped into someone else's territory. Brother Who, there's a big shot nearby. This is someone else's turf. What should we do now? The heavily tattooed man referred to as Brother Who grabbed the intermediary and shouted, Damn it, what have you done? Didn't you say there was no one here? I really remember just one woman rented it. Stop talking nonsense. Can one woman cause all this? 2 don't know, maybe it has already been occupied by someone else, the intermediary said, fearfully looking at Brother Who. Get lost. Brother Who threw him forward. With a swift sound, a short arrow flew out again. The already panicked intermediary was knocked down and quickly tried to run back. He had barely moved an inch when another arrow shot towards the direction he just fled from. He rolled and crawled towards Brother Who for cover. Brother Who, leading the group, felt his scalp tingle at the sight of this archery. It was fast, precise, and silent. They had no idea where it was shot from. If the archer wanted to kill them, there was no way to evade. But at the same time, they suddenly realized something. I get it. Her shooting range is limited. Exactly. She can only hit the front tire. The group immediately grasped the situation, otherwise the opponent wouldn't have only shot out their 2 front tires and only fired when the intermediary was pushed to the front. It was because that was her maximum range. Brother Who, what should we do now? Should we leave? Wang Hu's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Leave? How could that be possible? Not to mention their vehicle was broken and couldn't move. Where could they go now? If they didn't occupy the place before them and eliminate the people inside, they would have no foothold. He opened the rear door and pulled out two disheveled women with unkempt hair. You both go ahead. In Han Qingxia's crosshair appeared two young women both covered in wounds. They were being herded forward like two frightened sheep panicking and unsure of what to do. Having survived through the apocalypse, Han Qingxia was accustomed to such scenes. After the onset of the apocalypse, women quickly became subordinates to men due to significant differences in physical and psychological strength. The evil of humanity would be fully displayed under such circumstances. There were no limits to their depravity, only what one could not imagine. Nothing was beyond them. Han Qingxia had not expected that the apocalypse had only begun for half a month. Yet some could challenge the bottom line, so quickly treating women as less than human. Tisk tisk tisk, the righteous Han Qingxia felt compelled to intervene. She considered herself the very floor of humanity's moral bottom line. If one was worse than herself, that meant they were not human. For those who were not human, Han Qingxia's finger moved away from the crossbow. She removed a short arrow, loaded it with something, and planned to send them a little gift. If you don't move, Hey zombies! Move forward. Wang Hu urged the two girls to walk ahead. Seeing them enter the shooting range without being shot at, his eyes lit up. You two stop. Stay in place. He was now sure that the people inside had some principles and wouldn't kill innocent women. If that's the case, they could take advantage of her. Brother Hu, what's the plan now? Get the car out, change the tire, and let them clear the path. He ordered the team to quickly drag the vehicle to a safe area, took out two spare tires from the supplies in the trunk, and then tied the two women to the front of his vehicle. This action clearly communicated to the opponent. If she dared to act against them, these two women would be If she truly didn't care whether the two women lived or died, they could escape first from the car, but once they succeed, they would make sure to kill her. In the apocalypse, morality should not be a concern. After fixing the tires and securing the hostages on the roof, they quickly got into the vehicle. As they watched Han Qingxia block the road with her vehicle, they revved the engine and charged in. This time the charge went smoothly. The opponent surprisingly did not shoot. Everyone was secretly delighted. Then, with a swift sound, a short arrow carrying a packet of fresh chicken blood struck the door of their pickup truck with a thud. The arrow pierced at an angle, embedding halfway into the vehicle, while the other half locked the door shut. Inside the vehicle, as they were shocked, both the doors on the inside and outside were simultaneously struck by short arrows. Bang! Their tires were punctured again, causing the vehicle to spin and screech to a halt. Fresh red blood splattered all over the vehicle, and the heavy scent of blood immediately turned their vehicle into a target for all zombies. All the surviving zombies along the roadside began to converge towards them. They were all trapped inside the vehicle like sardines in a can. Damn it. What the hell? That woman is a schemer. She tricked us on purpose. Can we still get out? The doors won't open. Wang Hu looked at the gathering zombies outside and decisively rolled down the window to climb out of the vehicle. He didn't just climb out blindly, he grabbed one woman as a shield, crawling out while hiding behind her. Just then a half-eaten zombie grabbed his leg from the ground. Wang Hu, quick on his feet, pushed the woman aside. A short arrow immediately shot towards his back. Wang Hu relied solely on instinct to narrowly escape. After dodging, he understood he absolutely could not let go of the hostage. He had to hide behind her and charge inside. He grabbed the woman again, using her as a shield as he sprinted toward the air raid shelter. After running about 1,000 meters along a narrow path, he indeed spotted a highly concealed shelter in the woods. At that moment, the air raid shelter was surrounded by high barbed wire, numerous surveillance cameras, and an incredibly sturdy iron door. If one jumped over the barbed wire, they could faintly see vegetables being grown and chickens and ducks being raised inside. He gazed in shock at the defensive structures before him and the complete facilities inside. This place had indeed been occupied by a big shot. Someone had bought this place in advance and turned it into a fortress base. Could it be someone had foreseen the zombie disaster? This was impossible. But just as he pondered, the woman he had been holding on to suddenly bit down on his chest. Han Qingxia, looking through the crosshair, nearly laughed out loud at the scene before her. She had already seen the woman being bitten, which is why she allowed Wang Hu to charge straight to the entrance of her base. As she watched the woman mutate before her eyes, she bit him back. Nothing is more satisfying than lifting a stone only to smash it on one's own foot. This must be the way that fate works. Heaven spares no one. She joyfully watched through the crosshair, ready to assist anyone who might try to escape with an arrow. Here they refers to the zombies. Han Qingxia is not a good person. She believes in paying back even the slightest grievance. A post-apocalyptic thug dare to offend her, and you will face 100-fold retaliation. From her vantage point atop the tower, she steadily controlled the situation, and after watching the group of miscreants perish, her gaze fell upon someone inside the vehicle. The agent was surprisingly still hiding inside. He certainly was cautious. While everyone else was fleeing, he remained in the vehicle, hiding away. Han Qingxia calmly notched a short arrow and aimed at his car window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup truck shattered with a single arrow. The zombies, having just feasted on others, heard the noise and rushed back towards the pickup truck, including those who had already turned into zombies like Wang Hu. They charged at the pickup truck, clawing through the broken glass to reach the sole survivor inside. In that moment, the person inside truly experienced what suffocation felt like. What regret truly means. Why did he bring these people along? Perhaps because he was the weakest in this small team, he had to provide them with the most valuable resources. Otherwise, he would be driven away by them. His first thought was of the air raid shelter he had rented out a month ago. He remembered the girl who rented that shelter from him. She was a young, naive entrepreneur. She wanted to grow mushrooms in there. He even thought that when this group stormed in, there would already be a large number of mushrooms and that pretty girl inside. Unfortunately, that girl turned into a zombie. With so many of them, killing a female zombie would be a piece. If luck was on his side, she might not have mutated. There would be an additional woman in their team, and he could have had his fun with her. That girl was silly, but exceptionally beautiful. He never imagined that this trip would end in disaster. He hadn't even seen that girl yet. Just then, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl in the woods among the swarm of zombies. She stood there with her arms crossed, looking coldly in his direction. In that moment, he realized. Damn, he was the fool. That beautiful girl was exactly the big shot they spoke of. She had always been here, and this territory belonged to her. But alas, it was too late for him to feel regret as he was pierced through the chest by the rushing zombies. Woof woof. Woof woof. Summer drove the zombies away. Han Qingxia retrieved the short arrows she had previously shot and made her way to the back of the pickup. With a wave of her hand, she brought back the supplies from behind. A day filled with bountiful returns. She considered it a form of compensation from those clueless fools. Han Qingxia also dragged the vehicle to the side to reinforce the blockade. This time no one would be able to enter. Upon returning to her base, she took out the spoils of her scavenging. There were a total of 20 large cardboard boxes in the back of the pickup truck belonging to that group of people. Inside there were 10 boxes full of instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing various meats and vegetables, and a box full of gold. They hadn't even removed the price tags. It was clear they had specifically robbed the jewelry store while passing by. Han Qingxia looked at the hefty amount of gold weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds and sincerely marveled at how deeply ingrained this person's love for gold was in their very bones. However, bringing gold was indeed the right choice. Even in the apocalypse, only gold held any real value. She categorized these supplies and sent them to her warehouse, and she also confiscated a handgun. It was a police model. It seemed that this group of thugs had definitely looted places they shouldn't have. Han Qingxia felt like a good person eliminating harm for the people. After all, there weren't many righteous and enthusiastic citizens like her left. When normal people encountered this group of rioters, they would hastily flee terrified. Only she, apart from bravely fighting back and driving away the enemies, had also thoughtfully provided them with a set of zombie meals. She didn't let them harm others. Otherwise, she could have simply scared them off and driven them out of her territory without needing to lure them in and ensure their demise. There were very few good people like her who were so righteous. Let this serve as a reward for her bravery. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to bear it any longer. Han Qingxia gladly accepted her spoils. At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in her mind. Ding! Base defense battle detected 1, successfully defeated 6 enemies and confiscated 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations, you have earned 26 points. The system mall is now open. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up a points mall. She was astonished to see a mall panel appear in her mind. A plethora of supplies appeared within it. There were food items, medicines, firearms, and materials for base construction. Each item had its attributes listed. For instance, under food there was an energy bar 1, which rapidly replenishes stamina fully. Can stave off hunger for 10 hours. Priced at 5 points. Bread 1, quickly replenishes stamina fully, can stave off hunger for 20 hours. Priced at 8 points. Yunnan Bia 1 stops bleeding and relieves pain, effective upon application. Priced at 20 points. She flipped to the weapons interface where various firearms were available. Moreover, these came with additional damage and hit bonuses. Each of these was a treasure. But the prices were too high. She currently had only 26 points. Han Qingxia gazed hungrily at these items as she even began to look forward to someone invading her territory. At that moment, her monitor emitted another alarm. Han Qingxia walked to her computer and saw that the sky outside had dimmed with several large vehicles parked outside her monitor's view. The infrared camera could only see a group of people getting out of the vehicles after they stopped. They surveyed the surroundings and eliminated the nearby zombies. Han Qingxia felt a surge of joy. Could it be that they were delivering heads to her so soon? She closely monitored their movements through the camera, planning to strike once they invaded her territory, only to find that they were only killing zombies. They attracted all the nearby zombies to the roadside, killed them, and then opened the back door of the vehicle, releasing a pack of dogs. At that moment, Han Qingxia couldn't see their appearance or clothing clearly. She could only make out the shapes of the heat sources through the infrared detector. One thing she was sure of was that they had indeed released a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, a few people seemed to have a disagreement. However, soon everyone got back into the vehicles, leaving only the pack of dogs behind. The pack of dogs, seeing the vehicles leave, all sprinted after them at full speed. In Han Qingxia's infrared camera view, the vehicle and the running dogs were heading towards the city. She felt a trace of confusion. What were they doing? The next morning, Han Qingxia got up early to warm up. Even without system rewards, now her warm-up routine had to continue. Just as she was about to run a lap around the edge of her territory, her surveillance camera sounded another alarm. This time, Han Qingxia connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to view all the footage on her phone. When she picked up her phone, she saw a pack of dogs appearing on the road outside the air raid shelter. There were about 14 or 15 of them. Each wore a uniform. This pack of dogs ran to the spot where Han Qingxia had seen the strange scene yesterday, and all stopped. They circled around as if waiting for their owner to return. At that moment, a public message came through on her phone. Ding! Rescue operation in City A has begun. Rescue vehicles are entering City A. Please survivors gather at the following assembly points as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia understood. The rescue team had passed by her door yesterday. Han Qingxia drove her car to the outskirts of her base. At that moment, all the zombies on the main road outside had been cleared and the surroundings were a rare safe zone. A group of dogs stood guard at the entrance of Han Qingxia's road, continuously looking towards the city. These dogs were not in good spirits. They all bore injuries. Either they had been captured or bitten, with common wounds on their abdomens and missing chunks from their ears and tails. One dog, the most severely injured, had both of its hind legs bitten, exposing half of its bloody and mangled leg bones. It could barely walk, limping along, relying almost solely on its two front limbs to move, dragging its hind legs behind it while gazing longingly towards the city. Han Qingxia stepped out of her car and immediately understood the situation of these 15 dogs. They must have chased their way into the city last night and encountered a large horde of zombies. However, it was clear they hadn't found their owner. They had fallen into danger and had not waited for their owner to return, and after a fierce battle they had returned here. It seemed they still wanted to wait for their owner. In this apocalypse, everyone is powerless. If you encounter me, just follow me from now on. After bandaging all these dogs, especially the one that was most severely injured, Han Qingxia gritted her teeth and exchanged for Yunnan Baiao from her system mall. Second leg, you must remember your new master's kindness. I spent 20 points to get you this medicine. From now on, behave and follow me, got it? I could never abandon you. While Han Qingxia mumbled to herself, she began wrapping up the injured dog that was on the verge of death. The dog lying on the ground seemed to understand Han Qingxia's words, staring at her with eyes full of human-like. Han Qingxia bandaged the dogs and then presented them with fresh beef and raw bones. These were all good things. The dogs, upon seeing the food, excitedly pawed at the ground, yet hesitated to approach and eat. Eat up, it's all for you. Hearing this, the dogs rushed over and began to eat with great enthusiasm, their mannerisms revealing that they had been hungry for a long time. However, they did not finish everything. All the dogs left some uneaten, and after finishing, they picked up the meat in their mouths and turned to run towards the door. Han Qingxia. Summer, seeing the dogs wanting to run away after eating, rushed up to scold them. With enhanced abilities from the system, Summer was twice the size of these ordinary dogs, and his claws were 10 times sharper, exuding a fierce aura comparable to that of the king of beasts. The military dogs were intimidated by Summer's presence, gathering together to confront him. Han Qingxia shook her head at the scene and walked over to Summer's side, saying, "Let them go." Woof woof woof. Summer barked defiantly, as if to say that those ungrateful dogs had eaten his master's food. Good dogs don't need to be kept. Han Qingxia stroked Summer's head, opened the door, and let the group of dogs that wanted to run out. As the door opened, the dogs glanced gratefully at Han Qingxia before quickly rushing outside. Even the dog that Han Qingxia had saved with points was carrying a complete piece of beef as it walked off with it. Before leaving, it circled around Han Qingxia and limped along, dragging its two legs. Han Qingxia took out an electric scooter from her storage and followed behind Summer. The dogs returned to the place they had been abandoned. Upon arriving here, they placed the meat on the ground and began to whimper towards the direction of the city, pacing in circles. They were still searching for their owners. After receiving food, the first thing they thought of was their previous owners. Even if they were not full, they would leave a little for them. Seeing this scene, Han Qingxia's typically cold and heartless heart suddenly tightened. For the most part, dogs truly are more loyal than humans. Especially military dogs. Once they recognize their owner, they will never abandon or betray them. At this moment, Han Qingxia hugged Summer's head tightly, saying, "Brother Tian, I'm sorry for the past life." Woof. Summer responded crisply and her arms nuzzling against her affectionately. It was very human-like in its warmth towards its owner. Although it did not understand why Han Qingxia was so sad. Han Qingxia watched the group of dogs for a while before taking Summer back to her base. That evening she brought a pile of food to the dogs and wrapped their wounds again. Summer, seeing this, grew even more dissatisfied with the dogs. Woof woof woof. Every time they met, he would bark fiercely at them as if to say, "Ungrateful dogs who eat my master's food." The military dogs whimpered in front of him, not daring to retaliate, but were particularly affectionate towards Han Qingxia. Whenever Han Qingxia appeared, they would gather around her and linger for a while. 2 days passed in the military dogs stood guard outside Han Qingxia's small path every day, eagerly waiting. Whenever a vehicle passed, they would follow for a bit, but upon realizing it wasn't their owner, they would return to their spots with drooping spirits. In addition, they cleared out the nearby zombies. Any zombies approaching Han Qingxia's territory would be killed by them. They would never allow a single zombie to enter Han Qingxia's domain. Seeing how determined these dogs were, Han Qingxia continued to deliver food once a day and check their wounds before returning to her base. The incident happened on the evening of the 3rd day. After finishing her tasks at the base, Han Qingxia came to check on the group of dogs and saw them running swiftly from a distance. Han Qingxia had never seen them like this, excitement radiating from them. She brought Summer to the crumbling wall where she usually observed and looked ahead, spotting a line of green military trucks coming from the direction of the city. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia instantly understood. They had finally awaited their owner. The military dogs excitedly ran towards the several green trucks approaching their arrival, taking the occupants by surprise. One of the vehicles trailing behind came to a halt. A young man stepped out of the driver's seat and immediately hugged one of the dogs. The other dogs also excitedly surrounded them, barking joyfully. One of the military dogs ran back to their previous base, retrieving a piece of meat for him. He was surprised to see the fresh beef, but soon he released the dogs. Equally hungry, he returned the beef to them and turned towards his vehicle. Because they had received orders from the base to leave space for survivors, they were to abandon the dogs. This was an order and there was no choice but to comply. Seeing this, the military dogs charged towards his green vehicle. Even from a distance, Han Qingxia could hear a chorus of screams. Why are there dogs? Get away. Get away. There's a virus. Terrifying dogs. Get away. The soldiers who had disembarked quickly got back into their vehicles, starting them up rapidly. The dog that had been held earlier dashed towards him with the meat, but instead of being welcomed, it was met with the cold metal of the car door. Boom. The vehicle restarted, quickly following the one ahead. The group of military dogs, seeing the vehicle leave, chased after it frantically, but regrettably the distance between them only grew larger, until they could no longer catch up. When they returned from the end of the road, each one of them bore no trace of the hopeful looks they had during the day. They wandered around in a daze, no longer having an owner. This was the cruel reality of the apocalypse, and no one had a choice. If there was any possibility, no one would want to abandon them. In the apocalypse, to ensure the greatest benefit when it came to choosing between humans and dogs, the base chose humans. This time you should follow me, right? Han Qingxia appeared before them. I promise I will never abandon any of you, just give me a chance to trust. Han Qingxia was no great savior. She didn't want humans, she wanted dogs. The group of defeated dogs looked at the human that appeared before them, and there was a brief moment of silence among the dogs. Soon the dog that Han Qingxia had spent a lot of points to bandage walked out from the group. It circled around Han Qingxia and lay down at her feet with a whimper. Once it joined, the other dogs rushed up and surrounded Han Qingxia. When Han Qingxia brought this group of military dogs back to her base, she heard the familiar system sound in her mind. Ding, 15 base battle dogs detected. Loyalty 100. Reward, base dogs health restored to maximum. Base defense increased by double. 150 points. Upon hearing the prompt, Han Qingxia's eyes brightened again. As she returned with the dogs, she noticed that the gates of her base had been reinforced, and the barbed wire was now twice as high. The netting was lined with sharp spikes, and her shelter had upgraded significantly with all the doors renewed and the walls reinforced 100-fold. From the outside, her base now resembled a fortress. Moreover, what delighted Han Qingxia even more was that she received this batch of military dogs and was granted 150 points. This round is definitely going to break even and earn a profit. She immediately opened the mall panel, looking more carefully this time at what she could exchange. Starting from energy bars all the way to the super energy liquid worth 100 points, all of them quickly replenish stamina and provide fullness ranging from several hours to several days. Han Qingxia had no need for food, but 2 items were added to the medicine section. Besides the 20-point Yunnan Biao for quick hemostasis, there was also a super adhesive bandage for 50 points and an emergency pill for 100 points. Han Qingxia clicked on these two medicines to see the details. Super adhesive bandage applies to all wounds, quickly repairing them, including arteries. Han Qingxia, wow. This means that if the neck gets cut, it can still heal if applied. The emergency pill was even more surprising to her. Emergency pill, as long as there is still a breath left, it can be used for emergency revival. Han Qingxia. Both of these pills are incredibly powerful. Han Qingxia continued to look down and saw something even more astonishing. Zombie virus inhibitor 100,000,000 points. There is actually an inhibitor. Can the zombie virus be cured? After the excitement, Han Qingxia saw the price behind it. Hundreds, thousands. 100 million. Forget it, goodbye. With her measly 156 points, she wasn't even worthy of thinking about it. However, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. She couldn't believe that there were such extraordinary treasures in her system mall. If she could bring these out, it would definitely shock the whole world. She secretly rubbed her hands together. 100 million points. No matter what, she had to save up 100 million points to exchange for one. She must prepare one for herself. After looking at the medicines, Han Qingxia went to check the weapons. The weapons in the weapons section also made her drool. An ordinary P5 costs 500 points and a better Glock costs 1,000. Submachine guns and shotguns were even more expensive, starting at 5,000. Han Qingxia had her eyes set on an AK priced at 8,000. The firearms produced by the system had attributes that were a whole tier above those in the outside world. The power and lethality were significantly enhanced. Although the prices were steep, they were very appealing to Han Qingxia. She silently added the AK to her shopping cart, needing to save up more. She must buy a good weapon. There was also a locked interface in the mall. It displayed that points needed to reach 5,000 to unlock it, and Han Qingxia had no idea what good things lay beyond. This system mall was perfectly suited to her tastes. She wanted everything but lacked points. It was frustrating. Han Qingxia tried clicking on the points acquisition channel. A line of prompts appeared before her. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand territorial area to gain points. 3. Increase the number of territory members to earn points. Han Qingxia looked at these three options and recalled that she had received points for completing the task of guarding the base after killing the invaders. Today, by accepting 15 dogs, she had also increased her territory members, which was one way to earn points. The second method, expand the territorial area. She understood. Starting tomorrow, she would begin to expand her territory. The next day, early in the morning, Han Qingxia did not run along the boundaries of her territory, but went to the back mountain. While running, she had her subordinates carry ropes to encircle the area. In ancient times, they would run horses to encircle land, and now they were running dogs to encircle. Han Qingxia had Xia Tian lead the way with the names Congratulations on Wealth, Red Envelope, Bring It Here, Good Luck, Great Profits, Longevity, 100 Years, running from the left, while she brought the East Wind, South Wind, West Wind, North Wind, Red Dragon, and White Card, running from the right. Congratulations on Wealth, Bring the Red Envelope, Good Luck, and Great Profits, Longevity, and 100 Years, East Wind, South Wind, West Wind, North Wind, Red Dragon, and White Card were the names Han Qingxia gave to her newly acquired dogs. Dividing into two groups, they simultaneously surrounded the area towards the back mountain with ropes. By the afternoon, Han Qingxia successfully met up with Xia Tian in the middle of the back mountain. Han Qingxia tied the two ends of the ropes together, then sequentially tied all the loose ends. Han Qingxia and her pack worked until nightfall, finally managing to enclose a section of the back mountain. The ends of the ropes were tied to her wire fence. Thus, she could barely be said to have claimed the entire mountain with a perimeter of about 3,000 meters. Ding! Territorial area expansion detected by double. Reward 1,000 points. First time territorial expansion reward, Territorial Heart. Han Qingxia was thrilled. It really works. If she actively encircles land in uninhabited areas, the system will recognize it as her territory. Moreover, she had merely enclosed her mountain and already received 1,000 points in rewards. If she could claim a few nearby mountains, how many points would she earn? If she could take down City A ahead, that 100 million points wouldn't seem so unreachable. At this moment, she sensed another reward from the system. Territorial Heart. When she closed her eyes, the land she had enclosed today in the back mountain and the earlier air raid shelter seemed to automatically sketch a terrain in her mind. When any external beings entered, she would instinctively sense it immediately. Xia Tian. 500 meters to the west. Woof. Xia Tian heard the command and rushed out. Half a minute later, she heard the sound of a kill. By the time she arrived, Xia Tian had already taken down a zombie that had snuck into Han Qingxia's territory at some point. Seeing this scene, Han Qingxia understood. So, this is how it works. Within her sensing range, she noticed a few more scattered gray dots and led her dogs to eliminate them. Congratulations on wealth, you take longevity to the south. Good luck and bring the red envelope to the west, east wind, south wind, west wind, north wind to the east, the rest follow me. Han Qingxia quickly subdued the zombies within her territorial range along with her dogs. Throughout this process, she increasingly understood the usefulness of the territorial heart. Indeed, the appearance of gray dots indicated zombies, even if they appeared in very remote places. Han Qingxia could locate them precisely. This allowed her to know the slightest movements within her territory without needing surveillance alarms. This was extremely useful, especially now that she was about to start expanding her territory. If the cameras couldn't keep up, she could sense in advance whether anyone had entered her territory. Han Qingxia worked until late at night, feeling accomplished as she returned with her dogs. Tomorrow morning, she would expand her new territory. The next morning, Han Qingxia began to clear an area in front of the barbed wire of the air raid shelter. This time, she tried a different approach. She cleared out all the zombies from the area extending to the road ahead and set up a sign, "Private property, beware of dog," erecting a sign as a boundary marker. At this point, there are very few who can still walk out alive, and those who could argue about land ownership with her are practically non-existent. She planted her sign here. This place belongs to her. Who dares to object? Ding, detected an increase in territory by 5 acres. Reward 500 points. Upon hearing the system prompt, Han Qingxia immediately felt joyful. Indeed, her idea was not wrong. These uninhabited areas, and even those that once had owners, can now be expanded. However, there is one prerequisite: the land must be cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Today, Han Qingxia walked from the base to the signpost with her dogs, covering an area of about 5 acres. She marked the places they had explored together. It's a bit like an exploration game. The protagonist must walk through certain areas for the map to light up. Fortunately, her dogs count as her team, significantly expanding her exploration range. She inserted her sign into the ground, clapped her hands, and the territory map in her mind expanded to this location. Han Qingxia stood in place, contemplating the direction for further expansion. So far, she had conquered the entire hill of the air raid shelter. To her left was the road, and to her right was a sparsely populated mountainous area. In this mountainous area, there was an abandoned quarry and a few scattered villas. The road to the north leads to City A, which has a flat terrain, making it easy to conquer, while the right mountainous area is more challenging. After a moment of thought, Han Qingxia decided to start from the right. Of course, she chose the right side. She preferred a stable approach over haste. Although the terrain on the right was complex, it was a sure bet. Why go to the left road first when there are places to conquer on the right? With zombies coming one by one or in groups, she had to clean up properly. Yes, there are safety requirements within her territory. All zombies must be cleared. If they are not dealt with for an extended period, the system will automatically remove that area. This is easy to understand. Can your territory be called yours if it's filled with zombies or other creatures? However, this also extinguished her desire to keep a few zombies as guards. Thankfully, she now had many helpers. Of the 15 military dogs were smart and highly mobile, making them excellent for clearing any stray zombies. She still needed to raise more dogs, especially as her territory expanded. This was far from enough. Han Qingxia set aside other thoughts and earnestly began her journey towards the right mountainous region. By the time she returned in the evening, she had successfully expanded another hill. Her points increased by 1,000, bringing her total to 2,656. Everyone worked hard. Time to eat. Han Qingxia waved her hand, bringing out fresh beef from the storage. She never skimped on her companions. If she had meat, her subordinates would certainly have meat as well. Han Qingxia took out a steaming Korean fried chicken meal for herself. This was some she had stockpiled from the mall earlier. She had so many supplies that she couldn't consume everything, switching up flavors for each meal. Today, it was Korean fried chicken. Tomorrow, it would be military hot pot, followed by shiny roasted meats. While exploring her territory, she would casually eat some ready-made snacks like handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles to fill her stomach. All the food maintained the freshest and hottest appearance as when they were put in. At this moment, Han Qingxia, wearing gloves, could feel the crispy texture of the fried chicken, as if it had just come out of the oil. With just a tear, the tender and juicy chicken leg started to ooze, paired with the garlicky soy sauce flavor. The aroma surged to all her senses. And accompanied by a sip of chilled cola. It was pure satisfaction. Especially during the apocalypse, being able to enjoy pre-apocalypse gourmet food was something to be relished. All the fatigue of the day melted away at this moment. She devoured the fried chicken, consuming as much as 3 people would. The dogs, drawn by the aroma, also wanted to come and eat. Han Qingxia tossed them the leftover half. The dogs happily surrounded her while eating. Once they finished and their bellies were full, Han Qingxia stood up to stretch, taking the time to check on her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had saved in the chicken coop had accumulated, and in the past couple of days some chicks had hatched. The poultry enhanced by the system were robust, and their breeding speed was astonishing. Ducks took longer to hatch than chicks. The incubation period for ducklings was around 40 days, while for chicks it was about 20 days. Currently there were no ducklings hatched yet, but Han Qingxia had noticed several mother ducks sitting on their nests. She was pleasantly surprised by her 2 little goats. They were growing rapidly and developing well. Han Qingxia remembered the owner had said these goats were bred for goat milk. It seemed she would soon have goat milk to drink. Then there was her vegetable garden. Fast-growing and high-yield vegetables like mustard greens and chives had already begun to yield explosively. Han Qingxia had to come over every day to harvest. Even after harvesting there were still more to come the next day, but not harvesting was not an option. She couldn't bear to see waste. No matter how busy or tired she was, she had to find time to harvest the vegetables. She dedicated one room in the air raid shelter for storing fresh vegetables. Additionally, the radishes, spinach, romaine lettuce, and asparagus she planted were also approaching harvest time, and soon tomatoes and potatoes would be ready for their vigorous production. Over at the fish pond the number of fish had doubled with a large number of fry appearing. Han Qingxia had not really managed the fish pond because she was not skilled at it, but with the system support it required no effort from her. All the small fish were lively and growing fatter by the day. Everything at her base was developing positively and her territory was expanding. The future is promising. The next day, as usual, Han Qingxia went to expand her new territory. Today, she drove out in her armored vehicle. She left Xia Tian with the 7 dogs to guard the base patrolling the mountains. If any zombies appeared, they would eliminate them, while she took the remaining 8 to occupy the next hill. Her goal for today was that villa area. The mountain villas were once a very famous development specifically designed for the wealthy. The entire development had only 10 villas, but it was said that not even half were sold and very few. As Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle into the villa area nestled in the mountains, her eyes were immediately drawn to the small villas tiered and arranged in an orderly manner on the mountainside. The villas were spaced far apart, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Perched on the mountainside, they overlooked the entirety of City A, offering a panoramic view. Only the elite of City A, either rich or powerful, could afford to reside here. She first dispatched her dogs to check if there were any living beings in the vicinity. East wind, south wind, search the left side, she instructed. West wind, north wind, search the south side. Red, white, search upwards. Airtiao, stay put. If anyone appears, call for me. Woof, woof, woof. The 8 dogs immediately scattered to execute Han Qingxia's orders. Calmly, she took out a sign, smashed it into the ground, and wrote, "Private property, trespassers will die." She wouldn't write about vicious dogs, as this was her radiating territory, a place she wouldn't frequent. Mainly, she lacked enough dogs to distribute. She erected a sign as a boundary marker ready to eliminate anyone who approached. After hammering the sign into place, the dogs returned, but failed to receive any prompts in their minds. Han Qingxia glanced at the 10 villas, knowing she had to sweep through all of them. She left 4 dogs outside and began her search of the villas with the east, southwest, and north. The first villa was clearly unsold, as the front door still bore the original lock. Han Qingxia retrieved a wire from her space and expertly tinkered with the lock, successfully opening the door. Having spent a long time in the apocalypse, Han Qingxia had acquired various skills. Upon entering, she found the villa still in its bare state. She surveyed the area and left the character Xia on the mailbox at the entrance, and a map promptly appeared in her mind. Ding, territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward 100 points. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. This was more like it. She continued to raid the other villas. After sweeping through to the 9th villa, she noted that only 2 of the previous villas were decorated, the rest were all bare. Moreover, Han Qingxia had not seen a single person. She successfully expanded her territory across 8 villas. However, upon approaching the 9th villa, she noticed a car parked in the small garden out front. She brushed her fingers against the dust on the car window. It was not very thick, indicating that the occupants had not stayed long. She observed the windows of the villa, noticing all the curtains were tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and pressed the doorbell. But the sound echoed in the empty villa area, with no response from inside. Han Qingxia raised her eyebrows and carefully began to tinker with the door lock using the wire. This time she felt the door was locked from the inside. Han Qingxia was certain. There was definitely someone inside. Either they were alive or had already turned into a zombie. At that moment, she felt a vibration from the wire as someone inside was turning the lock. Han Qingxia understood. A living person. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment. She could occupy places without owners, or even with owners absent, without any psychological burden. But there was someone inside, a living person. She lowered her hand that had been knocking on the door. In the apocalypse, all laws had collapsed and the worst of human nature could be unleashed without restraint. As long as one was powerful enough, oppressing the weak and seizing their possessions was not an issue. However, Han Qingxia could not bring herself to do that. She prided herself on being the moral baseline of humanity. She felt no guilt in killing, but she was not a sadistic monster. Her malice and ruthlessness were only triggered when others infringed upon her interests. For instance, at this moment, if someone dared to encroach upon her occupied territory, she would certainly eliminate them. But now she was actively invading someone else's territory, driving out or killing the people inside and forcibly occupying their houses. She could not do that. Han Qingxia decided to let the survivor inside go for now, just as a small crack opened in the door behind. A middle-aged man with a stubbly face and wearing glasses appeared cautiously. He looked haggard, clearly someone who had not had a full meal in a long time. Behind him stood a similarly weary middle-aged woman. At that moment, a 5- or 6-year-old girl peeked out from beside him, curiously gazing at her. Sensing their daughter had emerged, the couple hurriedly shielded her, hiding her behind them. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. The east, southwest, and north winds immediately barked at the people behind the door. Don't bark, Han Qingxia ordered the dogs, sizing up the middle-aged man before leaving him with a warning. Except for this place, everywhere else is my territory. Don't enter or else I will kill you. After saying this, Han Qingxia turned to leave, heading towards the last villa, number 10. At this moment, the man called out to her loudly, "There are man-eating zombies inside. Don't go." Han Qingxia paused, looking back at him. "You know, I've seen them." The man nodded gravely. On the day of the party at Villa number 10, a group of young men and women were playing all night. Suddenly, around dawn, there were screams and many young people ran out covered in blood. But they didn't get far before they were pounced on and bitten to death. "What were you doing at that time?" "We were terrified, kept the door tightly locked and stayed in our rooms. Later we found out they were zombies." Han Qingxia's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's face, then on the door of the house and the blood-stained ground outside. "You've managed to hold on to supplies until now." The man momentarily pressed his cracked lips together, wary and silent. At a time like this, no one would casually share their supplies. Han Qingxia was on guard against him, and he was equally wary of her. Noticing their silence, Han Qingxia led the dogs towards Villa number 10. As she strode away towards Villa number 10, the man wanted to give her a warning, but ultimately said nothing. "Honey, who is that person?" "I can't be sure, but she should have supplies," the man said, recalling Han Qingxia's healthy and vibrant appearance with certainty. Even the dogs she brought were well-groomed and shiny. At a time like this, how could one maintain such a state without sufficient supplies? "Can we ask her for some food later?" his wife asked anxiously. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Their daughter. At that moment, the man's gaze deepened. He extended his hand, and a green light appeared in his palm, causing the branches of a nearby potted plant to seem to come alive and fly into his hand. Gripping the vine, the man said solemnly, "Let's wait and see, don't rush." Han Qingxia reached Villa number 10. Indeed, the villa was in disarray. The front door was tightly shut, and the ground, the door, and the garden were all stained with blood. Han Qingxia circled around the villa, first surveying the terrain and the general condition of the interior. Han Qingxia's strength was extraordinary now. The iron security door before her was pushed open with a single kick. With a loud clang, the door swung wide. As the door opened, she and her 4 dogs quickly scattered to the sides. A roar erupted. 3 famished zombies rushed out from within. Among them were 2 women and 1 man. One female zombie had been a stunning beauty in life, and even as a zombie she was more attractive than others. Her face remained relatively intact, though one leg had been bitten, revealing a section of stark white bone. The other female zombie fared much worse. The majority of her face had been gnawed upon, exposing her prosthetic nose, which dangled awkwardly. One of her eyeballs was bulging out with yellow maggots writhing in the exposed flesh. The male zombie was dressed in an elegant suit with a large hole torn in his chest. His hands flailed in the air, and upon catching the scent of fresh human flesh, he lunged forward frantically. As the 3 zombies charged out, Han Qingxia swiftly struck one with her shovel, sending it flying. The other 2 zombies were quickly subdued by her 4 dogs, who overwhelmed them. They were the finest military dogs, saving Han Qingxia from plenty of trouble. With 3 thuds, the 3 zombies met their demise in an instant. Quick in action and striking with style, killing zombies was a trivial matter. Han Qingxia stood by the doorframe, tapping it to make noise and continue luring the zombies inside. However, the interior was silent. It appeared that these were the only 3 zombies. Han Qingxia cautiously led her dogs inside to explore. Even without encountering any zombies, her movements were extremely careful. The villa had a total of 3 floors, 1 basement, and 2 above ground. It was luxuriously decorated with furnishings that exuded the scent of wealth. However, the interior was in complete disarray. Bottles and plates of food were scattered everywhere, and a large pile of beautifully packaged gifts was heaped at the entrance. Han Qingxia casually picked one up which read Happy 20th Birthday Lu Mengwei. It turned out to be a birthday party. Unfortunately, this poor soul's birthday coincided with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Han Qingxia quickly unwrapped the gift, revealing a branded diamond bracelet inside. Following her principle of never leaving empty-handed, she collected all the gifts. She planned to take the food from the kitchen, but to her dismay there was hardly any food available. It seemed the occupant of this place was a pampered lady who never lifted a finger. While there was little food in the kitchen, the refrigerator still contained a fair amount of snacks. Han Qingxia took everything without hesitation. Imported bird's nest, imported drinks box, snacks, and below, in the freezer, Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobster were all taken. In addition, she swept up brand new silk quilts and down comforters from the bedrooms, quickly clearing out the 2 upper floors of the building. She left 2 of her dogs at the entrance to keep watch while she took the other 2 down to the basement. As she stepped into the basement, she sensed something was off. Woo. Woo woo. Both Hongjing and Baiban emitted low growls toward the front. This was a warning and a sign of fear. It seemed they had encountered something terrifying. However, Han Qingxia only felt an overwhelming chill of death. She tapped the railing beside her to attract the zombies inside. Yet the silence remained. Han Qingxia carefully descended the stairs along the railing. Just as she stepped onto the last step, a roar erupted. It came at her with incredible speed, unlike any zombie she had faced before. However, this zombie missed its target. Immediately after, bang. A shovel came crashing down from above, forcefully knocking it several meters away. Han Qingxia had fought for 10 years in the apocalypse, and her combat experience did not require repeated mistakes to learn. After being struck away by Han Qingxia, the zombie twisted its body into a bizarre, contorted position under her. Its forelimbs twisted 180 degrees back, facing down, hands on the ground, while its legs maintained a side-by-side stance. It arched its body like a large 4-legged centipede, standing up again, its long hair covering most of its face. Among the strands, a grayish-white eyeball stared intently at Han Qingxia. The lights in the basement flickered ominously as this bizarre creature charged toward Han Qingxia in an extremely grotesque and terrifying manner. It moved so swiftly that it left after images. Han Qingxia's expression grew serious. A single term surfaced in her mind: speed-type mutated zombie. In the blink of an eye, the 4-legged zombie was right in front of her. The female zombie's face, obscured by her long hair, opened into a massive gaping maw. At that moment, Han Qingxia noticed she had no tongue. Her entire lips had been bitten off. Under the bloodied, mangled abyss of her mouth, 2 rows of uneven teeth lunged toward her. Thud. She bit down on something. It was merely a shovel. The shovel pierced through her mouth, nailing her entire head to the wall. The zombie was momentarily immobilized, but her limbs struggled violently. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel tightly. With a crack, she silenced the creature completely. The zombie was fast, but Han Qingxia was even faster. Not only that, but her strength was astounding. The shovel had penetrated an inch into the reinforced concrete wall, something an average person would not be able to pull out. Han Qingxia withdrew the shovel and stirred it within the zombie's brain. When she pulled it out, a yellowish-white transparent crystal appeared before her eyes. Han Qingxia took out a bottle of water from her spatial storage and cleaned the surface. Instantly, the crystal began to shine brightly. It was a zombie crystal core. Higher-level zombies possess these. In the later stages, many bases used crystal cores as currency, while large bases continuously offered high prices to buy them back. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had only managed to become a squad leader because she lacked abilities and missed out on many things. All she knew was that this familiar object was useful. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding, detected zombie crystal core 1. Unlocking new points exchange. A regular first-level zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. Would you like to exchange? Han Qingxia. The crystal core could be exchanged for points. A redemption panel appeared in her mind. There was also a line of text: first-time exchange reward a big gift package. For every subsequent 100 crystal cores, receive 1 big gift package. Han Qingxia decisively chose to exchange. The crystal core in her hand vanished and a notification sounded in her mind. Ding, reward a portion of Yunnan Baiao and 1 emergency pill. Ding, reward a set of combat clothing. Ding, reward a pair of combat gloves. Ding, reward a set of combat boots. Ding, reward a revolver. Han Qingxia. This was a huge profit. The combination of Yunnan Baiao and emergency pills alone is worth 120 points. She couldn't see the price of the combat suit, but she recognized that revolver from the weapon page, which seemed to cost over 5,000 points. This is a huge profit. Han Qingxia strapped the revolver to her waist, set the combat suit in her space to review later, and then swept through the basement once more. She managed to scavenge quite a bit, including a cabinet full of valuable red wine gold bars and jewelry stored in a safe, along with a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, all with their keys still attached. Han Qingxia returned home fully loaded. As she left, she wrote a large character for Summer at the entrance. Her mental map of the domain now also included the area of this villa. Meanwhile, the entire villa complex except for Villa No. 9 had been captured and merged into her domain. Only Villa No. 9 remained a dark and unlit hole. As she exited the villa, the people from Villa No. 9 immediately averted their gaze. He gazed in disbelief at Han Qingxia, who returned unscathed and unharmed, his eyes lost in thought. Honey, that woman just came out of Villa No. 10. Didn't you say that place was very dangerous? She's even more formidable than we thought, the man asserted. At this moment, he felt a surge of both fear and relief. Thankfully, they had initially presented themselves as friendly, otherwise, given his abilities, he might not have been able to handle this woman. He had to adjust his strategy now. As Han Qingxia left Villa No. 10 and walked onto the main road, a family of 3 appeared before her. The family from Villa No. 9. Miss, can we make a deal with you? The man adjusted his black-framed glasses. I am a botanist capable of cultivating new crops, and we would like to exchange some food with you. You aren't afraid that I will just take all of this from you? Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow as she looked at the eye. The man shook his head. Cultivating these is not complicated for me. He raised his hand and a pot of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at the sight. A plant-type ability user. No wonder he had managed to protect his wife and child at home safely during over a month of the zombie crisis. This man had some skills. At the same time, Han Qingxia understood what his actions meant. First, he was letting her know he was a useful person capable of providing her with resources, and second, he was trying to intimidate her. He was signaling her not to act rashly as it would be detrimental to his family, implying that he had the ability to protect himself. However, both of these messages held no power over Han Qingxia. Because Han Qingxia did not need them. You can keep these for yourselves. Han Qingxia did not even spare a glance at the pot of vegetables. Because her own vegetables were plentiful enough that they couldn't be eaten up. No need to trade with others. She left with her dog in a carefree manner. The man was immediately flustered, his eyes filled with confusion. No way. He was a smart man. He had deduced from various news reports early in the apocalypse that the situation was not simple. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he had decisively shut his door and hidden with his family, not daring to make a sound, thus successfully avoiding danger. Later, he was fortunate enough to awaken his plant-based powers, securing basic food for his family. However, just eating vegetables was not enough. The adults could manage, but the child was already malnourished. At the same time, he was also certain that the fresh vegetables he cultivated would be highly marketable outside. How many survivors could get fresh produce out there? This was definitely something that could be traded. But, unexpectedly, the other party actually completely looked down upon it. As Han Qingxia was about to leave, the man immediately called out to her, Miss. What do you need? Money. We have that too. Whatever you want, as long as we have it, we can trade. Han Qingxia paused at this, a hint of interest finally showing on her face. She looked at their Villa No. 9, I want your house. The man across from her exclaimed. What the hell in this apocalypse, what does she want a house for? It's not even food or clothing. I can give you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk if you sell. The price is quite appealing, although it wouldn't even be worth 5,000 before the apocalypse, not even enough to buy a square meter of this house, but now it's the apocalypse. This large amount of supplies for their house was a great deal. However, the 2 people across from her showed hesitation. They could give up the house, but where would they live afterward? Miss, if we sell the house to you, can we still live here? The man adjusted his glasses, thinking of something, and looked at Han Qingxia with determination. Our family can work for you. A half of the vegetables we produce every day can be delivered to you. In other words, we can become your workers. His mind was racing. Although this action was similar to becoming a laborer in an ancient landlord's household, it was actually the best choice. Firstly, they wouldn't need to move out and could still live here, only needing to hand over half of their vegetable output daily. Moreover, and importantly, they could gain Han Qingxia's protection. This girl was clearly no ordinary person. Aligning with her and depending on her had to be the best choice. Meanwhile, it would not be a loss for Han Qingxia either. Han Qingxia had initially planned to buy their house and incorporate it into her territory, but she didn't need to live there herself. She lacked manpower. Now that the area was expanding, many places were left unguarded. This family could help her monitor the territory here, and they would also submit a portion of their food output daily. Plus, the man was a plant-type ability user, making this deal quite favorable. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, detected the allegiance of territory residents. Accepting them will grant you 300 points special attributes of territory residents. Han Qingxia exclaimed. Special attributes. I agree. Han Qingxia accepted their allegiance, and as her words fell, an invisible force connected her with the three people before her. Wang Yumin and his wife, unsure why, suddenly looked at Han Qingxia as if gazing upon a revered deity, instinctively wanting to submit before her. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia felt an extraordinary flow of energy moving within her. Her hand reached for Wang Yumin's pot of vegetables, and immediately, that box of vegetables began to grow wildly, even faster than Wang Yumin could manage. Wang Yumin and his wife instantly understood why Han Qingxia had looked down on their vegetables. It turned out she was also a plant-type ability user, and much stronger than themselves. Suddenly, a unique emotion rose in the hearts of the couple, both gratitude and trepidation. She was willing to accept them even though she herself had power. She was indeed too merciful. Han Qingxia had the home of Wang Yumin purchased. A large character Xia was engraved on the mailbox at the entrance. With this, her map of the area was completely filled. From today onwards, I am your lord. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin and his wife to oversee the area, forbidding anyone from entering her territory. They would farm for her here, and she would guarantee their safety, rewarding them based on their contributions in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Yumin and his wife were thrilled, eagerly responding. This was precisely what they desired. Whether before or after the apocalypse, ordinary people only needed a safe place where someone could protect them. Previously, the state machinery protected them, but now that it had collapsed, Han Qingxia was providing them with protection. This lordship was genuine. Han Qingxia asked Wang Yumin's daughter Wang Yundua to accompany her to gather supplies. Considering the girl's young age and that Wang Yumin likely couldn't store much, she didn't let her take too much. For the first time, she gave her a bag of rice, a box of milk, a tray of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The items were loaded onto the vehicle with Hong Zhong and by Ban pulling it, escorting her back. In the future, their family's yield would also be delivered to her daily. Han Qingxia's absorption of residents was akin to a base in the apocalypse, yet it was entirely different from the structure of a typical base. She would not allow the incoming residents to enter her air raid shelter. That was her private domain. The residents under her protection could only live within the radiating range of her territory. Here she was their revered existence. The next day, Wang Yunduo came to deliver the daily yield to Han Qingxia. A box of vegetables, half bean sprouts and half cabbage. Ding, detected a household's yield, rewarding 3 points. After receiving the box of vegetables, Han Qingxia heard the system prompt. Receiving the yield from the residents in her territory daily would earn her points. In addition to the initial acceptance reward, their subsequent yields would also grant her rewards. The number of rewards seemed to correlate with the population. With 3 people in Wang Yumin's family, they contributed 3 points to Han Qingxia daily. Han Qingxia was pleasantly surprised. On the return trip, when she handed over the rice, milk, eggs, and pork from today, she also rewarded her with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Go back and have your parents plant something else. Yes, my lord. Wang Yunduo said sweetly to Han Qingxia. Under the escort of Bai Ban and Hong Zhong, she returned with today's supplies. After watching her leave, Han Qingxia took out a map and began planning the next area to conquer. She would strike left towards the villa district. The hillside behind the villa district was another city with a complex terrain and many villagers, making management a bit troublesome. If there were zombies there, it would take her half a day to traverse. To the right was the highway. She took up binoculars to look at the highway outside. Since the day the rescue team evacuated a group of civilians, the highway had seen a new surge. Surviving civilians with the rescue vehicles clearing a path drove out, following them towards the rescuers' base. If Han Qingxia remembered correctly, that was the base that Han Ning and her family had initially boarded, located on the backside of B City, bordering A City on a plain. There, the K1 base, one of the 3 major bases in the east, was established. Its military strength was formidable, but from what she learned in her previous life, the K1 base consistently faced food shortages, requiring large numbers of personnel to venture out for supplies daily. After expanding her territory northward, she might encounter people from the K1 base. Han Qingxia thought for a moment and decided to head south towards a city instead. Without hesitation, she spent the day clearing about 20 acres of unoccupied land along the highway, exterminating the zombies wandering within her territory and gathering a small amount of supplies. Most of the supplies were from vehicles involved in accidents on the highway. Ultimately, she found 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. She didn't take any spoiled meat, vegetables, or bread, so the haul was slightly lacking. However, the point rewards were considerable. 2,000 points. The exchange rate was roughly 1,000 points for 10 acres. If it were apartment buildings, the points would be increased. For example, after completely clearing the villa district yesterday, she received over 3,000 points. That villa area was not larger than the unoccupied land Han Qingxia occupied today. In just a few days, Han Qingxia's territory expanded by 4 to 5 times and her points reached nearly 7,000. She was not far from her AK. Just as Han Qingxia planned to use her momentum to redeem her AK, a group of red dots suddenly appeared in her mind's eye. Red dots. Zombies were represented by gray dots. After a moment of shock, Han Qingxia quickly realized living intruders. They were even in the area outside her air raid shelter, and at that moment they were heading towards her shelter. Han Qingxia decisively took the dogs and drove back. Captain, hang in there. According to the map, there should be an air raid shelter ahead. Why do I feel something is off here? A group of 7 or 8 men in base combat uniforms walked through the forest outside the air raid shelter, increasingly sensing something strange. Yes, there isn't a single zombie along the way. It seems like someone has deliberately cleared it. Look, there are tire tracks from vehicles coming in and out, and they look quite fresh. It seems there are people inside. If there are people, that's great. The group of men, almost all injured, continued forward when suddenly their conversation halted, because they saw a huge sign in front of them. Private territory, beware of guard dogs. The crowd, look over there. One of the sharp-eyed men caught a glimpse of a fleeting silver flash. He quickly ran a few steps forward, brushed aside the bushes in front of him, and crossed several rows of dense trees to see a well-hidden base. Upon seeing this defensive structure, he and everyone else were stunned. A giant barbed wire wall over 3 meters high with razor blades fully embedded on top glinted coldly in the silver light, revealing countless hidden barbed wire blades. In the center was a large steel door standing 3.5 meters high, visibly thick enough that a tank might not be able to break through. Inside the barbed wire, various vegetables were thriving along with farmed chickens, ducks, and sheep, as well as dense fruit orchards and fish ponds. Is this a paradise? A breathtaking defensive structure, countless ample supplies. This is the utopia described in books. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thud. This Special Forces soldier fell directly in front of them, and by the time everyone reacted, he had already tumbled into a trap pit. Deping. Pingsy. Other special operatives immediately rushed to the edge of the concealed trap pit. There they saw a meticulously hidden pit lined with steel-tipped spikes and an enormous industrial-grade animal trap. The sight sent chills down their spines. Damn it. This was no ordinary civilian trap, it was a professional military-grade fortification. An ordinary person stumbling upon it would be dead on the spot. Fortunately, their comrade was a highly trained special operative. The moment he sensed danger, his instinctive reaction was defensive, leaving him trapped only by the jaws of the device's legs clamped tight and both hands pierced by the steel spikes. Carefully, they extracted him from the trap's grip. Just as they lifted him clear, a pack of dogs burst through the base's dedicated side gate. Woof. 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 Woof, 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 woof. 8 or 9 ferocious dogs led by a towering battle-hardened black German shepherd encircled them completely. Xia Tian stared at the group with unmasked hostility, bearing long fangs and sharp claws. In that instant, they finally understood what ferocious guard dogs within truly meant. These very dogs before them. How could they not be ferocious? One warning: only leave within 60 seconds, or we won't be held responsible for fatal bites. Everyone on site froze in stunned silence. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, every one of them tightened their brows, their gazes converging on the gravely injured man at their center. His brow knotted in pain, his face smeared with camouflage paint was unreadable, yet his deep-set eyes burned with startling clarity. Gazing toward the base, he spoke in a low, resonant voice. "We are guards from K1 base. We're in dire straits. Could you possibly lend us aid?" 59 seconds. Her reply was nothing but cold, precise countdown. No negotiation, no hesitation. Hey! Just help us, please. We're genuinely in trouble. 58 seconds. How can you be so heartless? We risked our lives trying to save you. Hearing her utter lack of leniency, a younger operative erupted in anger. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia slashed the remaining time in half without pause. The young operative nearly burst into tears. Captain, she. Enough. Their captain's tone softened yet carried quiet finality. Helping is a favor, not an obligation. You mustn't coerce morality from others. Let's withdraw. But, Captain, you're bleeding heavily. Rescue could take hours, and we have nowhere left to retreat. Move out, now. At that moment, the base's special operatives, who had been carrying their captain on their backs, sank to their knees before the main gate one after another. Comrade inside, I beg you, Su Xiaoyang pleads. We won't step foot inside your base, just save our captain. Name anything you want, and I'll deliver it. Han Qingxia, gripping the steering wheel, gasped sharply. On her live feed monitor, she caught sight of a face she knew all too well. Su Xiaoyang. It really was Su Xiaoyang. Thud. 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 One by one the rest dropped to their knees beside him, pleading silently with Han Qingxia. The young man slumped across Su Xiaoyang's back, watched his comrades kneel, and felt as though a giant hand had seized his heart, squeezing tighter than any wound. The agony dwarfed his physical pain. He wanted to shout for them to rise, but before the words formed, darkness swallowed him. Blood loss had claimed him. Then, a screeching halt, tires biting asphalt, sending leaves swirling violently into the air. Stunned, the group watched as a sleek, state-of-the-art armored vehicle, unlike any they'd ever seen, slammed to a stop directly before them. A cascade of dust and fallen leaves settled. The door swung inward, and a young woman in tactical gear leapt effortlessly onto the ground. Her jet-black hair was pulled high into a bold, athletic ponytail. Her fair, rosy-cheeked face was strikingly beautiful, especially framed by the crisp lines of her combat uniform, which accentuated her tall, statuesque, and fiercely elegant figure. She was breathtaking, both radiant and resolute. Without hesitation, she strode straight to the center of the group, dropped gracefully onto one knee, and reached out, her fingers lifting Su Xiaoyang's chin. Su Xiaoyang froze, utterly speechless under her gaze. Han Qingxia's eyes grew brighter with each passing second, her excitement mounting as she studied his face, her grip firm on his jaw. Su Xiaoyang. Yes, it's me. Under her touch, Su Xiaoyang found himself unable to meet her eyes, perhaps because her smile burned like sunlight and her fingertips, warm and certain, seared deeper than any wound. His fellow operatives stood agape, utterly dumbfounded. This actually worked. All right, come on in. With a sweeping gesture, Han Qingxia flung open the gate behind her, inviting them inside. In that moment, the entire team felt as though they'd stepped into a dream. Every eye turned to Su Xiaoyang, filled with knowing, teasing, almost conspiratorial amusement. A handsome comrade, it seemed, truly did come in handy at critical moments. Even Su Xiaoyang's famously stoic expression faltered under their glances. Tightening his grip on the unconscious captain across his back, he forced calm into his voice. Move, now. Only then did they snap out of their daze, rushing forward, supporting one another, hoisting the injured Zheng Ping onto their shoulders, and following Han Qingxia into her fortified base. Once inside, they were struck anew by the sheer staggering contrast. Outside, corpses littered the ruins, order had collapsed entirely, food was rarer than hope itself. Yet here, chickens and ducks thrived in flourishing coops, eggs overflowed from nests before their very eyes. Vegetables sprouted luxuriantly across the fields, so lush and abundant they seemed ready to overripen at any moment. And beyond, fish and shrimp churned ceaselessly in sunlit ponds. East, west, south, north, center, white too. Wishing you prosperity, red envelopes, good fortune, longevity, and dinners served. Everyone gaped in disbelief. They watched stunned as Han Qingxia emerged from an underground shelter bearing a steaming massive bowl of fresh bone-in beef, serving it without hesitation to her dogs. Holy hell! She was this wealthy. Out there they starved erratically, surviving on scraps, while her dogs feasted on premium cuts fit for royalty. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet? Han Qingxia asked, having just finished feeding her pack. Su Xiaoyang suddenly flustered, flushed from neck to ears. We still have some rations left. Then you haven't eaten. I'll cook. She turned toward the shelter entrance, only for Su Xiaoyang to call after her urgently, Miss, do you have medical supplies? Our commander is fading fast. Yes, please save our captain first. Only then did Han Qingxia lazily glance over Su Xiaoyang's shoulder at the unconscious man slumped across his back. A faint, enigmatic smile curved her lips. What's in it for me if I save him? She rose and walked to the window. Looking down at the people strolling below, she saw that no one yet knew what the future held. Everyone moved about as usual. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a smile. Simple, I want you. Su Xiaoyang. His icy face instantly flushed from his neck to the back of his ears, and he didn't even know how to respond. The gazes of his comrades watching Su Xiaoyang were filled with unspeakable emotions. What does this mean? In truth, it was just that Su Xiaoyang was handsome, and this female demon had taken a liking to him, planning to keep him as her husband. Everyone was momentarily unsure whether to sympathize with Su Xiaoyang or envy him. Miss, I am just one person. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, looking at Han Qingxia. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay and be my subordinate, serving only me from now on. That's not possible. I still need to return to the troops with everyone. Han Qingxia lazily stood up. Then you can think about it slowly. If you want to save him, stay. Watching Han Qingxia's nonchalant back, Su Xiaoyang's fists clenched tightly. Miss, can you really save my captain? Of course, as long as he has breath, I guarantee he won't die. Han Qingxia assured confidently. With the emergency rescue pill, she was full of confidence. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang fell silent for 3 seconds, then solemnly replied, "All right. If you can save my captain, my life from now on will belong to you." Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. A group of teammates looked at Su Xiaoyang's agreement and immediately panicked. "You want me? I Qimingtong am willing to give up everything, just let Su Xiaoyang go." I Wang Hong also agree. "Use me in exchange for our captain. I Tang Jian will submit to you." "You all step aside, I Li Lin have no one at home, this life doesn't matter, I'll go." "Female demon, you want he? I now have a worthless life ready to die at any moment of my life is yours, it's worth the most." The unlucky fellow who fell into Han Qingxia's trap shouted on the ground. Han Qingxia watched the group of self-recommending men. How did this group of people act as if they were going to eat Su Xiaoyang, competing to die in his place? And some even called her a female demon. She had been so kind today, using all her patience to recruit her precious Su Xiaoyang. "You all are not worthy." Han Qingxia dismissed them, looking at Su Xiaoyang. "Carry him and come with me." Han Qingxia strode into her air raid shelter. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, securing the man on his back, and quickly followed. Xiaoyang. The teammates watched Su Xiaoyang carry the person inside, worried to the point of wanting to rush in together. But in the end, reason prevailed. This was the territory of that female demon, and they were taken in by her. Logically speaking, even disregarding the apocalypse, the dogs she raised in her base, and the unknown defensive fortifications made them hesitant to act recklessly. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as he entered. Inside the air raid shelter. After Su Xiaoyang followed Han Qingxia through the large iron door, he was even more amazed by the interior. It was brightly lit inside, and he could hear that there was likely a generator at the innermost part of the air raid shelter. He didn't know how she had soundproofed it or what kind of powerful generator she had bought. The noise was surprisingly low. One must know that the sound of a diesel generator could be deafening, especially in such a relatively sealed environment. That was because he didn't realize that it was a generator upgraded by the system. Moreover, the interior of the air raid shelter was orderly, with sofas, wool mats, large beds, and bathrooms. The innermost rooms were all tightly sealed, and the doors were professional-grade bank vault doors. The second floor appeared to be a tower where he could vaguely see a long row of computers and a crossbow. Coupled with the crops planted outside, electrified fences, traps, and a pack of hunting dogs, it was a well-equipped, impregnable small fortress. Living here alone was enough to withstand all dangers. Unless a professional army was sent to attack, but which army would intentionally come to assault a remote personal base? Exactly. Su Xiaoyang gradually realized the terrain here. Yes, this base was extremely well hidden. No one would expect there to be such a complete and powerful personal defense structure in this deep mountain forest. There was almost no chance of invasion. This girl had considered everything. After Su Xiaoyang mentally reviewed all the information about Han Qingxia's base, his heart was even more shaken. What kind of person was this girl? She had actually managed to quietly build such an apocalypse fortress in such a remote place. What was even more incredible was where she had obtained all the items in this fortress. Just the animal traps at the entrance and the car she drove, everyone had observed later, and the craftsmanship was beyond modern standards. Did she make them herself? "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Han Qingxia said. Su Xiaoyang immediately snapped back from his shock. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, glanced around, and hurriedly placed the man on her bed. "Wait, put him on the floor." Su Xiaoyang. Is she rejecting his captain? One must know that his captain Lu Qian was recognized as the #1 handsome man in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse, with a solid background. His grandfather was a general of the Eastern Military District. This was the first time he saw someone dislike their captain. Han Qingxia's air raid shelter was long, with storage areas behind closed doors, allowing Su Xiaoyang to place the person on the ground near the door. "My captain was shot in the abdomen. The bullet didn't stay in his body, and there are multiple cuts from sharp blades on him. Do you really have a way?" Han Qingxia picked up a pair of scissors and quickly cut open Lu Qian's clothing. After 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, small-scale surgical rescue was already a necessary skill for her. However, in her previous life, she didn't have any miraculous medicine. Normally, she just applied hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine to the injured, and after that it depended on their own resistance, relying on luck. Now, she flipped her hand, pretending to take something from her pocket, but in reality, she pulled out a small bottle from her space. Emergency rescue pill. With this divine medicine in hand, even the king of hell couldn't take him. Han Qingxia glanced at the big gift package she received from the last transaction of crystal cores. One emergency rescue pill costs 100 points. If it weren't because she wanted to win over Su Xiaoyang, she wouldn't even want to give this medicine away. Su Xiaoyang saw the medicine Han Qingxia took out. He wanted to ask a question, but ultimately didn't say a word. He stared intently at Han Qingxia. Now he had no choice but to trust her. Su Xiaoyang nervously stood by, watching Han Qingxia. He saw her feed a bottle of white pills to his captain and then start cleaning his wounds. She removed the dirt and necrotic flesh from the wounds, then quickly applied a bottle of powder. It seemed to be a hemostatic medicine. After applying the powder, she bandaged his wounds. Once Han Qingxia had nearly finished treating the wounds, he saw his captain's eyelashes flutter, and with a cough, he actually woke up. Su Xiaoyang. Captain. Let him rest for a while. Han Qingxia gestured for him to stay back. Su Xiaoyang immediately halted his steps and nodded seriously. Once he wakes up, he should be fine. Han Qingxia stood up. Su Xiaoyang looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly knelt before her. Miss, from now on my life belongs to you, Su Xiaoyang. Very well. Han Qingxia looked at the man before her with satisfaction. Su Xiaoyang was her most loyal subordinate in her previous life. Although she knew fate had changed and he could not be exactly the same as before, a person's nature could not be altered. She understood his character very well. For him to say such words was a lifetime commitment. My name is Han Qingxia. From now on just call me boss. Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then firmly replied, yes, boss. As soon as he said this, a prompt appeared in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, base guard detected 1. Reward 1,000 points. 1 set of combat gear. Overall enhancement of base security by 10%. Base guard special attribute copied. Han Qingxia exclaimed. She could feel her base being reinforced in ways invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, she sensed a fluctuation of water within her body. She remembered that Su Xiaoyang was a water ability user. She had gained a new ability. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. She was now completely certain that as long as she accepted ability users into her territory, she would gain their abilities. Han Qingxia looked at Su Xiaoyang and found him increasingly precious. Her Xiaoyang was a great guy. A true treasure. She fixed her intense gaze on him and said, take off your clothes. Su Xiaoyang. He met her fiery gaze and his cold face was once again enveloped in embarrassment, turning red to the roots of his neck. For a moment he felt like a helpless little girl at the mercy of others. Is it really necessary to be so quick? He slowly began to unbutton his shirt. Shy tough guy. Hurry up and take it off. Han Qingxia turned around and took out a pack of gauze and alcohol from the cabinet along with the combat gear she had just obtained. When she turned back, she saw Su Xiaoyang still unbuttoning his second button. He was uncomfortably slow. Seeing the items in her hands, Su Xiaoyang said, Miss, boss, I'm going to apply medicine to you, hurry up. Only then did Su Xiaoyang realize he had misunderstood. His ears turned bright red as he quickly sped up the process of undressing. In a few swift motions, he removed his outer garment. He wanted to say he could do it himself and not trouble Han Qingxia, but she had already firmly pinned him down, cleaning his external injuries. All of them had encountered a very dangerous attack, struggling to escape from a horde of zombies, nearly leaving everyone behind, each of them injured. Su Xiaoyang remained silent throughout the process, not uttering a sound even when she peeled away the clothes stuck to his flesh and removed some rotten flesh. It was impossible not to feel pain. The tearing of flesh and fascia sent pain shooting through his nerves. Yet he did not make a sound. Real tough guys do not cry out in pain. He endured the agony, but once Han Qingxia finished cleaning his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder onto them, a wave of unprecedented coolness struck his painfully numb nerves. He looked at Han Qingxia in disbelief as her powder eased his pain with just a little bit. Then an incredibly comfortable warmth quickly enveloped his wounds. By the time Han Qingxia had finished bandaging him, he felt as if his wounds were nearly healed. He looked at Han Qingxia in astonishment. All right, stop staring at me like that. Go to the bathroom and get a wet towel to wipe yourself down, avoiding the wounds, then change your clothes. Han Qingxia tossed him a set of clean combat gear. Su Xiaoyang received the clean towel and clothes, feeling a mix of emotions. He held the items in silence for a moment and solemnly said to Han Qingxia, thank you, boss. Go on. Han Qingxia waved him off, letting him go to the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang came out after changing clothes, he saw Han Qingxia starting to cook in the kitchen. At that moment, he caught sight of the half bottle of Yunnan Baiao she had placed on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Han Qingxia, boss, can you give me the remaining medicine? While cooking, Han Qingxia turned to glance at him and casually nodded, take it. Su Xiaoyang was immediately filled with gratitude. He took a quick look at his former captain in the room, confirming he was fine and recovering, then turned to grab the Yunnan Baiao and headed outside. Outside at that moment. Pingsy, hold on a bit. You guys shouldn't waste medicine on me, we don't have much left. He Jianping lay against the wall outside the air raid shelter, pale-faced. His companions were treating the wounds on his legs. He had been seriously injured by Han Qingxia's trap, adding to his already battered body. He was well aware that at such a time, with no rescue in sight and only a bit of medical supplies left, it was save it for yourselves. This medicine won't save my wounds. Don't talk nonsense. We absolutely won't let you die. Even if it can't save me, we must try. Just then a voice came from behind them. Use this medicine. Su Xiaoyang, now in a new outfit, emerged from the air raid shelter with the Yunnan buyout he had asked for from Han Qingxia. Everyone looked at him. Xiaoyang. How's the captain? Where's the captain? He's resting inside, he's already out of danger. Upon hearing this, the gloom that had lingered for days lifted significantly. Su Xiaoyang stepped forward, taking out the Yunnan buyout. This medicine has worked wonders for both me and the captain. He Zhanping glanced at the medicine bottle. That witch's medicine. I don't want it. That's my boss, you aren't allowed to slander her anymore. Su Xiaoyang firmly pressed Zhanping's legs down, exposing his wounds fully. Seeing his comrade defend Han Qingxia like this, Zhanping felt more indignant and was about to retort when an unprecedented coolness swept over his entire body. He was instantly shocked. Zhanping's wound was deep, just recently treated with some hemostatic medicine. The pain was increasing. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang applied the medicine to his wound, and an indescribable cool sensation dissipated all the pain. As the wound began to be bandaged, warmth started to radiate from the injury, though it was not hot. It felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable. His tense nerves gradually eased, and his previously pale complexion began to improve. What kind of medicine did that female demon use? It feels so good. Still calling her a female demon. Su Xiaoyang tightened the bandage slightly. Hiss. He Zhanping immediately became obedient. I was wrong, I'll call her big sister, big sister. Su Xiaoyang was also very measured, loosening his grip and finishing the bandaging. He looked at the remaining bit of medicine powder and said to the other comrades, there's a little left, you all use it. Su Xiaoyang applied the remaining medicine powder to the most severely injured areas of the other comrades. After applying Han Qingxia's medicine, their eyes all brightened. Qi Mingtang exclaimed, wow, this medicine is really comfortable. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled. It doesn't hurt at all after applying the medicine. Li Lin wholeheartedly agreed. I've never used such effective medicine before. Tang Jian shrugged. It seems that aside from being a bit bad, that female demon has some pretty good stuff. Tang Jian. Su Xiaoyang's cold face suddenly darkened. Originally we all pleaded with her, and she didn't save us when we were dying. What else could she be but a cold-blooded demon? Tang Jian was the young soldier who had almost cried from Han Qingxia's anger just moments ago. My boss saved the captain and turned a blind eye letting you use the medicine. That was exchanged with your own life. No, I willingly followed my boss, Su Xiaoyang said seriously to everyone. Han Qingxia, standing by the entrance of the air raid shelter, heard this and smiled slightly. Su Xiaoyang was still the Su Xiaoyang she had known in her previous life. Xiaoyang. Don't say that. Didn't you say the boss is good? Once the boss recovers, we'll sneak away together. We'll escape secretly, she definitely won't notice. Even if she does, we're not afraid of her. There are so many of us, how could we be scared by a little girl? We're not afraid of her. You all. Han Qingxia came out holding a large basin of food. Who are you not afraid of? The group who had just been passionately discussing immediately looked at the sky or the ground, all obediently closing their mouths, looking at the sky or the ground, but no one dared to look at her. Han Qingxia glanced at this group of loudmouths. Yangzi, come eat. Su Xiaoyang, upon hearing the command, obediently stepped forward. The other four, seeing this, hurriedly tried to stop Su Xiaoyang, urging him not to go at all. Yet no one dared to speak in front of Han Qingxia. Watching Su Xiaoyang obediently walk over, they all sighed in despair. Alas, their good comrade and warrior after all was sacrificing too much. Yangzi, you've worked hard for everyone. At that moment, a fragrant smell of ribs wafted over. Han Qingxia opened her large basin, which was filled to the brim with braised ribs. The braised ribs, first fried and then stewed, had a golden red color, enticing fragrance, thick juice, and delicious flavor. A single bite would make the meat fall off the bone, and the savory taste, combined with the hearty meat texture, could make anyone devour 10 bowls of rice. On top, Han Qingxia had also fried 5 eggs and a large portion of stir-fried vegetables. The fragrant fried eggs and the fresh green vegetables paired with the ribs made it so tempting that just looking at it made one's appetite stir. Not to mention for these old soldiers who hadn't had a hearty meal in over 10 days. Wow, such a feast. Su Xiaoyang saw the large basin of ribs in front of him along with 2 pots of fragrant rice in the electric cooker beside him and was momentarily stunned. All he felt was moved. Boss, there's no need to specially prepare such a good meal for me. I can just eat what you usually have. He knew how tight resources were now. Forget ribs, many people struggled to have even one full meal. Han Qingxia prepared such a lavish meal for him. It was clearly a welcoming feast. This was really unnecessary. Even if she valued him, a little stir-fried meat would have been enough. This is too grand. Han Qingxia picked up an electric rice cooker sitting under the grape trellis. This is what I usually eat. Su Xiaoyang. The people behind him. From now on, whatever I eat, you eat. Following your boss, I'll absolutely ensure you start every day at this standard. Han Qingxia said this loudly. The 5 of them nearby widened their eyes. No way this standard starts. This is the apocalypse. They couldn't even have meat and vegetables in the base. Han Qingxia was going to let Su Xiaoyang start with this. This seemed quite different from their previous imaginations of Su Xiaoyang's life as a male slave in dire straits. It seemed like following Han Qingxia wasn't a sacrifice. He was living much better than in their base. We'll eat our own, hurry and eat. Tang Jian scoffed, we have our own food too. We'll eat our own. He took out compressed biscuits from his bag, added some water, and started eating them dry. The others also looked pitifully at their remaining compressed biscuits in their bags. While eating the tasteless and choking compressed biscuits, they smelled the fragrant aroma of braised ribs wafting over. These biscuits truly became less and less enjoyable to eat. The ribs over there smelled so good they really wanted to eat. You eat more. Why are you eating so slowly? Han Qingxia was eating the ribs heartily, hardly even gnawing on the bones, while Xia Tian squatted beside her. Han Qingxia left the bones for them to gnaw on. Su Xiaoyang, however, ate very slowly, meticulously gnawing every piece clean. The bones from Han Qingxia were cooked to perfection, and he could even eat the bone scraps. Leave the bones for Xia Tian to gnaw on. You eat the meat. It won't be wasted. Su Xiaoyang shook his head in response, determined to continue gnawing on the bones. Seeing him like this, Han Qingxia understood and continued eating, letting him be. Once she was full and satisfied, she downed a bottle of cola, and there were still plenty of ribs left in that large basin. She wiped her hands and stood up. Su Xiaoyang asked, Boss, are you going to eat the rest of this? It's all yours. Han Qingxia saw through it, but didn't say anything, turning back into the air raid shelter. Before leaving, she said, but you have to wash the bowls and chopsticks clean, and also make sure to collect the dishes later. Su Xiaoyang immediately gratefully replied, yes. After Han Qingxia left, He Zhanping and the others who had long been chewing on the tasteless compressed biscuits stopped eating. However, they didn't dare to waste anything and licked the remnants clean. Just then a bowl of leftover braised ribs was handed over. Eat up, it's left for you. Su Xiaoyang was saving what little he had between his teeth to share with them. Can the queen agree? Tang Jian quickly shifted the topic. I consulted the boss and she said I could have it all. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brother, good brother. Let me thank you, because of you it has warmed. Stop talking, eat quickly. Tang Jian, He Zhanping, Wang Heng, and the others immediately started eating. During this time, Su Xiaoyang, fearing they might choke, poured them some water, filling each person's water bottle. This was also a recent discovery about his body change. He could produce water. Everyone in their small team had undergone certain changes. Tang Jian had become faster, He Zhanping stronger, Wang Heng could control fire, Qi Mingtang's body reacted to metal, and Li Lin could alter the terrain. Although they didn't know the reason behind these changes and were still exploring how to use them, they were grateful that they all had mutated, otherwise escaping that zombie tide would have been impossible. Watching his former comrades eat, Su Xiaoyang stood up to work. First, he went to gather vegetables. Tang Jian, munching on a bone, watched him work. Xiaoyang, are you really going to do it for her? Su Xiaoyang lowered his head to cut chives. If I promised, I must do it. So you really won't come back with us to the base? I will be the boss person in the future. Will the captain let you go? Su Xiaoyang stopped talking and focused on his work. After cutting half the chives, his brothers finished the ribs and joined him. We have meat to share and work to do together. Can we let you sacrifice alone? Everyone gathered vegetables, weeded, washed dishes, and after finishing, they cleaned the yard thoroughly. Han Qingxia saw these people working inside the house and raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew Su Xiaoyang left those ribs for his comrades. She understood the bond of life and death between brothers deeply. Otherwise, she would never have gone to such lengths to bring Su Xiaoyang in. The bond of brothers who have lived and died together countless times for years, even over a decade, cannot be. Now the timeline had changed. In her past life, when she first met Su Xiaoyang, she only saw him alone, and he never mentioned his past. Thinking back, it must be that his comrades, including that captain, had all perished. Only he remained picked up by her. He had no ties and devoted himself to her. In this life, with his companions still around, he was much more vibrant than in the last. Han Qingxia did not deliberately disrupt his relationship with his comrades, allowing him to remain connected with them, and even tacitly accepted many of his actions, such as taking Yunnan Baiyao and the ribs. This was all leniency towards him, bestowing grace upon Su Xiaoyang. Otherwise it would backfire. People have feelings, and the fact that his teammates survived would always be on his mind. Otherwise would it be a complete sweep. Han Qingxia looked at these capable young men, working her eyes. Keeping these people to work for her seemed quite good too. Dusk. Han Qingxia lazily walked outside the air raid shelter, inspecting her territory. Her territory looked completely new. The vegetable garden had been tidied up. All the freshly harvested vegetables were neatly stacked in a shaded area, sorted and classified. All the weeds in the garden had been removed and the chicken and duck coops had been cleaned out. Some small damages were repaired and the hygiene inside and out was thoroughly addressed. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with this. The soldiers really worked quite well. Boss, where should we store these vegetables? No rush, let's wash some first, we're having hot pot tonight. Hearing hot pot, the eyes of several comrades lounging nearby lit up. Not long after Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. The fragrant beef bones and chicken leg bones were first put in to make broth, followed by the hot pot ingredient pack. Half spicy pot, half tomato pot. Various meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu lay before them, causing He Jianping and the others to swallow hard. Boss, isn't this too much food? What's this? I told you following me means eating is the basic requirement. This is daily life, get used to it. He Jianping and the others perked up suddenly, looking at Su Xiaoyang with a bit more envy. Daily life. After coming out from the military, they only had some compressed biscuits and a tiny bit of beef canned food. There was a shortage of food at the base, and they faced supply degradation immediately. Their meals turned into a single dish, a bowl of rice and a soup that barely had a few egg flours floating inside, less appealing than wash water for eggs, and yet even this was something many couldn't envy. At the base, many people couldn't even get a steamed bun. Comparing this with Han Qingxia's meals, it was like heaven and hell. Han Qingxia put large rolls of beef, slices of pork, shrimp paste, and fish meat into the hot pot. The rich, oily aroma drove them all to salivate uncontrollably. They wanted to eat. Let's eat too. I can't eat anymore. Tang Jian turned his head away, facing the delicious meal, and finding his compressed biscuits truly unappetizing. If you can't eat, drink some water and pretend you're eating. They sipped water to suppress their hunger, hoping that after Han Qingxia finished, Su Xiaoyang could bring some back for them. But by the time Han Qingxia finished her hot pot, she wiped her mouth, and before Su Xiaoyang could say more, she spoke first. Xiaoyang, put away the vegetables. I see you can't eat much, I'll prepare less next time. Everyone. Su Xiaoyang was caught off guard by Han Qingxia's words. He was only 6 full and wanted to leave some leftovers, but this time. Boss? I'm still not full. Oh, not full. Then keep eating, it'll go in to digest. Alright. Boss, I'll clean this up afterwards. Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia leave. Once she entered the main door, he immediately called the others over. Come on. Hurry up and eat. Tang Jian, He Jianping, and the others wasted no time diving into the leftovers Han Qingxia had left behind, not even sparing the leafy greens that had been used to line the meat. Everyone rubbed their hands, excitedly waiting for the steaming dishes to be served, each face lighting up with a child's smile. Just then a meaningful female voice came from behind them. Well, who allowed you to steal my food? As Han Qingxia's voice fell, the nearly 1,000-pound hulks at the scene were all petrified, standing rigidly in place. Good grief, they looked at Han Qingxia, a weak woman like mice seeing a cat. If there was anywhere to hide right now, they would have burrowed into it. What's wrong, are you hungry? Han Qingxia walked step by step to her hot pot, surveying the group of quails. We haven't eaten. In the first to stand up, Tang Jian said, his youthful face looking at Han Qingxia. He was the youngest among them, only 20 this year. However, he had been in the military for a while. He enlisted at 16 and had always performed exceptionally well, smoothly joining Lu Kaiyan's Special Forces team. Yet, despite his impressive personal strength, his youth and lack of experience meant he had never encountered a cold-blooded and merciless woman like Han Qingxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly cried from her anger. If you haven't eaten, what are you doing? We're just sitting here smelling the aroma, isn't that okay? Of course not. Han Qingxia said lazily, the flavors of these dishes belong to me. Who allowed you to smell my food? Tang Jian. Do you know that during the boiling process of hot pot, a lot of oil and gas evaporate? These vapors are part of my food, and stealing a whiff of my hot pot's aroma is like stealing my food. What do you have to say for yourself? Can I leave? It's too late. You must compensate. Tang Jian looked shocked at the woman before him who could rival Huang Shiren. Huang Shiren wasn't as miserly as she was, and was once again on the verge of tears from her anger. What could he offer her as compensation? Boss, at this moment Su Xiaoyang stood up. I did this. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Shut up and sit down. Han Qingxia turned back to look at them. I'm not unreasonable. You're all soldiers, surely better at reasoning than I am. So, what do you think we should do about this? Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. At most we'll compensate you for a pot of food, said the oldest among them, Qi Mingdang. Right. Well, compensate you. With what? Well, go out and find food for you. Absolutely identical dishes to compensate you. Huh. Is there anything exactly identical in this world? Besides, I need it right now. You need to compensate me. You're being unreasonable. That's right, you're bullying. Oh, you guys think you're so great stealing someone else's stuff and acting so righteous. It clearly shows you're bullying me. A group of hulks were rendered speechless by Han Qingxia's retorts. They exchanged glances and Chi Mingtang said, "Sister, how about this? You tell us how you want us to compensate." "Well, do it your way." Han Qingxia smoothly took the initiative, sitting leisurely in front of the hot pot. "That's easy. Since you stole my things, you can use your own to pay me back. I'll be generous and accept you as my subordinates." "Oh, so you want to take us all in?" Tang Jian was the first to react. "Let me tell you, that's impossible." "Exactly, we all have to return to the army." "Sister, we really can't stay here." "Then you all think about it yourselves. If you don't agree, just compensate me. If you don't compensate, just wait to die." Han Qingxia stopped wasting words and turned to walk back. Once she left, everyone was left restless. My goodness. I've never seen someone like her. She wants us to compensate. It's the end of the world now, food is scarce, and we're not related to her. Why should she give us food? Did we eat her hot pot? You ate her ribs and used her medicine, Su Xiaoyang said. He pulled back his gaze from Han Qingxia, his eyes deep. Han Qingxia coming out this time also served to show him that she had been watching everything he did. Yet she had never come to blame him, indicating she wasn't a very stingy person, otherwise she wouldn't have tolerated him so many times. All these favors Han Qingxia had given them through him. It's just that these people hadn't realized it. "Boss, she's really nice, a good person. You all have misunderstood her deeply." "Xiaoyang, don't talk to her." "Xiaoyang, no matter what, we can't stay with her. You can just consider it. Once the captain wakes up, we all have to go back. My mom is still at the K1 base. I have to go back." "Me too, I have to go back." Han Qingxia watched the scene outside through the surveillance camera in the base. She pulled over the headset and spoke into the loudspeaker outside. "I don't care how you think or whether you want to, as long as you stay here for a day, you must work for me. Tonight, all of you will keep watch. If not, get out." At that moment, everyone outside was. Han Qingxia finished giving orders and turned back to her bed to sleep. Step by step, there's no hurry. But the important thing is that if you eat her food, you must work for her. She went downstairs back to her bed. On the way back, she saw Lu Qian still lying on the ground. After administering an emergency medicinal pill and applying Yunnan Biao, his life was definitely secured. At this moment, he was steadily recovering rapidly. Han Qingxia glanced at him and strode over him, diving into her bed to sleep. The next morning, when she woke up, the air raid shelter outside was once again orderly. Although those annoying guys were not loyal to her, they had completed all the tasks. The vegetables in her garden were being harvested at any time. The chickens, ducks, and sheep were all fed, and today, when she went out, she found they had even expanded her fish pond. Han Qingxia couldn't help but think upon seeing this. She really did need more helpers. She should have someone to help her with all these tasks. "Boss, where should we put these vegetables?" "Follow me." Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter, letting him stack the vegetables at the big iron door. She would take them inside herself later. Power and obligations must match. Since she hadn't assigned Su Xiaoyang any absolutely crucial tasks, yet he didn't qualify to have access to her warehouse. This was good for Su Xiaoyang and also good for Han Qingxia. To manage people, one must control them little by little, and only after fully gaining control can one gradually delegate power. Han Qingxia recorded Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information for entering and exiting the air raid shelter, instructing him to leave the vegetables at the warehouse door after collecting them. She would handle the rest. Su Xiaoyang had no objections, only absolute obedience. After Han Qingxia finished handling the daily vegetables, she heard voices coming from outside. "I am here to deliver vegetables to the Lord." A soft, sticky voice rang out at the door. A Wang Yun duo had brought today's supplies again. However, today, Wang Yun duo saw many unfamiliar faces here. She timidly stood by the door. "You came, Lord." Wang Yun duo felt an innate closeness to Han Qingxia. Anyone who entered Han Qingxia's territory would feel the same way. Including Su Xiaoyang. Ever since he agreed to serve as her subordinate, he has had unconditional trust in Han Qingxia. He views her through rose-tinted glasses, and he cannot understand when his comrades speak ill of her. Han Qingxia is such a kind and good person. "My lord, you asked me to give the seeds I cultivated for my father yesterday, and he said they would be ready in a week. Please be patient." "All right, you should have enough supplies left at home, right?" "Not yet. My father said you don't need to give us supplies for now. We can't store more. Can we exchange later?" Han Qingxia nodded, then turned to call her dog, but instead looked at the few idlers. "You two, everyone." Two people stepped forward to escort Wang Yun duo back home. After they left, Han Qingxia looked at the remaining few. "Don't just stand there, come help me with work." Everyone. The delicious aroma of hot pot wafted in, and they felt compelled to serve her. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a map and a pile of signs. "Take them to expand the territory." Expand the territory. Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia in shock. Why would they need to expand the territory? In this apocalyptic era, what is there to expand? Isn't everywhere just empty land? Han Qingxia shot him a glance. "Just do what I tell you. By today, at the very least, expand at least 10 acres. Put up my Han Qingxia's signs on all the vacant land. Everyone." Yes. Su Xiaoyang replied resolutely. Han Qingxia's expression softened slightly. You all can go, and there will be food when the work is done. Can we afford this food? Tang Jian said cheekily. Han Qingxia immediately kicked him. Eat if you want. You still owe me. Everyone trudged off to work for Han Qingxia. Only He Zhongping, who was seriously injured and still his leg was severely injured and he shouldn't move for a day or two. However, Han Qingxia couldn't bear to see him idle. You come over and work for me. He Zhongping. Are they entering the house of some landlord? The enticing aroma of meat wafted from her house, and they all felt like they were being exploited, becoming her laborers. The key point is that even this sick man was not spared. Little did he know if there weren't someone unconscious inside. Even if Lu Qian could move a finger, she wouldn't let him be idle. Everyone must work for her. He Zhongping dared not voice his anger, obediently getting up to cook for her. Han Qingxia also showed a human side, considering his leg injury and assigning him lighter tasks. He was tasked with washing vegetables, chopping them, and cooking a large pot of rice. Han Qingxia finally liberated herself and didn't have to work herself. She ran a few laps around her air raid shelter to warm up while restoring the traps that had been damaged earlier. During this time, she heard the system's prompt sound. Ding, detected an expansion of territory by 100 square meters. Reward 100 points. Hearing the system's prompt and knowing that her territory had indeed expanded, Han Qingxia was reassured that her thoughts were correct. Sending her people out to expand the territory could also increase her land. At this moment, she suddenly thought if the residents in her territory migrated and occupied land outside, would it count as hers? Han Qingxia wanted to try, but unfortunately she currently only had one household of residents and she was quite cautious in accepting new residents. She didn't particularly like humans. After finishing her run, Han Qingxia returned to her base and felt a bit unaccustomed to being idle. Don't even ask why she doesn't expand her territory herself. Now that she had outsiders in her air raid shelter, she wouldn't leave. After pondering for a while and completing her warm-up, she practiced martial arts on the vacant land. He Zhongping, who was frustrated while cooking, heard the sounds of martial arts and turned to look, witnessing Han Qingxia's explosive punches and kicks. In an instant, wow, so powerful. This lattice martial arts are impressive. Even an old soldier like him couldn't help but be amazed by her combat skills. Each punch hit hard, every move was fierce. Just watching from the side made his eyes shine. What are you looking at? Want to learn secretly. Hearing this, He Zhongping was once again overwhelmed by fear, immediately lowering his head to work for her. However, as he worked, he couldn't help but sneak a few glances. So impressive, really impressive. She seemed to be even stronger than their captain. By the afternoon, the people sent out had returned. As Han Qingxia had promised, there was indeed food upon their return. He Zhongping had spent the whole day cooking a large pot of food, stir-frying the abundant chives and eggs from Han Qingxia and the leftover hot pot from yesterday. In this apocalyptic era where resources are scarce, Han Qingxia had not thrown away the food they couldn't eat last night. Instead, she asked He Zhongping to reheat it for them to continue eating. Everyone was so moved by the hot dishes and rice that they were about to cry. Each one held onto the rice cooker and raved about it, pouring the hot pot broth over their rice without caring about the oiliness. They hadn't had proper oily food in a long time since the apocalypse. What used to make them nauseous now felt like the most sought-after delicacy. They didn't care how oily it was. They could drink it like soup. Of course, Han Qingxia's meal was different from what Su Xiaoyang and the others ate. Han Qingxia prepared a fragrant braised pork dish just for herself and Su Xiaoyang. Braised pork is the best. Yangzi, don't you think so? Su Xiaoyang replied affirmatively, yes. I have plenty of braised pork, but I need a few more people to help eat it. The others who were drinking the hot pot broth. At that moment, they were almost shaken in their beliefs. Please don't always tempt them with food. After the meal, Han Qingxia arranged more work for them, asking them to build a simple house outside the air raid shelter. Han Qingxia had all the tools and materials. Earlier, they had looted a few furniture stores in the large shopping mall. Steel frames and structures were readily available. After assembling the frame, Han Qingxia added a bed inside, along with a luxurious down comforter. She didn't need too much. Yangzi, you can stay here for now. In the next few days, go up the mountain and chop some trees to reinforce this place. Yes. The interior of the air raid shelter was Han Qingxia's private space. Even her subordinate Su Xiaoyang slept outside. Build a few rooms outside. A Su Xiaoyang will live outside the air raid shelter, and it can also serve as a lookout post to oversee the entire base's security. After finishing the tasks outside, she returned to the base to sleep. At this moment, Qi Mingtang asked elder sister, "How is our team leader?" Still asleep. Before Han Qingxia came out, Lu Qian was still in a deep slumber. Although she found it a bit strange this guy hadn't woken up yet. However, she had checked his injuries and breathing. His external wounds had indeed healed significantly and his breathing was normal, indicating he was merely in a state of sleep. Can you let our team leader stay outside? We can take care of him. No. Han Qingxia directly refused. That Lu Qian was her hostage. With a group of people not under her command in her territory, she could not trust them completely. Just as they had said before, what if they tried to run away and took Su Xiaoyang with them? These people seemed to have strong bonds, being loyal to Lu Qian. While he was unconscious, she couldn't even manage to sow discord among them, and there was a high possibility that Lu Qian would wake up and take Su Xiaoyang away. She had to be cautious. Han Qingxia did not think this was a test for Su Xiaoyang. A test is a surprise in desperate situations, not an opportunity given by her own negligence. Human nature does not require testing. Keeping Su Xiaoyang away from such bizarre choices is what a wise person would do. Therefore, letting Lu Qian be seen by them was absolutely out of the question. Then we won't know how our team leader is doing. If you are worried, just ask Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia walked away without offering any further explanation. Everyone was already accustomed to Han Qingxia's foul temper. I have never seen a woman like her in my life. Tang Jian complained wildly behind Han Qingxia. How many women have you seen? Everyone laughed at him. But I've never seen one as cold-hearted and fierce as her, not a trace of femininity. When our team leader wakes up, just watch me. What will you do? Su Xiaoyang looked at him. I'll run away without stopping. I will never see her again in my life. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Tang Jian pouted, his youthful face showing defiance. When the team leader wakes up, won't you all leave? Let's go, let's hurry and run. You're right. After laughing, everyone turned to Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you need to help us take good care of the team leader. You can trust my boss. The team leader's injuries have indeed healed. I saw it with my own eyes. He should rest for a few more days. Then keep an eye on him for us. All right. 2 days passed quickly. Taking advantage of her current labor force, Han Qingxia began to renovate her air raid shelter base. First, the house where Su Xiaoyang would live was completely constructed. It was a simple iron and wood structure. It would facilitate taking care of the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables in the base, while also guarding the air raid shelter. In addition, Han Qingxia's chicken and duck coops were renovated and expanded. She instructed the laborers who were getting free meals at her place to go up the mountain to chop wood and to weave branches and vines, completely renovating the chicken and duck coops she had initially built. The soldiers were indeed skilled at manual labor. They could do anything. Additionally, the planting of vegetables and fruits was also replanned to double the cultivated area. Previously, she had simply scattered the seeds without any planning, and the utilization rate of the area outside the air raid shelter was unreasonable. This time, everything was thoroughly reformed and the base's yield could increase several times. The fish and shrimp ponds were also excavated again. First, a 5-meter-deep pit was dug beside it, and then the water from the old pond was redirected to expand it. Creating a larger living environment for the fish and shrimp would increase their yield. They worked quickly and efficiently, and Han Qingxia was very satisfied with this. Additionally, she would send Su Xiaoyang with 3 others during the day to expand the territory, while the remaining people stayed here to help her renovate the base, providing them with 2 meals. As a qualified landlord, Han Qingxia felt that providing 2 meals for these temporary workers who wouldn't stay was sufficient. There was no need to offer 3 meals. For her long-term workers, she would make a point of giving them a lavish breakfast in front of everyone. Her favoritism was evident and unapologetic. Han Qingxia was known for her extreme protectiveness towards her own people, maintaining blatantly different standards for her own and those who were not. Tang Jian and the others gradually got used to this. This woman was blatantly double-standard, cold-hearted, and fierce. However, it must be said that having such a person as their leader was indeed a fortunate thing. Undoubtedly. Tonight, when Su Xiaoyang and the others returned, each brought back a large delivery truck for Han Qingxia. While expanding the territory today, Su Xiaoyang came across a road ahead and saw several large trucks. They cleared away the surrounding zombies. Putting up Han Qingxia's sign, they occupied this land and discovered that there were still quite a few vehicles that could be driven. More importantly, several of them were delivery trucks. They immediately repaired the vehicles and drove them back to Han Qingxia's base. Boss, we have supplies. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled upon seeing the large amount of supplies they had brought back. Well done. Han Qingxia directly praised Su Xiaoyang and began to look favorably upon the others. Tonight, I will add a meat dish for all of you. Wow. I am so touched. I never thought I would see the female Scrooge show mercy in my lifetime. Get lost. Han Qingxia kicked Tang Jian. You can't eat later. Don't. You're not a female Scrooge, you're a female Bodhisattva, okay? Han Qingxia scoffed. Call me ancestor. Tang Jian struggled for a moment, weighing the meat against his pride, and ultimately chose ancestor. You know your place. Unload the goods first, and only after it's done can you eat. Tang Jian, greetings to your ancestors. Han Qingxia waved to Su Xiaoyang, asking him to follow her inside to get meat and vegetables. Tonight they would have potatoes with braised pork. After Su Xiaoyang finished getting the meat, he checked on their unconscious team leader as usual. Lu Kaiyan's wounds had all healed, his complexion looked healthy, and his breathing was strong and normal. Su Xiaoyang tried to wake him up, but was still unsuccessful. He has no injuries to his head or spine, so he shouldn't have nerve damage, Han Qingxia said, but I must tell you we cannot rule out the possibility that he might remain unconscious for life. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened. I understand, boss. Su Xiaoyang knew that Han Qingxia had done her best. She was not a professional doctor, when she agreed to save his life, she never guaranteed anything else. Regardless of the outcome, they had to thank Han Qingxia. He first went out carrying 20 kilograms of pork and 10 kilograms of potatoes. Han Qingxia glanced at the person on the ground and followed him. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the ground moved his fingers. Outside, Tang Jian and the others were as excited as if it were the new year. Everyone worked together to unload the cargo from the 4 trucks. They unloaded over 2,000 packages. The items varied in size and were neatly arranged for Han Qingxia on the open ground. When they saw Su Xiaoyang bringing out the ingredients, they all rushed over to wash vegetables, scrub pots, and set up tables. Han Qingxia walked over to the pile of packages to unpack them. She called Su Xiaoyang to help her. By the time the food was ready over there, they had almost finished unpacking the packages. She had never unpacked such satisfying blind box deliveries. There were more than 600 food items, mostly snacks, puffed snacks, biscuits, cakes, drinks, and candies. The variety was so extensive that Han Qingxia couldn't even think of what to expect. She had opened over a dozen boxes of cola and Sprite and generously gave everyone on site a bottle. Of course, there were also many expired and spoiled short shelf-life foods, such as the cold fresh products that had all gone bad. Han Qingxia casually tossed those aside. Then there were personal care items, daily necessities, bedding products, and indescribable items. Han Qingxia, never picky, as long as something was valuable and not spoiled, she would take it all. There was also quite a bit of cat and dog food, but Han Qingxia never fed them dry food. Whatever she had. Unpacking these surprised her, she decided to keep them. She also found a lot of clothes, shoes, and socks, several of the latest models of mobile phones and computers, and a few home appliances. What she was unpacking this time were genuine blind box deliveries, and the joy of unpacking blind boxes was quite enjoyable. Han Qingxia was in an excellent mood today, sitting down to eat with them. What are you looking at? It's my meal and I can't eat it. I thought you were going to have a private meal with Xiaoyang again. I can eat however I want. It's none of your business. Han Qingxia picked up her rice cooker. Everyone had a rice cooker in hand. Fortunately, Han Qingxia had cleared out the appliance store when she raided the mall, and it turned out these rice cookers were all very useful. Everyone ate based on their rice cookers. Han Qingxia was the first to dig in. She used a large ladle to scoop a generous serving of succulent pork belly and tender stewed potatoes over her rice. The rich gravy blended with the white rice, making it look incredibly appetizing. After she started eating, everyone rushed to grab their share. These people were specifically after the meat. Each one looked like they were starving, their eyes gleaming greedily at the large chunks of meat. The fragrant pieces of meat interspersed with fat burst with a solid, satisfying texture in their mouths. Pairing a bite of meat with a piece of potato soaked in gravy, which were freshly harvested from their fields, they couldn't understand why, but after such a long time without eating meat and potatoes, they found the potatoes here exceptionally sweet and fragrant. That was because they didn't know that these potatoes were grown in Han Qingxia's upgraded soil. They just thought everything here tasted delicious. A bite of meat, a bite of potato, complemented by spoonfuls of gravy-soaked white rice, was so delicious that they felt like they could ascend right there. They were immensely satisfied. Boss, are you not getting enough? I can give you some. Han Qingxia had finished half a pot of rice and didn't want to eat anymore. Seeing how crazily they were grabbing food, she was too lazy to pick up her chopsticks. Because she felt there was too much saliva, she thought it would be better to eat separately in the future. At that moment, a large pile of braised pork and potatoes was pushed in front of Han Qingxia. This half hasn't been touched, Su Xiaoyang said. He was always meticulous about his meals. Even when hungry, he was very particular, dividing the food properly and eating little by little. This was the first plate of food he had brought over, and he had been slowly eating it. Han Qingxia looked at the dish he handed over and said, "No need, you eat it yourself. I'm full." "You're really full." Everyone turned to her. "Don't be polite. This is how we eat. Everyone has to fight for the food, otherwise it will all go to you." Qi Mingtang handed over the remaining bits of potato and meat in broth that he had fought for. Full of sincerity. "Forget it," Han Qingxia said, losing her appetite at the sight. "If you're not eating, how about we help you finish the leftover rice?" Tang Jian looked at the half pot of rice she was saving and said cautiously. Perhaps her dog had that same expression when it asked her for leftovers. Han Qingxia. "Here you go." Han Qingxia handed her pot to them. They poured her rice into the dish, mixed it with the remaining meat and broth, and all rushed to finish it. Seeing them like this, Han Qingxia opened a drink and said, "Is it really necessary?" "Of course. We haven't had such good meals for almost a month." Tang Jian replied, "Aren't you from the military? Isn't the food there good?" He Zhongping waved his hand. "It hasn't been good for a long time. We established a base in the Eastern Military District and all supplies were first sent to the base. The food provided for us soldiers has been severely reduced. Moreover, it gets worse every day. When we left the base, we could only eat one dish, one soup, and one bowl of rice every day." Han Qingxia said softly, "K1 base." "Yes. You know our base." Qi Mingtang's eyes lit up. "I heard about it on the radio," Han Qingxia casually replied, since they didn't know how her base was promoted. "Our base is quite large and has been rescuing residents from City A and City B. It's the one that has rescued the most in the eastern region." Wang Heng said. Li Lin, who had the least presence, added, "Our base is quite strong. The Eastern Military District's forces are all inside, making it very safe." At this moment, Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia. "Sister, why don't you come to our base with us?" "Pfft. I'm not joking with you, although you can be a bit fierce, have a bad temper, and are a bit wild. But your strength is really impressive." Tang Jian looked Han Qingxia up and down. "Our K1 base really needs talents like you." "Exactly. Sister, your skills are amazing. I think you're even better than our captain. Join us. This way all of us, including Xiaoyang, can stay together." Everyone looked at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia. She thought about how to recruit them, and yet these people wanted to recruit her. Han Qingxia looked at the group of people and waved her hand, prompting everyone to gather around. "Will I have meat to eat every day after joining you?" Everyone pondered seriously for a moment and shook their heads. "Can I go wherever I want after joining you? Will I be free every day?" Everyone shook their heads again. "Can I directly kill anyone I dislike after joining you?" Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Han Qingxia smiled at them. "Then why should I join you?" Everyone was suddenly left speechless. "For honor." At this moment, Tang Jian stood up proudly. "Honor my ass." Han Qingxia kicked him away. "Honor means you all struggle like fools outside, and in the end there's not even any rescue. Honor means you kneel before me like a stray dog begging for shelter. Honor means you want something and get nothing, and you all want to be the first to charge into battle. Let me tell you, your so-called honor has long collapsed. Once order disintegrates, there's no going back. The division of bases will only become more severe, and the K1 base you are loyal to can give you nothing and no guarantees." Han Qingxia coldly recounted to them the 10 years of changes she experienced in her past life. The apocalypse is a completely new era. All order has collapsed. After the state machinery crumbled, there were a few powers that sought to save it, but the tide of the times is something they cannot control. Bases have risen everywhere. A new base civilization is an unstoppable trend. Anyone wishing to restore the order of the old era is simply going backward. Thus there is no such thing as the apocalypse ending and order stabilizing again. At least until the zombie virus is completely resolved, all of this is just a dream. The future civilization is base civilization, and the glory belongs to the base. Han Qingxia understood that these people would merely be insignificant pawns in the K1 base after they returned, to the extent that they wouldn't even bother sending anyone for rescue. Because they are not worthy of the K1 base sacrificing for them. But you can work with me. By following me, I can ensure you have meat to eat. No one will restrain or oppress you, and anyone or anything that displeases you can be killed. Everything within my territory is your land of freedom." Han Qingxia smiled as she rallied them. Tang Jian and the others stared at her wide-eyed. Just then the door of the air raid shelter behind them opened and a cold, pleasant male voice rang out. "Miss Han Qingxia, thank you for your kindness." Han Qingxia turned around to see a young man, tattered and bandaged, walking out from her air raid shelter. At the sight of him, all the big men in front of her stood up excitedly and rushed over. "Captain! Captain! Captain!" Only Su Xiaoyang remained behind. He looked at the already recovering Lu Qian with excitement in his eyes, but ultimately did not move, staying by Han Qingxia's side. "Thank you, Miss Han," Lu Qian said after reuniting with his subordinates, stepping forward to Han Qingxia. "During my injury, you took care of my people, and I am truly grateful." Han Qingxia lazily stood up. "Don't just spout empty words. If you're grateful, bring something practical. Your people have been eating and drinking here for 4 days and nights, so bring something with you." Everyone. "Captain, don't listen to her. We worked day and night for her these past few days. Everything we ate and drank was earned through our own labor. We didn't take anything for free from her." Ahem. Han Qingxia coughed heavily, glancing at this group of ingrates. "How can you all have the nerve to speak? What time is it now? If I hadn't taken you in, you would have worked yourself to death and still wouldn't have anyone giving you food." Everyone. Even the most heartless capitalist landlords of the past cannot compare to Han Qingxia's heartlessness. Can you believe this is human speech? Yet this group of people dared not voice their anger, only hiding behind their captain in the face of Han Qingxia's tyranny. Lu Qian looked at his subdued team members with slight surprise and said to Han Qingxia, "I will provide you with material compensation. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving us. When we return." "I can't wait." Han Qingxia spread her hands directly. "No credit. But we don't have much supplies on us right now. Think for yourself. If you want to leave me, you must pay me enough for the exit fee." Everyone. The new era of Han Qingxia stripping people bare. Everyone was once again infuriated by Han Qingxia, wishing they could go up and argue, but facing her they could only endure it. Lu Qian, on the other hand, maintained a neutral expression throughout. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Where's my backpack?" "Here, boss." Tang Jian handed over his backpack. Lu Qian opened the bag and took out a sealed, transparent bag filled with sparkling crystal stones. "Is this okay?" "Zombie crystal cores." Han Qingxia's eyes immediately lit up. "Give it to me." Han Qingxia snatched about 30 zombie crystal cores. "All right, I'll reluctantly consider this sufficient. You can leave now." Lu Qian noticed Han Qingxia directly snatching things from him. His eyes brightened. Her speed and strength were extraordinary. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person. He said no more, collected his thoughts, and surveyed his teammates. "We should head back. Everyone bring your things. Let's return now." "Yes." Tang Jian and the others immediately went to grab their backpacks. Lu Qian then looked at Su Xiaoyang, who had not moved. "Xiaoyang, why aren't you going?" "Captain, he can't go." Tang Jian was the first to put on his backpack and walked over. "He is now the person of the queen." "He's Wamping's leg is better now," he said energetically. Lu Qian's brows immediately furrowed. "Captain Xiaoyang sold himself to Sister Han to save you," Qi Mingtang explained to him. "If he hadn't caught the eye of Sister Han, we might not have been saved." Wang Heng added. "Exactly," Li Lin chimed in. Lu Qian became more shocked as he listened, his frown deepening. At this moment, Su Xiaoyang took out his badge from his pocket. "Captain, I can't go back with you." C1 Special Forces Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang stood firmly in place and saluted. Lu Qian looked at him sternly, returned to the team. "Hey, my people, who do you think you are commanding?" Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, I will definitely repay the favor you owe me, but I must take all my people with me. Not a single one of my people can be missing. My people can't lose a single one either." "Crystal cores. 100 pieces. Lu Qian said coldly. "Not trading. 1,000 pieces. I won't trade no matter how many." Just as both sides were in a standoff, Su Xiaoyang said, "Captain Lu, I volunteered to stay." Su Xiaoyang looked steadfastly at Lu Qian. In the same way, Lu Qian gazed back at him. The bond among all members of their Special Forces team was exceptionally profound. Before the apocalypse descended, they had been the ace team in the combat zone, undertaking the most challenging special operations, including border defense battles, overseas rescue missions, and surprise assaults. Lu Qian was their captain, leading them through life-and-death situations countless times, safeguarding their homeland and guiding them all towards the pinnacle of glory. Everyone regarded Lu Qian as the most trustworthy pillar, offering him unconditional support, trust, and loyalty. Likewise, he would never abandon any member regardless of the circumstances. "But now, have you really thought this through?" Lu Qian asked after a moment of confrontation. "Yes, Captain Lu." Lu Qian fell silent, taking the badge from Su Xiaoyang's hand. "I will keep it safe for you for now. If you wish to return, you can at any time." Su Xiaoyang's gaze shifted slightly before he remained resolute. "Take care, Captain Lu." Han Qingxia watched as they bid farewell. She pouted and lazily opened the door to let them pass. As they left, each of them embraced Su Xiaoyang as if they were parting for a lifetime. In fact, this was highly probable. The apocalypse had arrived. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. A parting could very well be permanent. Tang Jian walked to the door and greeted Han Qingxia, saying, "Sister, I'm leaving. Don't bully Xiaoyang. I'll feast on him every meal from now on." Tang Jian. He said nothing, asked nothing. He Zhanping approached. "Your Majesty, we want me to get. Make sure to leave quickly. If you're late, you'll be stuck here as a laborer." He Zhanping. Qi Mingtang and Wang Heng. Li Lin said little, merely nodding at Han Qingxia while saying farewell to the dogs. These past few days they had been taking care of the dogs daily, bathing them, feeding them, and cleaning up after them. Unbeknownst to them, they had formed some attachment. "Goodbye, we're leaving." Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof. Summer was surrounded by the dogs, circling them, seemingly puzzled about where this group was going. Aren't they the new companions? Where are they running off to? Summer dashed out with the dogs in pursuit. "Come back." Han Qingxia shouted at them, and all the dogs obediently returned. As the sun set, the group descended the mountain. Han Qingxia resolutely closed the door and returned to her meal. Each has their own aspirations, and there's no need to force. The next day, Han Qingxia woke up. After the special forces left, her life returned to its normal rhythm. With the addition of a new member, she now had a very capable assistant. Su Xiaoyang woke up 2 hours earlier than her every day tidying up the vegetable garden outside the air raid shelter. She no longer had to do the work herself. Another piece of good news was that the goats she raised had grown up. After observing for a few days, the 2 goats had successfully mated, and it seemed that goat milk would not be long in coming. In the morning, Wang Yun duo would come to deliver the daily output from the residence. Han Qingxia's supplies were increasing. To this end, she granted Su Xiaoyang an additional privilege. In light of his loyalty, she opened up access to a warehouse for him, allowing him to store the daily supplies there. Han Qingxia now had 3 full warehouses and 1 vast system space. Most of the food was still stored in her system space, while the air raid shelter primarily held the produced supplies and a small inventory. Lord, this is the seed you gave me last time, the strawberries cultivated by my father. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened when she saw a small box of fresh, vibrant red strawberries among the food Wang Yun duo brought today. She had given Wang Yun a bag of strawberry seeds last time, and she hadn't expected him to actually cultivate them. Han Qingxia was very pleased with this. She gave her another bag of wheat seeds as a reward and added a bag of sugar for Wang Yun duo. Take this back to your father. Let him continue planting. If he does well, there will be rewards. This is the reward. Yes. Thank you, Lord. During this period, Wang Yun duo had been eating meat and drinking milk, and her complexion had changed significantly from the beginning. The little one had become much prettier. She took the items given by Han Qingxia and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. Lord, my father asked if you have any edible salt here. We would like to exchange some salt with you. Hearing this, Han Qingxia turned back to fetch a bag of salt along with a list. It contained various common items such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so on. Each item had an exchange price noted behind it. Measured in points, a 500 g bag of edible salt was worth 1 point, a 5L bottle of oil was 10 points, a bottle of shampoo was 10 points, and an egg was worth 1 point. Points could be exchanged for food. Han Qingxia encouraged Wang Yumin to plant more and produce more, stating that for every pound of grain produced 1 point would be earned. She also specifically noted that if there were scarce foods or items, they could be exchanged for a higher price. The points system established by Han Qingxia was highly motivating. Upon seeing this, Wang Yumin began to produce with all his might, expanding the farmland with his wife to plant for Han Qingxia in order to exchange for supplies. After arranging for her only resident, Han Qingxia instructed Summer to stay back with a few dogs to guard the base. Today she would once again venture out with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs to expand their territory and collect supplies. Boss, there are still plenty of supplies on the road we returned on yesterday. It seems there was a major accident ahead, and all the vehicles are stuck there. Good. Let's go there and expand another area. Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle, letting Su Xiaoyang take the wheel, heading straight for the area they had explored yesterday. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia saw a highway. Indeed, there were large amounts of supplies there. In front of Han Qingxia was an 8-lane toll station on an elevated highway, completely blocked by a devastating car accident with vehicles jammed tightly in both directions, especially on the elevated highway ahead. On the long and straight road, all the vehicles were stranded on the elevated section, stretching endlessly, an awe-inspiring sight. Han Qingxia quickly scanned the area and saw a long line of delivery trucks stuck on the elevated road. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. Red, green, and white delivery container trucks were completely immobilized on the road. Refrigerated trucks, container trucks, open cargo trucks, and semi-trailers filled with sports cars. It was clear that these were the vehicles intended to deliver supplies to City A on the day of the incident. However, these goods had not even left the elevated highway before getting stuck on the road. Su Xiaoyang had only managed to retrieve 4 delivery trucks yesterday, which was just a small part of it. There were still plenty of supplies here. Xiaoyang, you clear the accident here first. I'll go up and check the situation. Okay. Han Qingxia jumped down from the armored vehicle and assigned Su Xiaoyang a task. If they wanted to take down all the supplies above, they had to clear a path. At the same time, she left Su Xiaoyang to clean up below while she went up to gather supplies into her space. Later, she would just need to drive back with another vehicle. She released her dogs, leaving 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang while the others followed her up. There were not many zombies near the accident site. It seemed that Su Xiaoyang and his team had already cleared this area yesterday. Han Qingxia walked through the core area of the accident and reached the toll station. Inside the toll booth, there was a zombie trapped behind a closed window. It wore a toll collector's uniform with a hairnet entangled in its disheveled hair peering out through a gap in the glass. Its face, perfectly made up, was devoid of color, skin shriveled against the bones, and its hands and face were covered in black veins resembling insects. Its grayish-white murky eyes greedily fixated on Han Qingxia as it reached out through the window with a hand that had only one bone left, trying to grab her. Roar, bang. A long shovel was precisely inserted through the gap in the toll booth. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel, swung it horizontally, and swiftly pulled it out. A thumb-sized glowing crystal was extracted along with the shovel, and the toll collector zombie fell lifelessly. Han Qingxia, with her gloved hands, satisfiedly took the crystal, placed it in a plastic bag, and glanced back at the severed skeletal arm still hanging at the toll booth. She tossed a 1 yuan game coin into her palm. "Don't say I didn't pay the toll." Su Xiaoyang, clearing the road behind her, was thoroughly impressed by Han Qingxia's boldness. Han Qingxia's skills were truly stunning. She dispatched zombies with such ease that he was left in awe. It seemed as if Han Qingxia had killed at least 10,000 zombies. There was not a single unnecessary movement, everything was streamlined and fierce, delivering lethal blows. It was so beautiful that he felt their special forces were outclassed. They were still unable to match Han Qingxia's decisiveness and efficiency. Even more deadly was the elegant brutality she exuded, becoming even cooler the more ruthless she was. Like a ferocious lone wolf, each battle she fought embodied a striking aesthetic of violence. The key was that she was still a woman. This was simply breathtaking. After being dazzled by Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang felt assured to let her go onto the elevated road while he worked harder to clear the path. Han Qingxia, holding a shovel in one hand, was followed by several running dogs. "Wishing you prosperity, keep an eye ahead. Bring the red envelope, keep an eye behind. Red, white, and black guard my sides." Han Qingxia checked several vehicles and found one with the key in it. The truck had enough fuel and was in good condition, so she marked it to drive away later, then skipped that truck to gather supplies from others. She jumped onto the horizontal bar at the back of a container truck and tore the lock off with her bare hands. Her body, rewarded by the system, had reached a monstrous level of strength. After opening the container doors, a whole truckload of delivery boxes appeared before her. Han Qingxia absorbed them all without leaving a single one behind. The unboxing would have to wait until she returned. First, she had to quickly seize the supplies. After absorbing one truck, Han Qingxia jumped to the next dedicated delivery vehicle. She violently broke the locks of the container-style delivery trucks. For the open-top ones, it was even simpler. Han Qingxia jumped onto the roof, ripped open the tarpaulin, and dove into the cargo area to absorb. On average, each truck contributed about 10 cubic meters of supplies to her. These 40 to 50 trucks provided Han Qingxia with over 400 cubic meters of supplies. That was enough to fill a nearly 200 square meter house inside and out. The only slight regret was that there were 3 refrigerated trucks among them, and when Han Qingxia opened the refrigerated truck doors, everything inside had gone rotten. A foul stench assaulted her senses. Over a month into the apocalypse, the items that needed to be frozen had certainly spoiled long ago. Han Qingxia could only regretfully abandon those few trucks. Once she had gathered most of the supplies, Su Xiaoyang had also cleared a path. "Boss, we can leave now." At this moment, Han Qingxia was standing on top of a truck. She had just finished clearing the last vehicle when she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice in her earpiece. Understanding, she prepared to return. At this time, she noticed 3 fuel tankers about 1,000 meters away, blocked among a pile of vehicles. She looked over there. A gas station. Fuel. Yangzi. First get the marked vehicle down, then drive the armored vehicle up to clear the road. I want to clear a path on the elevated road to take the fuel tankers. Su Xiaoyang, hearing this, immediately responded without hesitation, yes. Han Qingxia ran towards the gas station 1,000 meters away with her dogs. As she approached the gas station, she finally saw the shadows of zombies. At the small gas station, clusters of zombies wandered around the empty spaces and the supermarket. The small supermarket inside the gas station was already in disarray. It was evident that when all the vehicles were blocked on the highway, a group of people had fled here seeking help and attempting to grab supplies. However, those who ran here did not escape either. They had all turned into zombies, and since this place was the largest gathering point on the entire road, many zombies had previously chased after fleeing people, leaving quite a number inside. At this moment, as they wandered near the gas station and heard the sound of Han Qingxia, the living person approaching, these zombies all came back to life. Each one transformed from its original slow and mechanical movements into a frenzied state. Ayo ayo, woof woof woof. Woof. Fa Kai charged ahead, tackling a zombie to the ground. Woof. With a single swipe, he smashed its head off. Following closely, Han Qingxia's other dogs also jumped in. In summer, she was left at the base to guard, accompanied by equally formidable companions. These were the finest military dogs from back in the day. They already knew how to eliminate zombies without needing much guidance from Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia prepared armor for each dog, protecting their vulnerable bellies and significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The dogs quickly tore through the approaching horde of zombies, killing them in just a few swipes. Han Qingxia also cleaned up the remaining zombies with swift and ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of dismembered corpses in her wake. Each zombie's forehead had been gouged open, some possessing crystal cores, while many did not. The ones without cores were more prevalent. By the time they reached the gas station, Han Qingxia had collected over a dozen crystal cores, and the zombies were nearly all cleared out. Han Qingxia couldn't be bothered to enter the small supermarket and prioritized collecting fuel first. She glanced at Su Xiaoyang, and as he drove the stock vehicle down, she stored 2 fully loaded fuel tankers into her space. She left one partially filled for Su Xiaoyang to use later. As for the fuel in the gas pump, Han Qingxia attempted to isolate her space and create divisions. Since she had no containers to hold the fuel, she only found a few empty barrels nearby. To her surprise, once this thought arose, her spiritual power controlled the space, and it truly began to divide. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. She remembered that when she received her spatial reward it had been in cubic increments, so it should be possible to divide it. Her thoughts were indeed correct. The space was divided into several smaller cubes, and Han Qingxia seized the opportunity to start frantically siphoning fuel. By the time Su Xiaoyang drove the armored vehicle to push the roadblock away and rushed to pick up Han Qingxia, nearly all the stored fuel at the gas station had been siphoned. The amount of fuel was around 60 cubic meters, equivalent to filling nearly 1,000 vehicles. Enough for Han Qingxia to last a considerable time. "Boss, I'm here to help," Su Xiaoyang shouted as he jumped out of the vehicle. Just then they suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble. Su Xiaoyang felt this force with confusion. Could it be an earthquake? "Run," Han Qingxia said with utmost seriousness. "Everyone get in the vehicle." She grabbed 2 barrels of fuel and dashed toward the armored vehicle with her dogs running in sync towards it. Just as they bolted out of the gas station, there was a loud boom. The spot where Han Qingxia had just been standing was turned to rubble. A humanoid creature weighing nearly 400 pounds burst out from the gas station, its limbs pounding the ground as it lunged at the spot where Han Qingxia had just stood. After missing its target, it raised a disproportionately small head from its bulk. Its face was unlike that of any other zombie, covered in an excess of flesh. Its face was so fleshy that layers of it sagged, with one eye the size of a mung bean hidden beneath the skin, while the other mutated was sunken, resembling a giant chocolate ball nestled within a mass of fat. It was uncertain when it would fall. Its triple chin melded into its neck, its entire body resembling a pyramid of flesh layered with folds of excess fat. The most disgusting aspect was not just the layers of fat, but the maggots crawling through the gaps between them, along with protruding flesh balls that appeared tumor-like. The mutated zombie, frustrated after missing its target, let out a furious scream. The shrill cry was enough to send sharp pains into anyone's head, as if countless needles were stabbing into their brains. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from it. Everyone who sensed it couldn't help but feel fear. "Damn, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat," Han Qingxia shouted at Su Xiaoyang. Only then did Su Xiaoyang awaken from his shock. Hearing her voice, he rushed towards the fuel tanker. "Forget the fuel tanker. We need to retreat." Han Qingxia felt uncertain about facing such a level 2 mutated zombie. Even in her past life, level 2 mutated zombies were formidable opponents. For ordinary people, the highest level they could contend with was a level 2 mutated zombie. Anything level 2 or higher required the intervention of a superpowered individual. And it had to be a superpowered individual of level 2 or above. Although Han Qingxia had gained superpowers in this life, she had only recently acquired them, and was merely a novice superpowered individual lacking control over her abilities, making her hesitant to engage recklessly. "Run. Let's retreat first." Su Xiaoyang, hearing her words, did not stop his footsteps, saying, "Boss, you start the vehicle, I'll hook up the trailer. I can keep up." He was reluctant to return empty-handed. This was the fuel Han Qingxia needed, and he had to bring back some. Han Qingxia wanted to scold him, but held back. How could this fool know that she had already siphoned most of the fuel away? She pressed the clutch down and rapidly pressed various buttons to start the armored vehicle. Boom! Another cloud of dust rose as the level 2 mutated zombie lunged at Su Xiaoyang. With a swift motion, he flipped over, drawing a gun from his back. Bang, bang, bang! Several gunshots rang out, hitting the mutated zombie. One shot even struck its forehead, but this mutated zombie was unlike the others. It appeared completely unharmed. "Fool, you can only destroy a level 2 zombie by blowing its head off. Get in the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang wasted no time rushing towards the armored vehicle that was ready to start. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie seemed to possess some intelligence, anticipating his position and charging at him at full speed. Dodge to the left. The right side of the armored vehicle contorted, and a row of spikes shot out, piercing the mutated zombie deeply. Su Xiaoyang seized this moment to roll into the already open door on the right. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingxia promptly retracted the spikes, slammed the pedal to the metal, and sped away with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs towing the fuel tanker down a path that had just been cleared. She was moving at great speed, but the mutated zombie matched her pace. After being pierced, it furiously pursued her, crashing into the armored vehicle multiple times, but unable to break through. This was a reward vehicle from the system. Its sturdiness was incomparable. Seeing it couldn't catch Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the trailer, carrying the fuel tanker, shaking it violently side to side, causing the armored vehicle to veer off course. Bang! Boom! Han Qingxia's armored vehicle broke through the median barrier, crashing into several cars before slamming into the opposite protective railing. Several cars were knocked off the elevated highway by Han Qingxia. Her armored vehicle's front tires crossed over the protective railing. Half of the front of the vehicle dangled in midair above the elevated roadway. The view for her and Su Xiaoyang suddenly turned into a scene suspended above the elevated highway. Beneath them was a gaping void of dozens of meters. Fortunately, Han Qingxia's skills were exceptional. They had almost fallen. Roar! 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 Right after the armored vehicle beneath them trembled. The ground shook violently. A super heavyweight level 2 zombie was shaking its decaying body, charging towards Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia saw the hulking figure on the display panel inside the vehicle. Her cold eyes grabbed another steering wheel operating on the complex dashboard. Click. Boom. A fire serpent like a dragon shot towards the level 2 zombie. A small cannon appeared above Han Qingxia's armored vehicle. The shot hit the level 2 zombie squarely. The recoil sent it staggering back several meters. The high-pressure flames pierced through its chest, burning a charred hole in its torso. The air was filled with the scent of charred flesh. Han Qingxia landed a hit and shifted the gear to reverse, trying to back the vehicle out. However, the front wheels spun in place, unable to move. Yangzi, do you know how to use the cannon? Su Xiaoyang, after observing Han Qingxia's maneuvers, nodded calmly. You drive, I'll get out and lift the vehicle. Han Qingxia unfastened her seatbelt, and Su Xiaoyang watched her preparing to lift the armored vehicle, which weighed several tons. Boss, I'm going out. Don't. You can't lift it. Su Xiaoyang. If he couldn't lift it, how could Han Qingxia? Just then another rumble echoed from behind, and the display screen on the control panel showed the level 2 zombie reappearing. Su Xiaoyang immediately took over Han Qingxia's control panel, mimicking her previous actions. Han Qingxia's vehicle was very advanced with powerful functions that he had never seen before. However, being a special forces soldier himself, he was familiar with various weapons and machinery, and he memorized her maneuvers after just one look. Boom! A fire dragon erupted again. It hit the level 2 zombie once more, engulfing it in flames, forcing it back repeatedly. He and Han Qingxia coordinated seamlessly, providing cover for her to land safely. At that moment, he felt anxious, thinking about Han Qingxia's plan to lift the vehicle. How could she, a woman, possibly? At this time, the armored vehicle beneath him truly lifted up. Su Xiaoyang watched in shock as a woman in combat gear raised one corner of the armored vehicle, pushing down hard and with a thunderous sound. She pulled the vehicle up. Su Xiaoyang. Holy crap. She really lifted it up. Just then. Roar. The level 2 zombie, engulfed in flames, charged out from the thick smoke. After lifting one side of the vehicle, Han Qingxia jumped to the other side. She still needed time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed all firepower to cover her. Flames erupted from the cannon, showering the level 2 zombie. However, what Su Xiaoyang didn't expect this time was that the level 2 zombie was no longer afraid of the fire. The flames only temporarily slowed it down. It continued to charge towards them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Han Qingxia. At that moment, Han Qingxia had just grabbed the tire on the other side. She looked at the level 2 zombie, which was engulfed in flames and pouncing towards her, standing at the edge without dodging, instead spreading her arms like a matador, inviting its charge. Inside the vehicle, Su Xiaoyang was stunned by the scene. He understood what Han Qingxia was trying to do. Han Qingxia aimed to lure it off the elevated highway. She might succeed in doing so, but at the same time she would face enormous danger. Su Xiaoyang's scalp tingled. With a slight misstep, she could fall off with it. Why was she putting herself in such danger? She could have done this dangerous task instead of him. She could even abandon the place and escape. She was placing herself in the most perilous position to ensure their survival. No. Su Xiaoyang rolled down the window. As soon as he opened the window, a wave of thick smoke and heat rushed towards him. A massive fireball carrying high temperatures surged towards Su Xiaoyang. Roar. Su Xiaoyang's pupils instantly constricted as it passed by him, directly raising the temperature to 40 or 50 degrees, flattening everything in front of him. Nothing remained. His heart sank suddenly. Although they had only spent a brief time together. Although everyone said she was unlikable. But she would protect those she cared about with her life. Just when he felt lost and bewildered, a slender silhouette leaped up from beneath the elevated bridge, and Su Xiaoyang saw the woman flashing into sight. At that moment it felt as if he could hear his heartbeat returning. Roar! A massive ball of burning flame appeared behind Han Qingxia once more. Boom! A torrent of uncontrollable force erupted from Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the level 2. It pierced through its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the level 2 mutant beast that had followed her was knocked down with a loud crash. This time, it was truly knocked down. Han Qingxia turned to look at the level 2 zombie that had completely fallen, and the air was still filled with unscattered water, which crackled down like rain. She looked at Su Xiaoyang, who was controlling the water ability, with surprise. Not bad. Having awakened this ability for such a short time, he could unleash such a powerful force. Han Qingxia had initially thought of giving it a few more stabs after coming up, but unexpectedly Su Xiaoyang had already resolved it. Well done. Han Qingxia walked over to him and patted his shoulder with force. Su Xiaoyang felt the strength on his shoulder and looked at Han Qingxia, who had safely returned, a faint smile appearing on his cold face. He got out of the vehicle, and together with Han Qingxia, they lifted the vehicle back up. Although it was mostly Han Qingxia doing the heavy lifting, he really couldn't match her strength. After this battle, the two had forged a bond. Trust is deepened through shared experiences. Han Qingxia had always trusted Su Xiaoyang, but the renewed understanding required several repeated experiences. After this incident, Su Xiaoyang was clearly much closer to Han Qingxia. Boss, I don't even know how this happened. I realized I could feel a bit of water 10 days ago, just a small amount, normally providing drinking water for the special forces. I didn't know how it worked just now. This is an ability. Han Qingxia drove the vehicle, towing the tanker down the elevated highway. Ability. Su Xiaoyang frowned slightly at the term. Abilities are primarily divided into the most common enhancement type abilities, such as speed mutation and strength mutation, as well as elemental abilities encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the very rare variant abilities. Variant abilities include lightning type abilities, ice type abilities, healing type abilities, psychic type abilities, and other niche powers that can only be understood when encountered. Han Qingxia unreservedly educated Su Xiaoyang. What else was there to hold back? These were her people, not strangers. Her teaching Su Xiaoyang now was also to facilitate his future upgrades. All abilities start at a beginner level, and as one's comprehension and cultivation progress, they become classified. However, regardless of the classification, there will always be suppression in abilities. The upper limit of variant abilities is generally stronger than that of ordinary elemental abilities and enhancement type abilities. Han Qingxia had been an ordinary person in her past life, having never awakened any abilities. In the early stages, it was manageable, the effects of abilities were not pronounced, and Han Qingxia was ruthless and tough, capable of achieving much even without abilities. However, as time progressed, the gap between ability users and ordinary people widened significantly. Han Qingxia could only remain a mere squad leader in a small base. Had she possessed even a single ability, she would have at least mingled with the upper echelons of the base in her past life, leading to her ignorance of many aspects related to abilities. Abilities can be enhanced, but since she did not know how to enhance them, she had no means. The only thing she was certain of was that it might be related to crystal cores. In her past life at the base, the common currency was crystal cores, which were collected everywhere. Han Qingxia had attempted to study them herself, sensing energy within the cores, but unfortunately, as an ordinary person, she could not delve deeply. Zila. Han Qingxia drove under the elevated highway. She found the corpse of a level 2 zombie, jumped down, rummaged through its head, and found a crystal the size of a goose egg. This is the crystal core. I know this, Su Xiaoyang said. Previously in the special operations team, we were tasked with collecting these. You specifically came to collect these. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Su Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission was not a standard rescue operation, but a zombie extermination task. They were to go to the core area, hunt zombies in large numbers, and assist the rescue team. After the rescue team left, they continued to fight. Because their superiors had not permitted them to retreat. It was unclear what they truly wanted. Eventually, they encountered danger, barely escaping and seeking help from Han Qingxia. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's words, Han Qingxia furrowed her brows in thought. Had the military discovered crystal cores so early? In her past life, the K1 base had always been quite famous. Aside from the consistent food shortages, everything else was quite formidable. Especially the ability users. The ability users they cultivated were the strongest in the entire eastern base. Han Qingxia pondered whether this was related to their early research on crystal cores. Let's head back first. All right. Su Xiaoyang drove the large truck they had previously brought down, while Han Qingxia drove back to their base in an armored fuel truck. Today's outing was quite fruitful. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to kill a fresh chicken and fish for dinner, and he immediately went to get to work. Killing fresh chicken and fish made his steps a bit quicker. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia returned to the shelter to study her points and crystal cores thoroughly. She first opened the system shop panel, exchanging all the crystal cores she had collected today. Apart from the one from the level 2 zombie, she exchanged a total of 16 cores today, adding to the 44 she had received from Lu Qian, bringing her total to 60 crystal cores. She needed 40 more before she could unlock the next big gift. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to exchange her level 2 zombie crystal core. Exchanging the level 2 zombie crystal core would surely yield higher points, but the quantity exchanged wouldn't be counted as much. So she decided to set that aside for now. Now glancing at her points, due to her recent territorial expansion and crystal core exchanges, her points had soared to a staggering 18,145. With a flick of her small hand, she first bought the AK that she had long coveted. When the AK appeared in front of her, Han Qingxia felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What a treasure sister has finally obtained you. At this moment, Han Qingxia remembered there was an interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. She opened that special shop. Upon unlocking this interface, Han Qingxia noticed that everything inside had a countdown timer. The first item on her page was a golden item. Evolution Liquid Extractor, price 10000 points. Time limited 180 seconds. Han Qingxia. Evolution Liquid Extractor. She clicked to view the details and saw a long string of detailed descriptions. Evolution Liquid Extractor extracts energy from crystal cores with 100 safety. Evolution Liquid can be used to enhance abilities. Han Qingxia. Isn't this the path to evolution that she had been contemplating all day regarding ability users? With 170 seconds left, Han Qingxia decisively closed her eyes and entered. Even if buying this left her with only 45 points after purchasing the machine, the place where she had just bought it transformed into a cooling window. It seems that items here are not available for unlimited purchase, but are randomly refreshed. Besides this Evolution Liquid Extractor, there were no more golden items, only some materials. Materials for base construction, such as steel plates, reinforcing boards, tiles, rebar, cement, and doors. These items were very cheap, typically 1 point each, time limited, but without purchase limits. Thinking of the poor materials in Su Xiaoyang's house at her doorstep, Han Qingxia decided to buy a batch of steel plates, tiles, and doors. After purchasing these items, she discovered that they all had attributes. Each one provided a base firmness increase of 1 to 10. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened at this sight. If she reinforced her entire base with these materials, wouldn't it become a true fortress of steel? She suddenly had a brand new direction. She quickly spent all 45 points. She gazed enviously at the other numerous treasures she wished to purchase, but lacked the points. Don't worry, wait until sister has enough points to buy. Han Qingxia decisively exited the system and went to study her Evolution Liquid Extractor. A flash of gold, and she took the extractor out from her space. It was a small-sized apparatus that could fit on a table with an opening on top for placing crystal cores. Below was a liquid outlet. Han Qingxia took out her saved level 2 zombie crystal core, placed it inside, and positioned a clean cup under the liquid outlet. After connecting it to the power supply, a blue light displayed on the device, and in less than 2 seconds a cup of colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Han Qingxia picked up the glass of transparent liquid. She first sniffed it cautiously, then poured half into another cup and drank that half. The evolution liquid had no taste upon entry, and there was even a hint of indescribable sweetness. After drinking, she attempted to unleash her abilities. With a whoosh, a pot of roses in her air-raid shelter rapidly sprouted, the thorny branches visibly thickening, the thorns becoming remarkably sharp, and vibrant roses blossoming at the tips of the branches. In just a few seconds, the small pot of roses that had already passed its blooming stage transformed into a half-meter-tall grand rose bonsai. Han Qingxia's eyes brightened at this sight. Previously, her ability level was only sufficient to stimulate the growth of a single branch, and after using her powers, her body would enter a prolonged state of emptiness. She had also researched how to enhance her abilities. However, she discovered that continuously using her powers and practicing did not raise her upper limit. Instead, consuming more meat or suddenly Qingxia could effortlessly mature the pot of roses with a mere. But now, after consuming the evolution liquid, Han Qingxia could effortlessly mature the pot of roses with a mere gesture. All the vines exhibited aggressiveness and could move according to her thoughts, with no unusual sensations in her body. She demonstrated her water control ability in the bathroom. She now possessed both water and wood ability. Boom! Splash! A torrential downpour of water surged in the bathroom, the amount of water control exceeding Su Xiaoyang's by more than double. The tremendous impact even broke a large hole in the wall. If it weren't for the shelter being built into the mountain, it could have potentially breached a normal building. The explosive power astonished Han Qingxia. She looked at her hands in delight. In her memory, her current strength was comparable to that of the ability users from 5 or 6 years into the apocalypse. And this was achieved with just half of the third-level zombie evolution liquid. She understood. She was very certain. The crystal core was an essential item for ability users to level up. Therefore, in her previous life, early ability users evolved very slowly, only beginning to progress rapidly after the large bases matured and a large number of crystal cores circulated. This was because the secret of crystal cores gradually became known to the large bases at that time, leading them to formulate evolution liquids and sell them to ability users, allowing rapid progress. However, in Han Qingxia's impression, the ability users she knew all had significant after effects. In the later stages, the faster their abilities improved, the stronger their after effects became. Whether it was violent tempers or mental instability, some even exhibited uncontrollable killing sprees, tearing apart those around them as if they were turning into zombies. Han Qingxia now suspected that the evolution liquid formulated by the large bases was not pure enough. It promoted the enhancement of abilities while simultaneously accumulating toxins within the users, eventually leading to backlash at a certain threshold. Han Qingxia gradually grasped the rules of abilities. She exited the bathroom, contentedly glanced at her purification machine, and stored it in her space. It was truly a super treasure. It could convert and extract crystal core energy with 100 efficiency and had no side effects. If those large bases outside knew about it, the whole world would be shocked. She drank the remaining half of the evolution liquid, keeping a little to take with her. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just finished cooking dinner and was bringing out a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The fresh fish smelled incredibly delicious, filling the air with its aroma. Yangzi, have some water. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a glass of water. Su Xiaoyang didn't even look, simply drinking it. But after drinking, his eyes brightened. This water was sweeter than usual. This water is so sweet. You didn't even see who gave it to you, Han Qingxia casually replied, turning to sit at the dining table and wait for the meal. Su Xiaoyang chuckled and used a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. On the square table, a large plate of roast chicken was already laid out. Coupled with a pot of fragrant boiled fish, it was both nutritious and delicious. He and Han Qingxia each had a rice cooker, while the 16 dogs each had their own bowls. Everyone was happily enjoying their meal. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang truly felt that it would have been great if all his brothers had stayed. Han Qingxia was a person worth following. It felt good to be with her. After finishing their meal without leaving a trace, Su Xiaoyang went to wash the dishes while Han Qingxia played with the dogs for a bit, also counting the supplies they had brought back today. Apart from her space supplies, there was also a large delivery truck and an oil tanker that Su Xiaoyang insisted on bringing back for her. She planned to use the oil tanker as a backup at the side of the base and unloaded all the deliveries, preparing to open the blind boxes again. A truckload of deliveries, over 500 delivery boxes. This batch was next-day delivery from a certain company, and the quality of the contents was surprisingly high. As Han Qingxia opened several deliveries, she also noticed some patterns. For example, some larger delivery trucks contained a plethora of useless junk, but the proportion of food was high, mostly relatively inexpensive items. In contrast, for the more expensive delivery trucks, the items inside tended to be pricier, including brand-name computers, mobile phones, cosmetics, and much better quality food. In this truckload of deliveries, Han Qingxia found imported chocolates, instant canned bird's nest, entire smoked hams worth thousands before the apocalypse, numerous large nut gift packs, and plenty of instant noodles and snacks, all from major brands. Of course, there were also about 1/5 of expired short shelf-life foods, which she discarded entirely. Additionally, there were clothes and supplies, most of which were from high-end brands. She gave the men's clothing to Su Xiaoyang and had him store the others in her warehouse. To her surprise, among this pile of blind box deliveries, she unwrapped a tang dao sold as a decorative item with no sharp edge. Han Qingxia drew the sword from its scabbard. With a whoosh, the cold gleam of the blade caught her eye. Han Qingxia wielded the tang dao in the air with both hands, the chilling wind of the blade swirling around her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tang dao was exceptionally powerful, striking with great precision. What a good sword. Su Xiaoyang emerged from the shelter after delivering everything and saw the menacing blade. Han Qingxia looked at him. Can it be sharpened? Let's give it a try. Su Xiaoyang stepped forward, saying earnestly. All right, I'll leave it to you. Han Qingxia left the tang dao with Su Xiaoyang to sharpen. Meanwhile, she had nearly finished unpacking her deliveries and noticed there was still time left tonight. She pulled Su Xiaoyang to reinforce his house. Using the steel plates and building materials she exchanged from the system, she reinforced the small house where Su Xiaoyang lived. With the surplus, she expanded one room. As a result, the overall defensive capabilities of her base began to improve. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. Her focus for the time to come would be on acquiring materials to build the base. The next day, Han Qingxia got up early, pushed open the air raid shelter door, and saw Su Xiaoyang sharpening his knife outside. With each stroke, water splashed on the blade, sharpening it further. This water was Su Xiaoyang's own ability, requiring no special preparation. As he finished the last stroke, a beam of water washed over the blade. Instantly, a chilling aura emanated from it. The treasured sword was honed to perfection. Su Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of the tang knife and swung it powerfully in the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood was effortlessly sliced into several segments, each cut perfectly neat. If this struck a zombie, it would surely be like slicing a watermelon. So quick. Su Xiaoyang sheathed the knife and handed it to Han Qingxia. Boss, this knife is excellent, very sturdy and practical. Well done. Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang. Next time I find a good knife, I'll set one aside for you. No need, I have my weapons. Su Xiaoyang declined Han Qingxia's offer. He still had his previous gear, though his firearms were out of ammunition and unusable, leaving him with only a triangular military knife. But he still had his water-based ability. Whoosh, he casually released a high-pressure water column significantly more powerful than yesterday. Boss, I don't know why, but when I woke up today it felt like my ability has strengthened. Su Xiaoyang reported his change to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction at his ability. Of course, she had given him the evolution liquid. It seemed that in addition to collecting zombie crystal cores, they needed to keep some for making evolution liquid. With daily supplementation, their abilities would rapidly improve. Let's go. Time to hunt zombies. Han Qingxia energetically led Su Xiaoyang out. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Han Qingxia took Su Xiaoyang out to expand their territory during the day, returning at night to fortify their base with the earned territory points. Simultaneously, she divided the zombie crystal cores they collected each day into 2 parts, recycling some for the system, while reserving the rest to make evolution liquid to enhance her and Su Xiaoyang's abilities. In these days, they had not encountered any advanced zombies. Moreover, there were very few zombies in the suburbs, and those that could produce crystal cores were even scarcer. Han Qingxia swiftly cleared out the zombies from the outskirts, moving into the suburban city area and exterminating all the zombies around the air raid shelter. They managed to collect over 30 crystal cores. Though few, the transformation into evolution liquid for both her and Su Xiaoyang was visibly effective. Both of their abilities were rapidly improving. Furthermore, her air raid shelter base had been reinforced inside and out with system materials. As a result, her air raid shelter underwent a tremendous transformation. Its overall defense had increased tenfold. Now, even if tanks and artillery bombarded her base, it would remain unbroken. Han Qingxia also discovered a large amount of base equipment in the special system shop. For instance, protective clothing. Han Qingxia was thrilled to see protective gear for war dogs. With a grand gesture, she purchased a set of system-produced protective clothing for each of her 16 dogs without hesitation. A set costs 100 points. Besides that, there were defense systems for the base, radar systems and reconnaissance strike integrated drone systems. The radar system needs no further explanation, while the reconnaissance strike integrated drone system is a complete set of reconnaissance and strike drones. This system can simultaneously control multiple drones to patrol the territory, and upon detecting intruders, it will automatically alert Han Qingxia, who can then confirm whether to engage with a single button inside the base. With 8 hours of patrol and multiple groups of drones automatically rotating, it provides all-day monitoring. It is an absolute treasure for the base. However, this system is extremely expensive. This system costs 100,000 points per set. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia had accumulated only 30,000 points, leaving her temporarily longing for it. Her next small target was this reconnaissance strike integrated drone system. Han Qingxia looked at the limited time offer for this system valid for 10 days. She calculated that she could earn around 3,000 points daily by expanding territory and killing zombies. Expanding territory was less valuable than killing zombies. However, the problem was that she had already cleared out all the zombies in her vicinity, so she needed to find a more populated area to hunt zombies. She opened the electronic map and carefully observed nearby areas with a larger population. Her gaze gradually settled on a large grain processing factory in the suburban city. The factory. Han Qingxia remembered that this was the largest grain processing factory in City A, with tens of thousands of employees inside. Each zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. If there are 1,000 crystal cores among 10,000 people, that would be enough for her. Yangzi, today we are going to the factory, Han Qingxia said to Su Xiaoyang as they exited the air raid shelter. Okay. Su Xiaoyang, who was working outside, immediately put down his tasks without hesitation and accompanied Han Qingxia. He had absolute obedience to her. He was also diligent and an exemplary worker. Han Qingxia left Xia Tian and a few dogs at the base, taking 8 dogs aboard an armored vehicle as they headed toward the grain factory. The journey was relatively long, but fortunately it was all within Han Qingxia's territory, and they smoothly arrived near the grain factory in about an hour and a half. This grain factory is located in the suburban city area, surrounded by farmland for dozens of miles, making it sparsely populated. Therefore, the workers inside are in a fully enclosed environment, living and eating there, and when they have days off, they usually ride bikes or take buses to the city for fun. At this moment, the area around the factory was quiet, with many abandoned vehicles on the straight roads, all discarded by the roadside. A bus had plunged into the farmland, its doors open, revealing dried black blood inside, but not a single person was in sight. It was evident that when the incident occurred, this vehicle must have had a troubled fate, with someone inside mutating, causing the driver to plunge into the road and urgently press the door button. Inside, people fled, escaping in chaos, and the area was thrown into disarray. However, the factory gate was tightly shut. As Han Qingxia's vehicle approached the factory, it was eerily quiet within. Even the security booth was empty. Could it be that they had a day off that day? Impossible. Even if the factory was on holiday, there would still be many people inside, as the workers were on a closed accommodation system, and there were many people here with rotating shifts. This place was definitely a zombie disaster zone. Han Qingxia ordered Su Xiaoyang to step on the gas, and the armored vehicle violently crashed through the gate, entering the vast factory area. In front of them soon appeared an enormous row of buildings. This area was divided into dormitory buildings, dining areas, factories, and administrative offices. Han Qingxia parked the vehicle in front of the dormitory building. Let's go, time to hunt zombies. Okay. The doors opened and Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang, and 8 dogs stood in front of the factory dormitory. First, clear the easier areas on the map. Wishing you prosperity, guard the entrance. Notify immediately in case of any unusual situation. Red and white tiles follow me, others follow Yangzi. Woof woof woof. The dogs quickly formed 3 teams. 2 gathered outside the dormitory building, while Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang each took 3. Before Han Qingxia stood the wide-open dormitory door with a row of turnstiles in front. Entry to the dormitory required a card swipe. At this moment, the turnstiles had long lost power, and even if they were operational, Han Qingxia had no card. They had to climb over. She and Su Xiaoyang stood on either side, carefully observing their surroundings, and slipped into the turnstile. The corridor behind the turnstile was eerily silent, with all the doors on the first floor tightly shut. Han Qingxia threw a heavy object forward. Thud thud thud. The sound echoed in the quiet dormitory building. Suddenly all the tightly shut doors stirred, yet the corridor remained silent. Owo. Woo. Owo. Han Qingxia cautiously waited for 3 minutes in place. Great, they were all locked in their rooms. There were no wandering zombies outside. With the environment secured, she and Su Xiaoyang prepared to breach the first room. The killing officially began. This way they wouldn't be caught off guard by suddenly appearing zombies from outside. Boom! Han Qingxia kicked the door open. A wave of putrid, rancid stench assaulted her from inside. 4 or 5 female zombies howled and surged towards the open door, drawn by the scent of fresh human life. They hadn't seen food in so long. The eyes of all the zombies glowed with bloodthirsty madness, pale and terrifying. Their rotten mouths emitted hisses as they sought to tear apart and swallow the living. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. A sharp tang knife flashed through the air, meeting them with a cold blade and a stream of water. 3 zombies had their heads cleaved off, while the remaining 2 were pierced by 2 high-pressure water jets. Once all 5 zombies fell to the ground, the dogs rushed in, their powerful claws digging into the zombies' heads, bringing Han Qingxia 2 small crystal cores the size of rice grains. Well done! Han Qingxia encouraged the dogs by patting their heads while surveying the inside of the dormitory. This dormitory had a separate bathroom, 4 bunk beds, each equipped with bedding. She quickly deduced the following information from this. The ordinary staff dormitory should accommodate 8 people per room, with a bathroom, 5 zombies inside, indicating that about half the residents were on the night shift. Also, this is a female dormitory. After killing another room with Su Xiaoyang to confirm her guests and familiarize herself with the dormitory layout, she and Su Xiaoyang split up, one going left and the other right, to start breaking down doors and killing zombies. Boom! Roar! After Han Qingxia broke down the door, the cold gleam of the tang knife flashed within the dormitory. This tang knife, sharpened by Su Xiaoyang, sliced through zombies like chopping watermelons, while Han Qingxia's strength and speed were enhanced to the human limit by the system. Holding the sharp and effective tang knife, she killed swiftly and ruthlessly. The zombies couldn't even brush against the hem of her clothes before being cleaved apart. The 3 dogs provided assistance, adding a claw strike, then dug out the zombie crystal cores. 3 minutes to clear 1 dormitory. In half an hour, she and Su Xiaoyang had cleared the first floor. They then proceeded to replicate the process, clearing the upper 5 floors. In one morning, she cleared an entire dormitory building. There wasn't a single living person in the whole building, all were zombies. The two of them had killed over 1,000 zombies in one morning. They harvested over 300 crystal cores. There were still 2 more dormitory buildings left. Han Qingxia replicated the method and she and Su Xiaoyang worked side by side to clear each building, taking a short break of 10 minutes after finishing, each one resting briefly in the armored vehicle and having a heated Riatatoat rice ball for lunch to replenish their energy. By evening, they successfully cleared the 3 zombie dormitory buildings in the factory. They had killed over 3,500 zombies and successfully collected 1,000 zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxia observed the sky darkening in the apocalypse. Night is 100 times more dangerous than day. During the day, zombies are suppressed, their movement slow. At night, all their abilities are enhanced 100-fold. As experienced as Han Qingxia was, she never engaged in activities at night. Furthermore, she now had nearly enough crystal cores to return and exchange for the combined strike and reconnaissance system. Let's head back and come again tomorrow. Okay. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang and the dogs back to the vehicle to leave. At that moment, a voice from a loudspeaker caught their attention. Help! Help! On the rooftop of the main factory building, a group of 20 to 30 people desperately called for help towards Han Qingxia and the others. A large banner made of stitched clothes hung before them. Su Xiaoyang saw a batch of survivors and immediately looked towards Han Qingxia. Boss, there are survivors. Should we save them? P.S. Please add to the bookshelf. Don't forget to add to the bookshelf or you won't find it later. Han Qingxia glanced over the crowd on the rooftop. 20 to 30 young laborers, both men and women aged roughly between 20 and 40, with no elderly or children. The personnel structure was excellent. Ready and capable labor force. After starting to develop her territory, Han Qingxia viewed the population issue from the perspective of the ruling class. From the viewpoint of the rulers, there was no distinction between good and evil among people, only a difference in labor capacity. Everyone was merely the most basic labor force for production and development. Each individual could contribute to the base. Before her stood a batch of the finest young laborers. Just not at this moment. No rescue. Han Qingxia said decisively. It was already late today. Even if she wanted to absorb this batch of young laborers, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Retreat first, come back tomorrow. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, Su Xiaoyang stepped on the gas and drove away. He was just a ruthless execution machine. What Han Qingxia said was absolute. He firmly executed all her commands. At this moment, the people on the rooftop saw Han Qingxia's car about to leave, and everyone immediately panicked. Don't go. Don't go. You can't abandon us. The screams attracted the zombies lurking in the factory. A loud banging sound echoed from the massive iron gate behind them. These people had been trapped on the rooftop for a long time. Fortunately, this was a grain factory. Though lacking in other supplies, there was plenty of food. When they fled to the rooftop, they brought a large amount of supplies, which allowed them to survive until now. At this moment, behind the large iron gate were hundreds of zombies, their eyes red from being trapped for over a month, roaring and banging against the chained iron door that was already on the brink of collapse. Originally, these people made no sound, hiding in the corners of the rooftop to reduce their presence. However, today, upon discovering that someone had entered the factory, everyone's eyes lit up. Seeing Han Qingxia and her group about to leave, they immediately sought help. But unexpectedly, they refused to rescue them. Captain Ding, what should we do? The woman who had just called for help looked at the chubby man beside her. The chubby man was Ding Yi. He had originally been a minor security captain in the factory, but after the apocalypse arrived, he and a group of survivors escaped to the rooftop. With his physical advantages and security experience, he quickly became the small leader among them, and after awakening his powers, he grew even more reckless. Everyone had to submit to him and listen to him. Ding Yi originally didn't want to leave. If it weren't for their dwindling food supplies, he wouldn't have sought help from Han Qingxia. But since they had called for help, how could these two dare not save them? If they don't rescue us, they can't think of escaping either. He pulled out a button from his pocket, his small eyes glowing green, and pressed the activation button. Captain Ding, you can't press that. Releasing the zombies means we can't escape either. A skinny man attempted to step forward to stop him. Smack. Ding Yi swatted him away, grabbing his collar and lifting him into the air. If I can't live, no one will. Don't you all agree? The others immediately echoed, yes. If they don't save us, they deserve to die. Kill them. If we can't live, they must die. Ding Yi, satisfied, casually tossed the man he had grabbed down while simultaneously pressing the button, instantly opening all the factory doors around. In an instant. Roar, hisses, hisses. The man thrown down landed at the main entrance of the factory, and the moment the door opened, he was immediately surrounded by the zombies pouring out. This time the zombies were so starved that the man had become mere food in their eyes. Before he could even mutate into one of them, he was devoured and reduced to a pile of bones. Hungry. Hungry. Still so hungry. Must eat. The scream was quickly drowned out. The others on the rooftop watched the scene with wide-eyed fear in their hearts, but they could only think well done. Just like that. After releasing the zombies, Ding-E watched Han Qingxia's car. He crouched down, hands gripping the rooftop surface, his small eyes fixed on the direction of Han Qingxia's vehicle, and with a sudden burst of strength he acted. Think you can escape? Absolutely impossible. Boom. The massive armor beneath Han Qingxia suddenly lurched, lifting the vehicle from the center. Beep beep, her armored vehicle emitted alarm sounds indicating that the car was being blocked by a rising Earth-type ability. Although the power level was low, it could only raise a small mound, but the position was just right, effectively trapping their vehicle. Soon in Han Qingxia's view, countless zombies surged from all directions within the vast factory. They emerged from the dining area, from various factory buildings of different sizes and functions, as well as from the office building. Most of these zombies were dressed in factory uniforms, maintaining the appearance they had while working. The densely packed zombies rushed out from all directions, creating a scene reminiscent of the bustling factory before the apocalypse. Of course, one had to overlook their grotesque, decomposed faces, crawling with maggots and swarmed by flies. This factory had completely become a zombie factory. Ha ha. You country bumpkins must not know that I am an ability user. Ding-E laughed heartily on the rooftop, watching the armored vehicle surrounded by zombies. This is what happens for daring to abandon them and fleeing alone. Let them all die. That's right. Let them abandon us. They deserve to die. The other's eyes also gleamed with malice. They had no hope, others should not live either. Everyone eagerly watched as the two individuals were surrounded by the zombie tide, anticipating the moment their vehicle would be shredded, when suddenly a loud crash sounded. A cannon barrel rose from the top of the armored vehicle surrounded by zombies. Boom! A fierce flame erupted from the cannon, instantly scorching and repelling the zombies on top of the armored vehicle. A large number of zombies attempted to climb up again, and sharp spikes suddenly protruded from the exterior of. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle restarted, and the ultra-modern bottom of the vehicle began to rise, automatically rendering the small mound insignificant. Han Qingxia pressed the gas, and the armored vehicle burst forth from the zombie horde. This time her direction was not to leave the factory, but to charge towards the factory building. In the eyes of the rulers, there is no distinction between good and evil among people. Similarly to them, people are nothing at all. Han Qingxia's rescue would not evoke any sense of moral superiority, and killing them would not invoke any sense of guilt. If they waited for her to rescue them and later became obedient residents in her base, Han Qingxia would welcome them. But if they dared to plot against her with all these schemes, such people deserve to die. With a thunderous roar, Han Qingxia drove the armored vehicle to the base of the factory where they were located. She retracted the cannon's muzzle, allowing the zombies to climb onto her armored vehicle while simultaneously extending a staircase from the top. The people on the rooftop looked at the armored vehicle, still engulfed by zombies, and could no longer laugh. Just now they had seen it being attacked by zombies, only feeling a sense of regret. Who told these two individuals to not rescue them? Let them die. Hurry up and die. Die in front of them, die before their eyes. But now the zombies they had released were climbing up towards them along the staircase created by Han Qingxia. Everyone was overwhelmed with a sense of fear, as if they had provoked a demon. Han Qingxia always repaid her debts with interest, and it had to be done on the spot. Today, she must give back what they had given her. Soon the zombies climbed up to the rooftop along the ladder built by Han Qingxia. The first zombie that charged up immediately lunged at them. They tried to push the first zombie down, but behind it were countless more zombies. Everyone was terrified, rolling and crawling to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Behind them was the iron gate filled with zombies, and beyond that was an abyss. With no way out. The top was quickly overwhelmed, and Ding-E saw the overwhelming tide of zombies and directly pulled a few people to be his support. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop, activating his powers to elevate the ground. His ability was small, but in a critical situation it could unleash a surge. A small mound rose from the ground, and Ding-E felt he could jump down. At that moment, Han Qingxia coldly monitored his actions through the surveillance camera. Watching him jump, she lazily said, "Yangzi." Yes. In an instant, a powerful water column dozens of times stronger than his ability instantly washed away the makeshift slope he had built. Ding-E already in mid-jump. Han Qingxia shook her armored vehicle, withdrawing from the zombie tide. As the sun began to set and the zombies' attacks intensified, she evacuated from the zombie factory. At that moment, she caught sight of a group of survivors on the rooftop of the adjacent factory. The group of survivors had been observing them for a long time as well. They huddled together on the rooftop, trembling like lambs, watching the scene that had just unfolded. Han Qingxia withdrew her gaze and waved her hand, signaling Su Xiaoyang to leave the factory. After they departed, the group on the rooftop quickly surged towards the edge. They have left. The leader among them, a middle-aged man, snapped back to reality from the shock, saying, "They possess abilities, and they are 100 times stronger than Ding Yiqiang. They are far too powerful." The others felt a pang of fear upon hearing his words. They are not a group of rescue teams obligated to save others who would risk their lives to help them, and nor are they beings that could be carelessly provoked and trampled upon. They are incredibly strong. They have professional equipment and even stronger superhumans. They can crush through a factory overrun with zombies. They are entities that all of them can only look up to. Fortunately, they did not forcefully call for help earlier, nor did they resort to destruction like Ding Yi's gang after failing to seek help. In the end, they all perished here. But now, they looked down at the horde of zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed to stop Han Qingxia. As the sun set, the factory was filled with wandering zombies in every corner. As the sun descended and night deepened, the movements of these zombies quickened. They sensed the presence of living beings in the building and howled as they approached the factory beneath them. They stretched out their hands and pressed against the walls, desperately trying to climb. Soon the building beneath them was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. There was no way out. Li Gang saw that several of the zombies were clearly faster than the others, their agility significantly heightened. They trampled over their companions, rushing to the highest point, desperately climbing towards the rooftop. Fortunately, their building was over 10 meters high with a smooth exterior, unlike Ding Yi's group, who provoked the boss and led the zombies over. They appeared to be safe on the rooftop for now. These zombies couldn't climb up easily. At this moment, his wife Wang Feng nudged him and said, "Husband, look over there." Wang Feng's voice trembled. Li Gang followed her gaze and saw a zombie with its stomach hollowed out and half of its face gnawed off, staggering up from the spot where Ding Yi had just fallen to his death. Ding Yi did not die immediately after falling from the 10-meter rooftop. He was quickly surrounded and torn apart by the starving zombies. Benefiting from his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before they could completely dismember him. Roar! The newly transformed Ding Yi let out a sharp roar, glancing around at the survivors on the adjacent rooftop. It rushed towards them, dashing to the base of the factory, facing the layers of corpses and the horde of zombies that could not climb up. It pushed through the zombies and let out a mighty roar. Instantly, a mound of earth over 3 meters high surged up beneath it. All the zombies saw this and crazily began to climb up the mound it had created. The zombies now had a foothold, finally making it possible for them to ascend. The survivors on the rooftop were completely stunned at this sight. "Husband, what should we do?" Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang returned to their base with their dogs safely. As they emerged from the factory, several zombies chased after their vehicle, but they were soon left far behind after a few hundred meters. Han Qingxia did not slow down, even crushing a few zombies without stopping to check for crystal cores. The factory was an hour and a half's drive from the base, and by the time they returned it was completely dark. She could not afford to let her guard down, at least not until she entered her territory. At 7:30 in the evening, they successfully returned to the base. As usual, the two first took a shower, then Su Xiaoyang went to cook while Han Qingxia counted the spoils in her shelter. Today, they had collected a total of 1,148 zombie crystal cores. These cores were all first level. First level cores are the most common. Roughly 1 in every 3 zombies will have a crystal core form in their brain. The combat power of first-level zombies is not very high, only a bit stronger than the most ordinary zombies, like that mutated first-level zombie Han Qingxia killed in the villa. Their agility and speed are much stronger than ordinary zombies, but they can still be killed. An ordinary person with slightly decent fighting skills can defeat them. However, when it comes to second-level zombies, the disparity is enormous. The strength and speed of second-level zombies far exceed that of a robust adult, often requiring multiple ordinary people to work together to take them down. The crystal cores are about the size of a quail egg. As for third-level zombies, they are basically not something ordinary people can kill. Those are the opponents of superhumans. The crystal cores can reach the size of a goose egg. The formation of second and third-level zombies requires certain factors, one of which is the consumption of their kind. The second-level zombie that Han Qingxia defeated on the highway likely consumed its kind. At that time, the entire highway, except for the gas station, had hardly any zombies. It is highly likely that the third-level zombie led the other zombies there to consume them. The second factor is the evolution of superpowers. Zombies can also evolve superpowers. Once a superpower appears, their level will increase dramatically. The strongest zombie king in the entire eastern region that Han Qingxia heard of in her previous life was a multi-powered level 8 zombie. It was said that it had more than 3 types of superpowers. It was entrenched at the junction of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she had only heard of it, as she had never seen it. She was not worthy. In her past life, as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia was not worthy of fighting on such a high battlefield. She was very prudent, only executing tasks she was 100% sure of. She would not undertake tasks with greater risks. This is also why other powerful superhumans, despite their strength, ultimately could not match Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was as steady as a rock. She never joked with her life. That said, at this time most zombies were still first level. High-level zombies were rare. The third-level zombie that Han Qingxia killed last time was already extremely. Looking at her more than 1,000 zombie crystal cores, she exchanged 1,000 of them for points, leaving 100 to extract evolution liquid. One first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, and the quantity of crystal core gift packs is calculated. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 100,000 and 4,000 points. Adding the previous 30,000 points, she was almost at 140,000. Han Qingxia rubbed her excited little hands as she had enough money. She immediately went to the limited time window, the reconnaissance drone system. Exchange. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the reconnaissance drone system. In front of Han Qingxia, an incredibly high-tech military piece of equipment settled down. Subsequently, changes were also detected in Han Qingxia's base. At this moment, the area of the tower on the second floor expanded again, pushing into the mountainside, creating a space the size of half an air raid shelter. Above is a large skylight that can be opened and closed. A massive control device is located in the center of the second floor tower behind Han Qingxia's crossbow. 24 small military drones are neatly parked in the empty space in the middle. These drones are very compact, slightly larger than the drones available on the market, but their power is certainly not that of toy-grade drones. This is a standard military reconnaissance strike integrated drone with astonishing ground control capability, capable of destroying main battle tanks. If used in an invasion, a few waves of drone airstrikes would definitely give the enemy's air defense a headache. Firstly, the drones are tiny, making them difficult to monitor and extremely costly to intercept. To shoot them down, one would have to use expensive anti-air missiles. Even using relatively cheaper portable anti-air missiles would not be cost-effective. A single shell costs tens of thousands of dollars. Wasting it on shooting down a drone is like burning money. The premise is that you must hit it in one shot. Using large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, if the drones are slightly clustered, the ground air defense firepower would not be able to intercept them all. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken may not even succeed. The best countermeasure is electronic interference to force the drones to land or deviate from their intended path. However, these are reconnaissance strike integrated drones rewarded by the system. The existing level of electronic interference is ineffective against Han Qingxia's drones. By utilizing her reconnaissance strike integrated drone system within her territory, Han Qingxia will create an impenetrable super protective net. With 24 drones and 8th endurance and divided into 3 shifts, 2 drones will monitor each of the 4 directions, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, perfectly achieving 24-hour surveillance. Han Qingxia looked at her base's extraordinary defense system with immense satisfaction. It was truly worth it to spend a day exterminating zombies. At this moment, she also noticed a flashing area in the system that was ready to be claimed. Today, she had killed over 1,000 zombies and exchanged them for over 1,000 crystal cores. Additionally, there was a big gift package for exchanging crystal cores. Last time, she was reminded that the second package could be exchanged for just 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia called over Fa Kai and playfully ruffled Fa Kai's head, leaving Fa Kai bewildered while Xia Tian barked in jealousy. Holding both dogs, Han Qingxia opened the crystal core big gift package. Ding, congratulations, you have received Yunnan Bio 1. Ding, reward first aid pill 1. Ding, congratulations, you have received 1,000 gene of fresh beef. Ding, congratulations, you have received 100 solar panels. Han Qingxia. Not bad, not bad. Standard and very practical big gift package. It contains medicine supplies and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat here is indeed considerable. The food section in the system mall also sells fresh meat, but Han Qingxia finds it too expensive, recalling that it costs 10 points per gene, far from worth it. Rewarding her with 1,000 gene of fresh beef seems to cover the cost of the crystal cores exchanged for it. Moreover, after claiming this package, there's more to come. The crystal core exchange section indicates that every additional 1,000 crystal cores unlock a package. Today, Han Qingxia exchanged over 1,000 at once, directly triggering the next big gift package. Han Qingxia seized the opportunity and claimed it directly. Ding, reward psychic ability. Han Qingxia. She was utterly shocked upon hearing this reward. The third package of the crystal core exchange only has one reward, but this reward happens to be an ability. Even a calm and composed Han Qingxia was astounded by the system's super reward. Psychic ability. She had heard of psychic ability users in her past life. They are the absolute powerhouses among ability users. One psychic ability user may not even appear among 10,000 ability users. Psychic ability users can see the abilities of other ability users. Their attacks are executed through mental power. A powerful psychic ability user can kill an ordinary person with just a glance. They're the pinnacle of ability users. Ding, detected ability. Should the ability be used by the host? Use? Of course she used it herself. Can it be given to others? Han Qingxia's brain felt as if it had been struck by a massive object. Unlike the previously copied wood and water abilities, the psychic ability was extremely painful. Her entire head went blank, and when she gradually regained her senses, she discovered that her mental vision had undergone a new transformation. She looked at the dogs beside her, noticing a faint red hue emanating from them, with Xia Tian displaying the most intense red. The deeper the color, the more dangerous it is. She seemed to sense that this indicated the combat power of the dogs. Turning her gaze to herself, she perceived a blue and green light swirling around her. Blue-green. It is the color of abilities. So, this is the color of abilities. Han Qingxia finally had her first ability that belonged to her. She looked at the pile of rewards she had received today. The Reconnaissance Strike Integrated Drone Yunnan Baiyao First Aid Pill, 1000 Gene of Beef, and 100 solar panels. Striving to build the base, the future is bright. Charge forward. Han Qingxia exited the air raid shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had prepared the meal. Boss, today we have Beijing-style shredded pork and fried eggs. Han Qingxia nodded and waved at him. Yangzi, come in for a moment. What's up? It's time to tell you some things you should know. Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia took out her phone and pressed a button facing the air raid shelter behind her. To Su Xiaoyang's astonishment, he saw a huge skylight open on the air raid shelter tower, and a group of drones flew out. These are the drones from our base. I tinkered with them. Su Xiaoyang. He looked in disbelief at the military drones flying in the sky. Could this possibly be the Reconnaissance Strike Integrated Drones? Dammy. What a freaking thing Han Qingxia has created. She made this. After the shock, Su Xiaoyang seemed to find it hard to doubt her. Because drones of this caliber are simply not available for purchase outside. Moreover, this design is one he has never seen before. It could only have been created by Han Qingxia. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the other military-grade defensive installations at Han Qingxia's place. None of them could be replicated outside. Take her armored vehicle, for example. It is definitely the strongest armor Su Xiaoyang has ever seen. No exceptions. Thinking of this, he looked at Han Qingxia in utter astonishment. What kind of amazing person is his boss? She's simply omnipotent. His admiration for Han Qingxia has reached the point where words fail him. The next day, the crimson sun rose on the horizon. The bright and warm light once again illuminated the world of human civilization that had created countless miracles. However, now the human world lay in ruins. No longer were there breakfast shops operating from dawn, nor were there crowds of morning joggers, street cleaners tidying the roads, or people rushing about to make a living. The city was filled only with endless hordes of zombies and the occasional piercing screams. In a massive factory complex on the outskirts of the city. On the roof of a 4-story factory building, a deafening scream pierced the air. A heavy sound echoed. A stainless steel pipe crashed heavily onto a zombie, sending the creature tumbling down. However, at this point their defenses could not hold. Roar, hiss, hiss, hiss. A multitude of zombies crawled up a rising mound of earth layer upon layer. After a night of stacking, trampling their companions' bodies, they finally reached the rooftop of the factory. The first zombie that poked its head up was struck down with a blow, but behind it were countless more zombies clawing at the edge of the rooftop. With dry, sharp claws gripping the edge, gruesome, bloodied zombie heads gradually emerged. They had been starving for too long, their gray, murky eyes filled with a deep crimson hunger. They wanted to eat. They wanted to eat humans. They were so hungry. Roar! 2 zombies leaped up simultaneously. Boom, boom. 8 or 9 men stood at the front lines, swinging steel pipes with all their might to fend off the zombies, while behind them 11 or 12 women picked up weapons, attempting to knock down the hands of zombies clawing at the rooftop edge. They had no way to retreat. This was the rooftop. The fire escape behind them had long been blocked. Inside were even more densely packed zombies. No escape. But time ticked away second by second. The people on the rooftop began to exhaust their strength, while the number of zombies below kept increasing, climbing higher and higher. They were a group of people, all of whom had not eaten a full meal in a long time, severely malnourished, while below them were a bunch of relentless, ever-moving zombies. Roar! A sharp female scream rang out as a male zombie charged up behind their line of defense. One of its feet was wearing the latest AJ shoes, while the other foot was bare, missing its beloved shoe, with the front half of its foot having been gnawed away. The bloodied, mangled foot limped, but its speed was noticeably faster than the other zombies. After jumping onto the platform, it dove repeatedly towards the nearest woman, knocking her down in an instant, its mouth gaping wide, missing several teeth ready to bite down when a steel pipe flew in and exploded its head with overwhelming force. Wife. Li Gang pulled the woman back with all his might. Husband. Wang Fong trembled, shrinking in his embrace. At this moment, more and more zombies crawled up. They had completely lost control of this rooftop. Stop fighting. Climb to the top of the generator. Li Gang carried his wife and scrambled towards the highest point, the massive generator in the center of the rooftop. Everyone saw and immediately abandoned the fight to climb up. By the time they reached the top of the generator, the rooftop had been completely overrun. Their generator was only 2 meters high and very narrow, and everyone huddled together like helpless sheep, surrounded by a dense mass of zombies with Their generator was only 2 meters high and very narrow, and everyone huddled together like helpless sheep, surrounded by a dense mass of zombies with nowhere to escape. The generator beneath them was being pushed and swayed by the zombies. They were doomed. They were really doomed. Just as they sank into despair, a booming sound echoed through the silent factory. An imposing armored vehicle reappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone stared. The furious armored vehicle barreled through the scattered zombies, heading straight for their factory building. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed into the pile of zombies, directly sending them and the mound of dirt below flying and flattening it. Immediately, the pile of zombies was sent flying. Zombies still climbing in midair scattered and fell like rain from the sky. Next, a powerful water jet shot out from the armored vehicle's top window. A man stood at the aiming port, gathering an enormous high-pressure water column that flew towards the other zombies. Wherever the water column passed, zombies were cleared in large numbers. Those zombies suspended in midair, clinging to their companions, were also swept away. Following that, boom boom boom, a massive flame erupted from the top of the armored vehicle. With a fiery assault, a water assault, and the armored vehicle rampaging below, within minutes thousands of zombies were rapidly scattered and flattened. Driving the vehicle, Han Qingxia felt that this was what killing zombies was all about. Efficient. Once the main force of zombies was cleared, the armored vehicle parked next to the factory building. The door opened and a pack of dogs was released to finish off the remaining zombies. The dogs, dressed in special combat gear, had their heads and bellies protected, and they charged into the midst of the zombies, fiercely taking down one after another, chasing down living zombies to deliver the final blows. As the armored vehicle's sunroof opened completely, a high-rise lift extended out. Under the astonished gaze of Li Gang and Wang Fong, 2 figures, 1 male and 1 female, leaped up from below, rushing onto their rooftop. They were here to save them. The man wielded an unending stream of water, while the woman held a tang knife. Upon seeing a zombie, she dispatched it with swift strikes. The 2 of them killed indiscriminately. Where Han Qingxia's tang knife passed, zombies were split in 2, rolling over. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column provided precise protection for her, clearing away the zombies beyond her attack range. The 2 of them worked together with remarkable precision, seamlessly advancing towards the generator. In 10 minutes, all the zombies surrounding Li Gang and the others were gone. They looked at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if they were divine beings. Is this what the legendary gods are like? And they're gods who came specifically to save them. Are you willing to? Han Qingxia, after finishing off the zombies on the rooftop, looked at these people and said. Upon hearing this, they all exclaimed, I have built a base. Those willing to follow me will become residents of my base. From now on, I will protect your safety. Within the territory of Han Qingxia, you will be the safest people. Li Gang was the first to react among the group. What do you want us to do? Submit to me. Han Qingxia stood before them with her sword. I cannot restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but if you submit to me, I will make you the happiest residents of this base now. Su Xiaoyang stood behind her like a steadfast backdrop, a formidable aura emanating from Han Qingxia. A strong person possesses an innate, absolute allure and credibility. This naturally drew everyone present closer to her. You saved us, my wife and I are willing. Li Gang was the first to agree, grabbing Wang Feng's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no reason to refuse Han Qingxia. Zombies were everywhere, and they had nowhere to go, no home to return to. With no food, no job, and constantly facing zombies that could appear from anywhere, they certainly needed to find a safe place to settle. Moreover, had it not been for Han Qingxia saving them, they would not have survived. With her immense power, they were willing to follow her. How could they live without her? After Li Gang and Wang Fong came down first, the remaining group of over 10 people clamored to follow suit. We are willing too. I am willing. I want to follow you. As long as you ensure our safety and provide us with food. Almost everyone on site was willing except for a pair of young girls. We want to go home. One of the girls said to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia lazily glanced at her. Outside there are zombies. Does your home not have zombies? Upon hearing her words, the 2 girls hesitated visibly. No. We still want to go home, the girl said. Han Qingxia upon hearing this showed no inclination to persuade further, stating coldly, if you want to leave then leave. Hearing this, the two girls felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them. They glanced at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang before quickly heading towards the ladder by the wall. The others witnessing the scene wanted to speak out to stop them, but in the end they also let it go, watching them leave. Thus of this group of 18, only 16 remained. After confirming their loyalty to Han Qingxia, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding, detected 16 residents, joining reward of 1,600 points. Ding, detected 2 strength-type talent holders. Reward special attributes. Ding, detected 1 speed-type talent holder. Reward special attributes. Among the 16 residents, Han Qingxia accepted there were 3 with abilities. As long as she accepted them, their special attributes would be replicated onto Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia immediately felt changes occurring within her body. She could distinctly sense an endless reservoir of power surging through her. Han Qingxia gained this batch of residents, earning 1,600 points along with 3 abilities. She looked at her new residents with great satisfaction. At the same time, after the system confirmed their identities as residents, the gazes of all of them towards Han Qingxia suddenly filled with admiration and closeness. From now on, just call me Lord. Yes, Lord, everyone affectionately called out to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia surveyed all the zombies on site. Everyone listen up, clear out the brains of the zombies, and find what is inside them. Han Qingxia casually pierced open a zombie's skull with her blade, expertly extracting a grain-sized crystal core from within. Everyone's eyes lit up at this sight. Whoever collects the most and submits the most will receive rewards. Han Qingxia motivated them further. Everyone immediately started to rush to collect. After assigning the task of collecting crystal cores, Han Qingxia turned to Su Xiaoyang, clear out all the zombies in the factory. Yes. She led Su Xiaoyang to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The large iron gate was secured with thick iron chains, yet it couldn't contain the zombies inside, packed like sardines. Through a fist-sized gap in the iron door, the zombies roared and howled within. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia enter, they became even more frenzied. Han Qingxia swung her Tang Dao at the iron chains. With a clang, the chains fell apart, and the zombies inside surged out like they had been released from a cage. However, what awaited them was a powerful jet of high-pressure water. As the water jet struck the zombies, it quickly dispersed into water bullets, and in this high-pressure, high-speed state, the bullets possessed a force comparable to bullets. Puff! A series of water bullets struck, hitting as many zombies as had emerged. If other ability users witnessed this, they would be left speechless in shock. This was simply monstrous. The current level of abilities generally only allowed for the condensation of small water balls, fireballs, or earth mounds. The ability of Ding Yi, who previously tried to stop Han Qingxia, was already considered strong. But Su Xiaoyang's ability to raise a powerful jet of water and control its form freely indicated he had reached the level of a Tier 3 ability user. This was all thanks to the evolution liquid Han Qingxia had him consume daily. And it had no side effects. By the time other bases began promoting the evolution liquid, their combat power would have already been significantly outstripped by Han Qingxia. More importantly, their evolution liquid came with a host of side effects. In terms of strength, there was simply no comparison. As the main force, Su Xiaoyang swiftly eliminated each zombie that rushed out. Han Qingxia lazily stood by with her knife, stepping in to finish off any straggling zombies. Soon this safe passage was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others not to forget to gather the crystal cores here, leading Su Xiaoyang into the safe passage. She needed to clean out all the zombies inside and outside this factory. Afterwards, she would also place her sign here, expanding it into her territory. This ready-made factory had a wealth of machinery, making it easier for her to process food in the future. This factory was now hers. Just as they descended to the 3rd floor, Han Qingxia's spiritual sense shut. In her mind, she distinctly sensed a surge of energy 10 times stronger than an ordinary zombie. Stop! Upon Han Qingxia's command, Su Xiaoyang halted. Boom! With a loud crash, the safety door ahead of Su Xiaoyang burst open, revealing a zombie with a gaping bite wound in its stomach. The zombie, after missing its attack, raised its fierce head and roared at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Roar! This was a fresh zombie. Bright red pus trickled from the corner of its mouth. Half of its face had been chewed away, and apart from the bite marks, its entire face was severely deformed, as if it had been smashed flat, leaving it in ruins. White brain matter mixed with dark red secretions dripped down from its face. It opened its abyss-like mouth, and the whole zombie's head seemed ready to disintegrate at any moment. Its blood and flesh a horrific sight, not to mention its belly was completely hollowed out. I've seen ugly things, but nothing as ugly as this. Han Qingxia felt nauseated at the sight of the zombie. It was simply too brutal. What kind of inhumane treatment could have led to such a fate in life? Upon closer inspection. Oh wow. Is this the Earth-type ability user who attacked them yesterday only to be attacked in return? Boss, it's the Earth-type ability user who turned into a zombie yesterday, Su Xiaoyang said. Roar! The zombie Ding-yi glared fiercely at Han Qingxia, and Su Xiaoyang, a hint of hatred appearing in its gray-white vacant gaze. As if it had a slight memory of its former self, it looked at its enemies with hatred. It lunged at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Boom! A high-pressure water column came rushing towards its head. Rumble! To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him collapsed with a crash, blocking the way of the zombie Ding. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column smashed against the wall. Immediately after, a dark shadow lunged towards him. Su Xiaoyang dodged backward, and with a powerful kick, he sent the dark shadow flying tumbling down. The skills of a top special forces soldier allowed him to react with his body far faster than his mind in the face of any sudden attack. Even the zombie Ding-yi could not get close to him. However, at that moment, the stairs beneath Su Xiaoyang suddenly began to collapse. Soil crumbled, steel bars fell, and Su Xiaoyang found himself with one foot in the air, his whole body plunging down. Fortunately, Han Qingxia grabbed his shoulder and pulled him up with great force. However, the situation was not over. The stairs continued to collapse, and Han Qingxia had no time to set Su Xiaoyang down, carrying him as she ran upwards. With each step they took, the stairs behind them crumbled further. Large blocks of concrete fell continuously, and in Su Xiaoyang's view, the stairwell was collapsing layer by layer. He caught a glimpse of a figure at the very bottom. Boss. That Earth-type ability user retained its Earth abilities even after turning into a zombie. And they've become stronger. I know. Han Qingxia, carrying Su Xiaoyang, charged towards the rooftop. At that moment, the last layer of steps in front of her completely collapsed. Han Qingxia stepped into thin air, and almost simultaneously, she pressed against the wall, diving upwards, while Su Xiaoyang on her shoulder grabbed the door to the third floor's passage. It was now Su Xiaoyang's turn to hold on tightly to Han Qingxia. With one hand gripping the tightly shut door to the third-floor emergency exit and his legs wrapped around Han Qingxia's waist, as all the stairs beneath them collapsed, he performed a swinging move, sending Han Qingxia to the narrow gap at the third-floor door. He then nimbly jumped into the narrow gap. Boom! The entire emergency passage collapsed, and all the stairs vanished, leaving only exposed, broken steel bars and pockmarked walls. At this moment, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood side by side at the entrance of the emergency passage. There was a narrow gap barely wide enough for a half-foot to fit sideways. Below them was a deep pit of over 10 meters. A slight movement could lead to a bottomless abyss. What was worse was that behind them in the tightly locked emergency passage there were zombies. A horde of zombies, sensing their presence, slammed against the emergency door. The bloodied faces of the zombies were just a glass window away from Han Qingxia, pressed right against her face. The sensation was incredibly thrilling. Boss, that ability zombie is hiding. Su Xiaoyang had been sensing where the zombie was, but the zombie Ding-yi was an Earth-type ability user. Once it hid in the rubble, it was immediately lost to view. At this moment, he felt that his water ability was utterly useless. In a scenario where the enemy was hiding and on their home turf, he couldn't do anything against them. And right now they were in grave danger. In front of them was the abyss, and behind them were zombies. It seemed there was no way to break through. At this moment, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. As she closed her eyes, her mind rapidly constructed all the images of the land surrounding her. Her powerful mental strength spread out like a radar, probing in all directions. Within her mental domain, the people around her appeared deep blue, while behind her were 17 or 18 gray-white creatures. The blue represented Su Xiaoyang, and the gray-white represented the zombies. She continued to extend her mental strength downward, expanding its reach. In an instant, an even larger image emerged. There were still 15 or 16 gray-white zombies wandering on the layer beneath them, with 7 or 8 more scattered at the very bottom. A distinct yellow-brown zombie immediately appeared before her. Yangzi, 12 o'clock direction, prepare. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard Han Qingxia's voice. Boom! Without any hesitation, he unleashed a powerful water column towards the direction Han Qingxia indicated. In an instant. Boom! The powerful water column pierced through the pillar, causing a collapse of earth and debris, and the ceiling fell heavily, striking the recently mutated Earth-type zombie. Keep aiming for the center. Han Qingxia commanded coldly. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water column surged again towards the center, breaking through a pile of rubble and striking the zombie's head. Within Han Qingxia's mental domain, that yellow-brown creature completely vanished, replaced by a small but bright yellow crystal fragment. A third-level crystal core appeared. All done. Han Qingxia opened her eyes. She looked at the thoroughly dead zombie Ding-yi and began to climb down from the third floor, grasping the steel bars and concrete around her. She was incredibly agile like a nimble gecko descending the wall. After reaching the ground, she headed straight for Ding Yi's position and pried the crystal core from him. Su Xiaoyang followed in her footsteps, climbing down from the staircaseless corridor. Upon reaching the ground, he couldn't help but admire his boss once again. How did she manage to identify the zombie's position so quickly? Moreover, his boss was really cool, precise in her actions and fast. She never faltered. How could there be such a cool woman in the world? Working on missions with her was simply too enjoyable. Today was another day of increased admiration for Han Qingxia. His boss was really amazing. After taking down the third-level mutant zombie, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang went on to eliminate the remaining scattered zombies in the factory. Li Gang and the others gathered all the zombie crystal nuclei from the factory. Han Qingxia was not worried about them embezzling the crystals at first because they did not understand their value and had no thoughts of stealing, and second, and most importantly, she possessed spiritual abilities. She could sense the color of the crystals. Whether these people were hiding any, she could tell with just a glance. My lord, here are the items you wanted. Li Gang handed over all the zombie crystal nuclei collected by everyone to Han Qingxia. She glanced around at the 16 people present, and none of them had hidden any crystals. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction. This time they had obtained a total of 1,208 crystals, along with one third-level crystal. Count the crystals collected by everyone and reward them with points based on how many they gathered. Points. Yes, follow me to my base, and I will explain how to use the points. Hearing this, Li Gang and the others were excited to leave. They immediately cheered, yes. Han Qingxia found a pile of operable cars in the factory. There were plenty of cars in the factory, most of which were in good condition and operable, just lacking keys. However, this did not stump Han Qingxia. After fiddling for a bit, she managed to start a few cars, more than enough for everyone. Before leaving, she rummaged through the factory. Under the guidance of Li Gang and the others, she quickly located all the production workshops in the factory. This was the largest grain factory in City A, producing a vast array of food-related products. For example, Wuchang rice, rice oil flour noodles, white sugar, and wide noodles. The variety was extensive, all related to food. Altogether, the amount exceeded 100,000 tons. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to repair the factory's main gate, put up a sign with her name, and hang a flag representing her, thus claiming the factory as her territory. Meanwhile, she quickly gathered all the food from the factory's warehouse. Every box of prepackaged food was... By the time she had cleared the factory of its products, her storage space was filled to 3/4. It was about the size of a 10-story building, with supplies piled in every corner, nearly overflowing. Packed to the brim, this food could easily feed 7,000 to 8,000 people for a lifetime. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with this. She had not touched the other machines and production lines for now. Once her base's production capabilities were developed, she would bring people over to process food. These items would be very useful. Today was a day of great returns, having acquired a massive food factory, over 10 tons of grain, a population of 16, and more than 1,000 crystal nuclei. She emerged from the large warehouse, and the crowd at the entrance had already repaired the main gate. With a command from Han Qingxia, everyone got into the cars, and she led them towards her base. On the way, everyone felt a long-lost sense of safety. It was as if they were being protected. As their convoy left the factory road and entered the main road, they suddenly heard a scream from outside. On the side of the road, a group of 3 to 5 scattered zombies surrounded a woman, gnawing at her greedily. Another woman was desperately running. She saw their convoy and hurriedly ran towards them for help. Help, help, but after only a few steps, she was tackled by zombies on either side of the road, and one bit. Wang Feng immediately recognized the screaming person. It's Lu Ling and Su Wen. Everyone in the vehicle looked at the two surrounded by zombies who were being devoured, pressing against the windows to see, yet too afraid to look. These were the two people who had refused to follow Han Qingxia when she asked. Their homes were not far from the factory, and even though Han Qingxia had warned them about the zombies, they insisted on going. It was obvious they had run home to check, found zombies, and were now trying to rush back. But how could they escape from zombies coming from all directions? As soon as they appeared, they were targeted by the starving zombies with nowhere to run. The two were devoured before everyone's eyes, and soon after their bodies began to twitch and mutate. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Boom! The leading armored vehicle slammed down on the two zombie piles, crushing the zombies on the road and clearing a safe path for them. All the vehicles followed the path cleared by Han Qingxia. Once they safely passed those two hordes of zombies, everyone felt an involuntary surge of safety and overwhelming relief. They were grateful they had resolutely followed Han Qingxia at that time, unlike those two fools who tried to go home. Outside, zombies were truly everywhere. There wasn't a single safe place. They could not afford to take even the slightest chance. Following Han Qingxia, she promised that within her territory she could ensure their safety. Everyone followed Han Qingxia's vehicle, rapidly heading towards the outskirts. Their convoy stopped at a cluster of villas in the suburbs. As soon as Han Qingxia appeared, the residents of Villa 9 rushed out. "My lord, you have arrived." Han Qingxia saw Wang Yumin and his family, nodded and waved her hand for the people in the 5 or 6 cars following her to get out. "From now on, all of you will live here." Han Qingxia looked at Wang Yumin. "You will lead them in planting food and managing production. Production is the foundation of everything. Moreover, food production is the foundation of foundations. Only with a stable food output can we consider expanding other types of production. One step at a time." Wang Yumin nodded immediately. "Okay. Everyone come over here. I will explain the rules of the base to you." P.S. To briefly mention, the style of this zombie narrative should be relatively realistic, focusing heavily on the chase for survival in a zombie world. Dubai really enjoys watching zombie series, especially Train to Busan and The Walking Dead. I've watched Train to Busan countless times for that thrill of being chased by zombies. This book will be written from database perspective, not accepting any guidance. Besides the construction of the base, where the female protagonist will have a golden finger, the zombie world will not delve into fantasy. Zombies will level up and possess abilities, but it will also adhere to realistic physics without being overly exaggerated, striving for a bloody chase and a sense of survival. If you enjoy this kind of story, be sure to add it to your bookshelf. Charge on. The zombie world. All residents joining my base will operate under a point system. Points can be exchanged here for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia took out the list she had previously given to Wang Yumin and instructed him to post it on the notice board in the villa area. The list detailed the exchange rates for food. 1 pound of rice equals 1.1 bag of salt equals 1.1 egg equals 1.1 pound of pork equals 10 points, and a live chicken equals 50 points. Of course, there are also ways to earn points. The recycling rates are the same. All crops that you produce can be exchanged for points with me. Additionally, killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores will also earn rewards. Han Qingxia showcased the crystal cores she held. "Li Gang, I just asked you to record the crystal cores they dug up. Based on 1 point per core, I will grant you basic points. In the future, every crystal core you hunt down will be worth 10 points. Li Gang and the others exclaimed, and suddenly understood. In Han Qingxia's base, points would serve as currency, and every person had collected between 50 to 80 crystal cores. Their basic points ranged from 50 to 80. If all converted into food, each person could at least exchange for 5 to 600 pounds. Additionally, each of you will need to pay me 10 points daily as a resident tax." Han Qingxia laid down the regulations of the base. "This tax is the cost of using all land and houses within my territory. Delay by 1 day and incur a 10% late fee. If overdue for 10 days, resident rights will be revoked, all property confiscated, and individuals expelled from the base. Everyone can supervise each other. If you discover a tax evader, report them for a reward. Their property will be divided in half to the informant." The crowd immediately grew tense. However, correspondingly, as long as they are residents within my territory, they will be under my protection. I will provide you with the safest environment. Within my territory, you can produce freely as safely as before the apocalypse. Furthermore, periodically, I will grant you benefits. Since ancient times, there have been 5 methods to govern the populace: to deceive them, weaken them, tire them, humiliate them, and impoverish them. Deception is to unify the people's thoughts, making everyone acknowledge a single center. Han Qingxia aimed to unify their thoughts, making them recognize her leadership. The residents living under her territory must align with her ideas and develop the base together. This is the essence of deception. To weaken the populace means ensuring the base's strength while diminishing individual power among residents, preventing any organization from challenging the authority of the base. For example, the group led by Ding Yi that Han Qingxia encountered yesterday. Under Ding Yi's leadership, they banded together, each with their own agendas. Han Qingxia would never accept, otherwise bringing such troublemakers in would imply she was inviting chaos into her peaceful base. Weakening the populace means diminishing the power of those under her, fracturing their unity, allowing them to be independent while collectively forming part of her territory. The populace Han Qingxia currently gathered were all loose individuals temporarily united without a true leader, and even Li Gang, who had the most influence, lacked significant charisma. Upon receiving them, Han Qingxia found that they were more willing to trust her. This kind of group could be accommodated. Weakening resident power allows her to control everyone without affecting the base. This is the essence of weakness. Tiring the populace means giving them daily tasks, driving them to toil towards a common goal. For instance, the points system that Han Qingxia arranged for them. Each person must pay 10 points daily as the base living expenses. Failing to meet this will incur interest. If not met for several consecutive days, they will be expelled. This ensures everyone is productive, with points serving as the direction for all efforts. This is the essence of tiring the populace. Humiliating the populace refers to the reporting and supervision system that Han Qingxia mentioned later, allowing the populace to supervise each other, ensuring her punishments are executed efficiently, making everyone cautious, diligent in their labor, and compliant with the rules. And finally, the impoverished. The impoverished refers to making the populace destitute, stripping away any wealth beyond basic subsistence. Just like before the apocalypse, where society was filled with individuals living paycheck to paycheck, it was challenging for anyone to accumulate personal wealth, with most salaries barely covering living expenses, and avenues for earning more were scarce. This defines the impoverished. It means the populace toils throughout their lives without time for anything else. Of course, for a newly established small base like Han Qingxia's, everyone is extremely impoverished. There's simply no need for further impoverishment. What is needed now is development. Strongly promote growth and build the base. The 10 points she designated for one day is sufficient for everyone to work, and if they are a bit diligent, accumulating their own wealth will not be difficult. Of course, as the lord of the base, she must guarantee the safety of all residents and provide comprehensive support and some benefits under any circumstances. Under her control, as long as these residents work diligently, she can offer them the best treatment among all. In the early stages, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you need for free. I will have Wang Yumin's family lead you to start planting and raising livestock, and the base tax will be waived for you for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone will need to pay me points. Han Qingxia addressed everyone present. After hearing this, they all looked at her with a mix of anxiety and gratitude. She offered them safety and territory, leading them back to a stable and normal life, while also granting them a month's buffer time. In a month's time, growing early maturing vegetables could yield a harvest. This would be sufficient for them to reintegrate into a normal production lifestyle, not to mention they now have a basic few dozen points, enough for them to live well during this period. Furthermore, due to Han Qingxia's incentive system, everyone is highly motivated. One must understand that if a giant dragon could only bring benefits like favorable weather to humanity, people would not be grateful. They would reduce it to a mere beast of burden. However, if the dragon possesses the ability to unleash thunderous wrath and obliterate everything, humanity would regard it as a deity. The way to govern the populace lies in balancing grace and power. In the eyes of these people, Han Qingxia is that deity. By the way, my lord, our base should have a name. What should we call our base? At this moment, Wang Yumin asked. Han Qingxia pondered for a moment and said to everyone, Summer Base. From now on, all of you will be residents of Summer Base. As everyone heard this name, they all trembled with excitement, and their gazes towards Han Qingxia instantly became filled with reverence. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding, Super Lord system activated. The naming of the Lord's territory is successful. Ding, prosperity level activated. Current prosperity level 60. Reward resident loyalty increased by 10%. The base's output has increased by 10%. Han Qingxia. 2 consecutive rewards issued, both practical and powerful. The system is impressive. Han Qingxia saw the newly unlocked attribute values with the base's prosperity level following her points and crystal cores. Opening the prosperity interface revealed detailed attributes. Current residents of the base 19 people. Base guards 1 person. Base war dogs 16. Area approximately 41 square kilometers. Planting area 30 acres. Current prosperity value 60. Rural village. The title of rural village might be a bit hurtful. Prosperity is composed of various values. Upgrading the title will unlock a big gift package. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. Prosperity 500, urban-rural junction. Great, how could she not strive for an urban-rural junction? Yes! Everything is for the glory of the Qingxia base. Off to the urban-rural junction. Han Qingxia left the residential area. She allowed all residents to find their own homes as long as they were within her territory. Due to current technical limitations, Han Qingxia temporarily registered everyone's points with a 2-copy system recording on both sides. If they wanted to exchange for supplies, they could just let Wang Yumin know, and the next day Wang Yundu could come to collect. With limited resources and many things still in the exploratory stage, Han Qingxia's manpower was also insufficient, so this was the only way for now. To this end, she provided Wang Yumin's family with 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future their rent would be deducted by 10 points without the need to deliver daily produce. After settling everyone down, she distributed a batch of seeds for Wang Yumin to plant, and then Han Qingxia. On the road, Su Xiaoyang kept glancing at her. What are you looking at? Su Xiaoyang, driving earnestly, said, I think the boss is a very outstanding leader. Han Qingxia. The sudden flattery. Surely he isn't thinking about a salary raise. She looked at Su Xiaoyang, thought for 3 seconds, gritted her teeth. Fine, since you work with me the most, you should get some salary. From now on, I'll give you 100 points every month. If you want anything, just ask me to exchange it. Su Xiaoyang. He let out a light laugh. Isn't that still too little? 100 points is a lot. That's equivalent to 100 pounds of food. Han Qingxia immediately waved her fingers to calculate. Don't forget that you sold yourself to me. I provide you with food and shelter, taking care of everything. Do I need to say more about how good I am to you? You should be grateful. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Once the base develops well, I'll give you some bonuses. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Han Qingxia yawned and pretended to sleep. If he wanted a raise, it was out of the question. She was determined to be stingy. Su Xiaoyang saw her close her eyes and steadily drove the car. A gentle smile appeared on his cold face. He wasn't looking for a salary, he genuinely thought Han Qingxia was excellent. The longer he spent with Han Qingxia, the more he felt this way. She seemed fierce and harsh to outsiders, but internally she was incredibly good. Once she identified someone as her own, she would do everything to protect them, providing them with the best life. Han Qingxia's excellence did not come from her appearance, but from her inner strength. Following someone like her, they would definitely live well. Their base would surely grow stronger. Su Xiaoyang quietly drove steadily, bringing the car back to the base. After Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter, she counted the treasures from her spoils today. As usual, she first exchanged 1,000 for a level 1 crystal core. After the exchange, along with her territorial expansion today, having occupied a factory, her points had reached a staggering 150000 along with a crystal core gift package. She would not open the crystal core gift package for now. Rubbing her excited little hands, she first exchanged for a radar system worth 100000 points. With a swoosh, she expanded the area behind her second-floor tower again, and several radar stations appeared atop her air raid shelter. An entire radar system was on her second floor. The radar system produced by the system would automatically expand its detection area as Han Qingxia's territory grew. All anomalies within the territory would be monitored comprehensively and reported to Han Qingxia far more accurately than her territory's mental connection. Moreover, it was also linked with Han Qingxia's reconnaissance drone system. Once she detected anomalies, she could directly send the coordinates to the drone for reconnaissance and attack. No longer needing to run around herself. The security force of Han Qingxia's territory was further strengthened. Additionally, while browsing the displayed goods, she was pleasantly surprised to find a set of electronic statistics systems. It was similar to the cafeteria's meal card and water card systems. This product was marked as a must-have for the territory and only cost 100 points. However, each member card required 1 point. Han Qingxia decisively placed the order. She spent another 100 points to buy 100 member cards. This was exactly what she needed. In the future, every member of her base would have an identity point card, making it very convenient to deduct and earn points. No longer needing to record herself, the system would automatically keep track. The Lord system truly understood how to create excellent lords and knew exactly what Han Qingxia needed. Before long, this set of items appeared before Han Qingxia. Each card printed with the word Qingxia. In fact, this kind of equipment is not difficult to make. Before the apocalypse, many programmers could write the code for this program, add a sensor and chip card, and create an entire system. But now in the apocalypse, where could she find a programmer to develop a program for her and source the chip equipment? And what the system provided was simply perfect. The identity cards looked beautiful, the system was fast, and it wouldn't have bugs, it was simply fantastic. After obtaining this point system, Han Qingxia immediately entered the information of the existing 19 members along with their respective points and asked Wang Yundu to take it back to distribute to everyone tomorrow. Thus the prototype of her Qingxia base was truly established. After sorting out the residents' points, Han Qingxia used the evolution liquid machine to extract evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal cores. She drank the evolution liquid from the level 3 crystal cores and prepared a level 1 zombie crystal core evolution liquid for Su Xiaoyang. Looking at this evolution liquid, see, there is no better boss like her in the world. If he thought about a raise, it would never happen. Here for you. After completing the meal, Su Xiaoyang saw Han Qingxia hand him a cup of water and a card. Without hesitation, he took it and drank it. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water given by his boss was simply different. What is this? Your identity card. From now on, you are an official resident of the Qingxia base, and it contains 100. Su Xiaoyang took the identity card in his hand. His number is 002, the second citizen number of the Qingxia base. Holding the card and looking at the number, a warm feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. 002, this must be his status in Han Qingxia's heart, second only to 001 Han Qingxia herself. This feeling is quite subtle. Han Qingxia treated him as her closest person. Therefore, in this apocalyptic world, they truly relied on each other for survival. Han Qingxia placed him in such a high position, so in the future, she would also be his closest person. At this moment, Han Qingxia called out to Xia Tian, who was gnawing on a bone. Tian, go come here. Show your identity tag. Woof woof woof. Xia Tian dropped the bone and rushed over. Han Qingxia took out an identity card with a strap and placed it in Xia Tian's combat suit's card slot, tying a knot. Clearly marked as 001. Su Xiaoyang. Xia Tian is 001. What else could it be? Then what about you, boss? I'm 000. Su Xiaoyang. Damn, there's even a 000. He had underestimated the situation. In addition, Han Qingxia had also arranged identity documents for her dogs from 003 to 0. Each had a customized dog tag adorned with the emblem of Qingxia base placed in their combat suits card slots. To Han Qingxia, her dogs were no different from humans, they were all her comrades. Moreover, they were even more trustworthy comrades. They must possess identity cards from Qingxia base. 2 days flew by. Han Qingxia had been busy with the construction of the base over the past 2 days. Building and managing a base is an extremely complex and troublesome task, especially in the early stages of construction. She needed to solve issues related to water sources, electricity, and basic supplies for the residents. Previously, there were only the Wang family who had minimal needs and could endure a lack of supplies, but now with more residents forming a village, basic livelihoods had to be addressed. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels she had won earlier in the villa area, providing residents with a stable power supply. The power output in this area had been resolved. Furthermore, in the future, if any issues arose, they could simply call the bomb shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yun Duo to run back and forth every day. As for the water source, this area was still connected to the water supply company. Previously, the Wang family had collected rainwater, but with more people, rainwater would definitely not be sufficient. Han Qingxia organized everyone to dig wells utilizing the water system from her bomb shelter. Her water system has been systematically reinforced, ensuring safety. The water source issue was quickly resolved. With the improvement of the 2 major basic livelihoods, the loyalty of Han Qingxia's residents towards her skyrocketed, along with their sense of belonging. With Han Qingxia, life was becoming increasingly prosperous. Next was the resource exchange. Han Qingxia was severely short-handed, running back and forth every day to exchange goods, wasted labor. She arranged for a market at the base. Besides the most basic supplies, at the beginning of every month, she would organize a market for everyone to trade their living goods, allowing everyone to buy as much as they want on that day. For extremely scarce resources, everyone could contact Wang Yun Duo to exchange them at her bomb shelter. Her territory still did not allow anyone to enter. For this, Han Qingxia arranged a small bicycle for the little girl. In this special era, everyone was required to engage in productive work, and children were also an important source of labor. Moreover, Han Qingxia exempted Wang Yun Duo from taxes as her salary, which cannot be considered bullying a child. In an era of resource scarcity, everyone must be useful. In the small base where Han Qingxia was in her previous life, all children were treated as adults, while adults were treated as slaves. There was no protection for children and the elderly. If you had no labor capacity, you would be kicked out of the base. The base did not need useless burdens. Children must also work. However, if people from other bases saw how everyone at Qingxia base was laboring, they would surely rush to join in. Other bases were already in chaos. A large number of refugees flooded into the base's. Food was scarce, resources were tight, and many people struggled to find a way to survive. Here the children had tasks to do and could earn points. It was simply a paradise. A holy land. Under her guidance, the land near the villa area was cultivated, and high-yield, quick-growing crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were planted. Everyone truly began productive labor, and her base was genuinely on the right track. The prosperity level of Han Qingxia's base increased dramatically by 30. The rural village was taking shape. When the crops were harvested and everyone had resources, the prosperity of the base would continue to rise. After 2 days of management and construction, Han Qingxia finally caught a breather, but she also realized that she was lacking something very important. That is manpower. She was severely short-staffed. Having only Su Xiaoyang was far from enough. Su Xiaoyang was already overwhelmed managing the bomb shelter. He still had to wake up an hour earlier every day to tidy up inside and outside the bomb shelter. With more vegetables reaching harvest time and many fruit trees bearing fruit, Su Xiaoyang had to cook, clean, serve the bomb shelter, and occasionally be called by Han Qingxia to the residential area. Even the donkey in the production team couldn't match his capabilities. This was still with the help of the radar system and drone system that Han Qingxia had. Any wandering zombies invading the territory were eliminated by the drones. Otherwise, it would be truly impossible for just the two of them to cope. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, Superlord system activated. Occupy the A City Western United Pharmaceutical Research Factory. Reward host with an electronic housekeeper. Han Qingxia. What a timely gift. The strongest support is the system. The system rarely issues tasks, but every time it does, it provides powerful assistance. Yangzi, go out. Yes. While washing the dishes, Su Xiaoyang immediately rinsed the bowl, stood up without a word, grabbed his gear, and went out. Han Qingxia's words were commands. Just executed. Han Qingxia imported the map into her armored vehicle, as usual, bringing along 8 dogs, leaving Xiatian and 7 others to guard the bomb shelter. Their destination was the Western A City at the border of B City and C City to a pharmaceutical research factory. The vehicle traveled for 2.5 hours. They arrived at the pharmaceutical factory around noon. This factory was very secluded, with only this solitary 6-story building within several kilometers. The exterior was pure white, and the security features at the entrance were extremely advanced. However, there was no one here anymore. Upon arriving, Han Qingxia suddenly found this place very familiar. United Pharmaceutical Factory's research department. She felt like she had heard of it somewhere. Boss, is this the place? Su Xiaoyang stopped in front of the entrance of the pharmaceutical research facility. Surprisingly, the door was wide open. It felt as if someone had been inside. Han Qingxia furrowed her delicate brows. Where had she heard of this place? She was certain of one thing: in her 2 lifetimes as a human, she had never been here. United Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Let's go in first. Su Xiaoyang's car slowly passed through the entrance of the United Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Han Qingxia was very alert. After entering through the door, she had Su Xiaoyang drive the car around the exterior of the building. First, she needed to clarify the layout, determine how many entrances and exits the building had, and identify potential escape routes in case of danger. She would not recklessly charge, and even though she was strong, one should never underestimate risks. After circling the building, she gathered the following information. This building had only one entrance, which was the front door. From the outside, it appeared to have only 6 floors, but Han Qingxia noticed an entrance sign for an underground parking garage nearby. It was highly likely that there was a parking lot underground. As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, Han Qingxia would not enter the parking garage. First, the underground parking lot was narrow and poorly lit, posing a high danger. Second, exploring should always progress from simple to complex. She needed to secure what she could handle before moving on to more dangerous areas. Otherwise, recklessly entering the underground garage could lead to danger, and if she found herself in trouble, realizing that the seemingly safe outer area was also hazardous, would be digging a pit for herself. After circling twice, Han Qingxia parked the armored vehicle at the front door. She had confirmed that there were no zombies outside and planned to check the ground floor inside to ensure there were no dangers before heading underground. After thoroughly checking inside and out, she could plant her territory flag here. Let's go. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang cautiously stepped inside, leaving 2 dogs at the entrance to watch the car while the remaining 6 accompanied them. As they ventured deeper, Han Qingxia was soon astonished to discover that all the doors of the pharmaceutical research facility were wide open. There were numerous security doors here, each requiring a special identity card to open, akin to bank-level security. Normally, encountering such a place would be quite troublesome. But it was the chosen one. They enjoyed an unobstructed passage. Not only that, there wasn't a single zombie in the entire 6-story building. Han Qingxia wondered if she was simply getting lucky. Was the system providing her with benefits? Throughout their exploration, she and Su Xiaoyang traversed every safe corridor, checking each room from the 1st to the 6th floor. Confirming with certainty there truly wasn't a single person or zombie. All the doors to the passageways were open, and every room was covered in a layer of dust, indicating a state of disuse. Boss, there are no signs of any people or zombies. It seems like this place was evacuated in advance. Su Xiaoyang, a former Special Forces soldier, quickly relayed the information he had gathered to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded. Was it really this simple? She entered an office on the top floor, which seemed to be an administrative office. The lower floors were mostly laboratories, filled with specialized equipment. Here Han Qingxia discovered an electric kettle still plugged in heating water. This type of kettle is temperature sensitive and will automatically heat up when the temperature drops, repeatedly boiling the water until it reaches the lowest level to prevent dry boiling. Han Qingxia touched the kettle. The glass exterior was still warm. Next to the kettle was a bucket of instant noodles with various seasonings and a marinated egg sausage. It seemed that the person here was waiting for the water to boil to prepare the noodles. However, now the noodles had gone bad. The high preservative marinated egg sausage had grown moldy, ruining an entire box of noodles. The person who prepared the noodles didn't even get a chance to take a bite before everything went south. Han Qingxia found it intriguing, as if everyone here had suddenly evaporated. She looked around and saw a computer, attempting to find some information on it, but unlike the open doors, the computers here were all password protected, the highest level of security. Han Qingxia found nothing useful. She scanned the office and instead discovered a stash of supplies. These consisted of instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs. One should never be empty-handed. Han Qingxia, exhibiting her excellent tradition of thrift and environmental protection, stuffed all the edibles into her bag, of course, while pretending to store them in her space merely to give Su Xiaoyang the illusion of helping. Su Xiaoyang wanted to help her but was told to search in the next room instead. In no time they had collected all the food on this administrative floor. Su Xiaoyang, with both hands full of bags and a bulging backpack, even carried 2 boxes of cola, was genuinely serious about gathering supplies. Han Qingxia looked at the obedient giant and said, "Let's go down and drop off the supplies first." Yes. This time Han Qingxia did not take the stairs. The building had its own independent power system, and the elevator was still operational. Han Qingxia pressed the down button, and in a short while the elevator arrived. She and Su Xiaoyang exchanged glances, having already checked the ground floor. Naturally, they had to check the elevator as well. Ding! The elevator stopped on their floor. At the moment the door opened, it was empty. At this point, Han Qingxia was truly certain that there wasn't a single person or zombie on the ground floor of this pharmaceutical research facility. After confirming safety with Su Xiaoyang, they all entered the elevator with the dogs. The elevator had a total of 7 buttons. Just as Han Qingxia had imagined, there were 6 floors above ground and 1 underground parking level. She had seen the layout during her reconnaissance. She planned to go to the first floor to drop off the supplies and then descend to the underground level. As long as she checked the underground level thoroughly, they could completely conquer this research facility. Han Qingxia reached out to press the button for the first floor, but suddenly her hand stopped. Wait. She suddenly recalled something. The location of this United Pharmaceutical Research Facility was in the western part of City A. The name of the pharmaceutical factory was unremarkable, but its geographical position was at the junction of cities A, B, and C. Dammy. Wasn't this the rumored lair of the Zombie King from her past life? At that moment, the elevator began to descend rapidly without them pressing any buttons for several floors. On the display screen in front of Han Qingxia, the negative first floor appeared. A tingling sensation crept over her in the elevator. Because they hadn't pressed the button for the underground level. Someone was pressing the button to summon the elevator from the negative first floor. The elevator rapidly descended towards the underground level B1. Inside the elevator, Han Qingxia pressed all the buttons for the floors. However, the elevator did not stop at any floor, as if it prioritized the requests from the bottom. Carrying all the living beings within it, the elevator sped towards the bottom. Han Qingxia's mind raced. She fixed her gaze on the eerie elevator, mentally calculating countless possibilities. First and foremost, it could not possibly be a ghost. Even if the world faced apocalypse with zombies rampant everywhere, there could be no such thing as ghosts. Moreover, even if there were really ghosts in this world, how lowly would it be for a ghost to scare people using an elevator? With that capability, it could just cause an elevator malfunction and eliminate everyone in one fell swoop instead of playing mind games. To put it bluntly, as long as it wasn't directly causing her physical harm, everything else was trivial. Ghosts were never an option in Han Qingxia's considerations. A bad person like her was afraid of fire, guns, and bullets, but not ghosts. Ghosts were no match for her. Thus, excluding the possibility of elevator malfunction, the one pressing the elevator buttons had to be a being of a physical nature. The first possibility was a human, the second a zombie. Humans. Zombies. Do zombies press elevator buttons? Under normal circumstances, they certainly would not. However, the only thing Han Qingxia wasn't sure about was whether this place was where the Zombie King resided. If it were the kind of top-tier Zombie King she had heard about in her past life, it could possibly operate an elevator. But she truly couldn't be certain, as she had never been to such a place or faced off against a Zombie King. Furthermore, since this was the early stage of the apocalypse, even if this area could breed super zombies, they shouldn't be that formidable at this stage. So the probability of it being a human was higher. She turned to look at Su Xiaoyang. Their eyes exchanged a glance, immediately clarifying their thoughts. Be it a human or a zombie, anyone outside today would have to die. Ding! The elevator descended floor by floor. When it finally reached the last level, the doors opened. The only light emitted from inside the elevator shone out, illuminating the sole source of light in the pitch darkness outside. As the elevator doors opened, it clearly startled the people waiting outside. Because woof, woof, woof. There were actually 6 dogs inside the elevator. The dogs pounced on the crowd waiting outside. The only light emitted from inside the elevator shone out, illuminating the sole source of light in the pitch darkness outside. As the elevator doors opened, it clearly startled the people waiting outside. No one expected that there would be dogs in this abandoned building. But clearly these 2 individuals were not simple. After being knocked down, they quickly reacted. Some fought back while others drew their guns. But at that moment, 2 extremely fast figures sprang out from They moved left and right, their speed dazzling, taking the initiative. The 2 with top-tier special forces skills worked in tandem with the dogs. In less than 3 seconds, they confiscated the weapons of the 2 individuals outside who had been knocked down by the dogs. Clack. With a rifle cocked, Han Qingxia pressed the dark muzzle against one person's forehead. After securing the situation outside, she finally had time to see who it was. She lowered her head and met the slightly youthful face of a young soldier. The young soldier appeared visibly shocked upon seeing Han Qingxia. After a moment of astonishment, he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Big sister." Han Qingxia. This was actually Tang Jian, who had always been reduced to tears by her in the past. "Xiaoyang. Your Majesty." The nearby Qimingtong, who was being pinned down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Both were astonished at the appearance of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. At that moment, a hurried voice came from the shadows ahead. "Has the elevator arrived? We can't hold on any longer. Pingsy, quickly look who's here." Tang Jian immediately said. Fully armed and with a serious expression, He Zhangping rushed over and spotted Han Qingxia. "Be big sister." Upon seeing her, surprise flooded his previously serious face. "What are you all doing? Hasn't the elevator arrived yet?" At that moment, another crisp female voice rang out. A woman in military uniform rushed over anxiously. When she reached here and discovered a group of people and dogs ahead, her expression immediately darkened. "Who are you?" "Captain Wang, they are our friends." He Zhangping immediately replied. "Friends?" A hint of strangeness surfaced on the woman's face, especially upon seeing the dogs Han Qingxia brought pinning down her people with guns pointed at one of their special forces team members. This hardly looked like a friendly encounter. However, there was no time to interrogate this newcomer. From the darkness behind them came chilling screams that sent shivers down their spines. It sounded like a person, yet also like a beast. Shredding their throats and screaming hoarsely, it was hard to imagine what kind of creature could produce such sounds. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the searing artillery fire illuminating the darkness before Han Qingxia's eyes. She witnessed a scene that made her hair stand on end. Countless zombies surged from the end of the corridor. Some wore white protective suits, others in green patient garb, all clawing their way forward like demons escaping from hell, lunging at the soldiers in the front line. A massive barrage of gunfire was unleashed upon them, yet it still had minimal effect of bullets, inflicted very limited damage. Only by blowing off their heads could they be subdued. These zombies, however, had an attack power far greater than those outside. They pounced on a fully armed soldier, and with a single swipe could tear through his professional protective gear. A brutal yank could rip out his still-beating heart, devouring his flesh and blood. They couldn't hold on. These people couldn't hold on. Quick, run! In an instant, Han Qingxia dashed into the elevator with her dogs. "Get in the elevator. Retreat." At the same time, a familiar male voice called out from the front. This voice issued the command simultaneously, with Han Qingxia prompting Tang Jian and the others to rush into the elevator, simultaneously providing fire support for their partners behind. In less than 2 seconds, Han Qingxia recognized a few familiar faces: Wang Honglilin and Lu Qian. Indeed, it was Lu Qian's squad. There were also 4 or 5 military personnel Han Qingxia did not recognize. As these individuals rushed into the elevator, they were all visibly startled upon seeing Han Qingxia, but there was no time to ask questions. Everyone was racing against time to retreat. Behind them were a horde of mutated zombies. Charge! Retreat! Just as they all stepped into the elevator, before they could even catch their breath, the elevator alarm rang. Beep beep beep. Overloaded. This is a large elevator limited to 20 people with a maximum load of 1.6 tons. Han Qingxia has 6 dogs and 2 people here, and her dogs are well taken care of, each weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Adding to that, there are a total of 12 people on Lu Qian's side, just at the edge of overloading. Overload. Wang Mingwei heard the elevator's overload alarm and immediately ordered Han Qingxia at the back, "Quickly get your dogs out." Hearing this, Han Qingxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "So it's an overload, huh?" In the narrow elevator, she kicked Wang Mingwei. "Get the hell out of here." Wang Mingwei was kicked out of the elevator, but fortunately a group of soldiers at the elevator's edge were still firing. They quickly grabbed Wang Mingwei and pulled her back in. At that moment, Lu Qian, at the very edge of the elevator, with a single soldier missile on his shoulder, declared decisively, "Throw away all weapons." The horde of zombies was already less than 10 meters away from them. As his voice fell, accompanied by a cannonball, he cast the entire single soldier missile out, blocking the zombies' path for a brief moment. Seeing this, the other soldiers felt reluctant, but also threw their weapons away. The zombies struck by the weapons on the front line let out a cry and were quickly trampled by the horde behind them. Like a piece of wood thrown into a flood of rats, it could only momentarily halt their steps, as soon enough the rats crawled over the wood in swarms and continued their assault. Let alone a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qian's decision was correct. By throwing away their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. As Wang Meiwei frantically pressed the close door button, the elevator door closed inch by inch. Just as their door was about to shut, a female zombie in a white coat lunged from the ground in an exaggerated manner. Han Qingxia at the very back felt a chill in her eyes. She was about to unleash her power, but at that moment a bolt of lightning surged forth. Following the lightning, an array of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water balls flew out. Almost everyone in the elevator acted. These abilities were of low intensity, but almost everyone had them. Immediately, the female zombie at the forefront was bombarded and severely injured. What surprised Han Qingxia the most was not that almost everyone in the elevator had abilities, but that the first to unleash the lightning ability was Lu Qian. He actually had lightning powers. Moreover, the intensity of his lightning ability was clearly higher than anyone else's. This was a rather rare power. Crack. The elevator door finally closed. At the moment the elevator door shut, the expressions of everyone inside relaxed slightly. After the recent harrowing ordeal, who wouldn't feel a sense of relief? At this point, Wang Meiwei also calmed down. She turned and glared at Han Qingxia. "What did you just do to me?" Her voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the elevator. Especially Tang Jian and others. They felt a tightening in their bodies. No, don't provoke Han Qingxia. She is the demon queen. She is truly not someone to mess with. Besides, weren't you the one who wanted her dogs to get out first? They saw Han Qingxia, the demon queen. Hearing her question, her dark, beautiful eyes sparkled, and a light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Seeing her like this, Tang Jian and others felt a tightening in their stomachs. It's over, it's over. Wang Meiwei has really provoked her. Please don't self-destruct. Please. At this moment, a low, cold male voice sounded, "Captain Wang." Lu Qian sensed the atmosphere in the cramped elevator, and his expression turned icy, his tone becoming increasingly cold. This was different from how he usually spoke. He usually was quite polite. Now his tone was clearly, "Captain Lu." Upon hearing him speak, Wang Meiwei immediately looked at him, trying to reason. "You saw it too, right? This woman actually kicked me out. She wants to kill me. She wants to endanger all of us. Get upstairs first. Come over to swipe the card." Lu Qian tapped the elevator panel. They were currently stuck on the first basement floor, and this elevator needed a card swipe to operate. Han Qingxia then realized why she had been unable to get down when she pressed the elevator button earlier. It turned out that after selecting the floor, they needed to swipe a card. "No, go to the second basement," Wang Meiwei said loudly at this moment. Lu Qian's handsome brows furrowed tighter, his impatience more evident. "Captain Wang, we suffered heavy losses today. We were unprepared. Let's leave first and come back next time." Lu Qian's face showed fatigue. Today, several comrades had died, and although they were not from his team, it still made him uncomfortable. Their action this time was reckless. They were not adequately prepared, and now they had lost their weapons. He didn't want to take any more risks. Moreover, Han Qingxia and her team were still in the elevator. He at least had to get Han Qingxia and the others upstairs. No way. Wang Meiwei directly squeezed to the elevator button area, swiped her card, and the buttons on the elevator finally lit up. The second basement is definitely where the goods are. And it must be safe there. We just misjudged the floor. Wang Meiwei insisted, and don't forget, this time you are assisting us. We must take the items with us. If we don't take them now, we don't know what dangers we may face in the future. Captain Lu, hurry and swipe the card. Lu Qian pursed his lips tightly, his gaze cold as he stared at the woman before him. 2 seconds later, he finally took out another card from his pocket. Beep, both cards were swiped together. A button popped up on the elevator panel in front of Han Qingxia. Second basement. Han Qingxia's brows jumped. There is actually another floor. This pharmaceutical research facility really has secrets. It turns out that 2 administrator cards are needed to access the hidden elevator. She gazed deeply, feeling that this place was truly extraordinary. Perhaps it is very likely that. At this moment, she met a pair of eyes. Lu Qian, standing at the front by the elevator button, looked at her. "We'll take you upstairs once we finish our business," Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia met his gaze. "But what if something happens to you? How will we get up?" "Of course you will accompany us to die." Wang Meiwei chuckled at her. "Who told you to come in here?" Han Qingxia really didn't want to hold back any longer at this point. She decided to send this woman to meet God right here. At that moment, a long finger reached past the crowd, offering her a card. "My access card for you. If we can't come back, you all go up by yourselves," Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia immediately picked up the conversation without any hesitation. Wang Meiwei panicked upon hearing this. "How can you?" Her words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Qian's cold voice. "Captain Wang, just focus on your own duties." At that moment, the elevator chimed as it reached the floor. Wang Meiwei could only give up for now, feeling as if she had swallowed a fly, and turned to glare at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia waved the access card given by Lu Qian in front of her, which could practically make Wang Mingwei's lungs explode. Her father was currently the head of the K1 base. She had grown up without anyone daring to treat her this way. That damn woman had just kicked her down the elevator. After her mission, she would definitely make her pay. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Everyone inside the elevator instantly became alert. The team members on the outer side, including Lu Qian, immediately assumed a defensive posture, gathering their powers in their palms. If anything unusual happened, they would spring into action immediately. Ding, the elevator doors fully opened. Silence. Utter silence. Moreover, this floor had lights. The bright lights illuminated the underground second floor as if it were daylight. What greeted their eyes was a pristine expanse of white. The glossy white ceramic tiles extended straight from the elevator's front, revealing a spacious interior. A massive glass security door was at the end of the hallway through which many offices could be seen. It was completely empty. This is it. Wang Mingwei exclaimed in delight upon seeing the hall in front of her. Lu Qian exchanged glances with his teammates and cautiously stepped out of the elevator. A professional special forces team operated with great expertise. They only allowed everyone inside to exit after thoroughly checking that there were no dangers outside the elevator. Han Qingxia also stepped out of the elevator, letting her 2 dogs stay near it, as if on patrol. Accompanied by Su Xiaoyang and an additional person with 2 dogs, they leisurely followed Lu Qian's team. Upon noticing that they had followed her, Lu Qian immediately asked, "What are you following us for?" "Just taking a stroll and looking around," came the casual reply. The group was left speechless, thinking, seriously? They're on a top priority mission and these 2 bystanders are just tagging along for a walk. Is this appropriate? It's absolutely appropriate. Han Qingxia was here to seize the research facility, and now there was a group of expendables in front of her to scout the way. Why not take the opportunity to get to know the facility better? Besides, it was clear that this group was more familiar with the research facility. Following them would save Han Qingxia a lot of trouble. This couldn't be more fitting. "You don't need to worry about us, we won't disturb you. Just do what you need to do," Han Qingxia said politely to the expendable leader Lu Qian. After all, if any problems arose, she would quickly retreat and abandon the task. This was her usual reasonable and friendly approach. "Who allowed you to follow us?" Wang Mingwei was having none of it. "Get your dogs and scram. This place doesn't allow any of you." Wang Mingwei's words came to an abrupt stop as a swift figure flashed through the crowd and appeared before her, instantly gripping her by the neck and lifting her high. In that instant, a suffocating sensation filled her, leaving her breathless. Under the immense power, she struggled violently like a little chick awaiting slaughter, staring in panic at the woman before her. Han Qingxia was reasonable, of course, most of the time using her fists to communicate. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, there was no need for excessive conversation. Meanwhile, the special forces, who reacted a second too late, quickly drew their guns, wielding their powers, all aimed at Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang and the dogs who were on the outskirts immediately reacted as well, rushing in front of Han Qingxia to protect her. The atmosphere instantly became tense as the 2 groups faced off. Tang Jian and the others stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unsure of whom to support. "Put down your weapons." Lu Qian spoke up, looking at Han Qingxia, his gaze then falling on the now helpless Wang Mingwei. "Release her, and I will allow you to follow us." Han Qingxia pondered for a second. Bang! Wang Mingwei was thrown to the ground. "Captain Wang. Wang team." Everyone rushed to her side. Gasping for air, Wang Mingwei coughed violently. Everything in her sight was still dark. Her heart felt like it was going to leap out of her throat, and she could hear the rush of blood through her body. Despite this, she couldn't help but shiver all over, drenched in cold sweat. A clear 5-finger claw print marked her pale neck. After resting for nearly half a minute, she regained her senses and awareness, but her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. She had just come so close to death. That woman truly wanted to kill her. "Are you okay?" Wang Mingwei heard Lu Qian's voice. Instantly furious, she wanted to command him to kill Han Qingxia, but upon seeing the beautiful woman smiling faintly at her, she immediately trembled like a leaf. Fear surged from the depths of her heart. In a hoarse voice, she trembled as she replied, I'm fine." Anyone who had nearly been choked to death wouldn't be free of fear. She quickly calmed down. "It's fine, we need to set off now," Lu Qian said, coldly looking at her with no hint of sympathy or intention to seek justice. Wang Mingwei took a moment to recover on the ground, quietly following Lu Qian, this time without even command. Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Qingxia exchanged glances with each other, collectively shaking their heads and sighing. Look, another person who has been ruthlessly tormented by the demon queen Han Qingxia. They knew it was a bad idea to provoke Han Qingxia. She was not someone to be trifled with. She was a lawless and ruthless thug. Seeing Wang Mingwei, who was now submissive and still alive, Han Qingxia felt quite satisfied. That would do for now. If she misbehaved, she would be dealt with. Han Qingxia was always adept at maintaining control of the situation. She needed this group to act as expendables for her and couldn't go too far. Killing their captain in front of them was not something she thought Lu Qian would let slide just because of their acquaintance. Moreover, it could potentially affect their subsequent actions and delay her own. But one thing was certain: Han Qingxia would not suffer any grievances. The woman who troubled her must be dealt with. If she didn't listen, she would be made to listen. Han Qingxia was never one with a good temper. At this moment she met Lu Qian's gaze, and he looked back at her. Let's go. Okay. Han Qingxia was in a good mood at this moment. She followed her team, and their dogs behind them. Ding, the door opened as Wang Mengwei scanned her card. Han Qingxia officially saw this place. At that moment she realized that this underground second floor was much larger than she had imagined. In front of her was a vast hall with office areas on both the left and right sides. Each office area consisted of neatly arranged glass offices in rows. The entire underground second floor had at least 100 offices by estimation. It was far larger than the area of a single floor in the above building. It seemed like this was the true core area of the pharmaceutical research facility. Han Qingxia felt once again that her judgment was very correct. She had to stick with Lu Qian and the others. Left or right? Lu Qian looked at Wang Mengwei. Wang Mengwei's face was still pale from being bullied by Han Qingxia. Her sharpness diminished significantly and her tone softened. I don't know the information, only shows here. Let's search one by one. Lu Qian felt that he was leading a group of incompetent allies, daring to bring them in with such preparation. At that moment Lu Qian glanced at Han Qingxia, who was observing and surveying behind them. If it were Han Qingxia, she would never be so reckless and foolish. Pairs of two split up. Search the left side first. Yes. The others immediately lined up and split into pairs. With a total of 12 people, they perfectly divided into 6 groups, with Wang Mengwei paired with him. Lu Qian wanted to see if Han Qingxia would follow them, only to see her walking towards Tang Jian and He Zhangfeng's group. Captain Lu, let's go. Wang Mengwei relaxed a bit when she saw Han Qingxia not following them. Lu Qian withdrew his gaze and began searching the first row with Wang Mengwei. Sister. Yangzi. Tang Jian and He Zhangfeng were excited to see the two of them following them. How are you doing now? Su Xiaoyang asked. Not bad, how about you? Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia beside him. Very well. Upon hearing his tone and words, Tang Jian and He Zhangfeng knew that he was definitely doing very well with Han Qingxia. The two felt a twinge of envy. Being with Han Qingxia was actually quite nice. What are you doing here? Han Qingxia spoke up. She walked behind the two in the last row of the office area. Both sides were lined with tightly locked office doors. Through the glass walls, various precision instruments were visible inside. Sorry, the mission is classified, Tang Jian said. Han Qingxia. Well, they still had quite a professional ethic. At this moment Tang Jian walked up beside her and whispered, but sister, I'll tell you quietly, make sure to follow us closely when we retreat. Don't linger inside, it's very dangerous here and the destruction program might be activated. Han Qingxia. She turned to look only to see Tang Jian back to his serious and unsmiling demeanor. Han Qingxia looked at the strong and aloof Tang Jian, chuckled softly, and reached out to ruffle his helmeted head, giving it a good rub. Okay, I'll remember that, sister. Tang Jian. How could she ruffle his head? Didn't she know boys' heads shouldn't be messed with? He slowed down for a moment, then quickly caught up with Han Qingxia and the others. They searched for about an hour. Everyone finished searching the left side. All returned empty-handed. The only good news was that there were really no zombies on the underground second floor. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone rest in place for half an hour. Yes. They had set out from the base at 3 in the morning to carry out the mission, and had suffered significant losses on the underground second floor. They needed a short break to replenish their strength. After Lu Qian's command, everyone immediately gathered into 2 groups to rest. Tang Jian, who was following Han Qingxia, was joined by Wang Hongli Lin and Qi Mingeng. Sister. Queen. Your Majesty. The 3 of them greeted Han Qingxia enthusiastically. How did you do while I was away? Didn't you have it better without me? Han Qingxia smiled at these people. Everyone showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing her words. After all, she wasn't wrong. After risking their lives to return to the base, they were not met with previous honors, but with major changes at the base. They had previously prided themselves on being soldiers of the nation, serving the country, no matter how tough it was, but upon returning, they found the K1 base had undergone a major overhaul, scattering and reorganizing the military power, turning them into base guards rather than military district soldiers. If it weren't for their captain Lu Qian, they would have been distributed to various places. Han Qingxia had told them that the future belonged to base civilization, and their glorious era had already passed. She wasn't wrong. If it weren't for Lu Qian, they really wouldn't know whom they were serving now. Moreover, the living standards in the base had plummeted, nowhere near comparable to the meals at Han Qingxia's home. Come over and get the food. At that moment they heard Lu Qian's order from his side. Lu Qian was beside Wang Mengwei, who had brought nothing with her. She raised her palm, and instantly a pile of supplies appeared. Han Qingxia then realized that Wang Mengwei was a space-type ability user. After taking out the supplies, Wang Mengwei provocatively glanced over at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia met her gaze, faintly curling her lips, causing the originally proud and flaunting Wang Mengwei to turn away, no longer daring to provoke Han Qingxia. Before long, Tang Jian and the others brought over their supplies. There were a total of 5 lunchboxes still steaming. It seemed they were specially prepared for them by the K1 base before setting out today. Sister, we used to eat your food today, you eat ours, let's eat together. Yeah, let's all eat together. Tang Jian and the 5 placed the 5 lunchboxes in the center, lifted the lids, revealing a dish of braised cabbage floating in oil and 2 coarse steamed buns. Inside the dish there were 2 meager slices of pork visible. Despite this, they offered it to Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang to share. At that moment another voice came from above them, I'm not hungry, you can have my portion. Lu Qian had come over at some point and took out his own portion. His portion had an extra egg compared to everyone else's. At such a time this was definitely the most heartwarming gesture. How could Lu Qian not be hungry? He simply didn't want to let his subordinates go hungry. 5 people's meals for 7 people were hardly enough. Not to mention he had even brought out the eggs. That was an egg. Who could eat eggs these days? Everyone's gaze fell on this, waiting to see if Han Qingxia, who had been mooching off their food, would be dazzled by the egg and eagerly snatch it up. They saw the woman lazily say to Su Xiaoyang behind her, Yangzi, take out our food. Yes. Su Xiaoyang set down his backpack. He first pulled out a portable army pot equipped with alcohol heating. Then came 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 3 large iron boxes. The first box was packed full of marinated cold-cut beef. The second box contained ribs, which were golden crispy from deep frying and coated in rich cheese. The third box was the largest, weighing about 10 jin, and upon opening it revealed a bountiful amount of fresh raw meat. Wang Mengwei and the others were utterly stunned. Holy cow. Meat. All of it is meat. Beef ribs. And such top-quality meat. They were too poor to even have a single leaf of vegetables, only eating meat. Suddenly everyone felt a flush of embarrassment on their faces. What were they just talking about? They thought that Han Qingxia and her group would drop their jaws at the sight of eggs, but in reality, what were they eating compared to what Han Qingxia was eating? But before they could feel too embarrassed, their jaws suddenly dropped shut, for they saw that the third box of raw meat was, long life to you. You all eat first, and when you're done call them over to take their turn. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia pushed the raw meat towards the dogs. The dogs immediately began to munch away. Below this large bowl was dog food, and on top was a generous serving of raw meat. It was a balanced meal, enough for them to eat. Wang Mengwei and the others were completely dumbfounded. Holy cow. Feeding the dogs. Are you kidding me? How many people are struggling to find food right now, let alone meat? Han Qingxia actually gave so much quality raw meat to the dogs. Everyone over there was utterly speechless. Tang Jian and the others, witnessing Han Qingxia's lavish standard of meals, felt like kneeling before her. Their big sister was indeed a big sister. Still so awesome. Yangzi, bring down more instant noodles collected from upstairs. Let's share a bowl with them too, Han Qingxia generously stated. Su Xiaoyang immediately began to cook the noodles. They had just scavenged a wave of food upstairs today. It was all instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs, perfectly paired with the army hot pot, simply divine. Su Xiaoyang tore open 10 packets of instant noodles, added 10 marinated eggs, and the self-heating hot pot began to bubble away. Tang Jian and the others were all salivating. Captain Lu, come sit down, I'll share a bowl with you, Han Qingxia said. Yes. Captain, sit. Sit here. Tang Jian and the others had no psychological burden. As soon as Han Qingxia invited them, they hurriedly pulled their captain over to share a meal. They could eat at the home of the big boss. Han not eating would be foolish. Lu Qian looked at the steaming army pot and his subordinates, saying, no, you all eat here. He retrieved his bland lunchbox. After all, he was part of the upper echelon of K1 base. He still had to consider the others at K1 base. He let everyone eat with Han Qingxia and turned back to his side. Han Qingxia didn't say another word to keep him. Eat if you want, don't if you don't. She asked Su Xiaoyang to lift the pot lid, and in an instant the aroma of the army pot filled the entire. The cheese melted over the ribs, coated the golden instant noodles, perfectly paired with the marinated cold-cut beef and ham, eggs, simply delicious. Wow. So fragrant. Each person was served a large bowl of steaming beef rib noodles. Delicious. Delicious. Tang Jian was moved to tears by the taste. Indeed, following Han Qingxia meant having meat to eat. Big sister is amazing. The The soldiers near Wang Mengwei, smelling the steaming aroma, hearing the sounds of them slurping soup, and looking at their coarse grain buns and bland cabbage stew, couldn't help but drool, feeling their own meal becoming less and less flavorful. Their hearts were full of mixed feelings. How could the people next door be so extravagant? They really wanted to go over and have a taste. They were so envious. Wang Mengwei, however, had a very twisted expression, staring at Han Qingxia's side, gradually gritting her teeth. It's so unfair. Is this a joke? She hasn't even eaten this well. How can that wench eat so well? Why does she deserve it? At this moment, she looked at Lu Qian and suddenly thought, Captain Lu, since your people aren't eating our base's food, bring the food back. Base food cannot be wasted. Lu Qian shot her a cold glance. Captain Wang's supplies are distributed per head. Whether they eat or not is their business. If your people save their share, it's up to them how to use it. Wang Mengwei was even angrier upon hearing this. That damned Lu Qian always goes against the grain. If it weren't for his grandfather being a former general of the Northern Military District standing against her father's influence, she would definitely have made Lu Qian pay for it. She was stuffing herself with coarse buns, and after a few bites, she couldn't eat anymore, not even wanting to touch the pieces of meat she had secretly added to her lunchbox. After all, in front of Han Qingxia's feast, was this even food for a human? Not eating anymore. Who is that girl? Han Qingxia asked while eating, glancing at the person in front of her. Tang Jian and the others were eating heartily. Hearing Han Qingxia's question, they all gathered around her. Her name is Wang Mengwei. Her father was a high-ranking official in politics before the apocalypse, and now she is the manager of K1 base. Tang Jian whispered. Is she a space ability user? Han Qingxia continued to ask. Everyone nodded. This was no longer a secret. Especially since Wang Mengwei always considered herself the only space ability user in K1 base, everyone in K1 base knew it. Her father secured his position as the manager of K1 base thanks to his daughter's ability. Then why didn't you let her collect things when you were over the weight limit? Her space is very small. He Zhangping looked at Han Qingxia. She can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Han Qingxia understood upon hearing this. Space ability users are rare and particularly difficult to upgrade. However, space abilities are very useful. They serve as mobile warehouses and are treasures no matter where they are. Thus they brought Wang Mengwei, who seemed useless, but was in fact a mobile space, along with them. Are you all here to find something? Han Qingxia smiled at them. How do you know? Tang Jian blurted out. After he said it, he realized he had slipped up and was trapped in words. Han Qingxia was no ordinary smart. Having successfully drawn out the information, she smiled widely, reaching out to rub Tang Jian's head vigorously. Be good, tell your sister what you are looking for, and I'll give you meat. Tang Jian. Was this not the big bad wolf luring in little kids? Tang Jian shook his head frantically. At that moment, the others also tightly closed their mouths. As soldiers, they must have their code of conduct. Even if they were eating Han Qingxia's food, they couldn't speak about it. Forget it, even if you don't say it, I will find out. Han Qingxia stopped asking. She quite liked that these guys were determined not to reveal anything if they leaked their internal matters just because they ate a few bites of her food. Then in Han Qingxia's eyes, they would hold no trust. She might not even believe what they said. She truly didn't ask anymore, and Tang Jian and the others felt increasingly grateful while eating Han Qingxia's food. They couldn't help but feel indebted to Han Qingxia, eating her food without telling her secrets, and she wasn't even angry. In the future, if they had the chance, they must repay Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was someone worth repaying. Their fondness for Han Qingxia rose sharply, just like Guan Ye's feelings for Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they had devoured Han Qingxia's hot pot, leaving not a drop of broth behind. At this time, Lu Qian also issued a command. The break time is over, everyone gather together. Han Qingxia's team quickly packed their things. They all put away their uneaten lunchboxes. Tang Jian and others wanted to give these to Han Qingxia, but they felt that she was accustomed to fine dining and wouldn't appreciate their food, so they kept it for themselves. It's also good to give it to their captain. After all, food is scarce at the base, and their captain wouldn't mind. Everyone continue in pairs and search the right side. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. They should be able to finish and leave before 5 o'clock in the evening. As his words fell, everyone immediately dispersed and began to act. Han Qingxia continued to follow Tang Jian and He Zhangping in a team. She had probably guessed the purpose of Lu Qian and their group's visit. The pharmaceutical research factory should have the important materials they needed, which was why they sent Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, a spatial ability user, over. However, what could be so important here? Could it be that the zombie king from her previous life originated from... Suddenly a sound of a sudden attack came from beside Han Qingxia. A zombie dressed in a green hospital gown lunged at her, crashing into the glass wall of the office to her right. Instantly a blood mark appeared on the glass in front of Han Qingxia. It opened its cavernous mouth, its crimson jaws gnawing at the glass, as if a malevolent spirit was devouring it. Its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the glass, distorting in its ravenous hunger. The clean glass wall quickly became stained with lines of blood. Crack. Crack. In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxia became alert. Tang Jian and He Zhangping immediately drew their handguns. They had lost their heavy weapons and were left with only light arms. The commotion here caught the attention of several nearby teams. What's going on? Captain, there are zombies here, Tang Jian reported. Immediately Lu Qian rushed over with the others. Wang Mingwei looked at the zombies appearing in this row of offices and affirmed, "It's here." "Are you sure?" "This is the laboratory. It must be in this row. I can't be sure which room. You all search here," Wang Mingwei said. Lu Qian felt again that Wang Mingwei was a liability. He waved his hand signaling everyone to start checking this row. Han Qingxia followed behind them, and this row of offices was completely different from the left. On both sides there were no more precision instruments, but rooms resembling hospital wards, each containing a sickbed. As Han Qingxia walked through, the sounds of zombies crashing against the lab rooms echoed from both sides. Each room contained at least one zombie, with some holding 4 or 5. They sensed the movement of living people and all rushed over, gnawing at the glass. The feeling was quite strange. They were merely separated by a sheet of glass, yet they were in a zone surrounded by zombies. If even one piece of glass were to shatter, things would get interesting. Following the initial cannon fodder, Han Qingxia walked while observing, her mind racing. First, she noticed that all the zombies inside were intact with no bite marks on them, indicating that these zombies were not mutated from bites, but had mutated on their own. But why were there so many mutated zombies locked up here? Could it be that they had been researching these even before the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxia did not believe that the source of the virus could come from this small research facility, as she knew that the zombie virus had erupted globally at the same time. If it originated from a small research facility, the outbreak should have spread from the source outward, starting from City A and expanding until it infected the world. It wouldn't be like the current simultaneous global outbreak. However, this did not rule out the possibility that the government had discovered and studied the virus before it broke out. After all, there had been a long period of flu before the zombie virus, and even a decade later no one had traced the origins of the zombie virus. The only thing that could be certain was that this pharmaceutical research facility was definitely not simple. Lu Qian came from the once powerful K1 base known for its evolution liquid, and they were here looking for something. The two seemed to be related. Just as Han Qingxia was analyzing and thinking, a voice suddenly came from ahead. "Found it. It's this room." Wang Mingwei confidently walked to the front, facing a fully enclosed room with a metal door. It resembled a nuclear radiation room from her past life. Wang Mingwei took out her card and swiped it, and a password entry appeared in front of her. Under the protection of her people, she input the password, but after entering it displayed that a manager card was also required. "Beep, please swipe the second manager identity card again." At that moment, everyone looked at Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, please bring my card here," Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia strolled over leisurely. "Is this a request?" Hearing this, Wang Mingwei was furious. "What request?" That was their card. She wanted to retort, but was met with Han Qingxia's smile. She thought better of it. Her neck hurt. She glared at Lu Qian, throwing the mess back to him. Lu Qian was even more speechless. "Miss Han, cooperate a bit." "If you want me to cooperate, fine, but I have a condition." Han Qingxia slowly walked over, holding the door card. "I want to go in and take a look too." "No way. If not, then I'll just leave." "Xiaoyang, let's go." Han Qingxia turned and walked away. She mirrored the rogue's attitude, completely unconcerned about the psychological burden of returning someone else's card. She walked away decisively. Lu Qian looked at her back, utterly impressed, muttering to himself, "Come. P.S. If you find this unsatisfactory, I recommend checking out a thrilling short story by Dubai. So, after breaking up, I discovered my ex-boyfriend was involved in multiple murders, and I'm the next target. Click on the avatar to enter the main page for the 3rd book. Free reading." Beep. Click. The transaction was settled, and Han Qingxia returned as the large door slowly opened after she swiped her card. Han Qingxia stood steadily behind Lu Qian, fully focused on the room that appeared before them. It was pitch black inside, devoid of light. The corridor's lights illuminated a small section at the entrance, revealing a compact waiting room made entirely. In the center of the waiting room stood a massive glass panel. The light was insufficient to see clearly, but it hinted at a vast shadowy interior. Silence, utter silence. Yet in this pitch-black chamber, Han Qingxia felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if an unknown creature lurked within. She was a psychic ability user. Psychic abilities are a very unique form of power. Aside from having a heightened sensitivity to the surrounding zombies and other ability users, when extremely focused, they also possess a strong premonition of danger. She followed these people down to the second underground floor, even passing through corridors previously crowded with zombies without triggering her sense of crisis. However, once the door before her opened, her heart suddenly raced. A strong sense of oppression washed over her. She attempted to probe her psychic power inside, but found it hard to penetrate this radiation-proof isolation room. At least her current level of psychic power could not penetrate at all. The only thing it conveyed to Han Qingxia was a strong oppression. Danger. 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 Han Qingxia stopped at the door, unwilling to step inside. Wang Mingwei looked at her and asked, "Aren't you going in?" "A gentleman does not stand by a precarious wall. I don't want to go in anymore." Wang Mingwei's face instantly revealed a mocking expression. Humph. A gentleman, yet such a coward. "Not going in is fine, Captain Lu, let's go." She strode confidently inside. But Lu Qian stopped in his tracks, looking at Han Qingxia. "Did you say there's danger inside?" Han Qingxia looked at him with a half-smile, extending her hand. 100 crystal cores will buy you an Lu Qian met her gaze, pondering for a full 10 seconds, then felt as if he had gone mad, pulling out a bag of crystal cores from his pocket. "But I only have 78. Han Qingxia snatched it. "All right, however many there are is fine. I'll give you a discount so you don't waste it by Lu Qian. "Thank you. What's inside?" "I don't know, just know it's very dangerous." Lu Qian. Did he just buy 78 crystal cores for nothing? At that moment, Wang Mingwei's voice urged from inside, "Captain Lu. What are you waiting for? It can't be dangerous inside. Hurry up and come in to assist me." Lu Qian no longer spoke, raised his weapon, and entered. As they brushed past each other, Han Qingxia, holding his bag of crystal cores, earnestly reminded him, "Remember, it's extremely dangerous inside." Lu Qian gave her a deep look before entering without taking anyone with him. This is the core area of the mission and no one is allowed to enter. As soon as he stepped in, Han Qingxia immediately took out her access card. "Yangzi, first get the dogs and supplies on the vehicle and park it at the entrance." "Understood." Su Xiaoyang glanced worriedly at the interior before turning to lead the dogs upstairs. Once he left, Tang Jian and the others immediately surrounded Han Qingxia. "Sister, is there something dangerous inside?" "Sister, what's inside?" At that moment, the lights in the isolation room suddenly brightened and all of them saw the scene behind the observation glass. In an instant, everyone was astonished, for they saw behind the glass a chaotic pile of bodies, all of which were incomplete. Some legs were reduced to mere bones, some abdomens hollowed out, and some heads chewed away to a large extent. The isolation room was littered with dark bloodstains, everything in disarray. It looked just like a crime scene from a horror movie. But what shocked them the most was that they saw a child inside. "Look quickly." Tang Jian exclaimed in shock, pointing to a corner where a child was hugging a female corpse. The child appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, desperately snuggling against the corpse, as if it were her mother whining for affection. However, everyone saw the child turn her head. All breaths were held in an instant, for it was not a cute child's face. It was a face reminiscent of a ghostly child from a horror film. Her face was dark and bruised. Her eyes, which should have been innocent and pure, were hollow and terrifyingly gray. Her little white dress was drenched in blood, and gripping a doll, she tilted her head towards the glass window, sensing the presence of people outside. The zombie child tilted her head. Opening her mouth, dark blood instantly flowed out, and a piece of decaying heart membrane dropped from the corner of her mouth. She had just been gnawing on a corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from their shock of seeing a zombie child, what followed made their scalps tingle. They saw 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. From the disarrayed bodies crawled out a dozen little. All of them stared at them with unblinking eyes. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened upon seeing the child zombies. For she knew, contrary to common sense, small zombies are far more formidable than adult zombies. The mutated child zombies can retain the softness and agility of their bodies. The zombified children are even more ferocious with powerful attack capabilities, and the mutation level of child zombies is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. Almost all of them would enhance their strength and speed. Thud. Thud. Thud thud. The little zombies in the isolation room sensed the presence of the living and excitedly pounced on the glass wall. Each impact left a spider web of cracks on the glass wall, which was sturdier than other rooms. At that moment, a sharp scream erupted from inside the isolation room. Wang Mingwei's scream. The little zombies that had been pouncing on Han Qingxia and the others all rushed towards the sound in the isolation room. Immediately after, they heard gunfire. Seeing this, Tang Jian and the others recklessly charged inside. At this moment, Han Qingxia's mind snapped. It was as if she had recalled something. In her past life, she seemed to have found Su Xiaoyang at the edge of a city after this very time. At that time Su Xiaoyang was in a disheveled state, slumped on the roadside like a stray dog devoid of life. If Han Qingxia hadn't rescued him, he wouldn't have survived the night. After Han Qingxia took him back, he wouldn't say anything until one time during a mission at a life-and-death moment he finally spoke and came to her aid. After that, Su Xiaoyang told her he was from the military district, a soldier, but offered no further information. Han Qingxia occasionally heard him mention that he had had teammates, but he had never sought out his former companions. So could it be? This was his last mission in his past life. And all these people must have perished. At that moment Han Qingxia suddenly saw everyone rushing forward, simultaneously retreating. These individuals waved small ability orbs and the remaining firearms, escorting Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, who had charged out from their midst. Amidst the crowd, Lu Qian, who had escaped, gazed at Han Qingxia with a radiant expression. His eyes seemed to convey gratitude. He was thankful for her warning. They had all managed to escape. Lu Qian truly owed his life to Han Qingxia. If it weren't for her, he might not have survived today. He was executing the highest-level SSS mission from Base K1, arriving at the pharmaceutical research facility to seek data reports and instruments studied prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus. Among them was hope to crack the secret of energy extraction from the zombie crystal core. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, the government had discovered this new type of latent virus in multiple locations. Initially, they regarded it merely as a flu, but later researchers discovered through experiments on white mice that it was an unprecedented new virus in human history. They were thrilled to find that this virus contained the power to detach cells from their normal ecological state, transforming them into a form of immortal energy. If they could decode it, it would mark a significant advancement in human history. Unfortunately, before they could research further, they faced a catastrophic disaster. This immortal virus transformed human physiology into that of zombies. Even with prior preparations, the government could not prevent the overwhelming onslaught of the zombie virus at a global level. An uncontrollable force for humanity. In an instant, the entire world fell into chaos. Fortunately, there was some foundation. This research institute had been designated by Wang Mengwei's father as the central area for virus research, accumulating a vast amount of data. With this data alone, he was qualified to be elected as a manager at Base K1, which required Lu Qian to personally escort Wang Mengwei to find materials and instruments. But who would have thought that Wang Mengwei was a total liability? All the information she possessed was incorrect. She claimed that all personnel and zombies within the research facility had been cleared, but in reality the entire first basement was filled with infected staff. When they reached the second basement, Wang Mengwei still confidently asserted that there were no zombies. It was completely safe. Then she led everyone to the brink of death, putting them all in jeopardy. Even Lu Qian struggled to manage such a foolish teammate. Fortunately, he encountered Han Qingxia today. If she hadn't given him a heads up before entering, he would have undoubtedly been severely compromised in the isolation room due to Wang Mengwei's splendors. He had been cautious enough, meticulously guiding Wang Mengwei to find the materials, only for this teammate to turn on the light screen upon spotting zombies. She almost forgot to use her spatial ability. Thanks to Lu Qian's professionalism and Han Qingxia's reminder, he maintained a high level of special forces capability, swiftly dealing with several small zombies, buying time for Wang Mengwei to grab the materials and escape. The moment he stepped out of the isolation room, he realized that this was undoubtedly due to Han Qingxia. He had no idea how she knew there would be so many zombies inside. But without her, he truly might have died here. His gaze toward Han Qingxia had completely changed. "Quick retreat!" Lu Qian exclaimed. Han Qingxia released the breath she had been holding as she looked at everyone who had just escaped. Damn it. They made it out. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone behind them was firing at the child zombies, while at that moment Wang Mengwei looked toward the isolation room door. Close it. Activate the destruction protocol. She rushed to the button panel at the door, frantically pressing the close button before the people inside could fully exit. At that moment Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate this idiot. She kicked her away. Damn it. Fool. 3 seconds. She stood by the door, controlling its closure and speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A multitude of small zombies surged out from within the door. Many others were violently crashing against the glass panels. 2. Crash. Cracks spread across the glass like a spider web as the little zombies slammed their heads against the glass, each impact flattening their skulls a bit more. Their faces twisted into increasingly grotesque expressions. 1. Clatter. Glass shards scattered across the ground. At that moment, the last Special Forces member also charged out. Boom. The isolation room door slammed shut. Thank you. Lu Qian panted heavily, looking at the woman who had closed the door for them. A hint of softness appeared on her cold face. The others looked at Han Qingxia with immense gratitude. Sister. Thanks to you. What was that destruction you mentioned? Han Qingxia asked. The pharmaceutical research facility has a destruction mechanism, and after we leave it will terminate these materials. After Lu Qian finished speaking, he heard the mechanical sounds of the glass door in front of them opening. Soon after, the lights on the second underground floor flashed, and all the lights before Han Qingxia and the others went out. Only the light from the elevator shaft ahead illuminated them. A woman clutching her stomach looked at Han Qingxia and the others with an air of triumph. My father said that if possible let all of you die. Perfect. You filthy wretch is in there too. Go die with them. Ha ha. Perhaps some people's liability as teammates is intentional. Otherwise, why would she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow her? She forcefully swiped a card over the door before her. An alarm blared throughout the entire underground second level. Beep. Self-destruct mechanism will activate in 30 seconds. At that moment, all doors in the underground second level swung open. The rooms that had previously contained zombies were all opened. Wang Meiwei sinisterly grinned at everyone shutting the doors of the underground second level before rushing towards the elevator. With one last look over her shoulder, she provocatively glared at Han Qingxia and raised her middle finger at her. Dare to challenge her. Go die. She proudly watched the door close surrounded by zombies, and as she headed for the elevator a figure appeared before her. Yangzi. Kill her. Han Qingxia said coldly. At that moment, the red light of the countdown alarm flashed above everyone's heads, and beneath the red light were the zombies freed from the tightly shut office doors. They clawed and flailed, swaying their heads like a chaotic dance, pouncing towards the last group of living prey. The zombies were unleashed. Countdown 29 seconds. Ha ha ha. Under the red warning light, a nearby zombie in a blue patient suit opened its bloody mouth wide and lunged forward. Bang. In the split second before the zombie lunged, a bullet pierced through its forehead, leaving a peanut-sized charred hole, while a large blood cavity opened at the back of its head. Dark red blood mixed with white brain matter erupted from the back of the zombie's head, the brain matter as fragile as a bowl of tofu bursting apart like it was crushed by a pair of chopsticks under the immense impact, splattering flesh and skull fragments everywhere. In an instant, a gory hole appeared at the back of the zombie's head, its brain matter, blood vessels, scalp, and skull all tangled together. One shot to the head. The zombie that was shot in the head fell down stiffly. Precision shot. Lu Qian shouted. Charge out. As his voice fell, all the special forces rushed out at full speed. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets sprayed out without restraint, a desperate fight to the death, the powerful fire support, allowing them to carve out a safe zone amidst the sea of zombies. Han Qingxia was spontaneously protected by these individuals shielded in the center. Tang Jian and He Zhongping guarded her on either side, while the others who had shared meals with Han Qingxia all took it upon themselves to protect her, blocking the zombies and clearing a path for her to escape. At this moment, they had completely forgotten how capable Han Qingxia was, only knowing she was the only non-military person among them. Without weapons and having never shown any abilities in front of them, they classified her in their hearts as a civilian to protect. Protecting civilians is the duty of soldiers. Even if times have changed, the soldier's spirit cannot be easily erased. Moreover, this person had once provided them with a meal. They instinctively shielded Han Qingxia in the center, protecting her as they charged out. This, however, left Han Qingxia, who had wanted to take out her AK and make a bold charge, at a loss. Being protected in the middle made it impossible for her to lead the charge, but at this moment her little desert eagle could come in handy. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Jian and He Zhongping forcefully cleared the zombies on both sides, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming and Han Qingxia remained calm among them. In her line of sight, the people around her formed a wall of defense, and any zombie that slipped through was shot down by Han Qingxia. All of them charged towards the exit amidst the overwhelming tide of zombies and powerful gunfire. But soon. Countdown 21 seconds. Countdown 20 seconds. In just 10 seconds, they had exhausted all their bullets. The firepower of everyone had been almost entirely depleted on the first basement level. It was simply not enough. And there was still over 100 meters to go. Only 20 seconds left. Zombies. In the moment when their firepower faltered, a special forces soldier originally on Wang Mengwei's side was tackled by two zombies at once. He was struck in the leg by a board and struggled to get free. One zombie grabbed his helmet from the side and took a bite. At that moment, a bright flash of lightning reappeared before everyone's eyes. Z. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie in front of the soldier, and Lu Qian forcefully saved him, a clear bite mark already visible on his sturdy helmet. Lu Qian carried him on his back and continued to charge forward. Captain Lu, I'm not your soldier, let me go, you guys run. Anyone who follows me is my person. Lu Qian said coldly. At this moment Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to leave Lu Qiyan. This man was cold yet very humane. Zzz. Zzz. Lightning crackled in the air and the other team members discarded their weapons and began to use their abilities. Bang bang bang. Bang. Excised water balls, fireballs, and metal blades flew rapidly through the air. Though their abilities were weak, they used as much as they could at this moment. Those without elemental abilities were speed and strength-type mutants wielding military three-sided daggers and fighting hand-to-hand with their enhanced physical strength. Fighting to the bloody end charge. Countdown 15 seconds. 70 meters to go. Countdown 12 seconds. 50 meters to go. Countdown 10 seconds. 40 meters to go. They could see themselves about to break through the zombie crowd, but the soldiers leading the charge suddenly faltered. Their abilities began to dwindle, and when they tried to unleash them, they found they could not gather enough strength. Their abilities had run dry. They were all too weak to withstand such high-intensity consumption. Everyone's speed suddenly slowed down, shifting from offense to defense, needing to support each other. They were weak and the zombies were strong. Because humans tire but zombies do not. Ow. On Han Qingxia's side, a fireball that Tang Jian was about to unleash dissipated in midair, and a zombie seized the opportunity to lunge at her. There was no way to evade. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian aside and kicked the zombie. But before the pale-faced Tang Jian could express his gratitude to Han Qingxia, on the other side, He Zhangping was similarly grabbed by 3 or 4 zombies, and although Wang Heng pulled him, he too was tackled by zombies. The group surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausted their strength. They fell one after another. Big sister, you run. Tang Jian pushed Han Qingxia away and turned to the zombie horde to save his comrades. We can only get you this far. Run quickly. They could only get this far, and from here on out, whoever could run should run. Tang Jian stayed behind to cover her. At that moment, several bolts of lightning descended fiercely, striking down the zombies surrounding Tang Jian and the others. A man stood still, his eyes turning completely silver. Lu Qiyan looked deeply at Han Qingxia, electricity bursting from his entire body. Han Qingxia, take whoever you can, I'll hold the line for you. Run! Lu Qiyan shouted, and in an instant all the zombies were drawn to him, lunging forward. Captain! Captain! As the horde of zombies rushed towards Lu Qiyan, everyone was in despair when a water wall far stronger than they were appeared before them. Run now! A languid female voice rang through the air like thunder, startling everyone present. All eyes widened in disbelief at Han Qingxia, whose palm unleashed an overwhelming hydrokinetic ability. Han Qingxia, she's an ability user too. And so powerful. Even Su Xiaoyang, locked outside and frantically pacing, stood frozen in astonishment. No way, her boss is an ability user too. How many hidden identities does she even have? With a sharp crack and a deafening crash, the water wall exploded outward, instantly scattering the encircling zombies with high-pressure water projectiles. 7 seconds remaining. Run now! Tang Jian and the others snapped out of their shock. There was no time for awe. They clutched each other's arms and sprinted in ragged groups, racing against the final countdown. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Han Qingxia, already faster than the rest, hurled condensed spheres of kinetic energy to hold back the zombies while dashing toward the main entrance. Swipe card. Entering required 2 cards, but exiting needed only 1. 2 seconds remaining. Beep, 1 second remaining. The door before Han Qingxia swung open in the final heartbeat. Every last person staggered across the threshold, utterly spent. Beep, countdown complete. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The massive door behind Han Qingxia slammed shut with brutal finality. No card could open it now. Thud. 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 The pursuing zombies crashed against the reinforced glass. Drenched from the earlier water blast, they clung to the transparent barrier, pounding wildly, twisted, grotesque, and terrifyingly vivid. Hiss. Thick white vapor gushed from above them. We must evacuate, immediately gasped Lu Qiyang, barely surviving the ordeal. The entire B1 and B2 levels are set to self-destruct. At his words, the group summoned their last reserves of strength, trembling limbs, weak knees, and forced themselves forward. That was when they noticed a woman slumped motionless in the corner. Her neck bent at a grotesque 180-degree angle as she lay utterly still. Around her sprawled a scattered trove of supplies. Lu Qiyang's gaze darkened upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse. Truly dead. Captain Lu, I killed her, Su Xiaoyang declared. Han Qingxia's eyes turned glacial. You're seriously settling accounts now? Lu Qiyang met her gaze, cold, unyielding, and spoke with clipped precision. Thank you. Han Qingxia paused. Something had shifted in his eyes. Lu Qiyang turned his attention to the spoils beside Wang Mengwei's body, 2 machines, abundant foodstuffs, and stacks of gold bars. Each bar weighed 500 grams, over 150 gleaming ingots. Most conspicuous were sealed sacks of rice and flour, more than 100 heavy bags of rice alone, plus a chaotic pile of items that gleamed with unmistakable value. Their volume totaled over 2 to 3 cubic meters. Wang Mingwei had claimed her storage capacity was just 1 cubic meter, a blatant lie. She'd hoarded her most precious assets and provisions, then falsely reported the remainder. The deeper Lu Qiyang looked, the sharper the killing intent burned in his eyes. The Wang family deserved 1,000 cuts. Load everything onto the elevator, we're leaving. His voice was ice. Yes, sir. Lu Qiyang ignored the rice ordering, only the machines carried up. Everyone rushed to lift them. Once the machines were secured inside the elevator, the group filed in one by one. Han Qingxia, unusually deferential, let them enter first. Surveying the packed cabin, she smiled lightly. I'll take the next one, better not risk overload. Xiaoyang helped them carry the rest up. Yes, ma'am. Lu Qiyang watched her intently as she swiped her card with effortless grace and waved farewell from outside the elevator, warm, courteous, disarmingly kind. She wore the smile of a model comrade, sincere, gentle, wholly benevolent. As the doors slid shut and the display lit up with an upward arrow, her expression softened into pure, unguarded delight. Today promised rich returns. Time to gather supplies. Others lacked spatial storage, but she did not. With a single sweep of her hand, Han Qingxia claimed every gold bar and sack of grain spilled from Wang Mengwei's inventory. Some people contributed nothing in life, yet in death they gave generously. Han Qingxia glanced at Wang Mengwei's lifeless form, then drew her AK and fired 2 precise shots, ensuring absolute, irreversible termination. Finally, justice served. Cross Han Qingxia and you'd be punished even beyond the grave. She had never been magnanimous. Vengeance was her creed, repaid 100-fold. After finishing her grim work, she strolled calmly to the elevator bank and pressed the down button. The doors opened promptly. To her surprise, Lu Qiyang stood inside, descending with her. Why are you still here? I couldn't leave you. The lower 2 levels will collapse imminently. We must depart immediately. Han Qingxia swiped her card and closed the doors. What do you mean by collapse? Will it eradicate all the zombies? Lu Qiyang nodded. Once activated, the demolition system seals and collapses both subterranean levels entirely. Han Qingxia fell silent, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on him. A sudden suspicion flickered across her mind. You possess 3 distinct abilities. Yes, he answered without hesitation. Staring at the man before her, Han Qingxia's pulse quickened. Could it be? Had she just rescued the very zombie sovereign from her past life? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. First, in her previous life, she'd encountered Su Xiaoyang precisely at this juncture, his entire team gone. If Lu Qiyang had survived, Su would have sought him out. He knew their origins. Second, Lu Qiyang was a tri-elemental ability user, exactly like the legendary zombie sovereign of her past life, who had also wielded 3 distinct abilities. I owe you twice. His voice broke her reverie. She beamed, instantly remember that debt, especially the 22 crystal cores you still owe me. Whether or not he was the sovereign, that favor and those crystals were hers to claim. Agreed. Lu Qiyang's cold eyes flickered faintly at her smile before he looked away, just as the elevator doors began closing. In that final instant before closure, his gaze swept outside, to Wang Mengwei's corpse, and to the conspicuously empty space where her spoils had lain moments before. Beep, the elevator ascended to level 1. Moments after reaching the surface, a deep shuddering roar echoed from below, the sound of total structural collapse. A chime resonated within Han Qingxia's mind. Beep, mission accomplished. Seizure of the United Pharmaceutical R&D Facility. Reward granted, Supreme Electronic Steward. Han Qingxia. Some people appeared effortlessly fortunate, yet their luck ran far deeper than it seemed. Elder sister. Elder sister. Queen. The moment Han Qingxia stepped outside Tang Jian, and the others rushed toward her, their gazes burning with the fervor of starstruck admirers. Today Han Qingxia had unveiled her water element hetero ability, shocking them all to their core. None had imagined she was an ability user at all, let alone one whose power was so overwhelming. While most could barely coalesce tiny fireballs or droplets, she conjured an entire wall of water with a single flick of her wrist. How could she possibly be so strong? Her strength defied reason. After today's revelation, they were left with one unshakable certainty: Elder Sister was truly Elder Sister, and Senior Master Han was undeniably Senior Master Han. They were all without exception her juniors. Are you all unharmed? Han Qingxia asked, voice languid and unhurried. Perfectly fine. Though battered and clad in tattered combat uniforms, not a single soul among them had been bitten by a zombie. Recall that on the basement level they'd already lost several comrades, yet here in the far more perilous sublevel too, not one life had been lost. Such deliverance filled them with euphoric, breathless relief. At this thought their eyes blazed with even fiercer devotion toward Han Qingxia. Even the group originally led by Wang Mengwei now regarded her with transformed awe. They gazed upon her with profound reverence, silently thinking no wonder the special task force members were so intimately familiar with her and held her in such towering esteem. She truly was extraordinary, no ordinary person at all. By the way, elder sister, what brings you here? Tang Jian asked. Do you need our assistance? No need. Han Qingxia scanned the crowd for Su Xiaoyang and beckoned him over. Yangzi, let's plant our banner now. Yes, ma'am. Su Xiaoyang retrieved a sign from the vehicle, removed the original placard at the main gate, and replaced it with theirs. Watching his practice motions, everyone fell silent. A stunned silence. What the hell? Could it be true? Had they braved treacherous terrain and mortal danger, only to expand territory once again? Staring at the newly claimed research facility, their minds echoed only one word: what the hell? Indeed, she had come solely to claim land. Was this some kind of joke? The logic of masters remained utterly inscrutable to them. Han Qingxia seemed possessed by an inexplicable obsession with territorial expansion. They simply couldn't fathom the purpose of seizing so much uninhabited, seemingly useless land, especially when zombies roamed unchecked across every corner of the world, rendering all zones lawless and abandoned. At least they harbored no such impulse, not them nor any other faction or group. Yet they did not know that these very territories secured today would one day generate immense economic value and form the bedrock of a formidable base state. Land, after all, remained the fundamental cornerstone of all development, always and everywhere. Especially during the later stages of base state evolution, when internal resources dwindled and outward expansion became imperative, they would discover, too late, that every viable territory had already been claimed by Han Qingxia. Farewell, elder sister. Safe travels, elder sister. Goodbye, your majesty. With the research facilities secured, dusk descended. Han Qingxia parted ways with Lu Qiyang's squad and returned to her own base. Just before departing, Lu Qiyang paused his vehicle and asked, "Do you have a satellite phone?" "No." "Then a radio set?" "Yes, I do." Citywide power had failed, terrestrial signal towers lay dormant and useless. Only satellite signals remained viable for long-range communication. Yet even satellite signals would fade within years, unmaintained satellites would deorbit or malfunction. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had never used a satellite phone, but she had employed a far more rudimentary electromagnetic transmission method, the radio. Devices like radios and fax machines, capable of transmitting and receiving low-frequency signals, were in essence the most primitive and accessible radio transceivers. In the advanced era of base-state civilization, every major base maintained its own radio network. Upon hearing Lu Qiyang's question, Han Qingxia instantly understood his intent, and yes, she possessed a fully functional radio system. Her home was stocked with countless electronic devices, all readily convertible into transceivers. She simply lacked anyone to contact. "Give me your broadcast frequency." It was 630 p.m. As twilight deepened, Han Qingxia arrived safely back at her base and descended directly into the underground shelter. Cooking, feeding the dogs, and tending the chickens were once again delegated to Su Xiaoyang. But she had one monumental task ahead. Rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Han Qingxia prepared to claim her extraordinary reward of the day. Beep, base command center detected. Unlock electronic steward. Affirmative. Unlocking was non-negotiable. The moment Han Qingxia spoke, a holographic interface of a supercomputer materialized on the empty floor of the shelter's second level. She approached and pressed the activation switch. Lights flared to life, and a miniature holographic projection of herself shimmered into view upon the screen. The image sharpened, 3 seconds passed, and the hologram opened its eyes, gazing directly at her. "Greetings, my beloved master. Please bestow upon me a name." Han Qingxia surveyed the digital steward with evident satisfaction. "You shall be called Xiaoxia." "Yes, my beloved master. Xiaoxia stands ready to serve you at once." A crisp metallic chime resonated, then in unison, every device on the shelter's second level emitted a soft beep, their power indicators glowing as if seamlessly connected to a unified network. "Master, I have established full integration with all electronic infrastructure within the base. I shall monitor and manage every operational function continuously and without respite." Hearing this, Han Qingxia beamed with delight. Though Xiaoxia existed only as a disembodied digital steward, seemingly intangible and inert, she was in truth the strongest and most foundational administrator her base would ever possess. Every surveillance camera served as her eyes. The base-wide radar array extended her sensory reach across the entire compound. A reconnaissance and strike drones patrolling beyond the perimeter acted as her autonomous weapons. Every electronic device within the base was effectively an extension of her being. From now on, Han Qingxia would no longer need to micromanage routine affairs. Should the radar detect intruders, Xiao Xia would dispatch strike drones instantly, without awaiting instructions, first attempting to repel them, then escalating to neutralization if necessary. Moreover, should danger escalate, the drones would intelligently disengage and retreat, never sacrificing themselves due to lack of direct command. In short, her base now possessed a centralized intelligent command control brain, freeing Han Qingxia to leave without fear of neglect or vulnerability. Xiao Xia would guard the base in her stead and handle all civilian administrative matters as well. Tasks that once overwhelmed Han Qingxia, point accounting, item exchange, production oversight, could now be managed effortlessly. Install a terminal in the residential zone, and Xiao Xia would execute them flawlessly. No more would the young girl Wang Yunduo need to dash back and forth delivering messages and supplies. Humans required rest, but machines did not. While Han Qingxia slept, Xiao Xia would manage the base 24 hours a day, granting her a perfectly comprehensive, utterly reliable base steward. And above all, one who would never betray her. Excellent, Xiao Xia. From this moment forward, oversee all base operations and vigilantly safeguard Qingxia base at all times. Yes, my beloved master. Xiao Xia spun gracefully in place and dissolved back into the holographic interface. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia had already begun contemplating how to expand Xiao Xia's operational domain. The next day, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang delivered a truckload of supplies to the residential district. Residents working in the fields greeted her warmly the moment they saw her. Lord, you've arrived. My lord, you're here. I was just about to find you. What do you need me for? I want to exchange supplies with you, my lord. Wang Yunduo sweetly took out a piece of paper. It was filled with a dense list. She grinned at Han Qingxia. By the way, my lord, when will you hold another market? The last market you held was so much fun. Yunduo can't wait to go to your market again to buy delicious food. Han Qingxia smiled, tugging at the little girl's braid. In the future, you can buy things anytime you want. She waved her hand and Su Xiaoyang got down from a truck. This truck was the express delivery vehicle that Han Qingxia had confiscated on the highway last time. Once Su Xiaoyang got down, he began to move things. The nearby residents saw this and immediately came over to help. My lord, what is this? What is this? This is our Qingxia base's direct-operated store. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Half an hour later, a supermarket that was very common before the apocalypse appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the dazzling array of food, feeling as if they had traveled back in time. They could actually shop just like before the apocalypse. In the center of the store was a huge electronic screen displaying the prices of all supplies along with a virtual Han Qingxia. This is our Qingxia base's direct-operated supermarket. She is the base's steward, Xiao Xia. From now on, all of you can come in to purchase items without needing a card. Xiao Xia will recognize your account through facial recognition, and the items you take will be automatically deducted from your balance. Of course, if you have items to exchange, just place them on the shelf to the right. There is an electronic scale here, and once weighed, Xiao Xia will automatically tally your balance. If you're worried, there's a card reader at the entrance where you can check your balance before leaving. Wow! I want to try. Wang Yunduo said excitedly. Go ahead. Han Qingxia gave her a look and Wang Yunduo immediately ran to the snack shelf, took a lollipop, and excitedly unwrapped it in the store, happily eating it. Wang Yumin and his wife saw this and took out Wang Yunduo's card to check. With a beep, a series of numbers flashed. 99. 5 points. Wang Yunduo's card previously had 100 points, which were subsidies for the Wang Yumin family for working together and hiring Wang Yunduo, and the lollipop automatically deducted 0. 5 points, leaving 99. 5 points remaining. The Wang Yumin couple felt both happy and pained to see the lollipop cost 0. 5 points. They were happy because they saw their daughter enjoying a trivial snack from before the apocalypse. Now in the apocalypse with zombies outside, many people couldn't even fill their stomachs while fleeing from famine, yet their base could still enjoy lollipops. What a powerful supply reserve and security assurance this was. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a bit pained. Points are hard to come by, as 1 point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter had spent half of her money on a lollipop. That's too expensive. It seems they would have to keep a closer eye on their daughter's spending to ensure she doesn't deplete her account balance. My lord, I want to exchange for some supplies. At this time, Li Gang said, I have bean sprouts to trade, can I? Of course you can. Han Qingxia nodded. Li Gang immediately ran back to bring out the 5 pounds of bean sprouts he had harvested. After weighing them, the store immediately issued a notification. Beep, detected 5 pounds of bean sprouts can be exchanged for 2. 5 points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. The price of vegetables is half that of grains. After Li Gang completed the transaction for the bean sprouts, he immediately went to check his account, and sure enough 5 points had been added to his account. Everyone was filled with excitement and joy upon hearing this. They all rushed into the store buying goods, exchanging points, or just meandering around without purchasing anything. Inside were the most common basic supplies: rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, daily necessities, tissues, sanitary napkins, as well as a small amount of snacks that instantly reminded people of the time before the apocalypse, such as lollipops, cola, and small breads. Suddenly, a strong sense of satisfaction rose in everyone's hearts. It felt as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. They all felt that their Xingxia base was getting better every day, clearly improving and strengthening. Han Qingxia's promise of leading them to a good life was truly being fulfilled. Everyone's sense of belonging to the Xingxia base significantly increased. At this moment, a prompt sound echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep, detected a 100 increase in the prosperity of the base. Current prosperity of the base 180. Han Qingxia was surprised that such a small direct-operated store could raise the prosperity of the base by so much. But upon reflection, it was easy to understand. Supply trading is an essential need for the residents. Even when Han Qingxia was in a small base lacking supplies in her past life, there were still many market trading areas where there were always people exchanging goods. A direct-operated store within the base is very necessary. Han Qingxia looked at the bustling trading market and thought that once the land yield stabilized, they could establish farming and livestock breeding, fish farming, and various processing plants. Her base was developing vigorously step by step. After successfully setting up the direct-operated store, Han Qingxia returned to her bomb shelter. Regarding the restocking and delivery for the base's direct-operated store, Xiaoxia would handle it all, automatically relieving Han Qingxia of any worries. Xiaoxia would dispatch drones to transport supplies based on real-time inventory. The drones would automatically fly to Han Qingxia's warehouse to collect items, achieving total automation. When the supply reserves or consumption reached a certain level, Xiaoxia would notify Han Qingxia to see if she wanted to adjust the inventory list. Xiaoxia was a perfect assistant for Han Qingxia, solving a significant problem of manpower shortage. She no longer had to worry about base management and could finally showcase her abilities. Yangzi, come with me to a place. This is a global outbreak of a zombie virus, causing a drastic reduction of 99.9% of the global population, devastating human society. In areas with poor geographical locations and dense populations, large swathes of people were annihilated. The zombies turned the world into isolated islands, with a few survivors clinging to life, banding together to establish one base after another. However, even after uniting, they faced numerous challenges, including food shortages, scarce resources, an unending tide of zombies, and occasional invasions from other humans. In her past life, Han Qingxia struggled for 10 years in a small base, enduring 8 waves of zombie tides during that time. Several times she almost faced annihilation, and in the last wave of the super zombie tide, her base was completely destroyed. The most despairing part was not death itself, but the utter lack of escape. Her base was obliterated, and the other small bases met the same fate. In the entire eastern region, only the strongest K1 base remained precariously hanging on, but it wouldn't last long either. The dense population of zombies left humanity with only the question of how long they could survive, not how long they could persist to see a better future. This was a catastrophe of genocide and the annihilation of civilization, a hopeless situation with no way to escape. After the events of yesterday, Han Qingxia suddenly realized something. That his fate can be changed. She saved Lu Kai's team and eliminated a significant future threat of a zombie king in her vicinity. So she could absolutely do more in the early stages of the apocalypse. Especially now that the threats were weak and her strength was formidable. Han Qingxia aimed to eliminate hazards while quietly and swiftly developing her base. With a virtuous cycle of stable food production, a strong offense and defense system, and a balanced population structure, she would have enough strength to counter all catastrophic risks in the future. At the very least, her Xingxia base must survive the impending devastation 10 years from now. Taking advantage of the relatively peaceful initial stages of the apocalypse, she moved swiftly to strengthen her power. Develop the base. Each day the base improves, her ability to counter disasters increases. Han Qingxia set out with Su Xiaoyang, determined to eliminate zombies. First, she aimed to wipe out all the most threatening areas near her territory. Han Qingxia drove to a breeding farm in the western suburbs. She remembered that there had been an outbreak of animal plague here half a year into the apocalypse. The zombie virus does not infect animals, but without humans to raise them, these chickens, ducks, and sheep would starve and die of disease. After the decay of animal corpses, a large number of animal plagues would arise. In her past life, Han Qingxia had come here with members of the base to collect supplies, and what they saw was a scene of death and rotting animal corpses everywhere. Buzzing flies formed a sea of insects swarming around the foul-smelling corpses of pigs, cows, and sheep. White maggots writhed in the animal carcasses with putrid flesh oozing pus, sticky and smeared everywhere. The small animals with fur were the most terrifying. Their fur decayed slowly, while their bodies rotted into the ground, leaving their pelts standing, resembling clusters of moldy hair sprouting from the earth. The scene was beyond description. Just a glance could raise goosebumps all over one's body for half a year. Worse yet, these rotting corpses carried a wealth of animal bacteria and viruses. After Han Qingxia and her team returned from the farm, a wave of animal plague swept through the base, making the already precarious small base even more unstable. Later on, it seemed to have affected several bases, leading to the direct annihilation of some smaller ones. Han Qingxia's first step to make her mark was to leverage her experiences from her past life, getting ahead of everyone else and taking control of this place. She arrived here guided by her memories. However, she was surprised to hear gunfire as soon as her vehicle arrived. Bang! A burst of bullets was fired towards the breeding farm in front of Han Qingxia as a small team of 7 or 8 people attacked at the entrance. Someone had gotten there first. However, this group looked quite inexperienced. They had only 2 handguns among them, and their aim was poor. It seemed they had fired several shots without hitting anything. Han Qingxia focused her mind and used her spiritual sense. The group consisted of 5 men and 2 women, with only 1 fire element ability user and 2 strength type ability users. The handguns were in the hands of the strength users, while the others were all ordinary people. They were armed with sticks or machetes, closely following the 3 ability users, all looking very tense. But Han Qingxia noticed the last man in their group wearing a baseball cap. He had no aura of abilities, yet she sensed a slight difference in energy from him compared to ordinary people. He was neither a regular person nor an ability user. After firing a few shots, they seemed to realize that it was difficult to handle inside, and then noticed Han Qingxia's armored vehicle approaching. Brother phone, look over there. A vehicle is coming. It's an armored car. It must be people. Others are coming. The leader of the group focused on Han Qingxia's vehicle and instructed his subordinates to retreat, saying, "You all wait here, I will go take a look." He strode toward Han Qingxia's vehicle and, to show sincerity, waved at her from 10 meters away, unloading the gun in his hand in front of her. Han Qingxia had Su Xiaoyang flash the headlights twice, and the man began walking towards them. In the apocalypse, there were rules. In such close quarters, one must guard against others. The approach of any stranger is a source of danger, as no one can guarantee the other's intentions. Zhang Feng from across the way was the first to extend a friendly gesture to Han Qingxia. Tap tap. He knocked on Han Qingxia's window. Han Qingxia opened the armored vehicle a quarter of the way. The vehicle was tall, towering above the man's head, providing Han Qingxia excellent defensive positioning. If the other party intended to cause trouble, they would find it extremely difficult to act, while she could easily subdue them. At the same time, she could hear him speak. "Friend, you are here to collect supplies too, right?" Zhang Feng asked. Then how about we go in together? We've been waiting here for 3 days. We know this place well. Once we take control, we will split the supplies. Zhang Feng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, cherishing it as he held it up. Cigarettes were scarce resources these days. With food scarce, one couldn't even think about cigarettes. Every single one was a precious commodity. Smoking one meant one less. His cigarette was taken by someone inside, followed by, "No thanks, you go ahead, I'll go after you." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Feng's smile froze on his face. "Can you not take my cigarette? Friend, there are dangers everywhere now. Having one more person is one more safeguard, right? Then we will share our spirit with you, and may God bless you." Zhang Feng. Since the apocalypse, Zhang Feng has encountered all kinds of people. In a friendly state, if they do not wish to cooperate, they will not take anything from him. But what about Han Qingxia? Things are received naturally, but the answer is a simple no. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Zhang Feng looked at the imposing armored vehicle before him, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he said, "If you can help us get inside, we only want 30% of the supplies, and you can take 70. What do you say?" A light laugh came from within the armored vehicle. This laughter left Zhang Feng feeling utterly lost. "Friend, well, take 20%. You take 80. The response was still silence. "How about giving us just 10%? We will assist you and you take us inside. You won't be able to take all the things inside." A puff of smoke drifted from the roof of the vehicle. Han Qingxia looked down at him from inside the car. "I told you go in first, and we will wait for you to finish before we go in." Han Qingxia does not need to share anything with anyone. Even 10% is not acceptable. Hearing Han Qingxia's domineering words, Zhang Feng was left with no options. He had no advantages to negotiate with. The disparity in strength was evident. He stared at the vehicle for a long time before reluctantly returning to his team. Just as he returned, a few members of his small team quickly surrounded him. Brother Feng, how did it go? Who are they? Did you invite them to cooperate with us? Zhang Feng turned to glance at the armored vehicle and waved his hand to the crowd. They refused to cooperate with us. What should we do now? Zhang Feng looked at the large breeding farm before him. Let's charge one last time. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia watched the group that had completely given up on the breeding farm leave in despair and waved her hand. Drive. With a loud roar, her armored vehicle shot forward like an arrow, charging into the breeding farm. In the face of absolute strength, one only needed to trample through. The group, having retreated 200 meters, saw the strong force invading the breeding farm they had occupied for so long. In their eyes there was only admiration. The strong are always the objects of everyone's reverence. Zhang Feng's heart sank further as he realized that they truly did not need to cooperate with him. They had the strength that he was unworthy. At that moment, scattered zombies rushed out from the broken gate. They sensed the presence of humans outside and lunged at them with claws bared. Seeing this, Zhang Feng and the others yelled, "Run! Quickly retreat!" They did not possess Han Qingxia's strength of facing more than 3 zombies, meant they had to prioritize evasion. They hurriedly retreated. After Han Qingxia's vehicle forcefully crashed into the breeding farm, she began to unleash the dogs to clear out the remaining zombie workers inside. As she stepped out of the vehicle, she stepped on a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Han Qingxia squatted down to pick it up. A good book, it must be kept. This was a small to medium-sized black pig breeding farm, to be precise, a franchise of a pig breeding farm. In the city where Han Qingxia lived, pig farming had undergone reform a few years ago, prohibiting farmers from free-range breeding, with all pigs raised in standardized farms by qualified breeders and sent to slaughterhouses for processing after growing. This breeding farm where Han Qingxia worked didn't even need to breed, at just raising pigs to maturity was enough. This small breeding farm signed a contract with their parent company to raise pigs, with the parent company providing piglets technical guidance, documenting the weight upon storage, and agreeing on the weight at the time of slaughter and the meat price. Their profit came from this weight-based pricing at the time of slaughter. Their only job was to raise the piglets. Moreover, they were not allowed to sell privately. Each piglet was registered upon entry, and verification was required at the agreed slaughter date. Even if a piglet died, the parent company would reclaim it, and private circulation of pork was not allowed. This ensured the safety of the meat supply to a large extent, with a complete traceability process. Han Qingxia looked at the book she picked up, wondering if this breeding farm intended to secretly breed some piglets. She put the book away and walked with Su Xiaoyang towards the pigsty. There weren't many employees in the breeding factory, and they were all gathered at the entrance. Having just trampled in, a few were crushed, a few ran away, and those that chased after were tackled and killed by the dogs. Now there were basically no zombies left in the vast breeding farm. As Han Qingxia strode into the pigsty area, a foul smell hit her face. Fortunately, she arrived in time. The pigs in the pigsty were almost all skin and bones, but 70% were still alive. Yangzi, keep watch outside. Yes. Su Xiaoyang immediately turned and left without a word. Han Qingxia looked at the large pig pen before her and began to catch the surviving pigs one by one. It stinks. It is truly unbearable. Farming is not a job for ordinary people. Just as she caught the 3rd pig, she felt a gaze sweeping from behind her. Her powerful spiritual force instantly locked onto that direction, and at the same time a high-pressure water bullet flew past. Bang! In the corner of the pigsty, a man wearing a baseball cap nimbly rolled away, escaping from inside. After emerging, he immediately grinned at Han Qingxia. So you're a space-type ability user. Han Qingxia looked at the man in the baseball cap and furrowed her brows tighter. She recognized this person as someone who had been following behind in Zhang Feng's team. What left a strong impression on Han Qingxia was that he didn't feel like an ordinary person or an ability user. Who exactly are you? The man raised both hands. I mean no harm, I just want to ally with you. Ally with me? That's right. I think you are very strong and I want to join you. Only you are worth my joining. Then what can you offer me to accept you? Hearing Han Qingxia's words, the man took off his baseball cap, revealing an eye covered by an eye patch. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this appearance. Then the man's eye patch was also removed, revealing a grayish Qin Ke. How do you know my name? Qin Ke raised an eyebrow upon hearing Han Qingxia utter his name. At that moment, a storm of emotion surged within Han Qingxia. As someone who has survived in the apocalypse for 10 years, she certainly knows about some prominent figures during the apocalypse. Over 10 years of the apocalypse, the top 10 figures in the eastern region emerged. Each one was a big shot in their respective bases. One of them was the half-zombie Qin Ke. Ko is the only human who was infected by the zombie virus, but did not turn into a zombie. This guy roamed freely in the apocalyptic world due to his unique constitution that made zombies not bite. However, what makes Ko most remarkable is not his unique abilities, but the outrageous things he does. This man is cunning and greedy, unpredictable, and delights in deceiving others using his special talents to navigate various bases. He doesn't stay long at each base. After assessing the situation, he moves on to the next. If the previous base is weak, he sells information to the strong and leads them back for a counterattack. Conversely, if the next base is weak, he will return to inform the previous one to launch an attack. As mentioned before in the apocalypse, aside from the threat of zombies, a major danger is human invasion. This troublemaker Ko has single-handedly brought several small settlements and a medium-sized base to their knees. Afterward, half of the resources of the defeated base belong to him. After indulging himself, he moves on to the next. As for why he doesn't enjoy resources in cities crowded with zombies, it's because he is a person completely detached from high-level interests. While others keep their distance from gambling and vice, he immerses himself in them using the money and resources he scams to gamble and chase women. Greedy and lustful, he cannot endure solitude and cannot live alone. All he does is deceive others. The base where Han Qingxia resides was once targeted by him, but her original base was located in a remote area far from neighboring settlements, so he couldn't exploit it. When he first entered their small base, Han Qingxia had little impression of him. It was only long after he left that she heard about him from the base's broadcast station. At that moment, everyone realized what kind of person this guy was. Since then, Han Qingxia occasionally hears rumors of his debauched life in her base's small tavern. However, his ending was not favorable. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, he wandered to another large base, Hope Base, hoping to instigate a duel between them and K1 Base, but he was captured by the people of Hope Base. It is said that they took him to their laboratory for experimentation, seeking to unravel the mystery of the serum from him. After that, Han Qingxia never heard any news related to him. Han Qingxia never expected to encounter this legendary figure in her lifetime. Beautiful lady, I will only tell you one thing. I have been infected with the zombie virus, but I have not mutated. I can walk freely among the zombies without being attacked by them. So, what do you think? Can someone like me join you? Qin, half zombie, half human black eyes, looked at Han Qingxia with a playful smile. His gaze was sincerely honest. If it weren't for Han Qingxia's 10 years of experience from her previous life, she might have been swayed by this guy's sincerity and abilities. How could such talent not be accepted? However, Han Qingxia now knows what kind of person he is. Looking at the surrendered Qin, her gaze wavered. To kill or not to kill? This guy is definitely not loyal and is a potential time bomb. Such a person is undesirable. However, his innate talent. All the people Han Qingxia accepted would have their unique attributes copied over. She must have his half-zombie physique. Alright, I agree to let you join me. Wait. Qin said, beautiful lady, I haven't finished speaking yet. If I join you, what benefits will you give me? Han Qingxia smiled coldly. Of course, I will give you the best treatment. You will have meat for every meal with me. Does your base have women? Oh no, I meant how many people are in your base. Han Qingxia. This guy really is just as rumored. It's just me and Su Xiaoyang, the one outside. Just the two of you. Upon hearing this, Qin stroked his chin, his single black eye flashing with a peculiar light. Then he smiled. He's not your boyfriend, right? Han Qingxia. No. Then good, I will join you. Qin replied promptly. Immediately a voice entered Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, detected base guard pseudo 1. Reward points 100. The new guard's loyalty is insufficient at 60, unable to unlock special attributes. Han Qingxia. She was shocked to see the first appearance of this pseudo prompt and opened his attribute panel in her mind. A line of white numbers clearly appeared above. Loyalty 59. Initial loyalty 19. System increased loyalty by 40. Han Qingxia. Dammy. The initial loyalty was only 19. Even with the 40 loyalty points added by her system, it still didn't meet the standard of 60. Damn, this is a bottomless pit. Su Xiaoyang next to him already had a loyalty of 100, which was purple. Su Xiaoyang had an initial loyalty of 70 when he joined Han Qingxia, and after the system added 40, his loyalty directly broke 100. Once it exceeds 100, loyalty is divided into 3 color levels: red, purple, and gold. Red signifies fiery loyalty, purple means never betraying, and gold represents eternal singularity. And this person in front of her only has 59. Not even enough to unlock his special attributes. Han Qingxia felt speechless and wanted to shoot this naturally rebellious guy who was already thinking of betraying her. Who would dare to accept such a person? But looking at the loyalty that was just a thread short of the threshold, she thought, no, she must have his half-zombie physique. Qin, what do you like? If you join us as the captain, I must give you something. Hurry up and give him something to raise his loyalty. I don't really have any preferences, Chinka said with a grin while looking at Han Qingxia. Beautiful captain, if you really want to give me something, how about giving me your heart? From the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you sincerely. Bang. Han Qingxia could no longer endure it and kicked this guy away. Get to work. Bring out the live pigs. If you're late, I'll dig out your heart to feed the pigs. Chinka. After being kicked to the ground, he watched Han Qingxia enter the next pig pen to collect live pigs. A glint of unusual light flashed in his half-zombie, half-human eyes, and a smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, all the live pigs in the pigsty had been taken into Han Qingxia's space. The remaining dead pigs were to be dragged to a pit by Chinka. This guy's half-zombie body seems to have enhanced strength and speed. He worked quickly. The dead pigs were buried together, gasoline poured on top and set ablaze. These dead pigs had been dead for a while, their bodies rotting and no longer edible, and leaving them would breed bacteria and viruses. To prevent future epidemics, they were burned in advance. Throughout the process, Chinka said little, just grinning and watching Han Qingxia. Feeling the fire inside, Su Xiaoyang and the dogs outside began to make sounds. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Boss, how are you in there? I'm fine. Han Qingxia cleared the pigsty and pushed the door open to go out, where Su Xiaoyang looked at her anxiously. Boss, what happened? It's nothing. At this moment his gaze fell on the man following Han Qingxia, wearing a baseball cap and an eye mask. Who are you? Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate named Qin-Ku. Han Qingxia introduced him. Hello brother, I'm Qin-Ku, nice to meet you. Qin-Ku grinned and reached out his hand to greet Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang was very uncomfortable with the feeling the person in front of him gave off. He only revealed one eye, which seemed enthusiastic, but was actually filled with cunning, making one feel extremely uneasy. Seeing that Han Qingxia had taken in such a person, he frowned. Ignoring the hand he extended, he turned to Han Qingxia and asked, Boss, what about the pigs inside? Do you need me to take care of them? Before Han Qingxia could respond, Qin-Ku spoke up. No need, I'm a space ability user. I've already put all the pigs away. Su Xiaoyang looked at Qin-Ku in surprise. You're a space type of... Qin-Ku crossed his arms. That's right. With me in the team, you don't have to worry about supplies. He said this while looking at Han Qingxia, smiling with a grin that obscured his eyes. Taking advantage of Su Xiaoyang not looking, he leaned closer to Han Qingxia and said with a smile, Beautiful captain, this is our little secret. Han Qingxia looked at this incredibly clever man, the corners of her mouth curling into a fox-like smile. All right. If she hadn't known in advance what kind of person this man was, she would truly be impressed by his cleverness and thoughtfulness. Just by observing a few details, one could tell that she had sent Su Xiaoyang away because she didn't want to expose her space ability. He adeptly covered for Han Qingxia. A cunning fellow like this could stir unrest in various small bases in his past life. Truly a cunning fox. Let's go. Sure, my beautiful captain. Qin-Ku crossed his arms following Han Qingxia, his eyes shining with excitement. Han Qingxia cleared this pig farm, but the nearby chicken farm was no longer usable as all the chicks... Fortunately, Han Qingxia had stockpiled chickens and ducks beforehand, so there was no need. She instructed Qin-Ku and Su Xiaoyang to deal with the chicken farm and burn everything down. The hidden dangers of this large breeding area were completely eliminated. The animal plague that would sweep through various bases in the future was preemptively extinguished by Han Qingxia. On the way back, Qin-Ku sat in the armored vehicle extremely excited as he looked at the car and its interior. Beautiful captain, where did you get this treasure? Ask what you should and don't ask what you shouldn't, Han Qingxia said coldly. The colder she was, the more enthusiastic Qin-Ku became. Beautiful captain, are there really only 3 of us in our base? Su Xiaoyang, who was driving, looked at Han Qingxia, and she replied firmly, That's right. Then where's our... At the grain factory. Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, drive back to the base. Yes. Su Xiaoyang dared not ask anything or say a word. They drove to the enormous zombie factory they had previously conquered. Qin-Ku looked at the massive factory in front of him, his eyes brightening. To take down such a large factory, they really had great strength. The last time they left here, they had made them excavate all the zombie crystal nuclei and also concentrated on handling the zombie corpses. Everything was burned. This area was relatively clean. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to park the car at the dormitory building. You can stay anywhere you want on any floor. If you encounter zombies, you shouldn't be afraid of them. Qin-Ku chuckled. All right, beautiful captain, I'll choose myself. After Qin-Ku left, Su Xiaoyang looked at this man who exuded a sense of danger, his frown deepening. Boss, that person is not trustworthy. As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could see the erratic aura around Qin-Ku at a glance. He was definitely not a good person. I know. Han Qingxia followed him down, that's why I brought him here. Qin-Ku wasn't a good person, and Han Qingxia certainly wasn't either. For such a dangerous bomb, she could never take him to her base. She would keep him outside to increase his... Anyone who dared to pledge their loyalty to her with the intention of betrayal was not someone to be used. Su Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully. He felt that Han Qingxia's reasoning was quite sound. If we don't go back, what will happen to the base? Having Xia is enough. Xia could manage the base well, and she could even feed the dogs using drones. She could stay outside for a few days and return later. It would be completely fine. Su Xiaoyang had no more doubts. He followed Han Qingxia into the dormitory building, and they each chose a clean room to treat as their previously occupied territory. The 6 dogs followed Su Xiaoyang and stayed in his room. Just after they entered, they heard Qin Ke's voice outside. "Beautiful captain. What's wrong? Is it time to eat?" We can start eating now," Han Qingxia said to Su Xiaoyang. She asked him to take out some of the stored food from the vehicle. Qin Ke saw the limited supplies and asked, "Is this all the supplies we have? What do you think?" Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "As long as it's enough to eat," Qin Ke chuckled, "but I know there's a place nearby with plenty of supplies." "Where?" 5 miles east, there's a 3-story supermarket in the development zone. Han Qingxia nodded. "All right, we'll go there tomorrow." Collecting supplies was a constant task. Since they were here, they should clear the map of the surrounding area. Qin Ke looked at Han Qingxia, who responded readily, and his smile widened. He started chatting with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang about various topics, attempting to get closer to them and learn more information from their conversations. "By the way, brother, where are you from? You seem like you were a soldier before. How did you meet the beautiful captain?" Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyang was a taciturn person. He only answered Han Qingxia's questions and was extremely cold otherwise. After a meal, Qin Ke couldn't gather any information from the two of them. In the end, only the dogs responded to him a couple of times. He didn't mind at all, even so he could still chat and boast with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if he were When they finished eating, he suddenly looked at Han Qingxia and said, "Beautiful captain, didn't you say you were going to give me something today? What do you want?" Han Qingxia finally replied to him, and after meeting his piercing single eye, she turned her head and gave him a punch. "Don't look at me while talking." Qin Ke covered his single eye. "Beautiful captain, could you treat me a little better? I grew up without parents, raised by my gambling grandmother who would scold and beat me at the slightest displeasure. I have never had a friend in my life, and now facing the apocalypse, I truly want to follow you to become comrades in life and death. Can you accept someone like me? Speak plainly. I want some supplies, or without them I feel unsafe." Su Xiaoyang. He looked at this shameless person in shock. Han Qingxia had long known the guy's antics. She smiled slightly. "All right, take the supplies from the vehicle now, and I will give you 1/3 of the supplies collected tomorrow." "Beautiful captain, you are simply an angel from heaven. You are kind-hearted and beautiful. I will definitely follow you and work hard from now on." If it weren't for his unwavering loyalty, Han Qingxia would have been deceived by his superb acting skills. This guy is truly difficult to deal with, though without substantial benefits, he can't be tempted at all. Satisfied with his response, Qin Ke happily went to the vehicle to move the supplies. After he left, Su Xiaoyang immediately said, "Boss, give him whatever he wants." Han Qingxia's gaze was heavy. The next day, as dawn broke, a few people on her side had already made arrangements. The supplies from yesterday's vehicle had all been given to Qin Ke, and they had no food for breakfast. Han Qingxia secretly gave Su Xiaoyang a bit of food so he and the dog could eat first. No one should feel hungry when it comes to her people. When Qin Ke came down, she pretended not to have eaten and said, "Qin Ke, I've given you everything. I didn't even have breakfast. We need to go find supplies now." Qin Ke immediately opened his backpack and took out a bag of bread. It was Han Qingxia's bread, which she had stored in her armored vehicle as backup rations. It was already moved by Qin Ke yesterday. How could the beautiful captain go hungry? "You should eat mine first." Qin Ke offered the bread to her. Han Qingxia was not polite. It was originally hers. "Let's go. If we don't find something to bring back, well, I'll go hungry in the future." She paused for a few seconds on Qin Ke's not-so-bulging backpack, casually stuffed the bread into her own bag, and turned to get in the vehicle. Qin Ke and Su Xiaoyang followed her. Around 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket in the Eastern Development Zone. This area was already on the outskirts of City A. City A has developed well in recent years. The outskirts originally only had a few small villa areas, but now several new large residential complexes have been developed, though most of these complexes are largely vacant. With a limited population, the occupancy rate is low. Some complexes even faced abandonment, which had caused quite a stir before. Since the apocalypse began, wails of despair can be heard everywhere, making this place even more sinister. In these empty complexes, zombies occasionally appear like ghosts. Han Qingxia's vehicle didn't stop. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. They ran over the scattered wandering zombies and reached their destination. Han Qingxia's vehicle didn't stop. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. They ran over the scattered wandering zombies and reached their destination. The development zone's large supermarket. There were many zombies near the supermarket, all gathered at the entrance. Most of them were dressed in residents' clothing with many fully armed zombies dressed warmly. It was obvious they were residents from this area who had once occupied this place after the apocalypse broke out, but the outcome was tragic. Out of 10 people, it was quite good if one could return safely. Once Han Qingxia's vehicle arrived here, the wandering zombies immediately surrounded it. Han Qingxia waved her hand at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang pressed a button to activate the vehicle's switch, and the turret on the armored vehicle rose, unleashing a brutal and effective barrage against the horde of zombies below. Inside the vehicle, Qin Ke watched as the zombies outside were instantly reduced to ashes. Wow! Beautiful, Captain, your vehicle is super cool. Where did you get it? Don't ask for now, go down to scout. Most of the zombies had been cleared. Han Qingxia said. Qin Ke raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. All right. He got out empty-handed to survey the surroundings. The few remaining zombies ignored his presence as he walked straight to the supermarket entrance, waving back at Han Qingxia to signal that everything was fine inside. Su Xiaoyang saw the scene and asked, "Boss, who exactly is he?" "He has a special physique of the zombies." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, looking at Qin Ke with different eyes. No wonder their boss wanted to recruit him. He is indeed a talent. However, this guy seems to have a rather dubious character and is certainly not a good person. Let's go. Su Xiaoyang picked up his weapon and got out of the vehicle with the dogs. The dogs quickly pounced on the scattered remaining zombies, and Su Xiaoyang finished off the rest. Han Qingxia walked through the cleared area step by step as if it were an uninhabited land towards the entrance of the supermarket. She stood by the door looking inside. It was pitch black inside. "How is it?" "Beautiful, Captain, the door is locked, but..." Qin Ke smiled as he looked at her, taking out a blank card. "I have a way to open it." He squatted on the ground with the card and fiddled with the locked door slot. In no time, the tightly closed door in front of Han Qingxia really clicked open. "Aren't I quite useful?" Qin Ke grinned at Han Qingxia, showing off. "Well done, go in and scout." Han Qingxia kicked him inside. She discovered that this guy had a characteristic: his loyalty was hard to increase, but it also never decreased. No matter how roughly she treated him, it wouldn't lower his pitifully low loyalty to her. Qin Ke even seemed to enjoy Han Qingxia's bad temper. Whenever she spoke to him kindly, he would undoubtedly become arrogant, but when she talked to him with her fists, he immediately revered her as a standard to follow. Han Qingxia completely couldn't understand what such a person was thinking. He was not a normal person at all. But thinking about it, if he were a bit more normal, he wouldn't have done those inhumane and absurd things in his past life. "I'm going now." Qin Ke quickly delved deeper into the large supermarket. Han Qingxia stayed at the door with 2 dogs, observing the first floor of the large supermarket leisurely, with the remaining dogs and Su Xiaoyang. This place is divided into 3 floors. Besides the large supermarket, there are also outsourced clothing and snack shops. The open area in front of Han Qingxia was a clothing sales section. At this moment, the supermarket was dark despite the bright morning sunshine outside. Only the green emergency lights were glowing in the emergency exit. In front of Han Qingxia was a row of shelves displaying winter coats on off-season sale. Large promotional red signs stood beside the clothing racks, emblazoned with bold promotional text, 99 yuan. However, no customers awaited their discounted goods. The ground was thick with dust. To the right, several rows of clothing racks were toppled with some mannequin limbs and heads scattered about. Su Xiaoyang approached with his dogs and discovered they were all mannequins. "Boss, they are just mannequins. There are no corpses or blood." They didn't wait long on the spot before Qin Ke returned. "Captain Beauty, I've checked. There are no zombies on the first floor. It's safe, and the supermarket entrance is just ahead. There are plenty of supplies inside." Han Qingxia gazed at his one eye and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. Brother Su, I will go with Captain Beauty to collect supplies inside the supermarket. You gather everything outside, and once we finish inside, we will come back for these." Qin Ke issued commands. He had claimed that Han Qingxia's spatial abilities were his own. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Qingxia. She nodded and whispered, "Yangzi, gather the supplies and send a batch to the car first." "Sure." After Han Qingxia said this, Su Xiaoyang immediately got to work. Qin Ke looked at Han Qingxia. "Captain Beauty, let's go. There are plenty of things in the supermarket." "All right." Han Qingxia was uneasy about Qin Ke, so she took 2 dogs with her, leaving the rest with Su Xiaoyang. Dealing with such a person, the most dangerous part is not being together with him, but being apart. If he were to betray her, it would certainly be from behind. She left most of the dogs with Su Xiaoyang and ensured he was in a relatively safe environment to prevent any mischief. Han Qingxia was very wary of him. "Captain Beauty, it seems you don't trust me." They walked to the center of the mall where Qin Ke spoke to Han Qingxia. "If you think that way, perhaps you should consider if it's you who doesn't trust me," Han Qingxia retorted coldly. Qin Ke chuckled at this, and by then they had arrived at the supermarket area. The supermarket's rolling shutter door was down. Without needing further prompting from Han Qingxia, Qin pulled out something from his body and fiddled with the lock of the rolling door, and, with a clatter, he opened the door. At this moment Han Qingxia was certain of one thing. This guy was quite skilled at picking locks. Impressive. Have you done this before? How could that be? I am a law-abiding citizen, Qin boasted, hiding the item in his hand. But Captain Beauty, you seem extraordinary, decisive, and ruthless. You weren't involved in any shady business before, were you? Haha, I'm the most upright and law-abiding citizen. Qin. Law-abiding citizen Qin, upright citizen Han Qingxia. No problem. Han Qingxia followed Qin into the supermarket. The interior was even darker than outside, and without lights it was impossible to see. Han Qingxia took out 2 powerful flashlights and she and Qin ventured in slowly. It was eerily quiet and empty. Dust covered all the cashier counters. Han Qingxia immediately spread her spiritual sense. Her current range of perception was about 20 meters, covering a quarter of the vast supermarket. Indeed, there were no signs of any living beings or zombies. Han Qingxia, along with Qin and the 2 dogs, ventured deeper inside, clearing the items from several cashier counters. By the way, Captain Beauty, I see you brought one subordinate. What about your family? They're all dead, Han Qingxia replied casually. The Han family was no longer her family, and even if those people had managed to escape from the hospital, they couldn't last long without her. In their lifetimes, they would never encounter another person like Han Qingxia who could protect them and offer support. What about your family? Han Qingxia asked. They are all dead too. Qin smiled slightly, his laughter carrying a hint of ruthlessness. At this moment, while Han Qingxia was gathering gum and candy from the front cashier, she noticed something. All the chocolate boxes and high-calorie candy boxes were empty. Just then, Tiao barked loudly into the deepest darkness. Woof woof. Woof woof. Han Qingxia, holding the flashlight, immediately looked toward the source of the sound and saw a fleeting shadow. Even though her spiritual perception couldn't reach that far, she could still ascertain something. It was a person. Not a zombie. Because that person was hiding from them. If it were a zombie, it would have lunged at them by now. Someone's here, Qin said. Han Qingxia took out her AK from her space. Qin knew she had a spatial ability, so she didn't hide it. She raised her AK and headed toward the sound with Qin and Tiao. Along the way, she noticed that the internal food shelves had been nearly cleaned out. Indeed, someone was living. When Han Qingxia reached the back half of the supermarket, her extended spiritual sense clearly perceived the situation in the staff room ahead. 7 people. There are men and women, old and young, but not a single ability user. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, a crowd of people surged out from the staff room. Are you here to rescue us? 7 people, including 2 12 or 13-year-old twin boys, 3 elderly men with gray hair, a young pregnant woman with a large belly, and the only middle-aged man who looked like a laborer. The man didn't seem to be the one in charge. He stood quietly behind the elderly and the young. Han Qingxia found the combination strange. In this apocalypse, it was rare for such a mix of old and young. Why did it take you so long to come? Hurry and take us out. The oldest woman looked at Han Qingxia, who was holding a gun, and directly treated her as a soldier, commanding her. Her tone was quite displeasing, as if they were her servants. Before Han Qingxia could feel irritated, another Grandma, look who's beside her. That bastard who was born from a mistress. One of the 12 or 13-year-old boys shouted. It's definitely him. How is he still alive? What is he doing here? Another child's voice chimed in. Grandma, hurry and chase him away. I hate seeing him. Just his presence taints my eyes. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Han Qingxia's back, onto Qin, who was hiding in the darkness. Wearing a baseball cap, Qin felt like he had run into someone familiar, chuckling to himself. Captain Beauty, why don't you go to the 2nd floor to gather supplies first? I have some acquaintances here, and I want to deal with this. Han Qingxia met the gaze of the one-eyed Qin, giving a nod of agreement that was quite flattering. You can't leave. Is this person your teammate? How could you choose such a scoundrel as a teammate? Hurry and get rid of him. Let me tell you, the largest real estate in a province belongs to the Qin family, and my younger son is the vice governor of B City. If you take us out and find them, the benefits will be plentiful for you. Grandma, I want to go out. I want to go out for fried chicken. I don't want to stay in a place like this. Me too. I want to play games. I haven't been on for a long time. Let her charge my phone first. All right, the old lady comforted her 2 precious grandsons, then continued to Han Qingxia. Did you hear that? Hurry up and arrange for us. Don't let my grandson suffer, but first get rid of this scoundrel. The Qin family does not associate with such despicable things. Qin, upon hearing the discussion, lowered his head further beneath his cap, the corner of his mouth curling into a more pronounced fierce smile. Just then he heard the sound of a gun being cocked. In the dim light, Chin-ka looked in disbelief as the woman in front of him raised the dark muzzle of a gun, pressing it against the old lattice mouth. A cold, languid female voice rang out. "Who are you calling a scoundrel?" "Huh. My people are not someone you can insult." Han Qingxia was like a bandit. In fact, she was just that kind of person. She was lawless, rebellious, selfish, and ruthless, but she was extremely protective of those she deemed her own. For those she recognized, she would protect them to the end. Even if she was wary of this Chin-ka, not truly considering him her subordinate, she could not allow anyone to slander him. "No way." Han Qingxia pressed the cold muzzle of the gun directly against the old man's mouth. Behind her, Chin-ka watched this scene, the only exposed human eye gradually brightening. At that moment, everyone across from them was stunned, the pregnant woman hiding in the arms of the only male laborer. They quickly distanced themselves from this group, while the two 13 or 14-year-old boys continued to shout arrogantly. "What we said is absolutely correct. That BECH climbed into my dad's bed. They mother and son are like beggars, always leeching off our family for money, and he's been to jail, went into juvenile detention at 13, and has done everything from scamming to kidnapping. Our family doesn't have such scoundrels. If you dare to hurt us today, I'll have my uncle kill you. You're a bang." The shouting boy was kicked by Chin-ka. After kicking him away, Chin-ka turned to Han Qingxia with a smile. "Beautiful Captain, leave this to me, you don't need to worry about it." Han Qingxia didn't say a word, clicked her gun closed, and turned to leave. When she reached the second floor to gather daily necessities, she heard a sharp scream erupt from downstairs. Grandma. He's a zombie. That bastard is a zombie. Kill him quickly." Don't bite me. Go bite someone else." Grandma, you got bitten." "Grandma, don't come over. My grandma is going to turn into a zombie. We have to kill her quickly." Han Qingxia, hearing the voices coming through the floors from upstairs, slightly raised her brow. Chin-ka does not have the zombie virus. He is a half-zombie possessing an antibody against the virus. He does not transmit it. Therefore, he is deliberately scaring them. More terrifying than killing directly is the psychological torment. Chin-ka was like a madman watching this supposedly loving family turn on each other, laughing heartily. This world deserves to be destroyed. Let it all be destroyed. Han Qingxia felt that this guy must have laughed just like this while causing chaos in all the bases in his previous life. He is truly anti-human. Han Qingxia finished collecting supplies from the second and third floors. The second and third floors contained daily necessities and clothing. These items were of no use to the people on the first floor, and they seemed very afraid to go upstairs, all huddled in the food area, hardly moving. At this moment, Han Qingxia needed to replenish daily chemical products. As for food, it was not as necessary as daily supplies. Her base was gradually producing food, and in the future the food supply would only increase. The residents' demand for useless items like shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothes, shoes, and even children's books would continue to rise. Han Qingxia waved her hand, bringing back all these items that no one outside wanted. What others do not want is what she needs the most. No one is competing with her. Han Qingxia happily cleared out the supplies from the two floors. After finishing, she did not rush downstairs, but quietly waited by the window on the second floor. She saw a heavily pregnant woman and the only male laborer hurriedly running out from the side door. "They're my grandma's nanny and driver." A voice sounded from behind Han Qingxia. She turned her head to see a bloodied man wearing a cap stepping into the light, approaching her step by step. He stood beside Han Qingxia, watching the only two people who managed to escape from the window, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. "My mom knows them." Han Qingxia looked at the man beside her, whose face was smeared with blood and smiling ferociously, quietly standing next to him. A large swath of cold white sunlight streamed in through the glass window, illuminating only the place where the two of them stood, while the rest was engulfed in endless darkness. Click. A small flame flickered from the lighter as Chin-ka leaned against the glass wall, sitting on the supermarket floor, cupping the fire to light a cigarette for Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia could smoke, but she did not have a strong craving. In this high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, sometimes a single cigarette could greatly relieve her tense nerves. "My mom is a mistress and a ruthless one at that, willing to do anything to rise to wealth and luxury. She used to be a gold digger, always clinging to rich men. One day she happened to meet my dad. Knowing he was wealthy, she clung to him like a leech. She was very capable and managed to get pregnant after a few encounters with my dad. After having me, she became even more audacious, believing she could become Mrs. Chin. Unbeknownst to her, it was impossible. My dad wasn't foolish, it was just a fling, and the people of the Chin family would never allow her in. If it weren't for me, they would have kicked her out long ago." When she realized her dream of becoming Mrs. Chin was shattered, she focused entirely on making money. She was a gambling addict, and all the money she got was lost in gambling. Sometimes she even brought men back to the apartment my dad rented for her. I was only 3 years old then and had to get up to eat instant noodles by myself. Sometimes I would even have to prepare a bowl for the men my mom brought home. Haha, have you ever done something like that? Jinke laughed as he recounted the story. Han Qingxia remained silent, calmly gazing at him, offering a compliment. You have it worse. Let me tell you a secret. I used to cry a lot when I was young, and crying was quite effective. Whenever I cried, my father would give me money, but sadly I didn't cry for long before he passed away. He died in a car accident instantly. After that, no one gave my mother any money. She would take me to the Qin family to cry every day, but when the Qin family didn't give us money, they just left us there. At that time, the original Mrs. Qin was pregnant with twins through in vitro fertilization, 2 sons. How could that stupid woman think I was still of any use? She abandoned me when she realized I was of no use. I was only 10 years old back then. Jinke took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and said to the woman running outside, I stood alone at the entrance of the Qin family, feeling very hungry. I hadn't eaten for a long time. When I was crying from hunger, they gave me a bowl of dog food. The Qin family had a dog, and they took the leftovers to feed me, haha. Han Qingxia said nothing as she watched the middle-aged couple with a bulging belly run far away, disappearing around a corner. It seemed she heard screams and cries, but it was distant and unclear. Looking at Jinke, who had finished recounting his past, she lowered her head, took a deep breath, and said, it's all in the past. Now is a new era. Ha ha. Jinke chuckled softly, slowly lifting his head. Yeah, when I realized the apocalypse was coming, I was almost overjoyed. Wouldn't it be great if everyone just died? Han Qingxia finally understood why this guy had always been troublesome in his past life. Damn it, he really just wanted everyone to perish. She thought for a long time, and after much consideration, all she could come up with was a cliché: young people, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still full of hope. For instance, if you follow me, I will be your family, a warm family. Jinke. Han Qingxia felt moved by her own words. Surely Jinke's loyalty must have risen a bit, right? She stared earnestly into his eyes and saw Jinke bow his head, chuckling softly. Then let me ask you one thing. If you truly regard me as family, why are you always on guard against me? Who said I was guarding against you? Suddenly Jinke leaned closer to Han Qingxia nearly instantaneously. Bang! He was kicked away. Jinke, who was sent flying 3 meters, clutched his stomach. And you say you're not on guard against me? Han Qingxia. How could I not be on guard? I must be. Well, that doesn't count. Just speak properly and like this with everyone. Han Qingxia could only find a way to smooth things over for herself. Jinke stood up holding his stomach, his gaze darkened for a moment before he quickly flashed a smile, looking completely unbothered. Captain Beauty, no need to explain. Hearing your words today, I am very moved. Let's head back. Okay, can you wait here for a moment? I want to handle the scene on the first floor. After all, they are. Han Qingxia, okay. Jinke headed down the stairs first. When he reached the 2nd floor, he turned back. You must not leave. You have to wait for me here, okay? All right. Han Qingxia agreed, and a big smile appeared on Jinke's face as he hurried down. Han Qingxia watched as Jinke gradually disappeared into the darkness. She furrowed her brows slightly. Today, she had learned about the secrets of this troublemaker from the last life. They had opened up to each other, but why? His loyalty hadn't increased at all. Stubbornly fixed at 59. This guy. At that moment, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice coming from downstairs. Boss. Boss. Yangzi, I'm here. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's voice rushing in, Han Qingxia's mind felt as if a string had snapped. Damn it. This can't be. She dashed downstairs like a gust of wind, spotting Su Xiaoyang anxiously entering the supermarket hall on the 1st floor. Boss, it's great that you're okay. What about Jinke? Jinke said you were in danger inside and told me to come in and support you. Han Qingxia. Damn it. She immediately rushed towards the entrance, chasing after Jinke. When she reached the door, she saw a convertible sports car zoom past them. A man inside waved hi towards Han Qingxia, who was rushing out. Captain Beauty, I'm leaving now. Thank you for your supplies. You're so adorable. Next time I'm definitely going to sleep with you. Han Qingxia. At that moment, she looked at the empty hall on the 1st floor. She realized something once again. Damn it. Jinke is still a space-type ability user. He really is a space-type ability user. Han Qingxia was deceived by this guy. She was so furious she could barely contain herself. I will make you pay. When I run into you next time, I will definitely break your legs. You're done for. Han Qingxia was so angry her heart ached. Always walking by the river, how could one not get wet shoes? She had always been the one to trick others, but this was the first time she had been tricked. How could she have believed his pitiful story just moments ago? Damn it, this bastard had been lying to her from the very beginning. He joined her just to mix in for some supplies. Bastard. Bastard. Yangzi, remember this. From now on, Jinke is our #1 enemy at the Xingxia base. Don't believe a word he says. If you encounter him, just capture him. Break his legs. I will make him suffer. Su Xiaoyang. Understood. Han Qingxia, extremely upset, began counting their supplies. The only good thing was that Qin Ke only took the supplies from the supermarket food on the first floor, not even glancing at the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Moreover, Su Xiaoyang had moved a batch into the car at the beginning. She ended up taking all the food from the supermarket on the first floor. The food that had been consumed by Qin Ke's family, along with some spoiled items, amounted to less than a quarter of the total supplies he took. Han Qingxia tried to comfort herself, considering it as 1/3 of what she had said yesterday. But still, she was so angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After returning, she drafted a notice for the Xingxia base instructing Xiao Xiao to play it on every electronic screen in the base 24 hours a day. She included Qin Ke's photo, which she sketched by hand. Their number one enemy at the Xingxia base is Qin Ke. Everyone must hunt him down. Capture him for a reward of 100 points. This grudge will not be settled. Han Qingxia swears not to be human. After being deceived by Qin Ke, Han Qingxia returned to the base feeling emo for a long time. She was so frustrated that she didn't want to go out and expand her territory during this period. Every day at the base, she dealt with various trivial matters, developed the base, and accompanied her loyal dogs who would never betray her. The dogs brought her warmth. Time slipped by, and it had been over 3 months since the apocalypse. Han Qingxia's base finally welcomed stable production. Her residents started by planting the fastest-growing crops like bean sprouts, cabbage, and greens, and now they were harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes, which had a larger yield. On the cultivated ridges, corn, wheat, sorghum, and a large variety of vegetables, including tomatoes, cucumbers, large cabbages, and spinach, were planted in a staggered manner. Additionally, there were a few delicate fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Han Qingxia had almost provided all the seeds for planting. Wang Yuman, a wood ability user, was responsible for the initial cultivation of all the crops, while Li Gang and a few others who had strength and speed abilities were in charge of expanding the farmland. The rest all worked together to cultivate. Moreover, since Han Qingxia's territory had been enhanced by the system, the yield of all crops was higher than normal and the growth period was shorter. Finally, real production was achieved within Han Qingxia's territory. This also meant that her summer base had survived the most difficult initial phase. Previously, she had supported everyone in the base with resources. Now everyone in the base began to contribute and support her. The large amount of resources they produced flowed into Han Qingxia's warehouse through a points exchange system. Han Qingxia settled their points while also giving out some daily necessities for the people to exchange. No matter how much they exchanged, it was impossible to spend all their points. The points they saved in their accounts represented the accumulation of wealth. Especially now in the apocalypse when resources were scarce and the people could only produce food. Han Qingxia, through the gap between industrial and agricultural goods, could perfectly stabilize the points in their hands. The gap between industrial prices and agricultural prices is so vast that it can create a dimension. For example, Han Qingxia buys their grains at 1 point per pound, but when she sells a brand new piece of clothing to the people, it is priced at 100 points. This means that this piece of clothing is worth 100 pounds of grain. However, in reality, the value is not equivalent. A piece of clothing is not worth 100 pounds of grain. Yet that's how it was sold. By raising the price of industrial products and lowering the base grain price, the gap between industrial and agricultural goods greatly aided in recovering the wealth accumulated by the residents. This also balanced the labor output of the residents. Residents could only produce food, and they had to purchase everything else from Han Qingxia. So even if the clothing was expensive, once they accumulated enough points, they would still be willing to spend. Of course, for the residents of the summer base, they also gained tremendous benefits from this process. Not to mention that while everyone else in other bases was worrying about what to eat to fill their bellies and how to protect their personal safety, the residents of the summer base could eat to their fill and exchange excess resources for clothing, shampoo, snacks, and drinks. This was simply unimaginable. Of course, as the base developed, the residents of summer base continued to produce and create wealth, leading to a certain level of inflation. This aspect was entirely managed by Xia. It would constantly adjust prices based on the resource situation in Han Qingxia's territory, keeping the residents in a relatively affluent environment. In addition, Han Qingxia's piglets also began to be raised. After harvesting the sweet potatoes, Han Qingxia released a batch of pigs for the residents to raise. Considering her current labor shortage, building a pig farm and hiring people for breeding would waste resources and labor. Moreover, such a direct-operated pig farm would be hard to motivate the residents to fully engage in raising them, and she would also need to provide special food for feeding. So she allocated pigs for them to adopt according to the number of residents in the summer base. All the piglets were weighed when adopted and again when they were sold. They were compensated at a rate of 10 points per pound of pork and given 1/10 of the pork at the time of sale. This greatly stimulated the residents' enthusiasm for pig raising. They became more passionate every day, increasing production, feeding the pigs with leftovers, and constantly monitoring the pigs' health, fearing they would raise them poorly or let them die. By appropriately distributing rights to the residents, the risks would also be shared between the residents and the base. This would strengthen everyone's sense of belonging to the base. This is their land, the livestock they raised, they would not leave their homeland. Moreover, with stable production in their base, Han Qingxia added livestock farming, causing the prosperity of her base. Prosperity increased slightly every day, and this time it broke through the 500 mark. She successfully earned the title of Urban-Rural Junction. The next level of prosperity is 1000, which grants the title of a small county. Han Qingxia had always been indifferent to such small titles, even too lazy to pay attention to the titles given by the system. However, on the day she received the Urban-Rural Junction title, she was shocked to discover something. That is, the points contributed by the residents doubled. All residents in Han Qingxia's territory, aside from the initial contribution of 100 points, would contribute 1 system point per person every day. She had 19 residents, which meant 19 points every day. Even if she didn't need to go out to fight zombies or expand her territory, these points would steadily increase every day. Once her prosperity reached the Urban-Rural Junction, all residents would contribute 2 points daily. 19 residents would then yield 38 points. Don't underestimate these few points. It means that if Han Qingxia's level is high enough, and she has even more residents, she could earn a large number of points just by lying down every day. As development continues, the contributions brought to her by the residents will only grow larger. Her long-held small goal of creating a zombie virus inhibitor will no longer be a distant dream. After discovering that the daily contribution points from residents would transform with the prosperity of her territory, Han Qingxia felt more grounded. Development. Of course, Han Qingxia was very clear that her base was still a small sapling that couldn't withstand any storm. She needed to carefully protect her base. First, she needed to hide her base and develop it, at least until her base had officially grown strong. After inspecting her base today and witnessing the upgrade in prosperity, she distributed a pound of meat to each person as a welfare benefit. This encouraged everyone. Amid the cheers and support from the crowd, she returned to her shelter. The Lord is truly a good person. Joining the summer base is really our good fortune. We have meat to eat today. Long live the Lord. Let's work hard. The Lord said we did well, and there will be no shortage of benefits in the future.